Ouch.
Su Ning groaned and touched her head in confusion. What was going on? How could her head hurt just from sleeping? Her hand felt something sticky, and there was even a faint smell of blood. Did someone hit her while she was asleep? Who would dare do that? Thinking this, she quickly opened her eyes. What she saw was completely unfamiliar, a mud brick house with cracked walls and a dark roof covered in cobwebs. It looked like something from the 1970s on TV. Such an old house was rare in modern times. Could it be that she had been attacked and dumped in some remote place? When she looked down at her hands, her face changed. They were covered in blood. If she ever found out who did this, she would definitely make them regret it. After all, she was a black belt in Taekwondo. Dealing with an ordinary person would be no problem. But as she looked closer, something felt wrong. These hands weren't hers. Her own hands were fair and slender, with smooth pink nails, good enough to be a hand model. But these? They were dark, thin, with dirt under the nails and a strange smell. Scars covered the skin. These definitely weren't her hands. Was she dreaming? Or had she somehow taken over someone else's body?
No.
She was alive and well. That couldn't be it. It had to be a dream. Once she woke up, everything would be fine. Thinking that, Su Ning closed her eyes again. But then her head spun, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. It took her half an hour to sort everything out. She had traveled through time, into a world similar to her own, but in a parallel version of China. The year was 1974. The body's original owner was also named Su Ning, yes, just like the name of that electronics company. She was 20 years old and from Su family village. Her father was a carpenter, and her mother, though not highly educated, was hardworking and capable. The family lived a decent life. There were 4 children in total, 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest brother worked as a record keeper in the village, the second brother farmed and helped their father with carpentry, and both were married. The eldest had a son and a daughter, the second had 1 son. The youngest brother was still in high school. Since Su Ning was the only daughter and hadn't married yet, she had always been quite cherished at home. 2 years ago, the original woman married a man named Xiao Yan, a soldier who was 25 years old and served as a platoon leader. His home was in Xiao family village, right next to Su family village. Since their wedding 2 years ago, he had never returned. There was a 3-year-old child at home, said to be the son of Xiao Yan's late wife. The last time he came back was just to find someone to help take care of the child, and that's how the original woman became his wife. Their marriage happened by chance. She was the only daughter in her family, loved by her parents, and treated kindly by her brothers and sister-in-law. While others went to work in the fields, she went to school. After finishing school, she only needed to cook and clean at home, without doing heavy farm work. Her sister-in-law had to feed the chickens and pigs and wash clothes after work. Although she sometimes complained, she knew everyone spoiled the younger sister, so she didn't make a fuss. Compared to other families, the Su family lived quite well. The parents-in-law were open-minded, and except for being a bit lazy, the young woman had no real faults. So, small matters were easily tolerated. She wasn't very hardworking, but she cared about her family. 2 years ago, after finishing high school and returning home for the autumn harvest, she offered to take over all the housework to let her family rest more. Unfortunately, she wasn't lucky. The first time she went to wash clothes by the river, she accidentally fell in. Xiaoyan happened to pass by and saved her. Coincidentally, some villagers saw it, making the situation look suspicious. Most people, including the Xiao family, thought it was planned. At that time, marrying a soldier was considered honorable and soldiers received allowances, so life would be easier. But she truly hadn't planned it that way. She actually knew how to swim but panicked for a moment when she fell, and Xiaoyan happened to see it, leading to everything that followed. With so many witnesses, gossip spread quickly. The Xiao family, worried about Xiao Yan's reputation, and since he had come home to find a wife anyway, decided to let them marry. However, the day after the wedding, he left again, leaving behind a 1-year-old child and promising to send money every month. If not for the regular money he sent, she might have thought her husband was gone for good. She was only 18 when she got married and had never taken care of a child before. After getting married, her husband's family didn't like her. On the second day of the wedding, they separated the household and left her and the child in the old house. Life quickly became chaotic. If not for the small monthly allowance, she and her child might have starved. Over the past 2 years, her own family had helped from time to time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived. She had lived a hard life with her own family, and things were no better after marriage. It was no wonder she felt so bitter. In the end, she gave up and stopped trying. She spent all the money on food, just enough to get by. As for the child, as long as the little one wasn't starving, she didn't care much. Over time, people started calling her lazy and greedy. Xiao Yan was the third son in the family, and his 2 older brothers worked in the village. With the allowance and the family's work points, life shouldn't have been too bad. Unfortunately, both of her sisters-in-law were sharp-tongued and competitive. They were jealous of her allowance and often made things difficult for her. This time, the second sister-in-law said something especially nasty. The original woman lost her temper, got into a fight, and ended up with a serious head injury that took her life. After seeing all this, Suning couldn't help but click her tongue. The woman wasn't perfect, but she hadn't done anything truly wrong. She never took advantage of anyone before marriage. She lived off her parents. After marriage, off her husband. After marrying Xiao Yan, she even helped raise his child. The allowance could be seen as payment for childcare. She hadn't cheated anyone, yet she died so miserably. It was truly sad. But no matter the reason, her death had nothing to do with Su Ning. She had been living comfortably in a modern apartment with a supermarket downstairs, able to buy and eat whatever she wanted. Now, suddenly finding herself in this desolate place, she felt like she could cry. Third daughter-in-law, are you all right? Just then, the door opened and an old woman walked in. Her face looked sharp and unfriendly, and her narrow eyes were cold. She was holding a dirty little child, about 2 years old, thin and small, looking at Su Ning with worry. Oh my, so much blood. That second daughter-in-law has gone too far. How could she be so cruel to her own family? Lie down, lie down. I'll get some herbal ash to stop the bleeding. When Mother Xiao saw all the blood, she was shocked. If the girl became foolish from the injury, who would take care of the family then? On second thought, if she really had lost her mind or died, wouldn't that actually be convenient? Third daughter-in-law, let me help you inside to rest. Mother Xiao said as she tried to pull her in, clearly wanting to lock her up and wait for her last breath. Get out of my way. Su Ning dodged her hand and said coldly, your abacus beads are about to hit my face. You're like someone eating a mooncake beside a toilet. How shameless. Move aside. She slapped away the woman's hand, not even bothering to hide her disgust. Did that old woman think she was blind? Only a fool would believe her. But deep down, Su Ning was puzzled. What kind of grudge did this old woman have against her to want her dead? From the memories of the past 2 years, the Xiao couple had always seemed polite and decent, like good people. In truth, they were just good at pretending, sweet words on the surface, but cruel behind closed doors. Still, there hadn't been any major conflict between them. If there was any tension, it was only because of her marriage. The Xiao parents had always believed that Xiao Yan could have married into a powerful family, but because of Su Ning, they lost that chance. They had complained about it for 2 years, but it was all talk, never anything serious. So why suddenly try to harm her? And it wasn't even her fault. Back then, she hadn't wanted to marry at all. It was the Xiao family who insisted, promising to take responsibility. They even vowed to give her nice household goods after the wedding and 20 yuan a month to support the family and children. To convince her parents, they even signed a written agreement, just to hurry the marriage along. But once the wedding was over, the Xiao family immediately changed their attitude. The promised gifts never appeared, the 20 yuan became 5, and they even separated the household right after the wedding, sending her and Xiao Yan's child to live in the old house, completely ignoring them. Even that 5 yuan was often taken back by Mother Xiao through tricks. If she brought over some vegetables, she'd demand a yuan in return, and if Su Ning refused, she'd spread rumors that Su Ning was greedy and ungrateful. There were countless such things, too many to list. It was heartbreaking. Still, none of that seemed enough to make someone want to kill her. So, what on earth was wrong with that old woman? Feeling the weakness in her body, Su Ning frowned. This was like starting a game on the hardest level. She really didn't want to play. Could she just quit? But right now, it was clear that she couldn't just walk away as she wished. The old woman clearly had no intention of letting her go. Third daughter-in-law, is this how the Su family teaches their children? Even if you're angry, don't take it out on an old woman. Mrs. Zhao's face was tense as she forced down her anger. Since you're hurt, I won't argue with you. Go inside. Don't embarrass yourself out here. She reached out to grab Su Ning, her face twisted with fury. Oh, so you've dropped the act now? You're really showing your true face. You want to use force, is that it? I'm telling you, I'll call the police. I'll report you for trying to hurt me. Su Ning turned quickly to avoid Mrs. Xiao and headed straight for the door. Her body was weak, but before she died, she had to get justice for the original owner. She couldn't let the Xiao family get away with it. Seeing Su Ning walking out without looking back, Mrs. Xiao panicked. If the police got involved, the whole village would know. What would people think of their family then? Her second daughter-in-law might even get punished. No, she had to lock Su Ning inside until her husband came back. But Su Ning wasn't about to let that happen. Before Mrs. Xiao could touch her, she suddenly rushed out and fell onto the main road. Help! The Xiao family is trying to kill me. Help! Oh, my head! My stomach! My hip! Her pitiful cries, along with the blood on her face, made everyone around look at Mrs. Xiao as if she were a criminal. No, no. That's not true. The third daughter-in-law is just joking. Mrs. Xiao hurried after her, waving her hands. She grabbed Su Ning and whispered angrily, "Do you not want to live in the Xiao family anymore? Oh, heavens! You've beaten me like this and still dare to threaten me? Fine. I won't live here anymore. You people can't even talk without turning violent. I don't want to die here." Su Ning used a bit of hidden strength to twist Mrs. Zhao's hand. Before the older woman could react, Su Ning cried out in pain. "Ah, my arm, my hand, it's broken." Mrs. Zhao's hand already hurt, and Su Ning's scream startled her so much that she fell to the ground. No, it was her. She twisted my hand. Look at me. Do I look like I could hurt anyone? You fell on purpose to frame me. Where's your conscience? Oh, my head. Oh, my heart. Su Ning looked heartbroken. She grabbed Aunt Sue, who was standing nearby, handed her 5 cents, and said weakly, "Annie, please call my parents for me. I don't think I can hold on much longer. I just want to see them one last time. Please." Her pale, almost transparent face made her look truly fragile. All right, I'll call them right away." Aunt Sue turned pale with fright, worried that something terrible might happen. She quickly urged her son to hurry. Su Village and Xiao Village were separated only by a river, and people often married between the two. According to family ties, Aunt Sue was a distant cousin of the original owner and had always been kind to her family. Over the past few years, she had helped her often, so even without payment, she would have been willing to lend a hand. But since money was offered, she became even more eager to help. Her youngest son ran off so fast that he disappeared in an instant, leaving Mother Xiao no time to react. After all, helping out and getting paid for it, who would refuse? Some even thought about doing more for Su Ning. "Can someone help me call the police?" Su Ning asked weakly, taking another small coin from her pocket. She leaned against the tree root, looking as if she might faint at any moment. After what happened earlier with a 5-cent reward, even more people were willing to help. That was exactly why Su Ning had offered money again. Everyone in Xiao Village shared the same surname, but not all were close relatives. Su Ning's father's family had moved there only a few generations ago, so they didn't have many blood ties with the others. Besides, the Xiao family didn't have a good reputation and many villagers disliked them. A young man on a bicycle took the coin and sped away. By the time Mother Xiao realized what was happening and tried to stop him, he was already gone. Su Ning narrowed her eyes. As more blood flowed, her body grew colder, but her mind became clearer. Some villagers had already gone to fetch the barefoot doctor, and most looked worried. Su Ning, however, seemed calm, quietly thinking to herself. When she had looked through the original owner's memories, she had already decided, no matter why Mother Xiao wanted to harm her, she couldn't stay with the Xiao family any longer. If things continued like this, either they would destroy her or she would be forced to fight back. If she truly wanted to live here, she needed to separate from the Xiao family. But how? Where would she live afterward? How would she support herself? She needed a plan. Her body was too weak now, or she would have already fought back. But there would be time. She would have her chance eventually. As for today, after thinking for a moment, she decided it was better to act gentle and pitiful. It suited her current image, especially with her face covered in blood. So, she chose to keep lying down. To be honest, she did feel a bit dizzy. Soon, the main troublemaker would be her mother, while she would just give a few ideas from the side. Thinking about her mother's fiery temper, Su Ning felt quite satisfied. The Xiao family's village wasn't in a bad location. If one walked quickly, it would take about an hour to reach the town. By bicycle, no more than 20 minutes. There was a police station in town, so if someone went to report an incident, the round trip would take about 40 minutes. If there were any delays, it might take around an hour. As for Su family's village, it was about a 15 to 20-minute walk away. The people running to deliver messages from both sides would probably take about the same time, which meant she should be ready to wait for about an hour. But she had lost quite a bit of blood, and it was uncertain whether she could hold on that long. Should she try to stop the bleeding or just wait and see what happened? Maybe if she fainted, she'd wake up back where she came from. Ding detected excessive blood loss. Life in danger. Granting 1 healing pill and 1 vitality pill. Please take them immediately. Just as Su Ning was wondering whether to save herself so she could cause more trouble for the Xiao family, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Then, she noticed a small porcelain bottle in her hand. Inside were 2 smooth, round pills, 1 dark red, 1 white, giving off a pleasant herbal scent. Just smelling them made her feel their powerful effect. What a treasure! Su Ning's eyes lit up. This was definitely something extraordinary. Based on her experience reading novels, she guessed that this voice must be her special ability after traveling through time. When she first woke up, she had wondered why she didn't get any special benefits. She hadn't expected them to appear now. Still, no matter how excited she felt inside, she didn't show it on her face. Instead of taking the pills, she quietly put them into her pocket. Ding detected excessive blood loss. Life in danger. Granting 2 healing pills and 2 vitality pills. Please take them immediately. Not long after, the mechanical voice spoke again, this time sounding a bit anxious. Su Ning noticed the change, and a spark of amusement flashed in her eyes. Suppressing the urge to take the pills, she calmly put the 4 new ones into her pocket as well. The more anxious this thing became, the calmer she felt. As long as I take a chance, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. She's waiting to see who can hold out longer. Ding detecting continuous loss of life energy. Granting 2 healing pills, 2 vitality pills, and 1 9-turn revival pill. Please take them immediately. Immediately. The mechanical voice grew more anxious. Su Ning felt that if it had hands, it would probably have forced the pills into her mouth by now. But this only confirmed her suspicion. This thing didn't want her to die. Maybe it was even afraid of her dying. Knowing that gave her the upper hand. She remembered faintly hearing this voice before she woke up, but at that time she was too shocked by the time travel to pay attention. Now, putting everything together, she roughly understood what had happened. She thought it was strange. She had been perfectly healthy, so how could she suddenly travel to another world in her sleep? It must have something to do with this annoying thing. She had been a happy content creator with a good job and a loving family. But because of this thing, she was forced to travel to another world. Did it ever ask for her opinion? Fine, she was here now. But if it didn't give her enough benefits, she wouldn't cooperate. When she got serious, even she was afraid of herself. Seeing her put the pills into her pocket without taking them, the mechanical voice paused for a moment, then said helplessly, "Host, please tell me, what will it take for you to take the medicine?" Su Ning's eyes lit up. "Send me back. Send me back right now, and I'll take them immediately." The voice hesitated, sounding uncertain.
"Well,
that might not be possible. The you from that world has already passed away, and your family has held the funeral. If you go back, you'll only exist as a spirit." Su Ning's face changed drastically. Then, as if accepting her fate, she closed her eyes and said softly, "Then let's end it together. You caused this, so if I can't live, you won't either. We'll both go down." Wait. Host, let's talk this through. Life is precious. I can offer compensation. As long as you take the medicine, we can discuss anything. The voice sounded again, noticing that Su Ning was barely hanging on. It quickly added in a gentle tone, "Host, you can talk to me with your mind. My name is Number One, but you can call me Little One. I'm your most loyal system, always here to help. Calm down, take a deep breath, life is still beautiful. All right, you silly thing, goodbye. Let's end it together," Su Ning said in her mind, completely ignoring it. If she couldn't go back, what use was it anyway?
Wait.
I can give you something good. Look at this space, like the kind you read about in novels. It's not big, but it's enough for you to use. I'll give it to you as compensation, okay? Xiao Yi tried to bargain. "I don't want it. I don't even have money. What's the point of an empty space?" Su Ning glanced at the empty area and rolled her eyes. The space was a few hundred square meters, with a bare cement floor and no visible ceiling. Other than a small empty house, there was nothing else. It clearly wasn't a place for planting, just a simple storage space. Small and useless. What could she possibly do with it? This is a space. Many people would love to have such a treasure. Xiao Yi paused, looking surprised. It can keep anything inside it forever. I worked really hard to get it. Xiao Yi was confused. Something felt off. From what the older system said, every host who got a space was thrilled. Why was his host acting so differently? Tell me, what's the use of it for me? Other people get their space while still in the modern world, so they can buy supplies before traveling. But you, without a word, dragged me here with no time to prepare. Now you give me this empty space. What am I supposed to do with it? Store trash?
Su Ning said helplessly.
And other people's spaces have spiritual springs or fertile black soil. Look at yours. How can you even show it off? I'm embarrassed for you. There's nothing useful in it. How can you even mention it? Forget it. Maybe it's better to just accept my fate. I've never done anything bad, so in my next life, I'll surely be born into a good family and live well. Who wants to stay in this awful place anyway? Host, I wanted to give you something better, but those spaces with springs are high-level items. A system like me can't access them. As for the preparation time, before traveling, well, this is my first time being a system, and I got too excited and rushed things. Xiao Yi said awkwardly, "Maybe you can think of something else you'd like?"
"You.
What's the point of having you?" Su Ning was furious. She knew this was all his fault. Otherwise, she'd still be relaxing in her big apartment, the one she'd saved for 10 years to buy, with help from her parents. She hadn't even had time to enjoy it before ending up in this strange place. Just thinking about it made her want to give up completely.
Wait.
Xiao Yi quickly said, "I remember now. I can help you activate the 1 yuan flash sale. Look at the items in the flash sale machine. They're all things you'll need in this era. Once you win some items, your storage space will finally be useful." As he spoke, he threw out a large machine. The so-called flash sale machine looked like an old-fashioned lottery machine. On a half-height base platform sat a small LCD screen, flashing images of all kinds of supplies so quickly that it made one's eyes spin. Below the screen was a red button labeled Flash Sale. Su Ning pressed it, but nothing happened. After looking more carefully, she noticed a charging slot on the side of the base and a small display showing balance. 0. It seemed she had to add money before using it. She glanced at the items flashing by: 3 pounds of eggs, a bag of flour, a handful of noodles, a strip of pork belly, a big carp, 5 meat buns, 3 feet of cloth. All sorts of things. Almost everything one could think of was there, which made Su Ning's heart race with excitement. Although times were tough, if history followed the same path as her homeland, it wouldn't be long before things started booming. It would be an era where even ordinary people could get rich. When that time came, having plenty of supplies would make it easy to live comfortably. In just a few years, she could go back to being a carefree, well-off woman. Thinking about that, she felt it might be worth a try. A future with both money and free time was something to look forward to. Still, she wasn't ready to let that dog off the hook so easily. Besides, 1 yuan for a single try seemed too expensive. She only had 5 cents on her, and even if she could earn a few yuan later, it would take time to save up. Before that, she could only watch helplessly. And with her injuries, she needed time to recover, all of which would delay her plans. Also, the total value of the items on the screen varied. Some were worth a bit more than 1 yuan, but others were worth about the same or even less. If she was unlucky and got one of the cheaper items, she wouldn't make any profit. She might even lose money. Thinking about it, she felt the whole thing was rather useless. No, the flash sale rules definitely needed to change. Useless thing, she muttered. Look at that, 5 buns. Even at a state-owned restaurant, they're only 10 cents each. You're telling me 1 yuan for 5? Do you think I'm a fool? And that handful of noodles doesn't look like much either. A fish? Huh. Even in the countryside, a fish like that wouldn't cost much. And you want a whole yuan for this? What a waste. But this is a flash sale, Xiao Yi said softly, sounding uncertain. You might not get the buns. Maybe you'll get something else, like that piece of pork belly. It must weigh at least 2 jin. If you get that, wouldn't it be a good deal? This flash sale machine was something the seniors had discarded. Xiao Yi thought it was interesting and tossed it into his backpack. He had just remembered it, but he didn't expect his host to be so sharp and notice the problem so quickly. At the supply store, even the most expensive pork fat costs only 80 cents a jin. Even if I got it, I'd only earn a few cents. You're a system, and you're trying to trick me over a few cents? Don't you feel embarrassed? So what do you want to do, host? Xiao Yi asked nervously, seeing that Su Ning wasn't tempted at all. Do you really want me to say it? Fine, I'll say it. First, your storage space is useless. There's nothing in it. What's the point of having it, just to store trash? And that flash sale machine? I don't even want to talk about it. You actually have the nerve to bring this to me? Are you playing games with me? Before negotiating, it's best to lower the other side's confidence. Once their pride fades, that's the right time to talk. She had never worked in sales, but she used to make short videos. Back then, she studied all kinds of content to earn money, and now, that experience was finally useful. But this is already the best thing I have. Xiao Yi said pitifully, then suddenly brightened. How about this? You take the medicine first, and when I report back to the main system, I'll ask for something better for you. As a beginner system, this was his first mission. He had been so excited that he rushed over without preparing properly, so his backpack didn't have much to offer. But he could always go back and get more. The more he thought about it, the better the idea seemed. He really was a clever one. Nonet soning site firmly. I hate empty promises. Don't try to fool me with talk. I only believe what I can actually hold in my hands. Su Ning immediately stopped talking. Once this guy slipped away, who knew if he would ever come back? You can make agreements with honorable people, but what's the point of talking to someone untrustworthy? She wasn't exactly an honorable person herself, so she naturally saw others the same way. What should we do then? Xiao Yi almost wanted to cry. All right, doggy, since I feel sorry for you, I'll lower my demands a little. Besides that useless space, agree to 3 more conditions, and I'll take the medicine. Su Ning didn't waste time. She wasn't sure if she was really dying, but her mind was getting clearer, even as she could clearly feel her life slipping away. My name is Xiao. Xiao Yi tried to argue, but when he met Su Ning's glare, his voice grew smaller. Fine, doggy it is. I can give you the space, and as long as I can do it, I'll agree to your conditions. Xiao Yi, no, doggy, gave in without much resistance. First, I want 1 bottle of each of those medicines from before. If you have any others, give me some too. Who knows when I might end up in the same situation again. I need to keep some for emergencies. This is good for both of us. You wouldn't want to lose your new host right after finding one, would you? Su Ning spoke, as if she were doing him a favor. She didn't care much about the other medicines, but the 9-turn rebirth pills sounded powerful. She definitely wanted a few more. I can give you the hemostatic pill and the health pill, but I only have 5 9-turn rebirth pills in total. I already used 1 on your body, so I can give you at most 3 more. I need to keep 1 for myself, Doggy said, sounding heartbroken.
Su Ning smacked her lips.
Well, getting 1 more was still a gain. She had 3 conditions to make, and she couldn't let the first one fail. All right then, 2 big bottles each of the hemostatic and health pills and 3 rebirth pills. Do you have any other kinds? There's also a beauty pill and a strength pill, but only 1 of each. They were gifts from another system. Doggy was reluctant, but still handed the pills to Su Ning, even thoughtfully placing them in the small room inside the space. These were easier for him to get, so although it hurt, it wasn't unbearable. Su Ning glanced around the roughly 300 square meter empty space, noticed the small room in the corner that looked like a single dorm, and the neat row of porcelain bottles inside. She finally felt a little more satisfied. What's the second condition? Guzzi urged. Reminder, about the supplies part. Some things may seem strange at first, but everything will be explained later. The second condition is to change the 1 yuan flash sale to a 1-cent flash sale. Su Ning spoke without any embarrassment. Look, I'm just a villager now. I can't even earn a few coins a month. Where would I get 1 yuan for a flash sale? If I can't afford it, then isn't the flash sale machine completely useless? A machine that can't be used is basically a piece of junk. Besides, 1 cent now is almost worth what 1 yuan used to be. Isn't it unreasonable to keep the price at 1 yuan in this time? Think about it, isn't that true? It's totally unreasonable, right? So, you should adjust the rules according to the situation. Otherwise, as your host, how could I be satisfied? Don't you systems ever do satisfaction surveys or try to improve user experience? Guzzi, this really won't do. I'm just being honest. If it were someone else, they might have already shut you down. Also, I'm making this request for your own good. You're a system. You can't just release something useless. Even if it is useless, you should at least make some use of it. Otherwise, if people find out, it'll become a stain on your record. If the system next door hears about it, won't it laugh at you? If your future hosts find out, won't they look down on you? And if your younger systems hear about it, won't they despise you? Think about it. Am I really doing this for myself? I'm doing it for your sake.
This.
Well, that actually makes some sense. Guzzi muttered, starting to feel convinced. Money was indeed more valuable now, so keeping the price at 1 yuan didn't make sense. Changing the rule would only cost a little energy. To avoid being laughed at or looked down on by other systems, future hosts, or younger ones, wasting a bit of energy didn't seem like a big deal. As soon as it agreed, the display on the recharge screen changed. The unit after the 0 switched from yuan to cent. The 1 yuan flash sale machine instantly became a 1-cent flash sale machine. Seeing this, Su Ning's lips curved slightly. She tried hard to suppress her smile, but the feeling of weakness returned, and an alarm began to sound in her mind. There's one last condition. Hurry up and say it, then take your medicine. Hearing the alarm, Guzzi grew anxious. If we wait any longer, even the revival pill won't work. The last condition.
Su Ning didn't hesitate.
She coughed lightly, looking a little embarrassed. To make things easier to calculate, I think it's best if all item quantities are standardized. What do you think? That's it? Sure. Guzzi thought this condition was too simple. It had already prepared itself for a difficult demand, but the host turned out to be so easygoing, even looking a bit shy. Clearly, it had misunderstood her. Its host was actually quite nice. Since the host was being so kind, Guzzi decided not to be stingy either. It planned to add a little extra energy later and make everything weigh 10 pounds instead, so the host could live a bit better. Thinking this, Guzzi felt it was truly the most considerate system ever. It and its host were a perfect match. My suggestion, Suning continued, is to change all item units to tons.
What?
Tons? 2,000 pounds? Host, are you sure you didn't say that wrong? Guzzi felt its whole existence crumble. A ton of eggs, tens of thousands. A ton of meat, 10 big pigs. A ton of fish, thousands of them. The host could just go out and take what she wanted, yet she was here negotiating politely. She really was something else. What kind of illusion had made it think the host was nice? It was clearly too naive. The host was still the same as ever. If she showed even a little embarrassment, that was already her greatest kindness. Yes, that's my only request. When the voice in her mind went silent, Suning paused. She knew her request was a bit much, but bargaining was all about give and take. If she didn't start high, how could the other side negotiate? Thinking that, her brief embarrassment vanished, replaced by confidence. You just said you'd agree as long as you could do it. So, can you or not? Since it could change the rules earlier, changing the unit to tons should be possible too. She wasn't asking for the impossible. This was perfectly reasonable, right?
Right.
It can be done, but the energy it needs is just too much. Guzzi felt troubled, speechless, and frustrated enough to want to hit a wall. It had already used part of its energy to change the rules earlier, and now, if it had to make a major change, it would have to give up almost half of its remaining energy. As a system, it survived by consuming energy. If the energy ran out, it would cease to exist. But thinking of the main system's command, what else could it do but obey? The alarm sounded again, sharper and more urgent than before. Guzzi looked at Suning's rapidly dropping life value. Even though it was just a system and couldn't sweat, it still felt as if it were drenched in cold sweat. 40%, 30%, 20%. Her life force was falling fast, and even Suning herself could feel it slipping away. All right then. Since you don't agree, forget it. It's been nice knowing you. I hope you become the best system ever, Guzzi.
Goodbye.
Hearing the alarm, Suning quietly held the medicine in her hand, calculating how far the system's tolerance for her would go. If it agreed to this, then it must have a very big plan for her.
Wait.
Don't die. I'll change it right now. Guzzi was desperate. It had finally found a suitable host. How could it just let her die? Fine. Wasting a bit of energy was still better than failing the mission. As soon as it finished speaking, the instant trade machine flashed and suddenly turned golden, as if it had been upgraded. On the huge golden screen, supplies kept flashing by. Although the pictures were the same, each item now showed a weight of 1 ton. 1 ton of eggs, 1 ton of pork, 1 ton of beef, 1 ton of cloth, 1 ton of steamed buns, and so on. The sight made Suning's mouth water. Guzzi, you're amazing. Suning's eyes darkened slightly. This system wanted her to live comfortably, but its motives were clearly far from simple. Fine then, she would deal with whatever came her way. Thinking this, she took out the revival pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a warm current spread from her mouth through her entire body. The heavy feeling in her limbs quickly faded, and she could clearly sense that her condition was improving. Of course, this improvement was only compared to before she took the medicine. It wouldn't heal her completely right away. But she believed that with a few days of rest, she would fully recover. She could even feel that the medicine not only healed her injuries, but also nourished her body. It would just take some time for the effects to fully show. 10%, 20%, 30%. Watching the slowly rising life bar, Guzzi finally let out a sigh of relief. I've done everything I promised you, he said. But these items were collected with great effort from different parallel worlds. They're not easy to get. So, after the first month, when you can use the flash sale once a day, you'll only be able to use it once every 3 days. Suning didn't mind much. Getting 30 tons of supplies in the first month and another 10 tons later was already a great deal. Still, even though she was satisfied, she didn't show it. Who knew if Guzzi was telling the truth? A dog willing to provide tons of supplies might have other motives. Her years of experience had taught her that nothing in this world comes for free. The more someone gives, the more they expect in return. Since she couldn't stop it, she might as well get as much as she could. She snorted coldly. Guzzi, are you trying to go back on your word? If I stab myself right now, can that revival pill still bring me back? Guzzi trembled and quickly shook his head.
No, no.
It's not like that. I didn't set the rule. The main system decided this long ago. I just forgot to mention it earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Suning struggled to reach for the sickle the auntie nearby used to cut vegetables. Guzzi panicked. Wait, host. Listen to me. I can give you a free lottery draw every week, plus 1 extra every month. That means 5 extra free chances each month. Isn't that good enough? The flash sale machine originally had this feature, but Guzzi had purposely left it out while modifying the system to save some energy. Unfortunately, his host was too sharp and wouldn't let him get away with it. Poor Guzzi could only give in. The main system had never warned him that this host would be so hard to deal with. Fine, Suning said with a helpless look. I'm only agreeing because we're partners. But if there are any more benefits, don't forget to share them with me. An extra 5 tons a month, what a great deal. It seemed she had pushed things as far as they could go. From now on, she'd have to rely more on charm and cooperation, just in case they needed to work together again. The little dog was almost moved to tears. The host had finally remembered that they were one being. It hadn't been easy. It had worked so hard to keep the host alive, and it was truly exhausted. The small amount of energy it had saved was already more than half gone. No, it had to leave quickly, or it might not have any left at all. Thinking about the energy needed to return, it knew that even if it made it back to the main system, there wouldn't be much left. Having a host like this was really tough. Host, I'm leaving now. You're not going to do anything foolish again, right? The little dog asked suspiciously, looking at Suning. Suning shook her head quickly. Don't worry. I always keep my word. I won't go back on it. The little dog still looked doubtful, but seeing how little energy it had left, it didn't dare waste time. In a moment it was gone. Doggy? Doggy? Are you still there? Suning called twice. After confirming the system was gone, she finally had time to carefully look at her treasures. As for what the system really wanted from her, she decided not to think about it for now. She would find out one day. Right now, she couldn't wait to see her treasures. Since she had been lying here half dead, the people of Shao Village hadn't dared to come close, afraid of getting involved in trouble. That actually made things easier for Suning. She entered her space with her mind and looked around carefully. Inside, there was a small apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It was empty for now, and she would need to find a chance to set it up. It was simple and plain, but at least it was a safe place to store things and protect herself, so she wasn't going to complain. Then she looked at the flash sale machine sitting in the corner, her eyes full of excitement. She took out the only 5 cents she had in her pocket and added it to the machine. The flashing screen showed a line of text, 5 cents added. You can make 5 flash sale attempts. Would you like to start now? The flash sale button on the platform was glowing in rainbow colors, as if it had been activated. Suning's eyes shone brightly as she stared at the screen. She blew on her hands and pressed the button hard. Various items flashed quickly before her eyes. In the corner of the screen, a countdown appeared, 5.4.3.2.1. Then came a clear ding. The fast-moving images slowed down and finally stopped on a picture of eggs. Suning's eyes lit up. It looked like she had won a ton of eggs today. She just didn't know how to collect them yet. The vending machine didn't keep her waiting. Soon, words appeared again on the screen. Extract? Yes.
No, Suning pressed yes.
The machine shook slightly, the large screen disappeared, and a dark hole appeared. A big basket of eggs was then released from it. The eggs were packed in a wooden crate about 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. It was an open box filled only with eggs, without any trays or padding. The eggs were about the same size as regular farm eggs. Estimating 10 eggs per half kilo, there were roughly 20,000 in total. She counted 500 with her mind and decided to keep them in the small kitchen for herself. The rest she planned to sell later. In the countryside, eggs cost about 3 cents each, 4 cents in town, and up to 5 cents in the city. On the black market, they could even reach 10 cents each. So, if she handled it well, the remaining 19,500 eggs could bring in quite a bit of money. And this was only the first day's reward. There would be more every day. Thinking of that, Su Ning let out a long sigh. She still wanted to return to the modern world, but the system had given her so much that she had no choice but to stay for now. Besides, in the modern world, she no longer had a body. How could she go back as a wandering spirit? The 500 eggs almost covered the entire kitchen floor. Feeling uneasy, Su Ning decided to get some shelves and baskets soon. She also needed cooking tools. It would be a shame to have all this food and not be able to eat it. Then she would find a way to sell the rest, save some money, and once trade opened up, start a small business. A good life would come soon enough. While Su Ning was happily imagining her future, the person sent to call her parents had already returned. They must have hurried, as it took only half an hour. Not only did her parents come, but also uncles, cousins, and other relatives. The group was large and impressive. In this era's countryside, family unity was important. The Su family was big and close-knit. Though there were small disagreements among them, they always stood together when facing outsiders. When they heard that one of their younger family members had been mistreated by her in-laws, everyone rushed over after work. "My daughter, my dear daughter." Su's mother came running, not even noticing that one of her shoes had fallen off. When she saw Su Ning lying by the tree, her face and hair covered in blood, looking as if she might not survive, tears immediately filled her eyes. Her hands trembled as she reached out, afraid that her daughter might have stopped breathing. Su's father and the Su brothers all had red eyes, and even the nearby uncles looked heartbroken. When Su Ning saw her family arrive, she suddenly felt braver, though her face still showed deep sadness as she cried softly, "Mother, please take me home. I don't want to die here, at the Shao family's house. Please take me away. It hurts so much and I'm so cold. Mother, am I going to die? I think I just saw my great-grandmother." Her pale face and ghostly tone made everyone's hearts tighten. The people from Su village were both angry and heartbroken. How much pain must she have suffered to want to leave even in her final moments? They felt even worse when they heard she had seen her great-grandmother. People said that those near death could see their departed loved ones. Such a good girl, married for only 2 years, and now treated so cruelly. The Shao family had gone too far. My poor daughter. Su's mother burst into tears, then suddenly stood up, grabbed a stick, and shouted fiercely, "Don't be afraid, my girl. Mother will get justice for you." She rushed toward the Shao family, shouting angrily, "You two heartless women. How could you treat my daughter like this? Is your Shao family the band of bullies? I'll fight you if I have to." She raised the stick, ready to strike Zhao's second daughter-in-law. She had heard from a messenger that it was the second daughter-in-law who had hurt her child. The Shao family had always looked down on her daughter, but because their families lived close by, they hadn't dared to go too far before. Who would have thought they'd dare to harm her like this now? Did they think her daughter had no one to stand up for her? "Please, in-law, this is all a misunderstanding," said Zhao's father, who had just returned from drinking in the neighboring village and had only just learned what had happened. "In-law, the second and third daughters-in-law were just playing around. It was an accident. We've already called the village doctor, and if that's not enough, we'll take her to town. She'll be fine, I promise." Zhao's mother tugged at her husband's sleeve, hoping to delay things a bit longer, but he slapped her hand away. Zhao's father gave her a cold look, his eyes flashing with anger, then turned back to apologize to Su's mother. "Auntie, she hit me too." While hiding, sister-in-law Xiao revealed her face, and faint handprints could still be seen on it. It must be because you said something unpleasant. Why didn't my daughter hit anyone else? Mrs. Su didn't care about the details. All she knew was that her daughter had been bullied and was badly hurt. Her heart felt like it was burning with worry and pain. "In-law, please calm down." Mr. Xiao couldn't stop Mrs. Su, so he pushed his wife forward, signaling her to help break up the fight. The scene was getting out of hand, and it was embarrassing for their family. The village head of Xiao village also stepped in to persuade them. "Mrs. Su, the most important thing now is to treat the child's injuries. Once she's better, I'll personally bring the person over to apologize." The village head was afraid something serious might happen. As long as no one was badly hurt, a fight could usually be settled with an apology or some compensation. In the countryside, small fights were common. What mattered was that no one was seriously harmed. Yes, let's treat the wound first." Mr. Xiao quickly agreed. As they spoke, someone shouted that the barefoot doctor had arrived. In the village, barefoot doctors usually hadn't received formal medical training. Most of them had learned a bit on their own and then studied for a few months in town before returning to practice. Their medical skills were often limited. They could handle small issues like stomachaches or minor cuts, but they rarely dealt with serious injuries. So when the doctor saw Su Ning covered in blood, he immediately hesitated. After a quick glance, he didn't even check her pulse. He waved his hands repeatedly, saying he couldn't treat her and that she should be sent to the town or city hospital right away. Losing that much blood was dangerous. The atmosphere instantly grew tense again. If the barefoot doctor had calmed down and checked her pulse, he might have noticed something unusual about Su Ning's condition. Seeing his reaction, Su Ning secretly felt relieved. Now that she could relax a little, she began to plan her next move. She definitely couldn't go to the hospital, and she couldn't stay at the Xiao family's house until she fully recovered. From the way Mr. and Mrs. Xiao behaved, they clearly wouldn't take good care of her. Besides, after what had just happened and Mrs. Zhao's attitude, she knew staying there would only bring more trouble. She could rest and recover at the Su family's home, but staying there long-term wasn't a good idea either. She wasn't worried about them noticing her changes. After all, she had been through a lot, and it was normal for her personality to shift. They hadn't lived together for years, so a few differences would seem natural. It was very inconvenient for her to do anything while staying with the Su family. There were too many people, and she had her own secrets. It would actually be more comfortable to stay in the Xiao family's old house, but she still had to figure out how to get it. When the barefoot doctor finished speaking, the Su family members became emotional. If not for the Xiao villagers nearby and the Su village chief holding them back, a fight might have broken out. "Second brother, don't fight. We need to come up with a proper plan." The Su village chief was Su father's cousin, a few generations apart. He had served in the army before becoming the village chief, so he was more experienced than most. He knew that if they started fighting, even the one in the right would lose their standing, so he kept trying to stop them. Su father's face was dark. Seeing the Xiao family's 4 smiles, he gave a cold snort and stepped aside with the help of the village chief. The rest of the Su villagers surrounded the Xiao family, glaring coldly at them. "Mother, come here." Hearing her daughter's voice, Su mother dropped the stick in her hand and looked over with red eyes. In this area, people usually relied on barefoot doctors when they were sick. Few ever went to the town or city hospital. If the barefoot doctor couldn't help, everyone assumed it was hopeless. Su mother thought the same at that moment. "Don't be afraid, my dear. Mother's here." Thinking her gentle daughter might not survive, Su mother's tears fell uncontrollably as she pulled her into her arms. Su Ning felt a pang of guilt. She hugged her mother and whispered, "Mother, the injury isn't serious.
I'm pretending.
Just follow my lead later." Su mother froze and looked down at her daughter. Though her head was covered in blood and her face was pale, her eyes were bright and alert. She didn't look like someone on the verge of death. Realizing this, Su mother felt both angry and relieved. The child had nearly scared her to death. But since there were people all around, she didn't react, only gave a small nod. "Mother, I want the money and the old Xiao family house they promised." Those were what the original person deserved over the past 2 years, and now that she had taken her place, they rightfully belonged to her. As for Xiao's second sister-in-law and Xiao mother, she wouldn't let them off easily either. Su mother patted her back to show she understood, then turned to face the Xiao family. Head of the family, you need to give us an explanation, she said coldly. My daughter was almost beaten to death by your people. What do you have to say for yourselves? In-law, we'll get a cart right away and take the third daughter-in-law to the town for proper treatment. Father Xiao glared at his second son. He couldn't say much to his daughter-in-law, but he could still scold his son. No matter how angry he was, he shouldn't have gone that far. If he really wanted to act tough, he shouldn't have done it so openly. What a bunch of troublemakers. Ahem. Soning kokadliktli. She was worried that the medicine she had taken was too strong. If she could avoid going to the hospital, she would. With the special pill given by the system, she was sure she would recover. Mother Su immediately understood and said coldly, no need for your family to send her anywhere. If you do something behind our backs, how could my daughter stay safe? Then she turned to the barefoot doctor and said, Brother Daniu, how much would it cost to treat this kind of injury in town? In the countryside, a barefoot doctor didn't serve just one village, but several, and their work points were distributed by the commune. Their local barefoot doctor was named Sun Daniu, from a nearby place called Sunweizi. Since he often traveled between villages, everyone knew him. Looking at the blood on Su Ning's body, Sun Daniu sighed. We're all neighbors, so I'll be honest. Even if she's sent to the hospital and they can treat her, it'll cost at least 100 or 200 yuan. And with such serious injuries, she'll need a long time to recover. It might even cost more. Hospitals were like bottomless pits. No amount of money was ever enough. Fine, I don't care how much you ask for. Let's say 150. Mother Su looked at the Xiao couple and continued, when your third son wanted to marry my daughter, he only gave 20 yuan as a bride price. We didn't agree at first, but he promised to make up for it with the 3 must-haves and 1 sound, so we finally agreed. He was in a hurry to go back then, so he gave the money to you two to buy those things. You haven't forgotten that, right? There were witnesses and even signatures. But look, my daughter has been married for 2 years now. Did you buy them? Even if you were too busy, where's the money? If you didn't buy them, then give the money to my daughter. I'll buy them for her myself. If anything happens to her, I'll burn those things for her. You can't deny this. Her mother really didn't hold back. She even mentioned burning things for her. Why should we? They're already married. Why still talk about those things? Mother Xiao snapped. The money was already in her hands, and now they wanted it back. That was like cutting into her heart. Many people around were whispering. Some agreed to make up the bride price, but most thought it was strange to bring it up after 2 years of marriage. Exactly. Has your Su family gone crazy for money? Second sister-in-law Xiao popped her head out and sneered. A country girl like her still wants fancy gifts? Let's see if she even deserves them. That's right. Do you think our family is made of money? Mother Xiao rolled her eyes. Hearing that most people disagreed with the Su family, she became even more confident. Call the police. It's marriage fraud. Su Ning tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered. Her mother's eyes lit up at the idea. Don't argue with me. Your third son signed the agreement back then. Many people from both villages witnessed it. If you don't pay, we'll go to the town police and report him for marriage fraud. That's a serious crime. Yes. He promised before the wedding but didn't keep his word. That's fraud. People from Sujia village joined in. They remembered how everyone had admired Xiao Yan for promising such generous gifts, but since nothing ever came, they had forgotten about it until now. It really had been agreed upon before the wedding, so it did count as deception. Dear in-laws, shouldn't we focus on the child's injuries right now? Father Xiao tried to smooth things over. Let's treat the wounds first. We can talk about the rest when my third son comes back. You don't want the young couple to grow apart, do you? They still have to live together. His last words carried a hint of threat. Mother Su hesitated. To be honest, the 2 children still had to live together, and making things too tense wouldn't help. Mother, forget it. I'll report Son and I for hurting me, and Xiao Yan for deceiving me. If they could harm me once, they could do it again. Next time, I might not even see you again. Su Ning clutched her chest, looking pitiful. Hearing that, Mother Su stopped hesitating. Do it. I'll help you report them. Father Zhao's eyes turned cold as he glared at Su Ning like a snake, making her shiver and look back at him. The Xiao family had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Xiao Shan, was an honest man. His wife, Zhao Ping, came from a nearby village. She was strong-willed and quiet, much like the original Su Ning, so Mother Xiao didn't like her much. They didn't interact often, so it was hard to say what kind of person she really was. Xiao Lauer, whose name is Xiao Hai, was clever and quite loved by the old couple. His wife, Sun and I from Suanshu village, liked to show off, but wasn't very smart. A little provocation could easily make her lose her temper. She was the one who argued with the original person the most. From the original person's memories, this woman wasn't very bright. She bullied the weak and feared the strong. Usually, she only dared to talk back, but this time, her words seemed meant to make the original person angry, which was rather strange. The 3rd son of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, was the original person's husband. They had only met twice, once when he saved her and once at their wedding, so she didn't know him well. From what others said, he seemed like a good man, but it was hard to tell if that was true. The Xiao family had 2 daughters. One married a man in town, and the other married someone from Suanshu village. They rarely came home, so the original person wasn't close to them. As for the old couple, the mother-in-law was greedy. She gave the original person 5 yuan each month, but still tried to take some back. She also had a sharp tongue and often quarreled with the original person. However, from the original person's memories, although many things seemed to be done by the mother-in-law, a closer look showed that it was usually the old man who started them. So, the worst one in this family was him. Brother Zhangwo, you'd better think carefully about this. If you really report it, Yan might have to leave the army and come home. The father, Xiao Zhangwo, was one of the older men of his generation. Even the village head, Xiao Yuliang, called him brother. This was partly because of his age, but also because of Xiao Yan. It was said that Xiao Yan was already a company commander in the army and might soon be promoted to deputy battalion commander. He was the pride of Xiao village. When the village recruited new soldiers, they often needed his help, so people treated his family with respect. That was why Xiao Zhengwo cared so much about Xiao Yan's future. His 2 younger sons were almost 20, and he hoped to send them to the army too. We were planning to wait until the 3rd one came home on leave, so the couple could buy it themselves. But since our in-laws mentioned it, old lady, go get the money and give it to them. Xiao Zhengwo's face darkened for a moment before he quickly returned to normal. My wife handles all the money. If I had known the 3rd daughter-in-law wanted it, I would have told her to give it right away. Su Ning's eyes showed a trace of mockery. Although the money was in the mother-in-law's hands, without the old man's approval, she wouldn't dare spend a single cent. He was clearly trying to shift the blame onto her. However, Father Xiao cared a lot about his reputation. If they used that to their advantage, it could be quite helpful. Thinking this, she tugged at Mother Su's sleeve. As long as you agree, that's enough. Mother Su understood the situation clearly and said with a cold laugh, and there's also the 20 yuan a month we agreed on. My daughter doesn't work. She stays home to take care of the child. Xiaoyan was supposed to give 20 yuan each month, 15 for his wife and child, and 5 for you 2 elders. But what happened? My daughter and her baby only get 5 yuan a month. If I didn't help them out every month, they would have gone hungry long ago. After speaking, she didn't give Father Xiao a chance to argue and signaled to her 2 daughters-in-law. Everyone take a look. Aside from the dowry my younger sister-in-law brought, is there anything valuable left in this house? The 2 sisters-in-law invited a few nearby women to look around. The old house was completely bare, nothing but empty walls. In the kitchen, there was only a small amount of coarse sorghum flour. This was nothing like what the Xiao elders had been boasting about, claiming they treated their daughter-in-law so well. They're just 2 people, mother and child. Why would they need so many things? And besides, Don't they still get 5 yuan a month? That's not a small amount. Mother Zhao's face darkened as she muttered, and when no one objected, she continued, Tell me, who else gives 5 yuan a month? How much do we even earn in a month? She must have wasted it all. That's true. Someone agreed. A full day's work only earns about 10 cents. After deducting the grain rations, a family barely makes a few dozen yuan a year. 5 yuan is quite a lot. A pound of fine grain only costs a bit more than 10 cents with a ration ticket. Yes, that's enough to buy plenty of food. Exactly. It's not a small amount. It's enough for food, sure, but what about when someone sells a handful of vegetables for a whole yuan? You can't just not buy them. When Su Ning noticed Mother Xiao looking her way, she pretended to be frightened and whispered, Mother, I didn't mean you. But with that expression, everyone could tell what she meant. My poor daughter. Mother Su said tearfully. Everyone knows how she lived before. She never suffered at home. But after marrying into this family, what happened? Xiao Yan promised to take good care of her. But in reality, my daughter came here full of hope, but she didn't even have a proper home to live in. She had to buy rice to make porridge for the baby, and she still needed to buy salt, oil, and vinegar. Most of the money went to buying a few handfuls of vegetables. After getting married, we were sent to live in the old house. The 20 yuan from the bride price was all used to fix the place, and we didn't have a single coin left. You've all seen how hard our life has been. The child doesn't eat well and often gets sick. Last time, when I had no money, I went to ask for help but was turned away. I had no choice but to go back to my parents' home. People say that when a woman marries, her husband should take care of her. But Su Ning spoke as she closed her eyes in quiet acceptance, looking truly pitiful. Because of Xiao Yan's allowance, the Xiao family lived better than most. The smell of meat often came from their kitchen. But the original Su Ning lived far from them, so no one knew how hard her life really was. Everyone used to envy her, thinking she was doing well, since she rarely talked to others. Now that they heard her story, people began to feel upset, especially the women with daughters. My daughter never wanted to speak badly about her in-laws. She kept everything to herself and even told us not to say anything to others. Su Ning's mother wiped her tears. She always thought of her husband's family, but whoever thought of her? Even if a daughter-in-law is an outsider, the grandson is still family. Yet they even charge her a coin for a handful of vegetables. Have you ever seen such people? Everyone began to look at the Xiao family differently. They always acted so proper, but now it turned out they were living off their son's money while mistreating his wife and child. How shameless! Besides, vegetables in the countryside are cheap. Most families grow more than they can eat, and they still sold them to their own daughter-in-law for 1 or 2 yuan. Unbelievable. We had no choice, Su Ning's mother continued. We just wanted to get the money back, so she could see a doctor. If her in-laws were generous, we wouldn't have asked for it. She turned to look at Father Xiao. Father Xiao's face darkened. After a long pause, he finally said, Third daughter-in-law, you live alone with your child, and we were worried that if you had too much money, others might take advantage of you. We didn't expect you to think this way. Fine, give her the money we prepared. He looked disappointed as he spoke. Seeing his expression, some people began to doubt Su Ning again. Maybe they had misunderstood the Xiao family. Perhaps the old couple really had good intentions and were just being cautious. Oh, really? Then we must have misunderstood you. Someone said. Last time my daughter had a fever and asked to borrow 2 yuan from you, but you refused. Were you afraid she couldn't keep it safe? Do you want me to list everything one by one? 500 plus the missing 15 for this month, and another 150 for the trip to the town hospital. That's a total of 1,010. Let's round it off. 1,000 will do. Sue's mother gave a cold laugh. We're both too experienced for tricks like that. What if it's not enough? Soningaske timidly. You're my daughter. No matter how much it costs, I'll spend it for you. This injury might take a lifetime to heal. The money looks like a lot, but it won't cover many hospital visits. Forget it, I won't say more. You don't want to make things hard for your husband's family, so I won't either. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll make sure you get better." Everyone could see who truly cared. At first, the crowd was shocked by the 1,000 yuan, but after hearing Sue's mother, they realized she was right. With such serious injuries, even if she recovered, she might not be able to work again. It would take a long time to heal, and the expenses would be endless. Thinking about it that way, the Xiao family's offer seemed too little. Father Zhao's face darkened. He was about to speak when the young man who had ridden off earlier returned, bringing 2 police officers with him. "Who called the police? What happened here?" The older officer immediately noticed Su Ning lying by the tree, his expression changing. "Who did this? There was so much blood, it didn't look good." "Officer, I was the one who called." Su Ning weakly raised her hand, her face pale. "Thank you, officers. I don't think I'll make it. The one who hit me was my sister-in-law, but I don't want to press charges. My in-laws agreed to give me 1,000 yuan so I can eat and rest well before I leave. They're also giving me the old house I live in. I just want a written apology, and nothing more." After speaking, she coughed repeatedly and leaned weakly against her mother, as if she might faint at any moment. Sue's mother covered her face and said, "Officers, my daughter is kind-hearted. She doesn't want to pursue this, not even the money. That money was originally her bride price. I just want her to have something good before she goes. If she doesn't make it, I'll return every cent to them. We won't take advantage of their family."
What do you all say to that?
The 2 officers thought the request was reasonable. Since the victim didn't want to press charges, there wasn't much they could do. "No. If it's the bride price, then it must be written as such." Father Xiao suddenly spoke, feeling that Su Ning was up to something. Su Ning smiled slightly and turned to her mother with a look of innocence and curiosity. "If it's about the betrothal money, then if something happens to me, does that mean it doesn't need to be returned?" "Of course," Mother Su replied quickly. "As long as you didn't do anything wrong, the money doesn't have to be returned." "That won't do," Mother Xiao interrupted anxiously. "That money was meant for her medical treatment and recovery. Please make sure to write down that the other family must return the money." Father Xiao wanted to say something, but since he was reluctant to lose the money and still hadn't figured things out, he let his wife continue. "Are both sides sure? Any issues with the money? No problem with the written statement?" The police officer looked around. Seeing no one speak, he turned to village chief Xiao Yuliang. "If there's no problem, hand over the money and write the statement. Otherwise, we'll have to take someone in." Sun and I had been hiding quietly behind Xiao Hai, but when she heard the police mention arrest, her face turned pale. She grabbed Xiao Hai's arm and shook her head repeatedly. She didn't want to be taken away or sent to do hard labor. "Father," Xiao Hai called out anxiously. He didn't want to lose the money either, but if his wife was taken away, his children would lose their mother. If their family had someone sent to labor reform, everyone would look down on them. Even if he divorced her, no one would want to marry into their family again. Father Xiao stayed silent, his face tense, clearly hesitating. Mother Xiao wanted to speak, but village chief Xiao Yuliang stopped her and whispered, "Think about your 3rd son. If someone in your family is sent away, can he still serve in the army? If he's discharged, you'll lose that monthly allowance. And you don't want the 2nd son's children to lose their mother, do you? Old man, what do you think?" Mother Xiao hesitated. If the 3rd son left the army, they'd lose a steady income. 1,000 yuan was a lot, but they could save it up again in a few years. Besides, if the other woman's health was poor, she might not live long, and the money wouldn't all be spent anyway. Su Ning raised an eyebrow and tugged at her mother's sleeve, signaling her to speak. "Since you're unwilling, then forget it. Officer, we'll report Sun and I for hurting someone, and also Xiao Yan." Before Mother Su could finish, Father Xiao interrupted. "We'll write it right now." He quickly asked the village chief for paper and a pen. Sue's mother didn't know many words, and she was worried that the Xiao family might try to cheat them. So she sent her eldest son over to make sure everything was written exactly as Su Ning wanted before everyone pressed their fingerprints on the document. Afraid they might go back on their word, Su Ning even asked 2 police officers to sign as witnesses. Once everything was done and she received the money, she finally let out a sigh of relief, though the weakness in her body returned. The reason she insisted on signing it that way was to leave herself a way out. If the money was written as a bride price, she would have to return it after divorcing Xiao Yan. But if it was written as compensation, it would be hers no matter what happened. In this time period, people rarely talked about divorce, so things went smoothly. When she and Xiao Yan divorced, both the money and the house would still belong to her. Still, it was surprising that the Xiao family, of all people, could offer such a large sum. When they got home, Sue's mother didn't ask anything. She simply sent her daughter to her room to rest. Even though Su Ning said she was fine, she had lost a lot of blood and needed to recover. Su Ning was indeed exhausted. Ever since she had arrived in this world, she hadn't had a moment to rest. Before falling asleep, she felt like she had forgotten something, but after thinking for a while and finding nothing, she simply drifted off. She slept deeply, and when she woke up, it was already noon the next day. Perhaps because of the medicine, she felt much better, as if all her old illnesses had disappeared. As expected, anything made by the system was top quality. "Daughter, you're finally awake." Sue's mother had been checking on her every now and then, even touching her nose to make sure she was still breathing. She had barely slept and looked worn out. But when she saw Su Ning awake, her face lit up with joy. Then, remembering her worry, she gave Su Ning a light slap on the back. "You scared me half to death, you silly girl." Still half dazed, Su Ning was startled awake by the slap. Her very soul seemed to tremble. She quickly looked at her mother with a smile. "Mom, I didn't mean to. At first, I really thought I was going to die." "All right, I know you too well," her mother snorted, rolling her eyes. "If you really had that kind of courage, you wouldn't have lived such a miserable life these past 2 years. Those two old folks never liked you. I even heard that a few days ago, they went to town to send a telegram asking Xiao Yan to come back and divorce you. Don't be fooled by that heartless family. The child is growing up now, and it's getting easier to take care of him. Good days are coming, so don't listen to them. As long as you don't agree, and since you've raised the child for 2 years, if Xiao Yan still wants to stay in the army, he won't dare to divorce you." Su Ning frowned. She remembered that her last argument with Sun and I was because Sun and I had insulted her, saying she would soon be unwanted, and even claimed to have proof. Could it be that Xiao Yan really had someone else and was now in a hurry to divorce her? Or maybe his parents had found someone they liked and wanted her out of the way. But no matter what the reason was, once she recovered her strength, she wouldn't let them push her around. "By the way, where's the little one?" Su Ning suddenly remembered she still had a stepson. Yesterday, she had been too busy dealing with trouble and had completely forgotten about him. Her mother snorted. "He's from the Xiao family, so of course they're taking care of him." Su Ning thought about it and agreed. The child wasn't related to her by blood. Although the original Su Ning had been his stepmother for 2 years, she wasn't her, and she didn't feel like getting involved. "All right, it's good that you're awake. I'll get you something to eat." Her mother patted her head. "Someone from the cowshed helped bandage your wound. Your brother once helped that person, and he said their medical skills are even better than the town doctors. That person said your injury only looks serious. After changing the medicine a few times, it'll heal. He even left some scar cream. Use it for a month after it heals, and the scar will fade."
Thank you, Mom.
"And please thank my brother and that doctor for me." Su Ning knew there was a skilled doctor living near the cowshed, though she had never met him before. This time, she was lucky because of her brother. "All right, lie down and rest." Her mother walked out, muttering, "Always something going on with you." Su Ning lay down again. She suddenly remembered she hadn't checked today's flash sale. Her mind stirred, and her consciousness entered the space. She tapped the flash sale button again. After the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the image stopped on a basket of steamed buns. A large basket of buns appeared in the space. They were big, 3 or 4 of them would weigh about a pound, so a ton would be around 6 or 7,000 buns. Looking at the soft, white buns, Su Ning's mouth began to water. But since someone could walk in at any moment, she held back and decided to wait until night to eat. The Su family's house was later expanded. Each of the three sons had their own room, and the elderly couple and their daughter also had separate rooms. As the oldest and second son got married and had more children, 2 more rooms were added, one for a boy and one for a girl. Su-ning's room was originally separated from her parents' room by a wooden board. Later, when the house was expanded, they used mud bricks to divide the space. The room is quite long but narrow, about 6 meters by 2 meters. Besides a bed measuring 2 meters by 1.2 meters, there are a table, a cabinet, chairs, and 2 large wooden chests. Sue's father was a carpenter and loved his daughter. He bought everything she needed. Su-ning looked at the furniture with envy. Since the original owner had moved out, most of the furniture was empty. She wished she could move some into her space. She noticed that the wooden chests for storing things were made of wooden planks joined together. With some modifications, she thought she could turn them into shelves or cabinets. She was good at crafts and could make things herself if she had enough tools. However, she didn't have nails, and she remembered nails were hard to buy. But she knew that Sue's father often used a joint technique called mortise and tenon, which didn't require nails and was very strong. She thought she could learn this while she was at Sue's house. While Su-ning was thinking, Sue's mother brought in a bowl of egg custard topped with a drop of fragrant oil. It smelled delicious, making Su-ning salivate even more. "Here, eat some." Sue's mother handed her the bowl, then took out a stack of money and a piece of paper from her pocket and handed them over. "These are from those 2 old folks. Keep them safe." Su-ning took the money, pulled out 10 large notes, and handed them to her mother. When her mother wanted to refuse, she quickly said, "Mom, don't refuse yet. This money is for buying food. I can't just take it for nothing, or they might get suspicious and cause trouble. So, you should go buy food and medicine regularly and ask for more money if needed." Although many people had helped her get this money, she knew that once they calmed down, they might start to worry about it. So, she had to find a way to spend it openly in front of others. Sue's mother was smart and understood what was going on after hearing her. She had planned to give her daughter some good food to help her recover, and now she had a reason to stop her son and daughter-in-law from complaining. "All right, I understand, Mom. My daughter is really smart. When I go back, I will ask around about ginseng because that stuff is expensive." Mother Sue pockets the money and watches Su-ning eat. She softly asks, "By the way, I forgot to ask how you got into a fight this time. Why are you so bold? You didn't see how strong Sun and I was, yet you went straight to fight her?" She used to be so timid, but yesterday she suddenly changed. Su-ning sighs. "Sun and I said I was about to be abandoned. It was a harsh thing to say, and I couldn't hold back. Mother Sue always thought the original girl was a bit soft and worried she would be wronged. But after marrying into the Shao family for so long, she hadn't managed to stand up for herself, so she was often controlled. From her memories, the original girl seemed fiery, but was actually very timid inside. She was slow to speak, didn't like arguing, and even had some social anxiety, avoiding social interactions. The Shao family, on the other hand, was the opposite. They would boast about even a simple bowl of pickles. Over time, even if she said the Shao family was unkind to her, no one believed her. "The Shao family really plans to divorce you too." Mother Sue raised her eyebrows angrily. "A wicked family, full of scheming. They want to marry you off or divorce you whenever they want. That's not right. Old Shao-san hasn't even been seen yet. Marrying a wife and being left a widow, raising his children alone, then wanting to dump her, such a person can still be in the army? No way. I need to go to the Shao family and sort this out." Su-ning quickly holds her back. She doesn't want her marriage to be with someone she doesn't like. Now it's the second half of 1974, maybe in a few years, she can be free and going in and out will be easier. So, she definitely wants a divorce. But like her mother said, they don't take her seriously. They want to marry or divorce her whenever they want.
Dream on.
"Mom, can you help me find out what the Shao family did a few days ago? It's been 2 years and suddenly they mentioned divorce. I feel there's something wrong." Su-ning doesn't want to be schemed against. Since she's decided to divorce, she must keep the initiative. As for the matter of Shao mother wanting to harm her, she hasn't said anything. Maybe she was mistaken. She'll find out more later. "Okay, I'll ask around. Mother Sue agrees, feeling it strange and thinking it's good to gather some information. Girl, if anyone asks about my injury, just say Xiao Yan wanted the daughter of a high official, and he plans to abandon his wife and children. This time, the Xiao family wants to harm me, Su Ning sneered. Even if I really want a divorce, I deserve enough compensation first. They are a military couple. If she wants to leave, it's a bit difficult, but if he wants to, it's much easier. But why should she go along with his wishes? The one with nothing to lose isn't afraid of the one with everything. Let's see who is stronger. Meanwhile, the Xiao family sat together. Yesterday's incident had made them all feel ashamed. Especially the old couple who always claimed to be fair and kind to their daughter-in-law. But yesterday's event was like tearing off a piece of shame, making them too embarrassed to leave the house these days. Old man, the third son should be back soon. When he returns, we'll get a divorce and take back the money. I wonder if that little troublemaker will dare to cause trouble again. Zhao's mother didn't like Su Ning. After losing face and a lot of money yesterday, her hatred grew. Zhao's father smoked silently for a moment, then shook his head. I heard that old Su's family didn't send anyone to the hospital, but brought someone to watch over her at home. Judging by yesterday, the third son's wife probably won't live much longer. Divorcing now would only make her suspicious. Even if the third son wants to come back, he has to wait. Zhao's mother was anxious. Didn't we agree before? Hurry and tell the third son to take his things to the provincial city. If we wait too long, it might be too late. Zhao's father looked grim and glared at Zhao's second sister-in-law, Sun and I. If it weren't for her uselessness and troublemaking, she wouldn't have triggered the third son's wife at this critical moment. Zhao's mother also seemed to remember this and scolded, "Second brother, you better control your wife. I told you last time not to let her get involved, but you said she knew what she was doing. Look at what happened. She went to show off to the third son's wife and hurt her so badly. It was a good thing turned into this mess. What should we do now?" Xiao Hai angrily slapped Sun and I on the back and then looked at Zhao's mother with a pleading expression. Mother, and I is well-meaning. I'll go back and teach her a lesson. Then he turned to Zhao's father. Dad, should the third son come back? Won't that high official stay long in the provincial city before returning to Beijing? At that time, admitting the third brother would definitely lead to an investigation. If the third brother doesn't divorce, what if the truth is discovered? And also, Xiao Hai looked around and whispered, "Do you really think divorce is enough? Aren't you afraid that the Su family will find out and cause trouble? Or that their identity might be exposed? Would Su Ning and the Su family be willing to let go of their wealth?" Yes, Xiao Shan and his wife had been silent, but after hearing Xiao Hai, they seemed more anxious. This matter couldn't be taken lightly. Think about it. If the third brother really divorces, won't Su Ning's household registration be transferred back to Su Village? Do you think the village chief of Su Village would help us like Xiao Yuliang did? Xiao Hai added fuel to the fire. So, I think my wife might have done the right thing this time. It would be even better if no one found out. Speaking of which, the third brother's wife was unlucky. If she hadn't married into the family, that big figure would have been cleared of charges, and they wouldn't have had to dislike her. With that big figure's help, the Xiao family's rise was only a matter of time. Unfortunately, a few years ago, that big figure was demoted. After waiting for years, there was no sign of rehabilitation. Their father could only look for other opportunities. Coincidentally, he heard that a wealthy businesswoman wanted a clean, good identity, so he secretly planned. But who knew? At this critical moment, the third sister-in-law appeared, also with the surname Su and a humble peasant background, which led to what happened next. Now, hearing that the wealthy businesswoman was interested in the third brother, the third sister-in-law's status should be replaced by Su Ning's. To avoid future worries, this sister-in-law could only be sacrificed. For the future of the Xiao family, sacrificing her was worth it. Father Xiao took several puffs of his cigarette and said to his second wife, "Let's wait a few days. If she really dies, that's for the best. We gave her 1,000 yuan, which is enough. But if she survives, then while the third brother's family isn't in the village, we should find a way to do something. She doesn't share our loyalty, so it's better not to follow the third brother. Better yet, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. It's best if she's gone. Only death is the safest. Suning and the Su family didn't know any of this. After lying in bed for a few days, Suning felt that besides the occasional pain from the wound on her head, her body was stronger than before. During her years at her parents' home, she didn't suffer much, but resources were limited, and good food was hard to find. Her foundation wasn't very strong, and over the past 2 years at the Xiao family's house, her condition worsened, damaging her health. Even without this injury, she would have fallen seriously ill eventually. Unexpectedly, the rebirth pill worked so well. Her head wound healed quickly, and her body was well-tuned. She thought that in a few days, her complexion would become rosy and healthy. Because of this, she didn't dare to use the health-preserving pill again, fearing she might recover too quickly and attract suspicion. Besides, she might need to take the strength pill, but without enough energy, she felt unsafe. Recently, her luck was good. She managed to acquire a ton of rice, a ton of pork, a ton of oil, and a ton of chili, everything edible. She guessed that the main system found it easier to get food, so her chances of drawing food items increased. However, she needed all these supplies as both she and the people of the Su family needed proper care. In just one more day, it will be 7 days, and she can try to acquire more supplies. She's looking forward to it. This isn't just her confidence to survive, but also money. But each box takes up about 1 or 2 square meters. Removing the small room, she only has about 200 square meters left. If she keeps stacking supplies for months, there will be no space left, so she can't wait forever and must find ways to use up what she has. A few days ago, when no one was home, she secretly boiled dozens of eggs and stored them in her space, along with a big basket of meat buns. Lately, she feels like she's gaining weight. If she ate more freely, she might become even healthier. Who knows what would happen then? The Su family members have gone to work, leaving only Su mother at home. Originally, Suning wanted to persuade her mother to go to work too, but she refused. According to her, a girl who has been seriously injured wouldn't have the mood to work, and her staying home could help hide her condition. However, there are still chores at home, tending the vegetable plot, gathering firewood, digging wild vegetables, and picking mushrooms, so she's not idle. This makes it easier for Suning to sneak food. That day, Su mother told Suning she was going to the back mountain to pick mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. After she left, Suning took out 2 eggs from her space. In modern times, she didn't like eating plain boiled eggs, but now she had no choice. Having eggs to eat was good enough. She couldn't be picky. Although her family occasionally replaced a chicken to take care of her, she also received a boiled egg every day. The 3 little children at home were very jealous of this. However, their main food was still coarse grain buns, which are hard to swallow and a bit bitter, so they don't taste very good. She could only sneak a little food when everyone was not around. She wanted to share it with everyone, but she couldn't explain what it was, so she didn't dare. Just as she was about to put an egg in her mouth, she suddenly heard the door of the main hall open, which startled Suning. Her room's window faces the front door, but because it was covered with newspaper, it was hard to see inside from outside. Still, she could see movement near the door from the edge of her window. She paid close attention every time she sneaked food, which is why she hadn't been caught these past few days. But today, she was careless. Fortunately, she was only eating an egg today. If someone saw her, she could explain it was from home. But if it was meat, it would be harder to explain. Thinking this, Suning calmed down. Then she saw a small figure moving in. When she looked closer, she was surprised to see it was Xiaobei, the son of the original owner. Looking at the child, who was almost 3 years old but only looked about 2, Suning sighed. This child, having such relatives in the Xiao family, was quite unfortunate. But being pitiful is common. Many people in this world are pitiful. She had no right to judge. She just didn't know why the little guy came over. "Mom, are you going to divorce Dad?" The child looked at Suning nervously, with tears in his eyes. "The villagers say you like someone else and are just waiting to divorce and remarry. Will Xiaobei have no mom anymore?" Suning paused slightly. She knew she liked someone else, but she didn't realize it. Thinking further, she guessed what was happening. Since the Xiao family wanted her to divorce, they would try to find a way. The original owner had married into the Xiao family for 2 years and hadn't done anything too outrageous. She also helped raise the children. If Xiao Yan directly asked her for a divorce, others might think Xiao Yan was heartless and unfaithful. So, the Xiao family wanted to smear her reputation. When the divorce happened, they would appear to be the victims, making the divorce seem reasonable. Meanwhile, she would be seen as a shameless fox spirit, and the divorce would seem justified. It was a clever plan. But no, given the original owner's personality, if she was provoked, she might not be able to handle it and could even run into the river. The Xiao family really wants to take her life.
Fine.
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 If she doesn't tear them apart, she won't be true to the original owner or herself. Do many people say that? Suning pointed to the blood-stained bandage on her head and said, "Look, I am injured and can only lie down. How could I have a chance to look at others? They're talking nonsense and trying to frame me. Mother, can you please not divorce Dad?" Xiaobei hadn't seen Suning for several days and cried as he threw himself at her. He had been staying at home alone these days. His grandparents didn't like him, and no one took care of him. If the neighbor's grandma hadn't given him some food, he would have starved. He wanted to find his mother, but everyone said she wasn't his real mother. Even if he found her, she wouldn't want him. He didn't believe it. He missed his mother. Suning guessed that the child hadn't been treated well. His dirty clothes and dark little face showed it. But she was also a stepmother, so she didn't have much right to interfere. Seeing the little guy staring at the egg in her hand and swallowing saliva secretly, Suning decided to peel the egg and feed him piece by piece. After hesitating, she said, "Child, if you're hungry, you can come to me quietly, but don't let anyone see." No matter what, Xiaobei was still part of the Xiao family. The old couple wouldn't want to see her die. They would just ignore her. As an illegitimate stepmother, she didn't have much right to involve herself. But she couldn't help feeling strange. Was this how they treated their own grandson? "Mother, can I stay with you? I want to live at Grandma's house. I can help light the fire, feed the chickens and pigs, and clean the rooms." The child with red eyes said, "When Mother's gone, Dad will go to the capital and take Grandma and Grandpa with him." He said, "He definitely can't take Mother along, but I want to be with Mother." Although the little guy was young, he expressed himself very well. Suning realized that her guess was correct. She was now a thorn in the side of the Xiao family. Since it had come to this, she didn't plan to hold back. She would see who was stronger. But how to handle this little troublemaker was a bit complicated. "Mother, let me stay by your side. I can do everything. When I grow up, I will earn lots of money to take care of you." After Xiaobei finished an egg and drank half a bowl of water, his small face showed some satisfaction. His gaze towards Suning was full of admiration. Suning recalled how the original owner and the little kid interacted and felt a bit sad. Such a big family, yet only the original owner truly cared for the child. She felt sorry for her. Since someone was eager to take the child as a servant, she decided to keep him for now and see how it went. If it didn't work out, she would send him back. Deep down, she kept reminding herself to accept the child, even though she didn't know why. Her intuition was usually very accurate. Thinking this, she looked at the sky outside and said with a raised eyebrow, "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you a job now. If you do well, I'll bring you here. But if you're naughty, I'll send you back again." "Really? Can I really follow my mother?"
Xiaobei's eyes widened.
The sweet smell of the egg made him nod without hesitation. Although the original owner didn't pay much attention to him before, she still provided food and clothes. Compared to the Xiao family, she felt they weren't like family. So, even though he didn't understand everything, Xiaobei knew that following his mother was the best choice. Suning quietly gave a few instructions, found a stick to use as a crutch, and rubbed some dirt on her face and body. Then she pretended to be weak and walked outside. It was already time for the workers to finish in the fields. The autumn harvest was mostly done. There was still a lot of work in the fields, but it wasn't as busy as before. At least they could go home for lunch and rest for a while. When Su Ning and the child came out, many people stopped to look. In the past few days, some people had come to ask about Su Ning, but her mother refused, saying she needed to rest quietly. So, seeing Su Ning come out, most people were curious. "Ning girl, are you feeling better?" A curious aunt asked directly. "Auntie good." Su Ning took a few steps forward, then suddenly collapsed to the ground as if she was exhausted, gasping heavily as if she was about to die. "Ning girl, what are you doing? With such a serious injury, how can you leave the house? Tell me if you need help, I'll help you." Many people around, who had watched her grow up, couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer. "Mother, don't go over there. Let's wait until Grandma comes out. I'm afraid you won't make it there. I don't want to be without my mother." Xiao Bei followed out, crying loudly. Although crying, her words were clear. "Miss Ning, what happened to you? Look at your serious injuries. You can't even walk steadily. Go back quickly. Auntie will help you go home and rest." Next door, Aunt Wang, who had always been on good terms with Su Mu, saw Su Ning and her daughter looking so miserable. She hurried over to help her and tried to take her back inside. "Auntie, I didn't want to come out. I really can't go on living," Su Ning sobbed, as if she was about to lose all her strength. "The Xiao family won't give me a way out." After saying this, she started crying even harder. Xiao Bei quickly came over and hugged Su Ning, making it hard for Auntie Wang to pull her away. Otherwise, what would people think if they saw her acting like this inside? "Miss Ning, what exactly is going on? Did the Xiao family come?" Everyone nearby became curious. What did the Xiao family do? They just hurt someone, and now they're causing trouble again. "Mother, what should we do?" Xiao Bei felt the hand on her back, paused for a moment, and explained while crying, "They said my mother hasn't come home these days because she was with another man. They even said they want everyone to know, and they want my father to come back and divorce my mother. I don't want to be without my mother." Su Ning hugged Xiao Bei tightly, crying painfully, and said in broken words, "They didn't kill me, but they want to force me to jump into the river. They want to kill me." Hearing this, everyone imagined a big scene. They believed that this child overheard Xiao family's plans, was worried about his mother, and came to warn them. The Xiao family didn't kill the person but wanted to ruin her reputation and push her to death. That's too cruel. "Miss Ning, stop crying. Auntie will find someone to avenge you right away. The Xiao family is really too shameless." Aunt Wang, who hated evil, was furious when she saw Su Ning like this. "A few days ago, they almost killed someone. We all saw it. Even Uncle Sun said there was no hope. If this girl hadn't been lucky, she would be dead by now. It's only been a few days, and they're already scheming again. Do they think our Su family is easy to bully? They're just too mean. Exactly, the old Xiao family is too much." Everyone looked down on the Xiao family. With Su Ning like this, struggling to walk, how could she go find a man? The Xiao family just won't stop until they ruin her completely. "I heard that old third Xiao was chosen by a wealthy family. I thought it was not true, but now it seems it must be real. They want to force Miss Ning to give up her position." Some people who overheard the conversation whispered among themselves. "They say my father wants to marry a girl from a rich family, and he doesn't want me and my mother anymore." What does "don't want" mean? Are they going to hurt us? Xiao Bei looked very scared, crying loudly. His appearance made those around him feel sorry for him. Someone connected the dots and understood what the Xiao family was planning. If Su Ning had said this, others might doubt it a little, but coming from Xiao Bei, a child, it sounded more real. After all, how could a child make up such stories? Combining this with the rumors they had heard before, everyone quickly understood the Xiao family's trick. "I don't want to live anymore. I can't let myself ruin the reputation of the Su family girls. Let me die." Su Ning added fuel to the fire. The pain was only felt when it was directed at herself. The Xiao family is too much. No, our Su family girls can't be bullied like this. Exactly. The old Xiao family is shameless. Wanting a divorce is one thing, but using such mean tricks is too low. Soon, everyone became very angry. If rumors spread that Su Ning was involved, it might harm other girls in the village. They couldn't let the Xiao family smear their reputation. Su Ning and Xiao Bei looked at each other and continued to cry softly. They were disabled and weak, and their act was almost over. Now it was time for their mother to step in. Su's mother, who was working in the nearby fields, was called back. Hearing the descriptions from others, her anger flared up. But after what happened last time, she knew her daughter well. Although she didn't understand why she was acting now, she quickly figured out what her daughter was planning. After scolding a few words with the villagers, Su's mother, along with some village women and a few sisters-in-law and aunts from the Xiao village, angrily headed to the Xiao family village. Some men, worried that the Su family might suffer, also followed. The group was large and lively, even more so than last time. Su Ning wanted to go see it. After all, the freshest gossip is the best. But now she was pretending to be Lin Mei, who was so sick she could barely walk, so she couldn't go. She just gave a quick look to the little kid nearby. Grandma, I want to go with you. I will protect you. Xiao Bei was clever and quick to follow, running fast on his short legs. Su Ning was worried he might get hungry and have no strength to walk back later. Even though he was smart for his age, he was only 3, so she secretly gave him a few pieces of rock sugar. Despite his young age, Xiao Bei was very perceptive. She taught him a few words, and he quickly understood. He was worth good training. When Su family's 2 sisters-in-law returned, they heard about this. They helped Su Ning back to bed, not even stopping to drink water. They locked the yard door and hurried to Xiao family's village. Some other families close to Su Ning's home also followed. Once everything outside was quiet, Su Ning brushed off the dust from her clothes, washed her face, and smiled more. She believed that after today's fuss, the Xiao family wouldn't dare to spread rumors anymore. Sometimes, being a little weak is good. Thinking that Su mother's family wouldn't come back soon, Su Ning went to the kitchen. She quietly added some oil to the oil jar and a little rice, just a small amount, to avoid being seen. Then she washed 2 sweet potatoes, added some rice, and cooked sweet potato porridge. Usually, her family cooked sweet potatoes with crushed corn, but Su Ning preferred plain rice porridge. She also stir-fried some cabbage with a little vinegar and chili to make it sour and spicy, which was tasty and appetizing. Then she added green peppers, eggs, and a bit of oil to make green pepper pancakes. She also used the multigrain buns made by her mother. All this took about 10 minutes. To avoid being seen, Su Ning stored some of the green pepper pancakes with extra oil at her space, covered with banana leaves, saving some for later. Besides the sweet potatoes, cabbage, and seasonings, everything else was from her space. She moved quickly and finished everything in about 10 minutes. Afterward, she hurried back to her room to avoid suspicion. Almost an hour later, she heard sounds outside, and the door opened. The Su family came in happily, chatting and laughing. It was clear they didn't come back empty-handed this time. Xiao Beixing ran back happily and whispered to Su Ning, "Mom, you don't know. Grandma is so brave. She made Grandma and second uncle's wife cry, and she said if anyone dares to spread rumors or slander us, she will set fire to the Xiao family." The grandmothers who went with her told the people in Xiao village that Mom is now very weak and tired. They said, "Look at the situation before throwing mud or insults." Now everyone suspects Dad is planning something bad and even says they will report Dad to the army. Dad's face looked very bad. Grandma also said she's worried Dad and the others might try to silence us. "Before Dad comes back, I'll stay here with Mom and we'll talk then." Xiao Beixing looked very excited. As long as he could stay with his mother, he was happy. He also liked Grandma's house because Grandma's family treated him better than Grandma's own family. "Okay, I'll ask Grandma to get you ready soon. You can stay here for now." Su Ning didn't refuse. She thought, he's just a little kid. It doesn't cost much to take care of him. Anyway, that money was basically extorted from the Xiao family. Yes. Xiao Beixing happily spun around, acting a bit like a child at this moment.
Oh.
"Daughter, your cooking is amazing. My daughter is really talented." Su mother quietly came in, holding a plate of green pepper pancakes, and asked curiously, "Daughter, how many eggs did you put in?" I didn't see the eggs being less.
Soning pauset slichtly.
Just one. I got it from the chicken coop. It's a double yolk egg. Doesn't it look like I used a lot of eggs? She had actually used 3 eggs, plus some cornmeal and white flour. The mixture looked quite yellow because cornmeal is yellow, and combined with the eggs, it was hard to tell apart. My daughter is so lucky. But next time, don't put in eggs. Your brothers and sisters don't need eggs. They're saving them for health. Sue's mother didn't doubt her. The eggs at home were counted, and she didn't notice any missing. She just thought Suning's eggs were better quality. Exactly, daughter. Just eat it yourself in the future. Sue's father also smiled happily. They had just been chasing after Sue's mother and just came back. Seeing Suning all dirty, he said to Sue's mother, "Eat quickly. After you're done, prepare some water for your daughter to wash up." Everyone in the Sue family knew Suning's situation. Because Suning had used money to help, even if her sisters-in-law had opinions, they couldn't say anything. "Mom, later you can take some money to the neighbors to exchange for eggs. Dad, Mom, and my brothers and sisters need to nourish themselves. Once I can go out again, I'll go exchange them myself." She was still pretending to be weak and couldn't recover quickly, so she had to stay at home for a few more days. When Suning handed 10 yuan to her mother initially wanted to refuse. But when she saw Suning look at Xiaobei, she immediately understood her daughter's meaning. She thought for a moment and put the money into her pocket. Her daughter came back with money to recover, and as the older brother and sister-in-law, they couldn't say much. If she brought another burden, even if they didn't say it out loud, they would probably feel uncomfortable because they weren't related by blood. Her mother could take charge, but she didn't want her daughter to be argued about over this. She figured she could find a chance later to make it up to her daughter. Seeing her daughter becoming more thoughtful in her actions, she felt a little sad. She wondered how much hardship her daughter had endured to learn to be so careful. "By the way, Dad, I've been bored at home lately. Why don't you teach me how to make furniture? I can tinker with it when I have free time." Suning didn't notice her mother's strange expression and sat down in the main room. Okay, Sue's father also sat down. He was always willing to agree to his daughter's requests. "I remember you learned a bit when you were young. Just practice a little, and you'll definitely be better than your brother." "Dad, you're just praising my little sister. Why are you bringing me into it?" Sue's second brother muttered unhappily. When he saw his father's rolling eyes, he silently lowered his head. Forget it, he thought, better to eat. His sister's cooking was really good, much better than their mother's. "All right, stop teasing. Hurry up and eat. In the afternoon, your eldest brother has to help the village pick up some young people from the city, so we can't delay." Sue's mother spoke, and no one dared to say more. For a moment, only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking could be heard. Sue's eldest sister-in-law occasionally looked up at Suning, wanting to ask how long she planned to stay. But seeing her parents' unhappy expressions, she didn't dare ask. Plus, the dishes today were much better, so everyone hurried to eat. Suning took in everyone's expressions. From their interactions over the past few days, it was clear that the old Su family was quite fond of the original owner. But they didn't ignore their son. At most, they just showed a little more affection. This was already pretty good for a rural family. The Su family wasn't complicated. If they had any small ideas, she could see them easily. And they still seemed sincere toward her. As for her 2 sisters-in-law's little schemes, she didn't think much of them. As long as they didn't cause trouble for her, she could accept it. If there was a chance, she was willing to help the Su family. While waiting earlier, Suning had already eaten a meat bun. Now she wasn't hungry, so she gave her steamed bread to her mother and sipped her porridge slowly. At this time, sweet potatoes didn't taste as sweet as modern ones, but they had a special fresh aroma that she hadn't experienced before, so she liked it. She also didn't like thick porridge, so this light, less rice porridge suited her taste. Her mother saw she liked it and finally served the last bowl in front of her. The others didn't say much. Compared to the almost rice-free sweet potato porridge, they preferred steamed buns and vegetables. "By the way, Mother, how did the Xiao family agree to give us the 3 turns and 1 sound?" Suning suddenly remembered and asked. During the matchmaking, the original owner had been inside the house. Although her mother occasionally came in to pass messages, she wasn't present at the scene and didn't know what had happened. Now, to buy the 3 turns and 1 sound, it would cost at least 400 yuan plus tickets. Without tickets, it might even cost over 500. Xiao Yan's allowance was quite generous, but even he would have to save for 2 years to gather that much money. Giving such a large sum and signing a guarantee letter seemed strange. In the countryside, a good marriage might cost 30 or 50 yuan, a poorer one just a few or 10. Even if the Xiao family gave 100, it would be a lot for this village. If he liked the original owner, Suning looked back at their 2 meetings in her memory. It didn't seem like he did. Even on the day of their marriage, he only seemed to be completing a task. The original owner thought Xiao Yan was doing it out of responsibility, but Suning still felt something was off. Suning's father and mother exchanged a look, both somewhat confused. They also couldn't understand it. They thought Xiao Yan was eager to marry, so they didn't think much about it. But after these 2 years, they could see that the Xiao family wasn't very generous. Even if Xiao Yan wanted to give, how could Zhao's parents agree? Those 2, who only took in things and never gave back, surprisingly agreed. That was indeed strange. Seeing they didn't understand, Su Ning didn't ask further. She always felt the Xiao family was odd, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was strange. The original owner didn't know much either and couldn't provide much information, so she decided not to think about it anymore. Right now, she had 890 yuan and a lot of supplies. Her main priority was to improve her life and figure out how to turn her extra supplies into money. As for other matters, she believed everything would work out in time. If the other side had any plans, they would eventually reveal themselves. After finishing her meal, the child became sleepy. Mother Su washed him, changed his clothes, and then placed him on her bed. She turned and went to her daughter's room, whispering, "This little kid, what are you planning? Are you really going to keep him?" Su Ning was also tired. Yawning, she said, "What plans? A kid can eat only so much. Just feed him like a little cat or puppy." She didn't think much about it. She had money and supplies, so raising a small child shouldn't be a problem. Plus, the little guy was bringing her messages. Returning kindness with kindness, giving him a place to survive was no big deal. Mother wouldn't mind raising such a child. Su's mother lowered her voice. But today's chaos, you might have trouble going back to the Xiao family. Do you not want to go back? If so, keeping this child might not be suitable. Her mother was wise and could see her daughter's thoughts. She guessed that her daughter didn't want any ties to the Xiao family. But now, her daughter wanted to raise Zhao's grandson, which she couldn't understand. After all, the child had nothing to do with their family. "Tell me honestly, what are you really thinking?" Su Ning pinched her brow. She felt some sympathy for the child, some gratitude for him bringing messages, but mostly, she trusted her instincts. She sensed there was a secret hidden in this child. That secret might be useful to her in the future. The feeling was so strong she couldn't ignore it. But she couldn't say this out loud. So, she thought for a moment and said, "Mom, don't you think their family's attitude toward Xiao Bei is strange? Is this how they treat their own son and grandson, even if they don't like Xiao Yan's ex-wife? Those 2 old folks are so kind to Xiao Yan. Even if they love him, they shouldn't treat the little kids so badly. Also, the child is very handsome, unlike anyone in the Xiao family. I feel like there's something off about him. Maybe he looks like his mother." Her mother replied with a shrug. "Xiao Yan is lucky. The child is weak, but very handsome. He definitely doesn't look like a Xiao. That means Xiao Yan's previous wife was pretty. My daughter's looks aren't bad either. So, that 3rd son of Zhao's isn't very lucky. Oh,
Mom, I'm tired.
I'm going to wash up and sleep. Let's talk another day." Su Ning suppressed her thoughts, smiled, and changed the subject. The person was already brought back. There was no reason to send him away again. "All right, as long as you understand," Su's mother said, not pressuring her, just hoping she had a plan. After her mother left, Su Ning went straight to wash up. She had a scar on her head and couldn't wash her hair for now, but taking a shower was fine. In the past few days, she only wiped herself down. For someone used to daily showers, it was uncomfortable. Once she felt clean, Suning lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. She was a bit tired after a restless noon. She slept for quite a while, and when she woke up, it was almost dark outside. As soon as she sat up, she saw Xiao Bei bring in a bowl of sweet potato porridge and a bowl of steamed eggs, walking carefully. He was small and carried two bowls that looked about the same size as his little face, which looked a bit funny and a little sad. Xiao Bei put down the bowls and smiled shyly. "Mom, this is Grandma's dinner, specially made for you. Why are you the one bringing it in? Aren't you afraid of dropping such big bowls?" Suning took the bowls, checked that they weren't too hot, and relaxed a little. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Have you eaten? If not, I can share some with you." "I've eaten." Xiao Bei patted his belly happily. "I'm full. Grandma made a lot." Then he puffed out his little chest and said proudly, "Mom, don't forget, I used to carry my own bowl at home." "I wouldn't break it." Suning paused. She had truly forgotten. She mainly thought this little kid looked too small and still needed to be fed and coaxed. "I know you're worried about me." "Thank you." The little boy looked a bit anxious and tried to please Suning when she didn't reply. "That's good to know." Suning hesitated again, then imitated the original owner, showing a look of slight disgust. "Go out and play with your brothers. Don't waste time here." After saying that, she ate a few bites, finished her meal, and went to look at the small box her father had just made. She also grabbed some tools and a few pieces of wood. With her memories of the original owner and her own skills, she roughly understood what to do. She just needed to find some free time tomorrow to get more wood and practice. Usually, at night, they went to sleep when it got dark. Suning had slept a lot in the afternoon and couldn't fall asleep again. So she decided to go into her space and try making a shelf. The wooden boards were taken from a box used to store supplies for quick sales. Besides the whole boards, she also got some nails. She first measured the size of the shelf she wanted to build. Since it needed to hold weight, she added support beams underneath the boards. This was her first attempt. She planned to make a small shelf about 1/2 meter tall. She wanted to place it on top of a cabinet later to hold oils, salts, and spices. She cut the wooden boards into different sizes, some for the main support, others for the frame. Since it was daytime and she was working quietly, it didn't disturb her. Before she knew it, quite some time had passed. She managed to put together a simple storage shelf. "I really wish I could get some furniture shelves from the quick sale. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll finish." Looking at her rough work, Suning felt a bit helpless. Filling up these rooms was a big challenge. But she only worried for a moment before happily going to sleep. With so many supplies now, it didn't seem right to be still dissatisfied. The next morning, Suning woke up early. Today, she could participate in the quick sale twice, so she was curious. Would this week's sale be different from usual? She couldn't sleep once she woke up. Her 5 cents of credit had run out. Yesterday, she found 1 penny in the corner of her bed and used it to recharge. After 6 draws, her account showed 0. Thinking about the 2 more draws coming up, Suning confidently added $1, enough for 100 quick sales. Now she didn't need to worry about running out of money. As she watched the supplies flash by as usual, she casually tapped the screen. The items slowly stopped scrolling. They landed on brown sugar. When she retrieved it, a large basket of brown sugar appeared in her space. Seeing this, Suning wasn't particularly surprised. As she guessed, the quick sale machine often produced food items. Although the supplies were good, after 7 days of drawing, she still felt excited, just not as much as at first. Suddenly, music played from the quick sale machine, and the display screen showed, "Congratulations on 7 days of continuous quick sales. You've earned the beginner's quick sale title. You also get a weekly quick sale reward. Would you like to participate?" "Yes."
No.
Suning clicked yes, and immediately, the items on the display changed. The food disappeared and was replaced by furniture, watches, bicycles, cloth, iron stoves, radios, and more. There is hardly any food visible, mostly common furniture and small appliances. The types are varied, but most are typical of this era. She glanced at the items, noting that the units behind furniture are still measured in tons. However, watches and bicycles are grouped in tens. Counting in tons, a ton of watches would be too much, and even collecting them systematically would be difficult. Looking at these supplies, Su Ning paused briefly. A flash of insight crossed her mind, but it disappeared quickly, so fast she couldn't grasp it. She clicked yes again. The colorful light from the instant kill machine became even more dazzling. The display spun rapidly for 10 seconds before slowing down and finally stopping on the furniture. Then the screen retracted, revealing a set of wooden-colored furniture, a 1.2-meter bed, a double-door wardrobe, a desk, a bookshelf, and a single sofa. The arrangement fits perfectly in the bedroom. She estimated the bedroom to be about 20 square meters. With these pieces, the room wouldn't feel empty, but it also wouldn't be crowded. She decided to use this space for her rest in the future. As for the living room, she planned to turn it entirely into storage. Since she didn't need to entertain guests, it would be perfect for storing things. The living room is slightly larger, about 50 square meters. If she arranged shelves like in a supermarket, she could store many items. The kitchen and bathroom are each about 7 or 8 square meters and are still empty. Her plan was to install a row of cabinets in the kitchen, build a sink, and prepare some cooking utensils. The water pipes and drainage in the kitchen and bathroom are usable. She didn't know how it worked, but it made things easier. The only downside was that she would need to do the renovation herself. Because of the space's freshness, she didn't need a refrigerator. Instead, she planned to put a row of shelves on the wall on the other side. When she had the chance, she would prepare more food to store there, so she could grab it whenever she wanted to eat. She planned to install a shower and toilet in the bathroom. It's said that these are already available in the city now. Although they are just squat toilets and foot-operated showers, it's still better than using an outdoor toilet or just wiping. Honestly, after getting used to modern facilities, using rural dry toilets was really frustrating. But she also knew these things wouldn't be cheap, so she would wait until she had enough money to buy them. Before this, she planned to bring in a large wooden tub to make bathing easier. Luckily, she has some carpentry skills, so although it looks like a lot, it just takes some time to make. However, when she prayed to instantly get furniture, she actually succeeded. Maybe she can also get a toilet or shower if she wishes. This idea flashed through her mind quickly. Although she feels a bit greedy, she can still look forward to it. Looking at the few baskets of supplies, she couldn't help but frown. She already has many good things, but how can she use them to improve her own life and help her family? She can't go outside now, so buying anything is almost impossible. Plus, she's seriously injured, and it's not suitable for her to go out now. The space inside can't be used for cooking, and the outside kitchen isn't convenient either. The family is large, and everyone around is neighbors. Cooking meat might quickly attract the attention of the whole village. But she really craves some food. Over the past 2 days, seeing that basket of pork, she just wants to hold and eat it directly. Most of the pork in the basket is pork belly, along with 2 pig heads, some tenderloin, ribs, pig's feet, and pork fat. There's even a set of pig intestines, but they are cleaned and look neat. Just rinse with water, and they can be prepared. She plans to keep all of this pork for herself, not sell it. She's heard that in this era, getting a piece of meat is very difficult. After thinking it over, she decided it's better to return to the old Xiao family house. It's in a remote area, and most of the nearby families have moved away, making it easier to do things. But her family definitely doesn't want her to go back now. With her injury, it's not convenient either. She needs to find a good opportunity. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. A few days later, Zhao's mother came over with a chicken, saying she wanted to bring her daughter-in-law back to take care of her, and also brought a chicken to help her recover. She was suspicious. What is the Xiao family trying to do? Why so eager? She reviewed the memories of the original owner several times, but couldn't find a reason. Her family also couldn't find out anything, which made her very curious. Since she wanted to go back anyway, this was a good chance. But now that they're in such a hurry, she's not in a rush anymore. Third daughter-in-law, your complexion looks much better. You should be almost recovered now. Mother Xiao looked at Su Ning, who was pretending to be weak and leaning on the bed, her face pale. She couldn't help but frown, but thinking of her husband's instructions at home, she kept talking nonsense with her eyes wide open. Looking at this, you should be fine after a few more days of rest. You've been away from your family for quite a while, and it's not good to keep bothering your in-laws. There's not much work in the fields now. Why don't you come back with your mother and let me take care of you? She reached out to pull Su Ning. Hey, old fool. What are you trying to do? My daughter can take care of herself. Get lost, old lady. Seeing her acting like that, Su's mother's eyes rolled. You old thing. If you really cared for my daughter, people wouldn't doubt it. Mother-in-law, look at what you're saying. Ning is my daughter-in-law. Of course I care. I know you're upset. But I truly mean it this time. Mother Xiao forced a smile and looked at sister-in-law Su and second sister-in-law Su busy outside. Her eyes flickered, and she said, Mother-in-law, I know you care for your daughter, but you also need to think about your eldest and second nephews and their wives. Is it really appropriate to keep your married daughter at home all the time? Aren't you worried your son and daughter-in-law might have opinions? As a mother, you should treat everyone fairly. Just you. You think you can be fair? You're taking Xiao San's money, mistreating Xiao San's wife and his children, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. Su's mother spat, knowing deep down that what the old woman said was true. She understood her eldest daughter-in-law's thoughts, but she wouldn't admit it openly. Mother-in-law, I was wrong before. But don't worry, this time I will take good care of her. The family has been warned. No one will dare bully Xiao San's wife. Mother Xiao quickly assured her, and the two villages are not far apart. If you're worried, you can go and check any time. Afterward, she looked at Su Ning with concern. Ning, you probably don't want to keep looking at your brother and sister-in-law's faces. Come back with your mother, and I will take good care of you. Su Ning secretly raised an eyebrow, then said with a flicker in her eyes, Mother, I stay at my mother's house for food and lodging. If I go back, I'll have to use Xiao Yan's allowance. With my current health, I can't eat coarse food. It would cost quite a bit each month. Didn't we have 1,000 yuan? Mother Zhao's voice sharpened when she heard about money. Seeing Su's mother and daughter staring at her, she lowered her voice and said, That's all the money given so far. Surely it won't be used up. You don't think my daughter's serious injury can be fixed with just some ordinary medicine, do you? Su's mother sneered. It's not that simple. I used a ginseng root to recover from my own injuries in just 3 days. You've already spent all your money, and I had to cover the rest for her. Her voice was loud and clear, not just meant for Mother Xiao, but also for others to hear. Otherwise, people might think her daughter was very wealthy and try to ask for money again. All that money is gone. Mother Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, and she took a long time to react.
Forget it, Mom.
You should go back first. I'll stay here with my mother. You don't need to spend your money. Otherwise, the two sisters-in-law might have opinions. Su Ning pretended to look troubled. No, you must go back. Mother Xiao suddenly realized and forced herself to stay calm, smiling gently. You're the wife of the third son. Our Xiao family should take care of you. We shouldn't keep bothering your family. Su Ning tugged at her mother's sleeve, signaling her with a look of hesitation.
But I don't have any money now.
Even if I don't need to buy ginseng or anything, I still need to buy food. I need to take good care of my health. The house only has a couple of pounds of cornmeal, and relying on coarse grains might not be enough to recover.
Exactly.
My daughter is at home, but she eats a chicken every 2 or 3 days and 2 eggs daily.
She only eats fine grains.
Can you keep up that standard when you go back? I don't believe it. Su's mother took her daughter's words. If you're sincere, just buy everything first. Don't talk about those unnecessary things. Rest assured, in-laws, I'll buy everything when I go back. Ning just needs to eat at home. Mother Zhao's face twisted for a moment. Inside, she was screaming. She still wanted chicken and eggs? Ridiculous. But thinking of her husband's words, she didn't dare to lose her temper. She decided to bring the person back first and deal with everything else after. Don't just talk nicely. If you want to pick her up, go buy the things now. When they arrive, I'll send my daughter back. Oh, and don't forget the 20 yuan each month. I haven't given it to her this month. Hurry up and give it. Seeing the other person's face change clearly, Sue's mother snorted coldly. You old hag, are you just trying to fool us? If you can't handle this small matter, forget about the rest. I have the authority in this family. I can take care of my daughter. Dear, don't be angry. I was in a hurry and didn't bring any money. When Anning goes back, I'll give her the money. As for the food, I bought it to make for the third daughter-in-law, so there's no need to send it back and forth. It would be too much trouble. Mother Xiao forced a smile, but she could see that the mother and daughter didn't want to talk to her. She felt a bit upset, but didn't dare to argue. She forced a smile and said, All right, I'll go back and prepare. Anning, you get everything ready. After we buy the things, I'll come to pick you up. She turned and left, her face looking very dark. Girl, what are you planning? That woman clearly has bad intentions. After she left, Mother Su took Su Ning's hand quickly and asked, Mom didn't ask you. Are you really planning to go back to live? Do you trust your mother-in-law to take good care of you? Suddenly, she remembered something and whispered, Did your older or second sister-in-law say something? Did they chase you away? I'll go talk to them. They keep giving you so much good food every day, but it's like feeding a dog. Su Ning grabbed her and shook her head. Mom, it has nothing to do with them. You know what's wrong with my injury. Even if I go back to live, it's not a big problem. I was planning to go back anyway. No one is forcing me. Besides, if I go back, the Xiao family still has to give me 20 taels of silver a month and take good care of me. Why not go back? She wasn't the original person. Although the old Su family treated her well, she still felt uncomfortable. Plus, she couldn't take out the supplies she was guarding, which made her feel bad. This was a good chance. She had been back for about 10 days, and in a few more days it would be almost a month. She could leave and move around, which made sense. It was definitely better to go back and be free. Also, since the Xiao family brought her here and she was an outsider, why should she refuse? She wasn't stupid. Mother Su still didn't believe her, but seeing her like this, she didn't say much. She complained, Girl, why do you have such big ideas now? That house is empty. Is it more comfortable to go back than stay here?
I owe you.
I'll go over later and tidy things up for you so you can live comfortably. Thank you, Mom. By the way, I want my dad to give me a little more stuff. I can pay for it. Su Ning took the opportunity to ask. When she married, the Xiao family only gave her 20 taels of silver. As soon as she got married, Xiaoyan was about to leave. Her father was somewhat unhappy about this, and because the Xiao family's attitude was not very good, they didn't give her much dowry. Apart from the bed for sleeping, there is only a double-door wardrobe. Everything else is gone. Later, when they looked inside, there was nothing in the house, and there was nowhere to eat. They added a set of table and chairs, so now the place feels empty. Su Ning wants a cabinet to store snacks, which can be locked when not in use. She also plans to take back the 2 trunks from the original owner's room, one for bedding and the other for some personal items she doesn't want to keep openly. As for other small items, there are more, but she can wait until she can make them herself. Family members pay for what they need. Just tell your dad directly. If it weren't for worrying you couldn't protect it, your dad would have fought for 36 more legs. Sue's mother rolled her eyes. They had prepared quite a bit for their daughter, initially. But seeing how the Xiao family was behaving later, they didn't want to give too much, afraid the Xiao family might take it all. So they used it up first. Now that their daughter has returned, both she and the head of the household feel that their daughter is clearly different and should be able to protect her belongings. It's no problem to make up for the dowry. Mom, Dad, you're so kind.
Su Ning vasn't polite.
She really needs things now, and she believes she can repay them later. Soon. I'll ask your 2 brothers to come back and help raise the wall around the yard, fix the gate, and replace the broken tiles on the roof. The roof was repaired before, but now it's broken again. The yard also needs tidying up. Once everything is sorted out, you can go back. Sue's mother saw that her daughter had made up her mind and didn't try to persuade her further. She hurried out, muttering to herself that although the house was a bit run down, it was quite spacious. There was still time to plant some winter vegetables. The doors and windows needed repairs, the rooms should be cleaned thoroughly, and the bedding should be washed and replaced. Thinking about all this, She felt motivated. She couldn't delay any longer. She needed to finish quickly so her daughter could live comfortably. Thinking this way, she called her two daughters-in-law over. Her daughter had stayed for a few days, and they had benefited a lot. Helping out was fine. Sue's eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law looked at each other and didn't refuse. Although they didn't oppose their sister-in-law resting at home to recover, she hadn't said when she would leave, which made them uneasy. Even if their sister-in-law had some money, if she kept staying, it wouldn't be enough. In the end, they would have to cover the costs. Now that they knew the timeline, they weren't in a rush. As long as she was willing to leave, everything could be discussed. Seeing her two daughters-in-law, she clearly relaxed a bit. Mother Sue muttered quietly to herself, thinking that these two young women, with their shallow eyelids, would regret their actions someday. But she didn't say much. Maintaining good relationships with siblings is important, especially with sisters-in-law who are not related by blood. If they are willing to be kind, she would secretly help even if her daughter didn't speak up. But if they have hidden motives, then forget it. As long as they can get along on the surface, that's enough. She never demanded her family to be overly close. As long as they didn't cause trouble or make a fuss, she was fine with how they behaved. When Father Sue came home from work, Su Ning told him her requests. She also wanted him to help buy a set of woodworking tools, and she could find ways to add more later. Tools? I happen to have a set, Father Sue said, taking a puff of his pipe. It was used when your second brother first learned woodworking. He found it too light and not comfortable to use as he grew older. You can use it now. For furniture, besides the cabinets you mentioned, I'll make a few shelves and a small table for the kitchen to make it easier to store things. For the boxes, take an old one, and I'll make a bigger, sturdier new one with a lock to store things. Oh, and there's also a missing table in the room. It's cold in winter, so you can eat inside. Su Ning's eyes softened, and she didn't refuse stubbornly. Even if these items weren't needed in the old Shao family house, she could place them in her space. Seeing her agree, Father Sue smiled more. He took out the tools, showing her how to use them while starting to build a cabinet. Su Ning already knew how to do carpentry, and with her memories of the original owner, she quickly started making the shelves after a little practice. Seeing her get started, Father Sue didn't say much but looked at her with admiration. In the past 2 days, Father Sue took leave from work to finish the project early. He had taken some orders before, and now he was finally able to complete them. There were some finished storage boxes in the warehouse, but Father Sue wanted to give his daughter the best, so he used a special nanmu wood he kept aside to remake them. To speed up the work, second brother Sue was called over to help right after work. As for big brother Sue, Mother Sue took him to repair the house, all to make sure Su Ning would have a comfortable place to live in the future. The whole family was busy working on the old house of the Shao family. Su Ning didn't say much. She was just cooking and occasionally adding eggs, a bit of oil, or extra pork fat while simmering it. She didn't dare add too much, but since she added a little more, the dishes turned out noticeably richer and more flavorful. As a result, the family's mood improved significantly. Sue's father worked quickly and finished building the cabinets and tables within a few days. The smaller items he would make himself. Sue's second brother was also assigned to help Su Ning clean the house. Su Ning watched her father work, and they worked side by side, one doing and the other observing, very harmoniously. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Sue's father and Su Ning exchanged a surprised look. Everyone was busy in the fields at this time, so who could be visiting? "Hello, sir. I am a new young worker here. My name is Dong Jiao Jiao. I heard you have some furniture to exchange, so I came to take a look." When Sue's father opened the door, a fair-skinned, charming girl stepped inside. She wore a light green blouse, black leather shoes, and had a soft smile on her face, looking quite adorable. Behind her stood 2 boys. One was taller, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, looking quite strong and handsome, probably the kind of appearance popular in this era. However, he looked a bit cold and seemed to dislike talking to people. The other boy had a round face, wore glasses, and hadn't spoken yet. He was smiling, looking very friendly and easy to get along with. Hello, sir. My name is Chen Chongqiu, and this is Hu Jingting. We are all from Beijing. We just arrived in our village yesterday as young workers. Today, we want to exchange some things. Would that be okay? The round-faced boy, Chen Chongqiu, nodded and smiled at Su Ning, then turned to Su father. We heard your skills are very good, so as soon as we finished fixing our stuff, we came here quickly. Sorry to trouble you, sir. Everyone liked to be complimented. Hearing Chen Chongqiu say this, Su father's face softened and became more friendly. He didn't say much, but happily led them to the storage room, letting them pick what they needed. If something wasn't available, they could order it later. The three entered the storage room, selected a few boxes, wooden basins, and buckets. They also agreed to deliver furniture like wardrobes, tables, and chairs after their house was built. It was quite a lot of items altogether. Su's father wrote a list, saying he would give it to his two sons when they returned. He received 30 yuan, a cloth coupon, a sugar coupon, and a food coupon. Both sides were happy with this deal. Is this older sister the daughter of uncle? Dong Jiaojiao suddenly spoke, seeming very interested in Su Ning. She took out a few white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them over, smiling. Hello, sister. You look very pretty. Su Ning was a little surprised. The original owner looked quite nice, but because she had a tough time in the Xiao family before, even after catching up recently, she still looked thin and weak. Her face was dark, her hair dry, and her clothes were ugly. She wasn't really pretty, just not ugly. At least she looked better than this little girl in front of her. She wondered what the sudden comment meant. And her gaze curious? Confused? Sympathetic? It was interesting to watch. This older sister is hurt. We better not bother her. Chen Chongqiu saw Su Ning's strange expression and gently tugged Dong Jiaojiao's arm. Dong Jiaojiao probably also felt it was sudden and awkward, so she smiled shyly and left with Chen Chongqiu and the others. After they left, Su's father handed the coupons to Su Ning. Seeing her look at the list in his hand, he smiled and said, "You keep these. Yesterday, your eldest brother brought back 5 educated youths. The youth station is quite crowded. The 3 new arrivals seem to be wealthy. I heard that night they told your village they wanted to build their own houses, so they ordered a lot of furniture." He paused, then looked at Su Ning and said, "Those 2 men are said to come from big families, very influential. The woman is also said to be wealthy. It looks like the youth station will be lively again in the next couple of years." Su's father had a neutral opinion of the educated youths, or most villagers did. No one wanted to be looked down on, so they usually avoided them. But many young men and women in the village liked the educated youths. Everyone hoped to find a partner among them. The older generation thought the youths couldn't do proper work and couldn't support themselves, so they naturally disagreed. Every time new youths arrived, the village would cause some trouble. This time, the newcomers had very good conditions, so it was even more lively.
Soning Fronet.
The names Dong Jiaojiao, Hu Jingting, and Chen Chongqiu sounded familiar. She felt like she had heard them somewhere before. Where could that be? Your eldest uncle's daughter. Father Su sighed and looked helpless. Her original name was Su Hehua, but she suddenly wanted to change it. She said Su Hehua sounded too ugly, so now she calls herself Su Xiangjie. That's strange. It sounds like a man's name. I don't know what she's thinking. Your older brother said that when Hu Jingting came yesterday, she immediately clung to him and wouldn't let go. Don't be like her. Su Ning knew her father was warning her. She obediently responded. Then her gaze slightly changed. Su Xiangjie. No, it should be Su Xiangjie, taken from Du Fu's famous poem, Lu Huamen, which mentions Shaoyuan Linqingwei, spring fragrance, and pure herbs. With this name, along with the names of a few young people earlier, she vaguely understood why she felt familiar. Before her crossing, she had read a novel called Crossing into the 1970s. Little Jiao Jiao is loved by all. The heroine was Dong Jiaojiao, and her cousin was a supporting character. The heroine Dong Jiaojiao's father was an outsider who married into the family, and her mother was from a noble family. The family was happy at first, but after her mother died, the heroine became a little sad. After her mother's death, her bad father brought home a woman and a stepsister about her age. From then on, her father changed from being humble to being arrogant. He disliked his daughter from his first marriage and let his new wife mistreat her. When her stepmother had a son, the heroine's life got worse. She was overworked, underfed, and often beaten or pinched. Her mother's dowry and house, left to her, were taken away. Her job was taken by her stepsister, and finally, she was sent to the countryside to Zhao's village. At first, she thought leaving her family was good. But as soon as she arrived, a rogue took a liking to her, and then she was tricked by some young people. She had no choice but to marry the rogue and live a much worse life, being beaten 3 times a day. She endured this for over 10 years. In the 1990s, when passing by the village chief's house, she saw her stepsister on TV. At that time, her stepsister married a wealthy man from a powerful family and became the wife of the richest man in town. Her stepmother, father, and stepsister stood together like a happy family, completely forgetting about her. From their conversation, the heroine learned that her stepsister was actually the child of her father and stepmother, who had been together long before. Hearing this, the heroine was filled with anger. Not long after, she overheard her irresponsible husband complaining that he had only married her because her stepsister had paid him and that he never truly liked her. That was the last straw. The heroine couldn't understand why everyone treated her so cruelly. She hated her stepsister, her father, her stepmother, and the man in front of her. But after years of hardship, her body was too weak. She couldn't take revenge and was badly beaten by that man. Sick with anger and sadness, she developed a high fever that night. Neither her husband nor her child cared for her. When she was near death, only Hu Jingting, who happened to pass by Xiao village, was willing to help her. At that moment, she realized her whole life had been a joke. If she could live again, she would take back everything that was stolen from her. That very day, she was reborn, back to the time when she was about to be sent to the countryside. This time, she took control of her fate. She reported her father and stepmother, arranged for her stepsister to be sent to a remote mountain village instead, sold her job position, and brought along the things her mother had left her. She then went to Su village, where Hu Jingting lived, and began a new life, earning money and winning his heart. The novel was a feel-good story, and she had loved reading it, especially the heroine's clever revenge. But now that she was living inside the story, meeting the people from Su and Xiao families and other villagers, she started to feel uneasy. She didn't mind the heroine taking revenge on those who hurt her, but harming innocent people seemed too much. She remembered that in the book, her cousin Su Xiangjia was a supporting character. She wasn't originally from this world either. She had also entered the story, but she was obsessed with love. After arriving here, Su Xiangjia had only one goal: to win over the male lead, often causing trouble for both main characters. The book never mentioned that her real name was Su Hehua, which was why she hadn't realized she was also part of the story. Because of Su Xiangjia, the Su family had a poor relationship with the main couple. They didn't do anything terrible, just kept their distance. But in the end, their family still met a tragic fate. Su Erj was caught for speculation and illegal trading. Su Erpo died during childbirth. Su Deja's family was threatened and scared, eventually breaking down and dying from madness. As for the elderly couple in the Su family, their health declined after Su Erj was taken, and they passed away shortly after. The young Su, who had just been accepted to university, wanted to avenge his brother after learning what happened to Su Erj, but the female lead framed him, and he ended up in prison. The tragic future of the Su family started with Su Erj's arrest, which was actually planned by the female lead. The reason was simply that Su Erj got into a fight during an argument between the female lead and Su Xiangjia. The female lead thought Su Erj was biased and bought some local troublemakers to set up a trap. This led to Su Erj being arrested and sent to a farm. The female lead also bribed people there, and soon after someone was killed. In the end, the entire Su family was destroyed. Because the female lead had a tragic past, some of her harshness can be understood. But her complete disregard for right and wrong seems inappropriate. Compared to the Su family, the selfish Xiao family, because of their good relationship with the female lead, lived quite well. They settled in Beijing, and Xiao San remarried a beautiful wife, living a prosperous life. The female lead also helped the Xiao family a few times and became close friends with Xiao Yan. Later, when Xiao Yan returned to Xiao village with his new wife and met the Su family, the female lead mocked them, saying, "You just lost a daughter. Does that mean Xiao San has to lose his love too? When did human life become so cheap?" The original victim was killed, and the female lead had heard about it. Yet she still said such things. It shows she's not a good person either. She's just talking without understanding. From my observations over these days, the Xiao family clearly has distorted values. I don't think the female lead's morals are any better. It's better to stay far away from someone like her. As for the original owner of this body, Su Ning, I've thought carefully. The book hardly mentions her. I remember only that when the female lead moved into the Xiao family's old house, she heard about the original owner and sighed that Xiao San's wife was unlucky. If she had died a few days later, she could have gone to enjoy happiness with the Xiao family. After that, when the Xiao family returned to their hometown in glory, someone among the neighbors said that the daughter of the old Su family had lost a great opportunity. So, in the whole story, the original protagonist is just a minor character who doesn't even deserve a name. That's okay. Since the minor character appears less often and is less affected by the main characters, as long as she avoids trouble, she might be able to change her fate and that of the old Su family. But if the female lead insists on causing trouble for her, she is not afraid. At worst, she will just stand her ground. Thinking about the timeline in the book, Su Ning frowned. At this point, the Xiao family should be leaving here to live in Beijing. Could this be the reason why old Zhao's family is so eager? The story about Xiao village mainly describes how the female lead seeks revenge on those who bullied her, including some young workers and a troublemaker. It doesn't mention how the Xiao family moved to Beijing, so she can't figure it out. In this era, moving a whole family to Beijing requires a letter of introduction. It must take a lot of resources and connections. Does the Xiao family have a powerful backer? Unable to understand, she decided not to think about it anymore. Su Ning squinted her eyes and suddenly had a bright idea. She remembered a little about the female lead. The story describes the female lead's special ability as a jade pendant her mother left her. After recognizing her as the owner, the jade pendant contains a farm space. Initially, it was just a storage space, but even so, it was much bigger than her small space. The female lead's space can grow. With some luck, it can upgrade, unlocking areas like farming, breeding, and medicinal fields. During these years in the countryside, the female lead used the space to earn a lot of money. After returning to Beijing, she bought land and started a factory, becoming a well-known businesswoman. The male lead entered the military academy, achieved success, and became a young leader. The family lived happily and peacefully. Based on the timeline, the female lead should have already obtained the jade pendant, opened the space, and stored everything her mother left her inside. But because of the tight schedule, she only collected one item. Still, it was a significant amount, especially in cash. She couldn't compete for the special ability anymore, but she remembered that after the original owner died, the old Xiao family house was empty. When the female lead went to Xiao village, she stayed at the old Xiao family house. There, her space suddenly upgraded twice, unlocking farming and medicinal fields, which helped her quickly gather a lot of wealth. Because of this, she developed a strong positive impression of the Xiao family. When Xiao Yan needed help, she stepped in to assist. Later, Xiao Yan admired and appreciated her very much. He used his resources several times to help her and support her career. The old Xiao family house became an important opportunity for her, and she was about to return there soon. Thinking of this, Su Ning couldn't help but touch her chin. Based on her years of reading novels, when a space upgrades, it's usually because of spiritual energy, merit, or some kind of point system. Looking at her previous upgrades, she hadn't done anything special, so the most likely reason was energy absorption. The items containing energy were probably treasures. She and the Xiao family were now enemies, and she wanted to cause trouble for them whenever she could. Especially since the female lead had wrong values and was stealing her opportunities, Suning felt no guilt. She saw it as revenge for her family and her past life. Thinking this, Suning curled her lips and decided to wait until she returned to the old house. "Daughter, your room is all cleaned up." At this moment, Sue's mother happily entered, handed Suning 50 yuan, and gave her a bunch of keys. "Hurry and store everything properly. I got these from your mother-in-law to help you recover. Besides the money, there's rice, flour, oil, and grains, all locked in the cabinets. I also changed the locks on all the doors. I took a few extra food tickets, grain tickets, and cloth tickets from your mother-in-law. You can use them to buy things later." Afterward, she took out a bunch of colorful tickets from her pocket and proudly said, "I also took 3 old hens from her. You don't know, your mother-in-law was so angry she almost fainted."
Haha.
Since her daughter was injured, Sue's mother was happier than ever, with a bright smile on her face. "Mom, you're amazing." Suning praised her with a smile, imagining her mother-in-law's furious face. It was quite amusing. "Dad, how much more furniture do we need?" The mother and daughter smiled for a while. Sue's mother went to check on Sue's father. Once the cabinets and furniture were ready, they could move in. Right now, only a few shelves remained to be finished. "Let's work a bit longer today. We should be done soon." Father Sue kept working and looked at Mother Sue. He said, "Do you want to go with our daughter to stay for a few days?" "I was thinking the same thing," Mother Sue nodded. "That family is so mean. They won't treat my girl well. I should go and watch over her." "No," Suning quickly stopped her, thinking about what she needed to do when she got back. "Mom, if you go now, they will watch us for a few days before doing anything. If you leave, they might back off. If you leave, I'll be in trouble. Maybe in a few days, Mom and Dad can go see me again. If something really happens, they can support me." Mother Sue listened and agreed. "You're so smart, my girl." "That's settled.
Norus.
Dad will prepare a few things, and Mom and Dad will take you there." "Okay." Suning had no objections. The family discussed everything. The next morning, Suning was carried onto a cart by her second brother, along with 2 new quilts, and they headed to Xiao village. Xiao Bei sat at the front of the cart, sucking on a piece of sugar, smiling happily. It's not that staying at Grandma's house is bad, but he prefers his own home. Plus, this time his mom was coming too, which made him very happy. Suning didn't seem to treat him especially well, but he could see that his mom truly cared for him. Kids may not understand everything, but their eyes can see who is kind and who is not. Mother Sue walked beside them, carrying some vegetables to send over. On the way, they didn't hide from anyone. That day, Zhao's mother had spread news all over the village. She even gave some grain and oil, almost shouting through a loudspeaker. If Suning didn't go back soon, people would start to doubt her. Mother Sue kept talking about how serious her daughter's illness was, how much money they spent to care for her, and how they had helped her. In short, her daughter had suffered a lot. They had run out of money. They didn't want to trouble her in-laws, but they had to accept their help. They said they couldn't refuse. As for whether others believed it or not, she didn't care. She just told everyone that all the money was spent, and they even spent more, so Zhao's family wouldn't argue about it. She also wanted to make sure Zhao's family wouldn't complain. It wasn't that her daughter didn't want to go back. She was just worried about the money. Many people saw how much blood Suning lost, so most still believe her. As for the few who don't believe, it's not a good time to cause trouble now. When the cart entered the old Su family house, Suning was surprised to see that the originally shabby 3-room house had been renovated. The outer walls were smoothed with yellow mud, no longer peeling like before. The main door was repaired and painted, making it look much more grand. The kitchen and side rooms were also fixed up. Even the firewood shed had a new roof. Everything looked almost completely different from what she saw when she first woke up. In the large yard, the weeds had been cleared. One part was fenced off for raising chickens, and another part was used for planting vegetables. If they could plant a few fruit trees later, it would look like a peaceful countryside scene. Inside the house, Suning saw even bigger changes. The walls had been freshly painted, and newspaper was pasted near the bed to keep it clean. The whole room looked neat and tidy. They also replaced the window paper, letting sunlight shine in and brighten the room. The house looked completely new. Furniture was brought in, making it look much better than the old house. "Girl, how do you like it? Bright enough?" Suning's mother asked proudly. "Yes, it's very bright." "Thank you, Mom." "Thank you, brother and sister-in-law."
Suning nodded happily.
"Even if I fixed it myself, I couldn't have done it this well. It's no big deal." "As long as you like it," said Suning's second brother happily. The family was smiling and tidying up the things they brought back. But before they could speak, a voice interrupted outside.
"Wow.
"Looks so nice. How much did it cost?" A voice came from the door. When they looked outside, they saw Xiao family's second sister-in-law, Sun and I, sneaking around like a thief, looking here and there with jealousy in her eyes. "Spending so much money on this broken house isn't right. You said you used the money to buy medicine, but I think you've hidden it all. If you really needed money, you wouldn't do this. Sister-in-law, I think this is your fault. This is your parents' money. Is it appropriate to spend it like this?" After she finished speaking, everyone's faces darkened. Zhao's mother followed behind. Seeing so many things, her heart ached. She couldn't help but glare at Suning. Though she didn't say anything, it was clear she thought the same. "Second sister-in-law, how should I spend the money? Should I give some to you?" Suning said coldly. "Since your younger sister-in-law is fine now, you should return the money and food to your mother. You're wasting too much. Son and I desperately wanted to take everything. There are so many pieces of furniture. Your house is just you. Why do you need so much furniture? My room is short of some. Why don't you give me some to take home?" She reached out to move a table. Suning didn't say a word. She slapped her hard, and before Sun and I could react, she slapped her several more times. After hitting her, Suning casually took a hammer from her carpenter's box, pointed it at Sun and I, and gasped heavily. "Sun and I, you wicked woman. I gave you face, didn't I? A toad marrying a frog, ugly and playful. If you want the things in my house, fine. Just let me open a hole, and I'll give everything to you. Come on, your mother-in-law, come here." People who had come to watch the scene initially thought Sun and I was right. They believed the old Su family was holding on to the money. Thinking this way, they couldn't help but feel jealous and resentful. But after hearing Suning speak, they remembered how miserable Suning looked at that moment. Didn't you see how the originally timid little wife had been pushed to this state? Sun and I was stunned by the slap. Just as she was about to react, she saw the hammer pointed at her nose, and she dared not make a sound. "Third wife, your second sister-in-law didn't do it on purpose. Put down the hammer quickly." Mother Xiao seemed surprised that this usually silent wife suddenly erupted. She was a bit overwhelmed and didn't know how to respond. "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't be so kind-hearted." Suning put away the hammer, floated like a ghost into the yard, looking very aggrieved, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Mother-in-law, you brought me back because you're afraid I'll recover too quickly and want to scare me to death? To replace me with another daughter-in-law? You're so cruel."
"Oh."
My head, it hurts so much. People outside the yard watching the scene looked at Suning, who seemed to be having a fit, with suspicion. Did the Xiao family really want to make her faint to get rid of her? "Don't bully my mother. Please spare my mother." Xiao Bei rushed in front of Suning. "Mother, please don't die. If you die, Grandma will marry another wife for Dad." Once the words stepmother and new wife were mentioned, everyone's eyes took on a meaningful look. After all, there had just been a big fuss earlier, and the Xiao family couldn't wait any longer. "There's no way out." Suning hugged Xiao Bei, and the two of them cried loudly, looking very pitiful. "Oh my goodness, the Xiao family is really terrible. They just brought someone home and immediately did such shameful things. I heard that Xiao-san has made a good connection, and now the Xiao family is in such a rush to harm Xiao-san's wife. They're in such a hurry. This family is so shameless. This is a life we're talking about." People around whispered secretly, and some even called the village chief and Zhao's father over, worried that someone might get hurt again, since they had all seen how terrible things had been before. Sun and I felt like she was going crazy. She only said one thing, and she was slapped several times. Now, everyone thought she was the murderer. What kind of situation was this? Ow, my head hurts so much. Am I going to die? Sun and I. Even if I die, I want to take you with me. Seeing Sun and I glaring at her, Suning covered her head and rushed in front of Sun and I. She slapped her a few more times, and before anyone could react, she collapsed into her mother's arms, pretending to faint beautifully. She wanted to get some revenge first, and let her mother handle the rest. Sumu immediately understood and handed her over to Su Urge. She slapped Sun and I hard and scolded, "Shameless! How dare you bully my daughter right in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how fierce I can be. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll beat you to death." After the beating, she grabbed Xiaomu's hair and shouted angrily, "Old Yupa, you said you would take good care of my daughter. I trusted you to bring her back, but now you bring such a trashy thing here to upset her. I think you're up to no good. Do you think no one in our Su family can stand up to you? I won't let you get away with this." She then started pulling Xiaomu's hair. The people nearby didn't know whether to step in or not. When Xiao Fu and the village chief arrived, Xiaomu's hair had already been pulled out in clumps. The yard was lively, people crying, fighting, and making a lot of noise. "Sir, Grandpa Yang, second aunt came and made my mother faint. Grandma helped second aunt bully my mother. Grandma is very angry and started fighting with her. Please help my mother. Is my mother going to die?" Xiao Bei looked at Xiao village head and Zhao's father with red eyes, explaining the current situation clearly so that everyone who arrived later would understand what was happening. "No," Zhao's mother wanted to argue, insisting she didn't bully Su Ning and that it wasn't like that. But before she could speak, she was interrupted by Su mother's crying. "Your Xiao family is too much." Su mother's voice was loud and angry. When she heard Xiao Bei's words, she suddenly relaxed her grip and sat down heavily on the ground. "You all wanted my daughter to come back. As soon as she returned, you made her so upset. I used so many ginseng roots to treat her, and now all that effort is wasted. You are too cruel. My poor daughter, you shouldn't have come back. The Xiao family is just a den of wolves. What are you going to do now?" For a moment, only crying and wailing could be heard in the yard. "Exactly. You are too cruel." Second brother Su leaned to the side, his eyes red with anger. Seeing the hammer on the ground nearby, he grabbed it, ready to strike. This scene stunned everyone. Zhao's father didn't even know where to hide. He just stood there foolishly, looking like he was waiting for the worst. Su's mother quickly stepped forward and held him back. That hammer was so reckless, worse than a 3-year-old child. What kind of troublemaker is she raising? Seeing her stopped, Zhao's father finally relaxed a little. But the way second brother Su looked with his eyes full of rage still made him nervous. He looked anxiously toward the house, hoping for his daughter-in-law not to really die from anger. Even if she did, she must not die here in the Xiao family. Everyone stopped fighting. "How is Ning girl? Hurry and call the barefoot doctor." Seeing her controlled, Xiao village head let out a long breath and glared at Zhao's father. Why can't this family behave? They just brought her back and now this chaos. Do they have no shame? If they push the Su family too far, won't there be serious consequences? Even if they just wanted to show off, they should treat Su Ning well for a few days. Coming back and causing such a fuss, who knows how others will judge them? They don't care about their reputation anymore. Stop calling. If Big Nyo can cure her, then she would be cured by now. You all know how my daughter is hurt. Su's mother looked furious and scolded Zhao's father, pointing at him. Do you even know how badly my daughter is hurt? She was barely breathing when she left. If I hadn't bought some ginseng to keep her alive, she would have died long ago. She originally said that using ginseng for half a month and then properly caring for her would help her recover slowly. But her body is weak, and she can't get upset. It's your old Xiao family's promise to treat my daughter well, so I let someone come back. A few days ago, the ginseng was stopped, and she seemed to be getting better. But today, she got upset again, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. The money for the ginseng has already been spent. Now, you made her faint from anger, so you should pay for the ginseng. Otherwise, I will take my daughter back and report to the police in town, accusing you of harming her. From now on, if anything happens to my daughter, it's your fault. Sue's mother knew her daughter's condition well. Naturally, she didn't want a doctor to come. But since her daughter said the Xiao family was afraid they would go back, she decided to be bold and directly ask for the ginseng. She had bought a ginseng root before, costing at least 100 or 2 yuan, sometimes over 1,000. Even if she didn't eat it herself, selling it to buy chickens for her daughter was a good idea. Zhao's father felt nervous and looked at Sue's mother. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't know if she was speaking casually or if she guessed his plan. But no matter what, they had finally brought her back. They absolutely couldn't let Su Ning go back, and they couldn't let her report to the police. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to escape suspicion. Thinking about having to pay for the ginseng made him feel crazy. His eyes toward Zhao's mother turned a little sinister. Zhao's mother, who had been beaten and was whimpering, froze when she saw Zhao's father's look. Her body started trembling. "Mom, I don't want his ginseng. I just want my little sister to be okay. I want to report to the police. I want to tell them what you did." Sue's second brother panted heavily, clearly angry and red-eyed, as if Sue's mother would bite Zhao's father the moment she was let go.
No.
"Su family nephew, there's no need to make such a fuss," Zhao's village chief urged, glaring at Zhao's father, signaling him to make a decision quickly. Zhao's father took a deep breath and said to Zhao's mother, lying on the ground, "Go get 200 yuan and give it to the in-laws. Ask them to help buy ginseng for the third daughter-in-law. Hurry."
What?
Zhao's mother was stunned. She had just given 1,000 yuan, then 50 more a few days ago. She had spent over 10 on buying things and chickens. Now, they wanted another 200. Their family had saved hard for many years, and they only had about 2,000 yuan. Now, almost all of it was in that little troublemaker's hands. Just go and get it quickly. Father Xiao was very angry. Seeing her like this, he slapped her. If this useless person hadn't caused trouble, they wouldn't need to spend this money. Thinking this, he kicked again, his eyes full of anger. Mother Xiao usually looked strict, but when Father Xiao spoke, she immediately became quiet. She quickly got up from the ground and went back to the Xiao family house. After getting the money, Mother Su sent everyone out. The family went inside, looked at each other, and burst into laughter. It was very satisfying to hit someone hard and get some money. It made them very happy. Seeing that second brother, Su didn't look surprised. Su Ning was amazed. "Second brother, are you pretending? You look so real." Although she was pretending to be dizzy, she heard everything outside. She didn't expect second brother Su to be acting. "Of course. Don't you see who I am?" second brother Su said proudly. "I was a little suspicious at first. When I saw Mom didn't want to see a doctor, I knew it was an act." "Pretty good, right?" he said. Mother Su slapped second brother Su on the head. "Good? You're just a coward. You scared me to death. I thought you were really going to fight. Well, this money isn't easy to get," second brother Su said with a grin, dodging her slap. "That means I did a good job acting. You're just okay, not as good as Xiao Bei," Mother Su snorted. She reached out and patted Xiao Bei's head, praising him. "Our Xiao Bei is really great." Thinking about how this little guy's words made everyone support them, Mother Su felt very happy. She thought her daughter's son was worth raising. He was so young but already protected others and was quick-witted. He was much better than the others in the Xiao family. After being praised by her grandmother, Xiao Bei felt a little shy. He hid behind Su Ning, looking embarrassed. His behavior made everyone in the house laugh again. "All right, I'll go back with your second brother later. You lock the door from inside. Try not to go out these days. Tomorrow, I'll ask your brother to bring some food for you," Mother Su said. She guessed that the Xiao family probably wouldn't cause trouble soon. She told her daughter and was about to leave, but Su Ning stopped her. "Mom, I just woke up. Can I have some good food to recover?" Su Ning pointed to the chicken in the yard. "Let's kill one and make braised chicken with potatoes and cook some rice. You and second brother can eat first, then go," As noon approached, they thought it might be better to eat here before leaving, since the family probably wouldn't prepare their meal. Second brother Sue swallowed hard. He hadn't had braised chicken pieces in a long time. Recently, the chickens they raised were turned into chicken soup by their mother to help the girls get stronger. Although he could get a few pieces of meat, the chicken in the soup was very different from the braised chicken. Just thinking about it made him hungry. Sue's mother thought for a moment and agreed, especially after considering the amount of money they had just received. She didn't refuse because she was more reasonable than most people and was willing to spend money on her children. The group went into the kitchen. Only then did Su Ning see the layout clearly, and her eyes brightened again. The once empty kitchen now had a new table, cabinets, and 2 shelves, one large and one small. On the larger shelf, there were dishes and bowls used by the previous owner, along with some clay pots and a few potatoes, peppers, cabbages, and radishes, probably brought over by their mother today. The smaller shelf was empty for now, holding only a few small jars, likely used for pickling vegetables. Next to the shelf was the stove, which had 2 burners, one large and one small, each with a pot. Between the 2 pots was a clay jar filled with water, so as long as they lit the fire, they would always have hot water. On the stove, there was a 3-tiered small rack holding several dark-colored jars. One contained half a jean of oil, another was empty, probably for making lard, and the remaining jars held spices, salt, garlic, and other seasonings. Everything was well organized. Since the village had kilns for making clay pots, these small jars were quite affordable. Su Ning planned to find time to exchange for more. On the wall side, there was a cabinet. The bottom shelf held a small bag of rice and a small bag of flour, probably around 7 or 8 jean. There were also some red beans, cornmeal, sesame seeds, and a small basket of eggs in the corner. The top shelf of the cabinet held a small bag of rock sugar and a small bag of brown sugar, though not much, since sugar was hard to come by in the countryside. These were probably all the sugar the Su family could get. The rest of the space was empty, waiting for Su Ning to add more in the future. The kitchen walls had also been painted smoothly, and the firewood was stacked neatly, looking much better. Once she got some lime and repainted, it would look even better. All in all, just from how this small kitchen was arranged, it was clear how much thought their mother had put into it. Given the nature of the Xiao family's habits, providing some rice and flour was probably the best they could do. Most of the other supplies were likely prepared by Mother Su. Her sincere love for her daughter softened her heart once again. "Mom, I'll help you wash the rice." Xiao Bei stood on tiptoe to grab a ceramic basin, but Mother Su took it away directly. "Too many people. You don't need to do that." Mother Su pushed him outside and pointed to the small bedroom on the west side. "Your grandfather prepared a small bed for you. Go see if you like it." Xiao Bei used to sleep with the original owner. When he got a bit older, the original owner made him sleep in the small bedroom, which had a simple bed built on a brick platform. It wasn't well maintained, and there was a crack in it. Because of that, Xiao Bei only dared to sleep close to the head of the bed, afraid it would collapse. Now that he had a small bed, he was very happy. Mother Su was quick and efficient. By the time second brother Su finished killing the chicken, she had already cooked the rice and prepared a pot of hot water to scald the chicken. Soon, a rich aroma filled the air. Luckily, the old Xiao house was in a remote area, or many people might have come looking for the smell. They cooked one chicken with a few potatoes in a large pot, along with a bowl of scrambled eggs with green peppers. The 3 adults and 1 child ate everything clean. Even the broth was diluted with hot water by second brother Su and finished. After eating, Mother Su washed the bowls and tidied up the kitchen. She then told her daughter to quickly lock the courtyard gate. She also handed Su Ning some money, another handful, and said a few words before leaving. After they left, Su Ning counted the money, 300 yuan in total. Besides the 200 yuan from the old Xiao family earlier, Mother Su returned the 100 yuan she had just received when Su Ning came back to the Su family. Only the last 10 yuan was left. Looking at the money and the notes in her hand, Su Ning sighed again. Mother Su had truly done her best. Well, now that she was back, she would find ways to make up for it. She took some hot water from the clay jar and wiped herself down, then lay on the bed to rest. The quilt the original owner had used was washed and turned into a cushion. The quilt on the bed was a dowry the Su family had prepared for her before, brought over this time. 2 quilts in total. She used one, and the other was temporarily unused. She didn't want to pack it away, so she threw it into her space, planning to take it out later to air. The soft, big bed made Suning roll around a few times. With no worries about the old Xiao family coming over for now, she felt more at ease and slept peacefully. In contrast, the Xiao family's atmosphere was not very good. Recently, the Su family had been sending over many things, so everyone knew about their attitude towards their daughter. Because of this, the Xiao family didn't plan to cause trouble now. However, Sun and I looked at the spacious old house and all the things inside. She felt very jealous and couldn't help but say a few harsh words. Unexpectedly, the normally weak person today became so aggressive that her face was beaten until numb. Later, she was also hit and pinched by Su's mother, which was very painful. But that was not all. When she got home, she was slapped twice by the old lady Xiao and beaten half to death by Zhao's second son. She was very angry, but what could she do? She saw others glaring at her fiercely. She had just lost 200 yuan. If she resisted again, she might be beaten to death. Old man, are you going to let her bully our Xiao family like this? Zhao's mother was furious and glared at Sun and I. Then she said fiercely, "Tomorrow, I will find those 2-bit troublemakers and have them ruined, that wicked girl. I want to see if the Su family dares to be so arrogant." Thinking of Suning being pointed at by thousands of people, Zhao's mother smiled proudly. She looked at Zhao's second son and said, "Watch your wife. If she dares to speak rudely again, I will beat her to death." "Shut up too." Zhao's father was naturally angry and worried. But compared to the 200 yuan, he cared more about what would happen next. His cold gaze swept over Zhao's mother and son and I, and he said coldly, "If anyone does something bad again, they will die." His gaze was as cold as a poisonous snake, making people feel suffocated. Zhao's mother and the others nodded repeatedly, not daring to resist at all. "Don't bother her for now. Wait until everyone forgets today's matter in a few days," Zhao's father said, withdrawing his gaze and looking at Zhao's mother. "It's fine to send some gifts. We've already spent so much money, so a little more doesn't matter." After saying that, worried she might refuse, he added, "As long as the third son gets better, we will be fine.
Don't be stingy.
Let her be happy for another month at most. We can't delay the third son's matters. Do you understand?" Zhao's mother was reluctant inside, but didn't dare show it. She thought she could soon live a good life with the third son, so her mood slightly improved. "Fine. Let that little troublemaker be proud for a few more days." As for the situation at the Xiao family, Suning didn't know. When she woke up, she planned to prepare some pig fat to cook with. Many dishes taste better with pig fat, and she had wanted to do it for a long time. The little one was still sleeping, and Suning didn't go to wake him. She took out a block of lard and some pork belly from her space. She was making lard and braised pork at the same time. Over the past 10 days, she had collected many good things: 1 ton of vermicelli, potatoes, tomatoes, beef, mutton, fish, dried noodles, flour, sugar, rock sugar, seafood, duck eggs, chicken, grapes, malted milk, and milk powder. During this time, Zhou managed to buy things 3 times: a ton of toilet paper, a ton of sanitary pads, and a ton of cotton. She tested it out, and if she prayed in advance, she could often buy these items quickly. These supplies would probably last her a lifetime. At first, she wanted to get a radio or a bicycle, but for someone like her who only used a few sheets of rough toilet paper each month, she couldn't stand it. During her period, she used menstrual pads with some cotton inside, which she had to reuse. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. Only her family's caring for her allowed her to use these, otherwise, she'd just wrap herself in some ashes. With her special ability, she focused on making herself comfortable. Even if she earned less money, she prioritized her needs. As for cotton, she had menstrual pads, but she wanted to make some for appearances. So she made a lot of cotton pads. She could use them to sew warm clothes or quilts later. Most of her quick purchases were food, but Joe's quick buys were usually non-food supplies. She didn't know what her monthly quick buy would be yet. In 7 days, it would be a month, and she was a little excited. In the past 2 weeks, during the day, Suning helped her father make furniture. At night, she worked in her space, making shelves and small boxes. Now, her kitchen wall had 2 shelves with various boxes made from large baskets, holding common vegetables and meats brought from outside. Of course, she kept more in the living room, arranging meat, eggs, fruits, and vegetables so she could see everything clearly. But with her current speed, it would take at least a month to organize everything in her space completely. She took out some rice, oil, and flour, mixing them into her outside supplies. Suning wanted to fill her storage, but she worried her mother and others might see. So she decided to eat some first and add more later. After organizing everything, Suning cut the pork fat into small pieces and put them into a pot. She added water, covered it, and simmered on low heat. Meanwhile, she cut the pork belly into small cubes, added a little oil to a pan, heated it, and then added sugar to make caramel. Once the caramel turned golden, she quickly added the blanched pork belly and stir-fried until the meat was coated with caramel. Then she added seasonings and water, simmered slowly, and finally added soy sauce. She increased the heat to reduce the sauce, and when done, sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. This type of firewood-cooked meat becomes very tender and has a special smoky flavor, making it tastier than cooking on a gas stove. When the pork belly was done, the pork fat had already released oil. At this point, she needed to be careful not to add water and to stir gently to prevent splattering or burning. She slowly fried it on low heat until most of the oil was out, leaving only pork cracklings, then stopped. Although eating too much pork might not be healthy, frying an egg or vegetables with pork fat gives a unique and delicious aroma. The leftover pork cracklings, when stir-fried with cabbage, are also very tasty. Currently, she only had green vegetables, not cabbage, but planned to buy some tomorrow and cook a few dishes to enjoy slowly in her space. She scooped out the pork cracklings, removed most of the oil, and set the rest aside. The pork fat was to be cooled and stored in a jar later, with most of it drained. She had rendered over 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, of pork fat from the pork belly, with 7 or 8 jin, around 3 to 4 kilograms, of pure pork oil. If someone saw her, they wouldn't know what to say. This was the time when everyone went to work. The village was almost empty, and since she lived in a remote area, no one came looking for her. That's why Suning cooked at this time. As soon as it was ready, she aired out the kitchen to disperse the smell. Just as she lifted the window, Xiaobei came running in, inhaling the aroma. His eyes fixed on the meat, and he drooled. Suning thought about the over 1,000 jin of pork she still had in her space. She generously mixed some sugar with pork cracklings and handed it to him to eat outside. Then she turned and went into Xiaobei's small room, gazing thoughtfully at the Kong bed. Their place isn't in the northeast. Although winters are cold, they usually only experience cold weather for a few days. Most families don't have Kong beds. However, many people in this village had fled from the northeast, and after arriving, they built Kong beds. Over time, this habit was gradually kept alive. Later, as people felt winter wasn't so cold anymore, most families replaced their broken Kong beds with regular beds, since heating a Kong used a lot of firewood during the winter. The old house of the Xiao family has been preserved for a long time and has never been torn down. The bed in the room where the original owner slept had already collapsed, so 2 years ago, when the original owner arrived, she dismantled the bed and replaced it with a dowry bed. As for the small room, the bed was still usable, but over the past 2 years, it had not been maintained and gradually fell into disrepair and cracked. Suning carefully recalled that part of the story and guessed that the treasure was probably near the bed. Based on the timeline, if she hadn't traveled here, the original owner would have died about 20 days ago. Considering the relationship between the Su and Xiao families and the original owner's tragic death, the Su family wouldn't have left the original owner's furniture as a gift to the Xiao family. Continuing this reasoning, the only place to sleep in this house would be the bed in the small room. She remembered that when the heroine first moved in, the bed hadn't been upgraded. It was only after several days when she was sleeping that the bed collapsed, and then it was upgraded. So she thought for a long time and believed that if there was a treasure, it was most likely hidden near the bed. Thinking this, she shifted her gaze to the bed. There were faint cracks in the middle of the bed, one of which was quite large, revealing a dark, shadowy part inside. Because it was too dark inside, she couldn't see clearly what was there. This room was only occupied by Xiao Bei as a child, and it was simply furnished with a small bed and a tiny wardrobe, almost nothing else. Su Ning considered and moved the small bed directly into her room. The small wardrobe was temporarily placed in the living room for convenience. Xiao Bei came in holding a bowl and saw Su Ning's actions. His eyes immediately turned red and he sniffled, saying, "Mom, can I live with you?" "You're so kind, Mom. Stop being so clingy," Su Ning said with a glance, signaling him to go play. She thought for a moment and said, "Mom needs to clear this bed and reassemble it. You stay outside in the yard. If someone knocks on the door, tell me loudly." She was a little nervous about grabbing someone else's treasure for the first time. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly, wanting to help, but Su Ning glared at him. He grinned in a pleading way, then carried his bowl and sat on a small stool at the door, eating pig fat scraps little by little. He smiled contentedly while watching the door carefully, obeying his mother's instructions. Su Ning found a hoe in the storage room and began digging at the crack in the bed. The brick bed was made of old clay bricks, and after so many years, it was no longer sturdy. When I used a hoe to break it, the entire bed collapsed loudly, dust flying everywhere and filling the room with chaos. Seeing the dust rise, Su Ning quickly stepped outside, closed the door, and started searching the storage room for tools. She needed a shovel, a dustpan, a broom, and an iron hoe. She also prepared a pickaxe. That should be enough. Over the past 2 years, Su's father had visited less often, but each time he came, he added something to the storage room. Now it was full of various items, and Su Ning felt a bit jealous seeing so many things. After waiting a little while for the dust to settle, Su Ning wrapped her hair and face with a cloth and began cleaning the bed. Recently, she had been eating well and took a strength pill, which made her stronger than most adult men. Even before the medicine fully took effect, she was already much stronger. Once the medicine's effects fully appeared, even 3 or 4 men wouldn't compare to her. In just a short time, she knocked down the entire bed, even using the dustpan to carry away the dirt and bricks, revealing the same muddy ground outside. She carefully checked the ground and the bricks she removed. She didn't find anything and frowned. Could she have guessed wrong? Maybe the female lead's upgrade didn't involve any energy? So, there might be no treasure? No. Upgrades don't happen without reason. There must be something in the cracked bed that the female lead needs for her space. Thinking this, she knocked around with the hoe. This time she really noticed something different. In the center of the bed, a dull, muffled sound came from somewhere different from the other parts. Su Ning's heart moved, and her hand holding the hoe trembled slightly. She didn't dare to use too much force this time. Carefully, she peeled away some bricks while tapping gently. The hollow sound grew clearer until she removed 2 layers of dirt and bricks, revealing a piece of iron plate. Seeing this, Su Ning knew she was on the right track. The iron plate was black. When she lifted it, a thin stone slab appeared. Su Ning used force to move the slab aside, revealing a downward hole. She wasn't sure if it was ventilated inside, so she didn't dare to go in yet. After waiting for a while, she found her mother's flashlight and shone it inside. The space inside wasn't large, just enough to hold 3 boxes. Su Ning didn't look either. She first stored the box in the space. After thinking, she took out a small wooden box from the space, took out the small porcelain bottle where she had placed the energy pills before, and rolled a few mud balls into it. Then she put the porcelain bottle inside the small wooden box and placed it in the hole. After placing the stone slab properly, she covered it with an iron plate, piled the soil back, and covered the surface with yellow mud. Once it dried, there was hardly any visible difference. She originally planned to redo the bed in this room, making it a bit larger. Although winters here are not as cold as in the Northeast, for her, who relies on underfloor heating and air conditioning to survive the winter, it might not be very comfortable. So she wanted to make it bigger, so she could sleep here with the little one during winter. For now, she decided to restore it to its original state. If someone asked, she could say she just fixed it. Also, since she took the heroine's opportunity, she might be discovered later, so it's better to smooth out the traces and avoid attracting attention. Outside, when the Sioux brothers were building the courtyard wall, they left some leftover soil bricks. She had studied videos on how to make a Kong, a heated bed, and after dismantling earlier, she specifically watched some more. After a few minutes of thinking, she roughly understood how to do it. She started mixing yellow mud and stacking the main structure. Except for the bed surface, which would take a day to finish, she completed everything else before dark. Maybe because she hadn't done such intense activity in a long time, after finishing the bricks, Suning felt her stomach was so hungry she could eat a cow. She took out a few green peppers from the space, fried an egg with a green pepper in a pot that had just finished rendering pork fat, and added a bowl of fragrant braised pork and a few steamed buns. She also poured 2 bowls of malted milk and carried everything out. Xiao Bei ate without lifting his head. The little kid ate several pieces of pork belly, a steamed bun about the size of an adult's fist, and a bowl of malted milk, burping constantly from fullness. If Suning hadn't told him to stop, he probably would have wanted more. Suning also ate happily. Although the Sioux family was good, she didn't have much freedom to take things out. Now she locked everything in the cabinet. No one knew what was inside. Perfect. After the mother and son finished eating, there was hot water in the clay pot in the middle of the stove. They washed up and then went back to bed to sleep. Xiao Bei was still a little kid. After eating and drinking enough, he fell asleep on the bed not long after. Hearing his steady breathing, Suning slipped into the space, looked at the 3 boxes, and felt warmth in her heart. She once heard people say that the Xiao family came from fleeing famine, but their ancestors were high officials and brought many things when they arrived. There were rumors that the Xiao family had treasures, but they stayed low-key, and over time, people forgot, thinking it was just a joke. Xiao Yan's grandfather, Xiao Father's father, died suddenly from an illness before he could leave any instructions. Suning guesses that Xiao Father probably doesn't know about these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her the old family house. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, her affairs wouldn't be her concern. Now, these are all hers. Using her mind, she opened the 3 boxes and looked inside. The light in Suning's eyes grew brighter. She was really going to get rich this time. The largest box was filled with big yellow croakers. She counted 100 of them. At the current gold price of 10 yuan per gram, this is worth over 300,000 yuan. The next box contained silver ingots. Compared to gold, silver is much cheaper, about
5 yuan per gram.
There are about 100 small silver ingots, worth roughly 30,000 to 40,000 yuan at current prices. The last box held various gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, cat's eye stones, and surprisingly, many colorful diamonds. Suning's eyes dazzled at the sight. Although these items aren't valuable now, in a few decades, any one of them would be enough for her to buy a large apartment. Calming her pounding heart, Suning's gaze fell on a ruby in the corner of the gemstone box. The stone wasn't large and didn't look very transparent, but for some reason, Suning felt it was a good item, possibly worth more than everything else combined. Holding the ruby in her hand, Suning inexplicably felt a comfortable sensation, as if her body had become lighter. She didn't know how to use this stone or if it would work with her space, but if she could snatch the female lead's belongings, she felt it was worth it. After examining all the treasures, she took the ruby and set it aside. Suning was finally satisfied and returned to the bed outside, her eyes shining brightly. As expected, quick money comes from unconventional ways. She had also considered trading supplies on the black market, but she wasn't the female lead and lacked her halo. Going in might be dangerous, and even if she had a space, it wouldn't surpass firearms. Don't think that one person alone can break in. They are all experienced and clever. Why would you believe an ordinary person could hide from those experts? Selling a large amount on the black market is not realistic or safe. Also, small sales are okay, but if she sells a lot, she's risking her life. Even if the black market people don't investigate her, those in power will. Not having surveillance makes things easier, but skilled people who can track traces are still around. She doesn't want to be caught and cut into pieces. So, she planned that even if she sells, she can only do small street sales. After selling in one place, she can't go back there soon. She doesn't trust others and won't gamble on human nature. In this time, being low-key is safer because people are less tolerant than modern times. At first, she thought she'd save enough money to buy a house someday, but now she's suddenly made a big profit. Thinking this way, she started to remember other chances the heroine had. Since she already took one, she got used to it over time. When she fell asleep, the red gemstone in her space suddenly lit up. Then it burst into many shining spots and scattered everywhere. Some even spilled out and landed on Su Ning, but she didn't see it because she was asleep. The next morning, Su Ning stretched and frowned unconsciously. She felt lighter and full of energy. What was happening? Did the 9 Revolutions rebirth pill suddenly work? Thinking carefully, her first guess was the gemstone. But now it was daytime, and the little one had started moving. She couldn't go in, so she decided to check with her mind. Before she could look, she heard loud knocking on the door. "Mom, someone's knocking." Xiao Bei was awakened, rubbed his eyes, sat up, and called Su Ning while getting dressed. His face looked sleepy and tired. Su Ning frowned. It was just dawn. Who had come so early? Could it be her mother? Or someone from the Xiao family? Probably not. Her mother knew she liked to sleep in the mornings and wouldn't come so early. As for the Xiao family, they caused trouble yesterday, so they shouldn't come again today. Who could it be? Su Ning was confused. She first told Xiao Bei not to share family matters outside, then got up and left. After thinking for a moment, she locked the bedrooms on both sides and stored all the items that shouldn't be in the kitchen. Only then did she go to the door and open it. Before Su Ning could react, a figure suddenly rushed in, almost knocking over Xiao Bei, who was behind. Once she saw who it was, and the 2 people following behind, Su Ning squinted. Why are the heroine, hero, and male sidekick all here? They look in such a hurry. Did they find out their opportunity was taken? But the heroine shouldn't know about this yet. No matter what she thought, she showed no emotion and looked at the group with a confused expression.
Gamratsu, sorry.
Jiao Jiao was sleepy and confused. She might think you are her sister. I heard you moved back, so she came to see you. Chen Chongqiao smiled awkwardly. He didn't really understand what was happening. This morning, when he went to the bathroom, he saw Dong Jiao Jiao rushing out. Worried she might get into trouble, he pulled Hu Jingting along. On the way, he asked her many questions, but Dong Jiao Jiao didn't answer. She just looked panicked and ran outside as if she had lost her soul. Feeling soft-hearted, he didn't dare to press her further. Hu Jingting wanted to stop her, but was begged and pleaded with by Chen Chongqiao. Reluctantly, he followed silently. This led them to the old house of the Xiao family. Older sister, did you see something very special? Once inside the yard, Dong Jiao Jiao looked around, feeling empty inside, as if something very important was missing. Chen Chongqiao stepped forward and grabbed her, making eye signals. They didn't know each other well, and this wasn't good. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, confident in her mind that it was related to the gemstone. She didn't know how the other person found out, but once it was in her hands, she would never give it back. What is Dong Jiqing looking for? This is my home. Since I was injured, it's been locked up. I just returned yesterday and haven't had time to tidy up. Why don't you all come in and sit? This was to tell them that the house had been closed for over 20 days and only opened yesterday. Even if Dong Jiao Jiao lost something, she shouldn't come here looking for it. If there's nothing else, they can leave. Chen Chongqiao's embarrassment was even more obvious. They were educated youths from Sujia village, and in the past few days, they hadn't had a chance to go out. Naturally, They wouldn't come to Xiao Village, and it was unlikely they would leave something here. Coming so suddenly was indeed a bit rude. Sister Sue, please think carefully again. I'm begging you. That thing is really very important to me. Dong Jiao Jiao knew she was being unreasonable, but she truly needed that item. She had a feeling that if she didn't get it, she would definitely regret it. Thinking this way, she rushed into the house regardless. If the doors to the bedrooms hadn't been locked, she might have even gone inside to look. Su Ning was surprised. She didn't expect the female lead to have such a sense of perception, but she showed no sign of it. She looked at the other two people with some difficulty and said, I don't know what you're looking for. You haven't been to my house before, so how could you come here to find something? My injury isn't fully healed, and I can't stand for long. If you have nothing else, you should leave now. We heard about Comrade Su's situation and came to see if we could help, Qin Changqiao said with a forced smile, hiding his awkwardness. Although we are educated youths, our household registration is in Sujia village, so we are from the same village as Comrade Su. When we heard about her situation, we came to see her and help if we can. Hu Jingting nodded and looked at Dong Jiao Jiao. Dong, educated youth, Comrade Su looks fine, so you don't need to worry. Let's go back now. She doesn't like to be disturbed. Your good intentions might just annoy her. Having been pulled over mysteriously and then chased away twice, Hu Jingting's expression wasn't very good, and his tone became a bit more stiff. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Was the male lead implying something about her?
Ha!
Once the filters of the novel were gone, the male lead was just an ordinary person after all. So, you all came to see me? Su Ning pretended to be surprised. Then she awkwardly said, Sorry, everyone. I thought you were here to seek revenge just now. Usually, when visitors come to see someone here, they don't come empty-handed. I didn't expect such customs in a big place like Jing City.
Sorry about that.
You see, we folks from the countryside don't understand city rules. Please forgive us. After saying this, she barely managed to hold back her eye roll. A fortune teller, as if they didn't know how to do anything properly. Hu Jingting's face alternated between red and pale. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. His expression toward Dong Jiao Jiao also cooled a bit.
No. Comrade Su, you misunderstood.
We left in such a hurry this morning that we forgot to bring things. We'll send them over later. Qin Changqiao gently pulled at the distracted Dong Jiao Jiao, signaling her it was time to leave. Staying longer would only embarrass everyone. No, Sister Su, we really came to see you. Hearing this, Dong Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. She took 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it over with a sweet smile. I don't know what Sister Su likes, so we didn't buy anything. I thought I could give you the money, and you can buy what you like. Su Ning smiled slightly. The heroine's intelligence was just SOSO. She turned around and buried the supporting character. But that's understandable. Rebirth doesn't automatically make someone smarter. If she were truly clever, she wouldn't be here now. There are many ways to gather information, but she chose the worst one. Feeling amused, she looked around at Qin Changqiao and Hu Jingting, finally focusing on the 5 yuan. The message was clear. So, the 3 of them are sharing the cost? They're not even from the same family. How bold. Qin Changqiao and Hu Jingting's expressions slightly changed. Before they could speak, Dong Jiao Jiao interrupted. Oh, I forgot. Brother Changqiao and the others already gave me money earlier to buy things. I thought it would be better to give you the money directly, so I brought it along. Sister, please don't mind.
Here's the money.
You like something? Go buy it yourself. She then took out 2 more 5 yuan notes, totaling 15 yuan, and handed it to Su Ning. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. She's turning the conversation around again. The heroine isn't that naive. Seeing this, Hu Jingting and another person, whose expressions had been a bit unfriendly, softened their gazes. They nodded in agreement, pretending to accept the situation. That's too much trouble. Su Ning stuffed the money into her pocket and looked at the heroine with satisfaction. 15 yuan was enough to buy over 20 pounds of meat. The heroine was really generous. Indeed, the wealthy young lady was different. She spent 15 yuan at once, almost half a month's wages for a city worker. She didn't know, and Dong Jiao didn't want to give either. But rushing over like this would only make others suspicious. To gather information later, she had to reluctantly give the money. Thank you all for coming to see me. After receiving the money, Suning's attitude clearly improved. She said to Xiao Bei behind her, bring out a few chairs so this young lady Dong Jiqing can talk to us. We want to know how her things ended up in our yard and where exactly they are so we can help find them. Dong Jiao was anxious inside but knew her previous explanation had too many holes. She looked around, smiled, and said, Sister Su, you misunderstood. I don't mean to trouble you. Before I came here, I had a dream. I dreamed that you would soon find something. That thing isn't useful to you, but it's very useful to me. That's why I came to see you. If you're willing, I can buy it from you. She also saw how quickly Suning took the money, so she came up with this idea. As long as she could get the item, spending a little money was worth it. Oh, I see what you mean now, Suning replied. She knew this was just an excuse, but it was a good one. A big opportunity was right in front of her, and she wouldn't let it slip away. Of course, she was also thinking about how to get the item without raising suspicion. If she didn't find a way, the other person might start to doubt her. She hesitated a bit, torn between revealing the truth or throwing out some bait. Did you get it, sister? Dong Jiao looked at her eagerly. Please sell it to me. We can agree on a price. She grabbed Suning's hand, looking nervous. Because of her movement, something fell from Suning's sleeve. When the other person didn't see, she quickly picked it back up. What is that? Dong Jiao's expression changed slightly, and a hint of urgency flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Suning guessed that the energy stone had contaminated everything in the space. Thinking this, she took a small stone she had picked up from the riverbank and held it in her hand. She thought it looked nice at the time and threw it into her space. Now, it might be useful. Despite her many thoughts, Suning hesitated for a moment and then said, I really did find something. It was just a worthless stone, but it might be worth a lot of money. Plus, it's likely that the heroine will keep sending money to her soon. She wasn't going to be soft on the heroine's sheep-like behavior. When she saw the small stone, Dong Jiao's eyes lit up, but she also felt something was off. She signaled to Qin Chongqiu and the others to leave first, then quietly said to Suning, Sister, what is it? Don't worry. Once we leave this place, I won't mention it again, okay? I believe Dong Jiqing, Qian said. Suning raised an eyebrow. This was the most gem-like stone she had picked from the space. As soon as she took out the stone, Dong Jiao felt her space tremble slightly, then quickly calmed down. But just as she wanted to feel it more carefully, Suning quickly took it back, wrapping it in a cloth, looking around as if guarding against thieves, and refused to take it out again. A trace of disdain flashed in Dong Jiao's eyes. The quality of this gem looked average. Her mother had left her several top-quality gems. Once she took the items her grandfather left her, she believed she would have even more. She wouldn't covet such a small piece. However, this item seemed to be needed by her space, so, no matter the price, she had to get it. Suning saw everything in the other person's expression. She clenched the cloth in her hand and lowered her voice, saying, Dong Jiqing, I won't hide it from you. This was given to Xiao Bei by my in-laws. They have many, but only gave me this one. I don't know if it's valuable, but I plan to keep it for Xiao Bei's future marriage. She was about to put the item away. Don't. Sister Su, can you sell this to me? Dong Jiao originally wanted to exchange her mother's gems, but her mother had given her a whole set. She was a bit reluctant, and thinking of Suning's love for money, she decided, how about I pay 100 yuan to buy it? Right now, the gem wasn't worth much. Even top-quality gems, 100 yuan was the most she could offer. Suning clearly saw her intentions. She sneered inwardly, but showed no sign of being tempted. She looked at Xiao Bei with a loving expression and said, I've decided. This will be used for Xiao Bei's marriage in the future. Maybe after 3 turns and a bang, with 36 legs, plus a house, it will be enough. Isn't that right, son? It all depended on how much she could get out of this. Taking a risk, even a pebble could sell for a lot, and she could also divert the trouble to the Xiao family. Not bad. Yes, Xiao Bei likes this. The little kid was smart and immediately understood Su Ning's meaning. He pouted and said, "Mom can't sell it to others, no matter how much money they offer." "Mom knows." Su Ning raised an eyebrow, admiring the little one, then turned to Dong Jiao and refused. "Dong Jiqing, sorry, my son likes this. I won't trade it." After saying that, she turned to go back inside. Dong Jiao became anxious. After thinking for a moment, she clenched her teeth and took out a sapphire ring from her space. She handed it over and said, "Sister, look at this. Is the quality better than the one you have? I'll trade it with you. Of course, sapphires are better than pebbles."
How could they not be?
"It's quite good." Dong Jiqing, "Put it away quickly, don't lose it." Su Ning's eyes flickered. The more anxious the other person was, the calmer she became. She remembered that the heroine's mother left her a set of sapphire jewelry. This ring should be the cheapest. Although it was worth more than her small gemstone, well, her little pebble, it still wasn't enough. "Senior Sister Su, this really means a lot to me. Please be kind and help me out." As soon as Dong Jiao finished speaking, she saw Xiao Bei glaring angrily at Su Ning. "Mom, you promised to leave this for me to marry my wife. You wouldn't go back on your word, right? Someone who breaks promises will turn into a little dog." Su Ning suppressed the smile threatening to appear and looked at her with a difficult expression. After thinking for a moment, she made a hard decision. "Dong Jiqing, forget it. I promise my son. You should take it back now." Dong Jiao clenched her teeth again and took out another 100 yuan. She looked at Su Ning and said, "Add another 100, sister. Trade it with me." "Sorry, that's not possible." Su Ning's eyes showed signs of hesitation. She almost couldn't hold back her desire. But when she heard Xiao Bei snort, she reluctantly shifted her gaze again. "Add another 100. Dong Jiao was a bit resentful. Seeing the obvious flicker of desire in Su Ning's eyes, she added another 100. Su Ning forced a smile and suppressed her excitement. She was crazy to want it, but she still refused. After several exchanges, when the total reached 1,000 yuan, Su Ning finally agreed. "I'm really sorry. I always felt this thing was special. Otherwise, my in-laws wouldn't treasure it so much. If you hadn't given so much, I wouldn't be able to part with it." Tiske, finally sold. This small stone probably only absorbed a little energy and would dissipate soon. Trading so much for it seemed quite worth it. Moreover, she didn't want the heroine to keep staring at her. She still needed to survive and develop secretly. "Thank you, sister." Dong Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Ning still looking reluctant, she immediately felt that spending the money was worth it. Su Ning looked conflicted, sighed, and handed over the items. Then she pushed the person outside while saying, "My son doesn't want to change. If you hadn't offered so much, I wouldn't agree. So, Dong Jiqing, you should go back first or I might regret it." Dong Jiao took the items and didn't want to stay longer. She followed her out, her eyes falling on the blue gemstone, blue pebble, in her hand, filled with happiness. She had spent so much money. Although it hurt her to part with it, her mother had left her 5,000 yuan, a savings book with 10,000, and she found over 1,000 from her stepfather. After giving away 1,000 and using some, she still had over 14,000 yuan, enough to live here for several years. So, she didn't feel too bad. She didn't understand why the space had shaken, but she felt she needed something like this. Holding the blue gemstone in her hand, she felt comfortable. This must be what she needed. As for Su Ning mentioning that the Xiao family still had something, she didn't want to look for it anymore. First, because of that strange feeling guiding her here. Second, because the space moved a little and she thought that was the reason. Although she still felt some mysterious feelings inside, Dong Jiao didn't bother to think about it. Once she understood what was happening, she would decide whether to go to the Xiao family. Outside, the two people didn't know what they were talking about. They only saw that they kept pulling and tugging. In the end, Dong Jiao bought something, and when she came out, she looked curiously at her hand. Dong Jiao naturally wouldn't show the gemstone. After all, wealth is tempting. She took out a red hairpin from the space and smiled. This is what I wanted. It cost 30 yuan. The hairpin was embedded with many small diamonds, sparkling and transparent in the sunlight. It was very beautiful. Although 30 yuan was a bit expensive, she could accept it, so they didn't doubt it. When they heard no more sounds outside, Suning put 1,015 yuan into the space. Adding what she had left before, she now had 2,255 yuan. Besides that, she had 2 food coupons, 2 sugar tickets, 3 cloth tickets, and 2 grain tickets. In less than a month, she hadn't done anything. Yet, she ended up with a nice house, a lot of money, and tickets. Was this what they call lying down and winning? Thinking about the treasures in the space and all the supplies, Su Ning felt very happy. She was truly rich. And thinking about the heroine's performance, she felt a little relieved inside. Today's matter shows that even if the female lead is eager to change, she should still pay attention and send the money at a different time. After all, there are no longer 100 yuan bills. 1,000 yuan is 100 bills, and her pockets can't hold that much if they are not full. This also reminds her to be more careful with her space in the future. Additionally, she can't understand how the female lead knew that the treasure was with her. As for that gemstone, a pebble, could it cause the other person's space to upgrade? Su Ning thinks not. The pebble feels comfortable but almost unnoticeable, much less energetic than the gemstone in the box, and far less than the energy stone. Even the female lead wouldn't be that unreasonable. So she isn't worried. Thinking about the space that flashed through her mind just now, Su Ning wonders if something has changed there. With that thought, she quickly closed the door, went inside, and told the little one before entering the space. When she saw it, she was stunned. Is this still her space? The original 200 or 300 square meters had expanded a lot, probably to dozens of acres. Mainly, it was just barren black land. In the southeast corner of the black land, there was a cemented area about 2 acres. Where the 1-bedroom, 1 living room used to be, a 2-story small house appeared, roughly 200 square meters. Su Ning pushed the door open and saw that the first floor had become a huge storage room. The shelves inside had increased several times, almost filling the entire space. She touched the shelves and was very surprised. She was sure she made these shelves herself, and she even wrote numbers on them with a carbon stick. The original living room was small, with only 5 rows of shelves. Now, the storage room has 5 times that size, with 25 rows, as if copied and pasted. Su Ning looked over the shelves, slightly twitching her lips. Not only were they copied and pasted, but they also automatically adjusted to fit the space perfectly in size and width. 2 shelves that originally held her neatly arranged small baskets and supplies had also been enlarged. The basket's volume increased several times. For example, a small basket that used to hold about 10 jin of red sugar now holds around 40 to 50 jin. Because the number of shelves increased 5-fold, the 10 jin of red sugar she placed separately now appears to be about 250 jin. The other supplies are the same, making her gape in amazement. Previously, her small basket was not full on the shelves, only holding about 20 items. This was already a lot for her, considering she worked day and night. Now, the remaining storage space is even larger. To fill it completely might take her half a year. She put aside her mixed feelings of pain and happiness and walked through the storage area on the first floor to the second floor. The second floor is a suite with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, the same size as the lower floor. When she entered, she saw the living room, which was empty. Su Ning entered the master bedroom and was immediately surprised by what she saw. The master bedroom was filled with things: a 4-door wardrobe, a wall of bookshelves, a double sofa, and a long desk about 1.8 meters. There was also a large double bed, about 2 meters wide, all made of natural wood. It looked somewhat familiar. When Su Ning noticed the quilt on the bed, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The pattern on this quilt was exactly the same as the one she threw in yesterday. Yesterday, her mother brought her 2 new quilts. She thought she might come in to rest sometime, so she threw them in. She didn't expect the originally 1.5-meter wide quilt to become 2.4 meters wide. If she had known, she would have thrown in the other quilt too. On the wooden bed, the matching thin mattress had turned into a memory foam mattress. The bedsheets made from fabric her mother gave her had also grown much larger, perfectly matching the size of the bed. After seeing all this, she was sure that these were the original items scaled up proportionally. The other two bedrooms were also furnished similarly, just slightly smaller in each piece of furniture. Even the quilts and sheets were duplicated, which made Suling feel a bit speechless. It seemed like this space wasn't very clever, just copying and pasting or mimicking. When she looked at the kitchen and bathroom, this feeling became even clearer. In the kitchen, the two shelves she originally built were simply duplicated and enlarged a bit. The large basket she used to store supplies, which she cut in half to make a temporary cabinet, now became a row of natural wood-colored tables, like those in a library. It looked a bit strange in the kitchen, but it could still be used to hold things. Suling didn't know what to say about all this. She felt that this space might be like a kindergarten that hadn't graduated, just copying, pasting, or mimicking. But at least it was better than nothing. She also looked at the seasonings she moved in yesterday. Each type was a little more than before, and after repeating the shelves a few times, she felt okay about it. For example, she originally only had half a small bowl of soy sauce. After enlarging and copying it, she now has about 2 large bowls, enough for a long time. She doesn't need to worry about seasoning for now. She has also duplicated several small wooden basins and bowls, scaled up proportionally, which makes storing things easier in the future. The braised pork, pork fat, and pork cracklings she made yesterday have also been duplicated and enlarged, so she doesn't need to cook them again soon. The only thing she feels is a bit smarter is the bathroom. Maybe because she strongly wanted a toilet with a shower, her simple urine bucket turned into a modern toilet. The small wooden tub for soaking feet became a large bathtub for bathing, and the water faucet turned into a shower head with hot water, which made her very happy. Thinking about how everything inside the room is now like this, she wondered if the supplies outside on the cement ground were also enlarged and duplicated. As she thought this, Su Ning's eyes lit up instantly. She saw that all the baskets she had previously dismantled were now restored, but much larger than before, filled with supplies as if they had never been used or taken apart. There were 23 baskets in total, each about 5 times larger than before. With so many supplies, she only had one thought. She had made a fortune. It felt like a lot of money was calling to her. Thinking of money, she also remembered the money and bills stored in her space. She was excited at first, but quickly calmed down. The space's ability to enlarge and duplicate was unreliable. Could she really use the extra money? She thought about it and decided not to rush. When she saw the money and bills, she let out a small breath of relief. Luckily, she didn't duplicate them. She was a good person and couldn't produce counterfeit money. She counted the supplies again and checked her gold and gemstones. She found that except for that special gemstone that was missing, everything else was unchanged. She realized that items related to money might be hard to duplicate. The easiest to get would be items obtained through quick methods, followed by food. As for medicines, the 9 Revolutions rebirth pill hadn't increased, the health pills had half a bottle more, and the hemostatic pills had 1 more bottle. Nothing else changed, showing that rare and high-quality pills are also hard to come by. This makes sense, because such extraordinary items are rare. If they were common, it wouldn't be reasonable. As for the missing special gemstone, Su Ning had a feeling it was gone, but she wasn't disappointed. After all, she didn't need it. Upgrading her space was more valuable. She looked around the entire space, and the only thing she regretted was the black land. She tried, but couldn't plant with her mind. She couldn't grow anything herself. In this era without machines, relying only on manual labor to farm such a large area is simply not realistic. Forget it. In the future, she will get some seeds, clear a small piece of land, and grow food for herself. If possible, she will plant some fruit trees. She doesn't want to think about anything else. Overall, she is very happy with this upgrade. The red gemstone she received yesterday is probably the heroine's chance. Otherwise, her space wouldn't have upgraded after it disappeared. She guesses that the materials in her space are due to the energy stones. After absorbing the energy stones, her space upgraded, just like how the dog can use energy to upgrade the killing machine. This energy is useful not only for her space but also for her. Her body changes are probably because of this. She just checked, and the scar on her head has completely disappeared. Once her hair grows back, no one will know she was seriously injured over a month ago. All of this is thanks to that energy. The energy spread throughout her space, and naturally, the energy from the red gemstone also contaminated the small stone, which is why the heroine can't recognize it. If that's true, it would be very interesting. She looks forward to the day the heroine finds out she was tricked. If that's the case, maybe she can sell a few more stones to her. Thinking of this, Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly. "Mom, I'm hungry." At this moment, Xiao Bei's voice came in. The little guy waited outside for half an hour but didn't see his mother come out. Worried and afraid of disturbing her, he rubbed his stomach and asked softly,
Yata bun.
Mom steamed it last night because she couldn't sleep. Su Ning came out of the space with some meat buns. She has 5 tons of buns to eat freely. As for tricking the little one, she doesn't feel guilty at all. After all, she provided the food. Thinking about the land inside her space, Su Ning ate while giving instructions. "Later, I'll give you some eggs. Go exchange some vegetable seeds for me. The more varieties, the better. I need them." Although the little one is small, he's clever. He used to go out often, so most villagers know him. He's much better than her, who is still in the dark. Additionally, her reputation is not very good, and she fainted again yesterday. Today, she probably won't be able to go out, so it's best to arrange things for the little one. She is not enslaving child labor. "Okay, mother. I'll go find Grandma Zhao." The little one ate a bun and quickly finished the milk. Then he asked Su Ning for 3 eggs and left the house. He needs to work harder so that his mother will like him more. After the people left, Su Ning was lost in thought for 10 minutes. Then she washed the 2 bowls, opened the side bed, and started making the bed. She had a feeling that the heroine would eventually find out the gemstone was fake. When that happens, she might come back again. She quickly restored the situation, thinking it might be useful later. The adobe bricks were ready. Su Ning recalled the structure inside and soon finished making the bed. She let it dry for a day, then occasionally burned some firewood to make it usable. The bed wasn't very big, but it was enough for her and the little one. When it gets colder, she can move in with him. As for her so-called husband, he's not worth mentioning, and he certainly doesn't deserve her bed. After finishing the bed, she cleaned the room thoroughly. Sweaty and tired, she saw that the little one hadn't returned yet, so she closed the door, went into her space, and enjoyed a shower. Only then did she start preparing lunch. It's hard to wash up in these times. If it weren't for the system providing extra supplies, she'd definitely give up. She had already planned the lunch. She took a piece of beef brisket from her space, grabbed 2 tomatoes, and peeled 2 potatoes that Su's mother gave her yesterday, planning to make tomato beef brisket. She would mix this with rice. Delicious. Just her and the little one. She also planned to make some vegetable and egg soup and cook a pot of rice. That would be enough. She could also make extra to store in her space for easy access when she wanted to eat. By noon, the 2 of them ate heartily again. They couldn't help it. It's been a long time since they had beef, and they were craving it. Just as they finished eating and were about to clean up, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. What is it with people coming over all the time? Is Grandma here? The little one looked at the door with confusion, about to get up and open it. Su Ning held him back and shook her head slightly. Grandma Su wouldn't come during lunch, and in this era, people who are a bit more polite usually don't visit others during mealtime. As for those who are impolite, why bother paying attention to them? Calmly, she collected the empty bowls, leaving only one with some vegetable soup. Su Ning then went to open the door. When she saw who was there, she raised an eyebrow. Standing at the door was a young boy with a slightly red and dark face. His white shirt was yellowed from washing, and his military green pants had a few patches, covered in dust, probably because he came in such a hurry he didn't have time to clean off. Seeing the bandage on Su Ning's head, his eyes immediately turned red. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Seeing his reaction, Su Ning knew who he was. If the original owner had the best relationship with anyone in the Su family, it was definitely his younger brother, who was 4 years younger, and the one falsely accused by the heroine and sent to jail, Su Jin, the little brother. Su Dego was called Su Ping, and Su Ergo was Suin. The two older brothers were much older than the original owner and loved him very much. But because of the age gap, when the original owner was a bit older, both brothers were in school and didn't play together much. When Su Jin was born, only the original owner was at home, so they spent more time together and their bond grew stronger. Su Jin was in his 2nd year of high school, studying in the county. To save travel costs, he only came home once a month. Before the original owner had trouble, Su Jin had just come back, so they hadn't seen each other for a long time.
How are you?
When I hit you at home, wasn't I pretty fierce? And now you're so timid after getting married. Seeing Su Jin's half-smile expression, Su Jin held back tears fiercely. He snorted and then, thinking of something, looked angry as he said, "You're like this, and you didn't even send me a message. Do you still remember you have a little brother?" Although his words sounded harsh, his eyes stayed on the bandage, full of concern. "I don't remember. Who are you?" Su Ning wasn't going to spoil him. She slapped him, and when he behaved himself, she let out a soft snort. She then poured him a glass of water and asked, "Have you eaten? Did you come straight here after returning?" "Yes, I ate," Su Jin replied, his gaze falling on the untouched vegetable soup. He turned his face away awkwardly and pretended to look around, saying, "The yard looks pretty good. Much better than last time I saw it. Of course, it was made by Mom. How could it be bad?" Seeing his reaction, Su Ning understood everything. She turned and went to the kitchen, bringing back a bowl of pork with vegetables and 2 steamed buns. She placed them on the table and gestured for Su Jin to eat. Then she asked, "Did Mom tell you?" "I'm fine now. When are you going back to school? Why come here when you're supposed to stay at home? Could it be that you're trying to be lazy?" "Su Xiaojin, you shouldn't be so careless. Who do you think you are?" Su Xiaodi seemed to be stepped on his tail, angrily glaring at Su Ning. Just as he was about to say something, his stomach suddenly growled, making his face turn red.
Fine.
"You're hardworking, okay? Let's eat now. If there's not enough steamed buns, there are more." Su Ning slightly smiled. Even though it was their first meeting, this younger brother seemed quite likable. Of course, mainly because she was now wealthy, she could spare a little of the 5 tons of pork and 5 tons of white steamed buns. As the older sister, she was generous. "Big sister, are you really okay, or are you pretending?" Su Xiaodi looked at Su Ning with suspicion, then at the bowl of meat, then at the white buns. His eyes started to turn red. Is she planning not to go on? Is she not really okay? He knew his sister was probably lying. Her head was already bandaged, so how could she recover so easily? Seeing her look like she was about to die, Su Ning just felt overwhelmed and pulled off the gauze, revealing the back of her head where the scar was no longer visible. "Come, take a close look. Is it real or fake?" If she was just acting for others, she would have left long ago. Su Xiaodi looked carefully and confirmed she was fine. He then relaxed and pointed at the meat and buns, asking, "So what's going on? Did you get rich?" "Exactly, Xiao family gave it to me." Since he probably just got home from school and didn't know her situation, Su Ning simply explained. Anyway, the Su family knew, so there was no need to hide it from him. "All right, just this once. But in the future, you can't waste money like this. You need to spend it slowly. By the way, the Xiao family isn't a good bunch." Su Xiaodi bit into his bun angrily, venting his frustration. After chewing for a moment, he slowed down again. He couldn't remember the last time he ate white steamed buns. He couldn't help but take another bite, then looked at Xiao Bei eagerly. He smiled and broke off a piece to put in his mouth. "Actually, Xiao Bei, our Xiao family only has one good person. Our Xiao Bei." Xiao Bei ate while nodding. Although he was full just now, seeing his brother-in-law eat made him hungry again. But since his stomach had some food, he only ate a couple of bites before feeling full. You're graduating next year, right? What's your plan? When will you get your diploma? Sun Ning squinted slightly in the sun, thinking about her own plans, while feeling that she had forgotten something important. If she couldn't remember, she decided not to think about it for now. Regarding her future, she had a plan. She knew farm work wouldn't suit her. Doing it once or twice was okay, but long-term, she couldn't handle it. She had gained strength, but not endurance. For someone who had never done farm work before, it was too much. Crossing over didn't change her laziness. She was proud of being lazy. So, it was best to find a job in the city, preferably a mental job. That way, she could earn money, have tickets, and have a source for food and drinks in the future. She needed to start looking for a job quickly.
What else can I plan?
I can't go to university now, so I have to come back, she thought.
Susiao di saidri saindli.
He also wanted to stay in the city, but jobs there were hard to find. Even if there were openings, he wouldn't be the first choice. Maybe I can take the exam someday, Su Ning hinted, then a bright idea flashed in her mind. Oh, by the way, when I go back, help me get my graduation certificate. Without the graduation certificate, she couldn't get a job in the city. Not long after the original owner graduated, she met Xiao Yan. Later, she was rescued after falling into water. Despite her explanations, rumors spread outside. Eventually, she became reluctant to go out and forgot to pick up her certificate. Later, she married Xiao Yan and all her time was spent with her child. She never had a chance to pick up her high school diploma. When Su Ning arrived, she carefully checked and looked through the original owner's memories. Confirming it was missing, she asked Su Xiaodi to help. After all, she planned to attend university in the future, so she needed her diploma. Even if she didn't go to university, a high school diploma would still be useful. I already helped you get it. Didn't you receive it? Su Xiaodi looked at her in surprise. When I registered at high school, I also picked it up for you. Your mother-in-law said you needed it now, so I helped. I was curious about what you wanted to do with it. Why isn't it there? Su Ning thought carefully and shook her head. She was sure that the original owner never told Zhao's mother about this. The original owner had even forgotten about the diploma. How could she ask Zhao's mother for help? But what puzzled Su Ning was, if the original owner didn't mention it, why did Zhao's mother lie? After getting it, why didn't she give it to the original owner? What did the Xiao family want to do with her diploma? In today's world, there is no official online verification system like Xuexinwang, so it's hard to confirm if a diploma is real. Mother Xiao needs proof, so she could easily get a fake one. Why would she lie and cheat to get her diploma? Isn't she worried about being caught? Did she forget to give it to you? Su Xiaodi didn't think much about it. He believed that a high school diploma isn't very important. Most people don't bother to pick it up after graduation. Since the rural movement of young people, many think that reading is useless. Based on her understanding of the Xiao family, these people only act if there's something to gain. Plus, the high bride price from the Xiao family made her feel that there are many strange things about this marriage. What do ordinary people gain by taking someone else's diploma? She wondered. The original owner was pretty, but not stunning, more cute than beautiful. From the 2 times she interacted with Xiao San, he didn't seem to fall in love at first sight, so it didn't seem like he was interested in her just because of her looks. The Su family wasn't poor, but not rich either. Their savings might even be less than the Xiao family's. Also, since the original owner was the only daughter of the Su family, there was no chance of a mix-up or a lost child. She couldn't have a wealthy father by chance, so it wasn't about family background or money. Her relatives weren't particularly well off either, so there was no leverage for the Xiao family. Yet, they were eager to marry her and even offered a high bride price. What were they after? And about having children. Although she often complained that the original owner was just a mother figure, considering the times, even a small amount of money, say 5 or 20 yuan a month, would be enough for many to want Xiao Yan to have children. The Su family was fairly well off, and the original owner hadn't suffered much. Plus, the Xiao and Su villages were known to be wealthy areas, which made people think she was being mistreated. In a different place, people might even think she was ungrateful. So, Su Ning just couldn't understand what the original owner could be after. As for advantages, Her ancestors were all poor farmers. In this era, that might be seen as a slight advantage, but such people are quite common. Having finished high school, this is considered an advantage in the countryside, but she is not the only one in the village with this background. Besides, the original owner is neither hardworking nor capable. She is quite ordinary, so why would the Xiao family be willing to spend so much on her? A broken diploma doesn't have much use, Su Xiaodi said with a shrug. Even if you take it to find a job, you need a matching household registration and a recommendation letter, right? Those who can get a household registration and recommendation letter can easily buy a diploma themselves. They wouldn't risk being caught, so why go through so much trouble? At this time, school records were easier to manipulate. Buying a diploma with money was not difficult. Just pay the tuition fees, and it's done. As long as you have money, it's simple. Su Ning paused, unsure of her own reasoning, but she was convinced that there was some hidden plan behind this. She silently pondered and finally decided to give instructions. When you go back, find teacher Su and ask her to help me reissue a diploma. Also, publish a notice in the newspaper saying my diploma was stolen. If someone uses it for bad purposes, I won't be responsible. Teacher Su was the original owner's former homeroom teacher. She was kind and helpful. As long as she explained the situation, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Ning didn't think her mother forgot to give her the diploma. She suspected that Zhao's mother or the Xiao family had some scheme. Whatever it was, she had to take the initiative. Thinking this, she went into the room and took out a pound of brown sugar, a pound of rock sugar, a jar of malted milk, and 2 dozen eggs. She handed them to Su Xiaodi and lowered her voice. Take these. After you find teacher Su, ask her to help me get a lost certificate from the principal. Make sure the report states it was lost the day before you give it to Grandma Xiao. When the principal signs and stamps it, bring it back to me. After that, she took 10 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Xiaodi, saying, this is for you to publish the notice. After it's published, buy a few copies to keep. Su Xiaodi saw her seriousness. Although he thought she was overreacting a bit, he didn't refuse. Better safe than sorry. If someone uses the diploma for bad purposes, it's good to be cautious. Plus, his sister had money now, so spending a little to be safe was fine. Su Ning gave instructions to Su Xiaodi, telling him to be careful and not let others know. Since everyone was busy working, she quickly decided to go back. She thought it was best to keep this secret from the Xiao family. The fewer people who knew, the better. Su Xiaodi was there mainly to see his sister. When he learned Su Ning was fine, he felt relieved. He secretly took the things Su Ning gave him and left. After he left, Su Ning unconsciously tapped her chin and started to think quietly. According to her previous guesses, the original owner didn't have many valuable things that others would want. But what if those 2 points were true? For someone from a poor farming family, those things might not matter much. But for people from black categories or capitalists, they could be very valuable. While a person's background is hard to change because everyone around recognizes it, what if she moved somewhere else? Xiao Yan is a soldier in the Southwest Military District. Traveling there takes 3 days and nights by car. If she went there, no one would know her. Since her ID at that time didn't have a photo, she could easily pretend to be someone else. If she also had her graduation certificate, she could find a good job with it and live well. But there were still some things she couldn't figure out. First, Xiao Yan's rank wasn't enough to be assigned with the army. He was a platoon leader, and she heard he was promoted to company commander, but even then, he probably couldn't be assigned with the army. Second, changing her household registration wouldn't be easy. She would need to go to the village to get an introduction letter, then to the town police station for approval, and it would also depend on whether someone was willing to accept her. Not to mention, she was sure the original owner hadn't done this before. Wait, there's more. Xiao Yuliang, that scoundrel, was close to Zhao's father, and since Xiao Yuliang had the authority to issue introduction letters, the town police station probably wouldn't block it if the village chief signed. There might also be connections between them and the police station. As for how the military managed to do this, she didn't know. There might be others involved. The only thing she was sure of was that anyone helping him would have a significant background. So, she must be very careful now. Revealing herself could be dangerous. Suppressing her restless thoughts, Su Ning still hadn't figured everything out, but she felt she was heading in the right direction. All she needed was to gather some information in the village or test the reactions of the Xiao family members, and she would almost have her answer. Unsure of how strong the other person's energy was, Su Ning thought she needed a safe plan before taking action. So, she decided to think carefully again. In the next few days, she planned to pretend to be sick and then go into town for a walk. To calm her mind, Su Ning went to her space, opened a patch of black land, and planted a small vegetable garden. It should be enough for her and her mother to eat. She also wanted to grow more, but she was too tired. As expected, laziness doesn't change just because she traveled to this world. So she decided to rest first. Farming was too hard, and she felt she was better suited for city life. In a few days, she planned to find a job. After waking up from her sleep, Su Ning suddenly remembered she hadn't used her special ability today. The space had changed, and she wondered if her chance to use her special ability had changed too. Since her dog could use energy to upgrade the chance, maybe the energy stone's power could do the same. She focused her mind into the space and observed carefully. After a while, she noticed a small difference. The screen of her special device had become a little larger. She wasn't sure what had changed inside, though. She decided to try using it first. Su Ning pressed the button, and on the device's screen, the items started jumping continuously. But this time, instead of one item at a time, they moved in 5 groups, spinning separately. The items were also a bit different from before. While mostly food, there were now many useful things like flashlights, cloth, military coats, and even porcelain, paintings, and books, almost everything common. Su Ning didn't know the current rules for using her special ability, but she felt it might be beneficial for her. Since her dog gave her energy to upgrade the device, and absorbing the energy from the gemstone should also work, upgrading should make things better, right? Thinking this, her eyes lit up with hope. She calmed herself and pressed the button again. The spinning icons slowed down gradually. After counting down from 5, the 5 smaller icons stopped in front of her. 1 ton of rice, 1 ton of cloth, 1 ton of ham, and the remaining 2 icons were beefsteaks. She had drawn 5 tons in total. That was such a surprise. But before she could be happy, the 2 beefsteak icons suddenly collided and turned into tiny points of light, which then disappeared from the screen. What does this mean? Su Ning was stunned. Just then, the screen slowly retracted, revealing a black hole. Immediately after, 3 large baskets of supplies were spit out. Su Ning looked around and saw millet, ham, and cloth, which were the 3 remaining icons from before. Each still weighed a ton. Based on this, she guessed that if 2 of the 5 items are the same, they cancel each other out. Different items will be released. So, she could get up to 5 tons, but the minimum would be if all were the same and canceled out. Since the chances of all being identical are very small, she made a big profit. In the following days, her guess was confirmed. The next day, 2 identical items disappeared just like the first day. In the end, she received 1 ton of chicken legs, 1 ton of glutinous rice, and 1 ton of lamb chops. On the 3rd day, her luck was amazing. She quickly got 5 different items: 1 ton of apples, 1 ton of canned food, 1 ton of pumpkins, 1 ton of beer, and 1 ton of duck meat. Besides that, her luck was so good that she also received a sewing machine as a reward from a flash sale. In the next 2 days, she won 2 tons once and 3 tons once, which was very good. She guessed that she probably would get 2 or 3 types most of the time, but this was much better than before. During the weekly flash sales, the supplies increased significantly. This time, she won a watch with a total of 100 pieces, 10 times more than the previous 10. With so many items, she felt more confident. Even if the Xiao family had some backing, she was not afraid. After 5 or 6 days back at her old home, she planned to go out soon. But before she could act, someone came to visit again. It was not anyone else but her original cousin, Su Xiangjie, a character from a story who had traveled into the book. She had already guessed that she would come, as a character who knew the plot. It was natural for her curious cousin to visit her, especially since her original sister was supposed to have died. She expected her to come, but didn't think it would be so soon, which surprised her a little. Anning, are you feeling better? Just as Suning guessed, Su Xiangjia had wanted to come for a while but hadn't managed to. Now that the main characters weren't together yet, it was a good time to make a move. Everything else could wait. After carefully looking at Su Ning, doubt appeared in Su Xiangjia's eyes. Then, as if she understood something, she smiled and handed over a basket saying, "Auntie said you're almost better, so I dared to come see you. You're not angry, right?
How's your head?
Still hurting?" Su Ning shook her head and took in everything about her visitor. Unlike the people here, Su Xiangjia is wearing a white shirt on top, fitted pants below, and small white shoes on her feet. Her hair is tied up in a bun. This outfit, not just in the countryside, would probably be the most fashionable in the city too. This girl really isn't afraid of being noticed. Her outfit clearly doesn't match the current era. As a girl from the countryside who has never been outside, shouldn't someone suspect her? Have Uncle's family and the villagers all lost their minds? Also, what does obvious mean here? Do I think it's lucky that she, the side character, is still alive because of this book-turned girl? Huh. They're all supporting characters, but they sure know how to add drama to themselves. Cousin, your clothes look so nice. Like city girls. Aunt really loves you. Su Ning smiles politely, but inside she's thinking, darn it. Is this pickled vegetable made by Aunt? It's been a while since I saw you. You even brought a jar of pickles. How thoughtful. Uncle Su's family is similar to theirs, with 3 sons and 1 daughter. But Uncle Su's sons came first, and it was several years before Su Xiangjia was born. Because of that, they love her very much. Before the original owner got married, she and this cousin were very close. Both were the favorite children at home, had more than enough, and talked a lot. In the past 2 years since she married, I heard Uncle Su has been trying to match her with someone. But Su Xiangjia has high standards and has always been unwilling. Now she's almost 22. Maybe she hasn't found the right person yet. This cousin is worried about what others might say, so she rarely goes out. That's why she hasn't seen the original owner much in the past 2 years. When they do meet, they don't really get along well, just a few words, then they stop talking. They've almost stopped seeing each other. But if there's any conflict, it's just some little girl's worries. So even if Su Ning knows the person in front has a different mind, she doesn't plan to get close. First, to keep her image, and second, because she's lazy and doesn't want to bother. I know you like this, so I brought it for you. Su Xiangjia acts as if she didn't hear, acting familiar. She takes out 2 candies from her pocket and offers them softly, asking Ning, "I heard Dong Jiao Jiao came to see you a few days ago?" She came, said some strange things, and then left. Su Ning sighed, tossing a bit of bait. "Forget it, I won't talk about this anymore. I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone." "Hey, sister, we're really close." Su Xiangjia immediately perked up and urged, "Come on, tell me what she did." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Su Ning glanced at her and shook her head. "No, I can't. I took 10 yuan from her to keep quiet. If it gets out, I'll have to pay 20. "No, I can't say anything. Sister, I promise I won't tell anyone. Just tell me." Hearing this, Su Xiangjia became even more curious. She looked at Su Ning and said, "I won't hide it from you. I like that Hu Jingting, but Dong Jiao Jiao keeps bothering him. I want to get rid of her. You have to help me." Although she said this, her face showed no sign of embarrassment. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. The book said this female character was a love-struck girl who couldn't stop walking toward the male lead. But when she mentioned Hu Jingting, Su Ning saw no emotion at all, which felt strange. Even though she thought this, she acted like she couldn't do anything about it. "Don't worry. She coming here to see Hu Jingting has nothing to do with her. It's her own business. Basically, she just came to find something. Did you give it to her?" Su Xiangjia's voice suddenly rose sharply, sounding a bit sharp. Su Ning looked surprised and nodded slowly. "Yes, I gave it to her." "So what? How could you give it to her? Do you know that as long as she's okay, we will suffer? Do you think you can just escape this time and be safe? If she's fine, we will still have problems." Su Xiangjia was angry and said, "Haven't you noticed? The better Dong Jiao Jiao is, the more unlucky others become. Not really. Who's unlucky? Su Ning looked confused and innocent. Dong Jiqing is nice. She even came to see me and gave me money. But inside, Su Ning's heart was pounding. Could the heroine have a lucky charm? Or could she absorb others' luck? The book didn't say. Maybe she was reading a fake story? She's not a good person. She's just a thief stealing others' lives. Su Xiangjie yelled and kept muttering. Oh no, her space will definitely upgrade. The heroine's halo will get stronger. I was just a step too late. What should I do now? What does this mean?
Su Ning felt confused.
Could it be that in her past life, Hu Jingting was Su Xiangjie's husband, and in the second life, he was taken by the female lead? But the person in front of her wasn't from a novel, so why was she so upset? Had she gotten too involved in the story? No, I have to try. Su Ning, tell me, what did you give her? It seemed she knew she wasn't angry anymore. Su Xiangjie suppressed her temper and asked anxiously, time is running out. Quickly tell me. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Was this person determined to change the story? Turns out she wasn't just a love-struck girl, but also someone ambitious about her career. This is getting interesting. Tell me quickly, what did she get? How did she act after getting it? Su Xiangjie grabbed Su Ning's arm eagerly. Hurry up and tell me. No, I can't say anymore. I took a bribe to keep quiet. I can't afford to lose this money. Su Ning looked calm. Was she really that anxious? She loved seeing others worried. When they were anxious, she made money. Su Xiangjie took a deep breath. Ning, I'm your cousin. I said I wouldn't tell anyone. Why are you so timid? That's why the Xia family always bullies you. Can't you stand up for yourself? After saying that, seeing Su Ning look scared, she forced her temper down. Feeling pain, she took 10 yuan out of her pocket and handed it over. Ning, your sister is paying you to keep quiet. Tell me, what exactly did Dong Jiao Jiao get? Su Ning shook her head sadly. She said she'd tell everyone I wanted 20 yuan. She guessed Su Xiangjie probably had 20 or 30 yuan in her hand, so 20 should be fine. Su Xiangjie wanted to say more, but seeing Su Ning stubborn, she could only grit her teeth and give another 10 yuan. She needed to find out what the other person's treasure looked like, so she could find a chance to take it back. Maybe the other person had put it in a space, but what if she didn't know what it was for? After all, she hadn't seen Dong Jiao Jiao often disappear to her space to farm. Maybe she didn't even know what the item was for. If there was even a 1 in 1,000 chance, she was willing to try. She must change the story. Su Ning looked conflicted as she took the money.
All right.
Cousin, if it weren't for us being sisters, I definitely wouldn't tell you. That day, Dong Jiqing said she dreamed of a treasure at my house. After searching for a long time, she found a small gem, not big, just a tiny one. Su Ning pointed with her fingernail and looked confused. I don't know why, but Dong Jiqing got very excited when she saw that gemstone. She even gave me 100 yuan to exchange for it. What? She just gave her 100 yuan? Are you stupid? Su Xiangjie looked at Su Ning with disdain. In a few years, that gemstone might sell for thousands or even tens of thousands. And you sold it for just 100. Big sister, are you crazy? This thing isn't worth much, Su Ning said innocently, as if Su Xiangjie was a fool. Inside, she kept complaining. She could have kept the gemstone and gotten more than 100 yuan. She could even get 100 yuan just for that. Besides, it was worth 1,000 yuan plus a gemstone ring. Hearing this, Su Xiangjie paused, sighed, and then showed a proud look, as if she alone was awake while everyone else was drunk. After a moment, she said, I was going to ask if you've ever eaten something called KFC chicken, but now I don't need to ask. Yes, I knew it. I am the most unique. After saying that, she strode out. Her back looked almost like a heroic figure heading into battle, full of a tragic, determined spirit. Su Ning didn't try to stop her. She calmly put 20 yuan into her pocket and patted herself happily. Since crossing over, she felt her luck was unbeatable. The heroine and her rival were both eager to give her money. She planned to think carefully later about how to get some benefits from the hero and his rival. Although the hero and his rival hadn't directly targeted the Su family from their interactions, it was clear they were loyal to the heroine and probably wouldn't be kind to the Su family. Moreover, having worked as a corporate drone for 10 years, she knew that opportunities had to be fought for. Even if she took someone else's chance, she felt justified. The recent events made her realize that the books she read weren't complete. Since they mainly focused on the heroine, the other characters' stories were limited, which was normal. This also reminded her not to take that book too seriously. She might fall into a trap if she wasn't careful. She didn't care how the rival and heroine fought. Her main task now was to find a job and quickly deal with the old Xiao family. Everything else could wait. But before that, she needed to prepare more food. That way, when she went to the city to look for work or sell things or do other things, she wouldn't have to worry about starving. She wanted to visit the state-run restaurant to check in, but her tickets were limited. She could go occasionally for a meal, but going every day was impossible. She still had some confidence in her cooking skills, and since there were plenty of supplies in the space, it was more cost-effective for her to cook herself. The day before yesterday and yesterday, she managed to acquire 5 tons of supplies in total. 1 ton of zucchini, 1 ton of onions, 1 ton of bean sprouts, 1 ton of soy sauce, and 1 ton of vinegar. In the large basket of soy sauce, there were not only light and dark soy sauces but also similar sauces like fish-flavored soy, seafood soy, and steamed fish soy, probably made in different regions. The bean sprouts mainly consisted of yellow and green bean sprouts. They don't look very appealing but are good for occasional snacks. Both steamed buns and dumplings are available in the space. The buns are already cooked and ready to eat, but the dumplings need to be boiled first. She took about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, of dumplings, half steamed, half boiled. The steamed dumplings were then taken out and pan-fried with 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, to make fried dumplings. She really liked the crispy bottom of the fried dumplings, and adding a little vinegar made them taste even better. Since there aren't many wooden bowls in the space, she could only prepare these few dishes. The dumplings included pork and scallion filling, pork and celery, chive and shrimp, pork and cabbage, and chive with vermicelli and egg. They tasted quite good, similar to some brand of frozen dumplings. She didn't know which supplier had raided the cold storage, but it was a bargain for her. While preparing the food, she didn't forget to give some to the little kid playing with mud at the door. The little one ate happily, squinting and nodding his head with joy. Su Ning was kneading dough and asked him why he hadn't gone out to play. Currently, only meat buns were available in the space. After eating them for over 20 days, she wasn't very interested in meat buns anymore. Instead, she wanted to eat tofu, bean sprouts, or vermicelli, so she was preparing to make some. I saw Big Brother Da and a gang from the village playing together. I was afraid he would hit me, so I came back. The little kid replied while eating and nodding happily.
Soning pauset sliktly.
She remembered that the gang was a simple-minded person from the village, already in his 20s, always dirty. Usually the village kids avoided him. How could Xiao Daba, the eldest son of Xiao Shan, be playing with him? Xiao Daba was only about 14 or 15, not very good at school, and didn't pass middle school, so he dropped out. He spent his days wandering around the village, and his reputation wasn't great. Playing with the gang seemed normal enough. Thinking this through, Su Ning relaxed and continued preparing her food. Today, she mainly prepared rolled pancakes because they are easy to hold and eat and not too eye-catching. In the past, when she had little appetite, she would make some simple fillings like mung bean sprouts or shredded potatoes, which were also very tasty. Mom, are we eating mung bean sprouts and shredded potatoes today? Su Ning usually doesn't fry mung bean sprouts. She quickly rinses them in hot water, then mixes them with soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sesame oil, and a small amount of sugar to enhance the flavor. They taste fresh and crunchy. For shredded potatoes, she stir-fries them with green peppers and carrots, which makes the dish colorful and delicious. However, she currently doesn't have carrots in her space, so she uses zucchini shreds instead, combined with colorful sweet peppers. It also tastes very good. Not that I want to make rolled pancakes with meat or vegetables, Su Ning asks, giving him a bite of mung bean sprouts.
Meat, Xiao Bai likes meat best. Xiao Bai thinks meat is tastier.
Su Ning nods, takes a large piece of beef tenderloin from the cabinet, cooks it until done, then sprinkles black pepper and a little salt. When she bites into it, the aroma of meat fills the air. Xiao Bei takes one bite and immediately falls in love with it. Suning cuts the beef into strips and puts them in the cabinet, which is actually her space. Only then does she start making the pancakes. The pancakes are water-based, made with white flour and half cornmeal. The cornmeal was brought by Suning's mother, who knew she didn't like very coarse cornmeal. She borrowed a mill from someone else and ground it several times to make it finer. Although the resulting corn flour is still not as fine as modern versions, it is better than most households in this era. Plus, it has a natural corn aroma, which Suning really likes. After kneading the dough vigorously, she divides it into small portions, rolls each into a thin circle with a rolling pin, and stacks them layer by layer, brushing a little oil between each to prevent sticking. "Mom, I'll help you light the fire," Xiao Bei cheerfully offers to help.
Suning toes na trefuse.
Children need to be trained from a young age, otherwise, who will cook and wash dishes for her in the future. Once the pancakes are cooked, Suning takes them out one by one, adding some bean sprouts and shredded potatoes, then some spicy pickles, and finally beef strips. The simplest rolled pancake is ready. Looking at the pancakes, Suning feels a bit regretful. The salted duck eggs she made earlier haven't been ready yet. If she added some oily salted duck eggs inside, it would taste even better. The little kid standing nearby is drooling as he watches. He can see the delicious meat inside. At noon, Suning and Xiao Bei ate together. Suning ate mostly vegetables, while the little one ate more meat. They ate until they were full and kept burping before stopping. Recently, the little one has been eating with her every day, and his health has improved a lot. After all, no family can eat meat and eggs every day. Only because she has plenty of supplies does she dare to eat like this. She made about 20 or 30 pancakes and stored them in her space. Suning then started preparing fillings to make steamed buns. Since there were no vegetables at home, she planned to take the little one to visit Aunt Sue's house nearby. Aunt Sue's family is very hardworking. Whenever they have free time, they work in their small farm. Because of this, they rarely lack vegetables, except in winter. This time, Suning planned to exchange some things. The only thing at home was potatoes sent by her mother the day before. She already had potatoes in her space, so she wanted to exchange them for other things. It was late October now, and she also needed to store some firewood. Although her two brothers could help, the Su family has many things to do, and she prefers not to trouble them if she doesn't have to. Besides, there are some things she needs to find out about. Before leaving, she needed to change her clothes. The weather had turned cooler, especially in the mornings and evenings. Those with the means had already switched to light cotton jackets, and those without started layering up with extra clothes. Last night, Suning used her sewing machine to make 2 thin cotton vests, low-necked, worn underneath her clothes. They were almost invisible and less noticeable than a cotton jacket. She is still a sickly person who can't do much work, so dressing too well might attract jealousy. Her life motto is to stay low-key whenever possible. Being modest and humble is the best way to go. Moreover, she is now with a small child. If people think she's very wealthy, many might try to take advantage. She didn't make a vest for the little one. First, because children move around a lot and don't fear the cold, so 1 thin shirt is enough. Second, since he's a kid, if others see what he's wearing, she can't stop them, and it might attract attention. So, when it gets colder, everyone will wear more clothes, making it less noticeable. As long as the little one has enough to eat, he doesn't care about his clothes. He often runs outside to play, sweating all over. Mother and daughter slowly headed to Aunt Sue's house. Xiao Bei, being observant, was already introducing Suning to the nearby families. In just a short while, based on her memory, Suning had figured out who lived nearby. "Ning girl, why are you here?" Today, Aunt Sue didn't go to work. She was pickling vegetables. Winter is coming soon and vegetables don't grow well, so most families rely on preserved vegetables to live. When Suning came over, Aunt Sue looked a bit surprised, since she hadn't visited much in the 2 years since she got married. "Andy, are you busy? I want to trade some things with you." You know about my family, there's nothing at home, so I need to exchange for supplies. Suning took a few pieces of rock sugar from her small basket. She gave one to Xiao Bei and shared the rest with Aunt Sue's grandchildren. Now, in the countryside, just having a piece of old rock sugar makes children happy. Things like white rabbit candies are out of reach. Girl, why are your hands so gentle? Just eat the sugar yourself, no need to give it to them. Even though she said that, Aunt Sue's face showed more affection. Suning didn't mind. In times when supplies are scarce, this is normal. She only took out the sugar because she had 5 tons of it and was willing to share. It's just a few pieces of candy, Annie, no need to be polite. Your in-laws aren't good people. Even if they split the family, they shouldn't keep your grain. Everyone in the village says your in-laws are talented, but after you married in, the Xiao family gained another person, yet the grain didn't increase. They must be lazy or greedy. Su Ning's eyes flickered as she changed the subject. Auntie, I came today to trade for some green vegetables. Look, I brought some things. She took out a pound of red sugar and a pound of red dates from her basket and handed them over. She just managed to buy the red dates today. Besides that, she also has a ton of longan and a set of 4-piece bedding. Whatever you need, Auntie, just take it. Those things aren't worth much, so there's no need to trade for them. Your injury isn't fully healed. Keep the supplies to help you recover. Aunt Sue saw the items and forgot what she had said earlier. But since the vegetables at home aren't valuable, she didn't feel right asking for them. Auntie, please don't be polite. Suning pushed the items toward her and pointed to the gauze on her head. I'm fine now, just can't do heavy work. I need to rest and recover. I still have plenty of these things, but the doctor said my body is weak, so I can't eat too much. That's why I brought some to trade. She then said seriously, honestly, I've thought about it clearly now. Money, after all, can't be taken with you when you die. The money from my in-laws, I plan to exchange for food. I won't hold back anymore. Who knows when it'll run out? When I die, the money will still be there, and I won't have spent it all. Who will benefit then? This is also to prepare for a better life in the future. You're such a funny kid. You should have done this earlier. Otherwise, it would have just benefited Xiao Hai and the others. Aunt Sue laughed loudly. Seeing her say this, she accepted the things and thought that her daughter, who was already married, was pregnant, so she sent the items over to help her. Just tell me what you want to exchange. If I don't have it, I can ask someone else to find it for you. This time, Aunt Sue really liked Su Ning more, and her tone became even kinder. Thank you, Auntie. I want to exchange some vegetables and firewood for winter. If it's convenient, could you please let me pick some pickled vegetables? I haven't done that myself. She had learned how to make kimchi and chili sauce, but she had never pickled vegetables before, since nowadays fresh vegetables are easy to buy. That's all? Why do you need so much? Aunt Sue tried to push the items back into Su Ning's arms. There were plenty of vegetables in the field, and they weren't expensive. The firewood was gathered from the mountain, so it only took a little effort. The brown sugar and red dates were precious, and she couldn't take advantage of that.
No, Auntie.
I need a lot of vegetables, and I also want to dry some for winter. Besides, the firewood needs your husband and brothers to chop from the mountain, so it's free. Also, I'd like to ask for some soybean paste. Your soybean paste is famous. Please prepare it, and have your husband send it over. I'll go back now. Su Ning was most afraid of refusing, so after speaking, she pulled Xiao Bei and left quickly. She was strong now, and worried that refusing might hurt Aunt Sue. That wouldn't be making friends, but creating enemies. All right. Take your time and be careful with your health, Aunt Sue said helplessly, shaking her head. Still, she thought more highly of Su Ning. She was mature, knew how to handle things, and was also pretty. She was a good match for old Xiao San. What a pity! After finishing her exchanges, Su Ning took the little one and went to the Lu family's pottery workshop. The Lu family also fled from another place to escape famine, arriving around the same time as the Xiao family. However, they had fewer children. Several generations only had one heir. It wasn't until this generation that they had 3 sons, which made them stand taller. The Lu family was skilled at making ceramics. It said they could produce tableware fit for official banquets. But since they settled in Zhao's village, where the caves and soil weren't good. They could only make ordinary bowls, plates, and simple clay jars. But in this era, these simple items were actually the safest. Most nearby families would come to exchange for them, because everyone needed bowls. So, the Liu family's life was quite good. Before the main character got married and moved here, Mother Sue wanted to introduce her to the son of the Liu family. However, after the incident where she fell into the water, she never mentioned it again. When the two of them, one adult and one child, arrived at the Liu family's door, they saw a small car driving away nearby. Su Ning was a little surprised. In this era, only important people could afford cars. The person inside the car looked briefly from the side and seemed quite good-looking and young. But she quickly dismissed the thought and went into the Liu family. "Ah Ning, are you here to exchange jars or dishes?" asked Aunt Zhao from the Liu family, who was from Zhao village. She was a plump woman and smiled warmly when she spoke. "Hello, Auntie. I want to exchange more dishes and jars."
Come in then.
Aunt Zhao was very friendly. Since many people came to exchange things, the Liu family was used to it. For families like theirs, similar to old Sue's family, it was common to give most of the produce to the village, with only a small part kept for themselves. But since this was extra support beyond their work points, it was still quite desirable. "All these are ready. If you like any, you can exchange for them. If not, you can order some, but it will take a bit longer," said Aunt Zhao, gently patting Xiaobei's head and giving him a piece of hard candy. Her eyes flickered with a complex look as she looked at him. "I want 20 large bowls, 20 small bowls, 20 small dishes, 10 large clay jars, 20 medium-sized jars, and 30 small jars. Do you have enough here?"
Soningosket.
Aunt Zhao widened her eyes and looked at her. "Third sister-in-law, are you sure? That's quite a lot." She almost added an extra 10 foot by mistake. Although the village also had some bought in, most families only bought a few at a time, especially those with fewer people. Then, thinking of something, she grabbed Su Ning's arm and whispered, "Things aren't very safe outside right now. You can't go to places like that just for money. If you get caught, it won't be good." Su Ning knew she was talking about the black market. She quickly shook her head and lowered her voice. "Auntie, I won't hide it from you. Because of a fight at home, all our jars and dishes are broken and unusable. I need to buy more. Also," her tone was a bit helpless, "you know about my family's situation. If I don't exchange these things, I might not be able to protect them in the future." She sighed deeply after speaking. Aunt Zhao also sighed. With all the fuss earlier, the people from old Zhao's family definitely wouldn't let the two women have a good life. They probably won't stay quiet for long and will cause trouble again soon. It's safer to exchange some unused items for jars or similar things. After all, carrying too many things isn't useful. But you don't need to exchange so many. Aunt Zhao will decide, just take half. Even if you drop it again, it will be enough for you. Aunt Zhao was really thinking for Su Ning. Most people would only buy about 10 bowls and plates, but she bought so many.
Soningnotet.
She had already asked for more on purpose. Getting so many was already good enough. Because supplies were limited in this time, buying things was restricted. If she bought like this in the city, she might have been caught. "All right, later I'll ask my second son to deliver it to you." Seeing her, Aunt Zhao's face showed more affection and a hint of regret. She had originally liked the third daughter-in-law, and it was a pity. The Liu family had 3 sons. The top 2 were already married, and only the third son was still single. The third son, Liu, was classmates with the original owner. They didn't talk much, but they knew each other, and their parents knew each other too. Later, Liu went to the city to do temporary work, and they never saw each other again. Su Ning didn't know these details. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't care much, since it was all about the original owner's death, and it didn't concern her. Small bowls cost 1 mao each, big bowls 2 mao each, plates 3 mao each, a large clay jar costs 1 kuai, medium-sized clay jars 5 mao, small clay jars 2 mao. All these add up to 19 kuai. Do you want to pay with money or supplies? In the village, exchanges were usually barter. As long as both sides agreed, it was fine. "Auntie, "Can I exchange with cotton cloth?" Su Ning had money, but she was reluctant to spend it. She had more supplies than money. In the countryside, the most needed items were brown sugar and cloth, especially cotton cloth, which was very popular. Of course, yes. Aunt Zhao was even more enthusiastic. In the village, they could only get coarse cloth. It was okay for making outerwear, but for underwear it was rough and uncomfortable. Only soldiers like Xiao Yan could get a few tickets to exchange for better cloth, or they traded with city folk. So, all year round, it was very hard to get a ticket. Su Ning handed over 2 pieces of cloth, one pink and one dark blue, both of which she didn't like very much. However, these colors were more popular in this era. Currently, cloth costs about 1.50 yuan per meter, plus cloth tickets. Without tickets, it costs at least 1.80 yuan, and in the black market, some sell for 2 or 3 yuan. The 2 pieces Su Ning gave are about 5 meters each, so their value is similar to that of some bowls and dishes. Because cloth is quite rare, even if Su Ning gave less, Aunt Zhao wouldn't complain. Seeing so much cloth made her very happy. The dark blue cloth was for her younger son, the extra piece for her husband to make a coat, and the pink cloth was for her 2 daughters-in-law. Each family got a fair share, just right. Wow, so bright and beautiful. Aunt Zhao touched the cloth, loving it. "Thank you, Auntie." "Then, Auntie, let's exchange like this," Su Ning said with a slight smile. "This cloth wasn't easy to get, so I won't admit it was me who gave it if it gets exchanged." "All right, Auntie accepts your kindness." "I won't tell anyone," Aunt Zhao promised, worried that the Xiao family might cause trouble. She happily took the cloth back. "Ning, in the future, come visit Auntie more often. If you need help with anything, just tell Auntie." Su Ning nodded politely. Making more friends in the village was necessary, but she couldn't afford to be taken advantage of. Otherwise, even the heavens wouldn't help her. Aunt Zhao put a few candies into Xiaobei's pocket, watching his chubby face, and her admiration for Su Ning grew even more. They chatted for a while longer. Su Ning took the opportunity to ask about the work points in the village. Satisfied, she then took her little one home, not noticing Aunt Zhao's complicated expression. Back at home, Su Ning saw it was still early and decided to go fetch some water. In recent days, her brothers had helped fetch water, but she told them she could do it herself now. The family knew she was strong, and since she had been resting for nearly a month, she could move around a bit. They didn't object. In fact, the water she fetched with her method was barely enough. The space could only hold some tap water, which she added to make it usable. But compared to the well water with a strong smell, Su Ning preferred drinking boiled well water. Since there was almost no pesticide residue now, underground water was relatively clean. So she planned to try using a water bucket to move some well water into the space, so she would have enough to drink. She thought that just a day or 2 of fetching water would be enough. Su Ning moved all the unused jars and pots from her home into the space and washed them clean. After she threw the water bucket into the well, she tried to use the rope to transfer water into the space. This attempt was successful, but after a while, she felt a sharp pain in her head. She quickly stopped, realizing that while it was possible to do, there were limits. Still, it was a good start. When both buckets were full, Su Ning carried them home on a pole. However, she didn't notice that this scene was just seen by Sun and I, which made Sun and I more certain that Su Ning had deliberately tricked them last time. Otherwise, how could she have come out so quickly to fetch water? Maybe she was pretending from the start. Thinking about the money Su Ning had tricked her out of, Sun and I couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Su Ning didn't know any of this, so she never thought that Sun and I had already discovered her. Even if she knew, Su Ning didn't mind. When she got home, Aunt Su was standing at the door with her younger son, the boy who had helped call the Su family when Su Ning was injured last time. "I've put everything in the yard for you, so no one will see and say strange things," Aunt Su said. Su Ning's yard was not locked. Only the doors were locked. After all, she was just in the village, and no one would randomly break in. In the countryside, this was common. Few people locked their doors. When Su Ning entered, She saw piles of various vegetables on the ground and firewood in the shed almost overflowing. Wow, so much. Suning was surprised and guessed that Aunt Sue had probably given her more. Although vegetables in the countryside weren't expensive, this pile of spinach, greens, peppers, and potatoes looked quite large, probably dozens of jin, a Chinese weight measure. The firewood was cheap, but at least 3 cents a bundle, and there seemed to be about 100 bundles. If she calculated, she was actually getting a good deal. Besides, there was a small jar of soybean paste and a large jar of pickled vegetables, all ready to eat. With these, it was clear Aunt Sue had given her extra. Ning girl, take a look. Is there anything else you need? Just tell Auntie. Aunt Sue asked clearly where the items were kept and helped Suning put them away. Her face showed a hint of embarrassment, as if she wanted to say something but was too shy to speak. Seeing this, Suning said kindly, Annie, if you have something to say, just tell me. Annie Ning, could you exchange a few more of those red dates with me? Aunt Sue felt a bit shy. There aren't many jujube trees here, so dried dates are quite expensive. Without a ticket, they cost about a yuan per jin. They can be used for tea, snacks, cooking, or making soup, so they're very popular. But buying them requires money and food coupons. She had planned to ask Mother Xiao to exchange some food coupons to buy more for her daughter, but Mother Xiao said they had already given everything to Suning. So she had to gather her courage and come back again. All right, Auntie, I'll wait for you. Suning wasn't short of dates, so exchanging some was no problem. Besides, Aunt Sue had been kind to her, so a trade was fine. When Suning took a small basket with about 2 jin of dates, Aunt Sue's eyes lit up. She took 2 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Suning. Then she remembered something, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and lowered her voice. When I went to see your mother-in-law, I overheard some troublemakers' names. Be careful and keep the door locked at all times. If there's any trouble, ask Xiaobei to call Auntie. I live nearby, so I can help if needed. Aunt Sue didn't know what Mother Xiao was planning. She had heard a few things but didn't want to say much. But when she saw Suning's innocent eyes, she couldn't help but speak up. If she was overthinking, that would be best. If not, at least she gave a warning early. Thinking about how Mother Xiao looked stiff for a moment when she entered, Aunt Sue guessed it was probably about Suning again. This girl was also quite pitiful. She married into a dangerous place, and life is too hard for her. Suning's eyes turned cold for a moment, then she quickly regained her composure. She softly thanked Aunt Sue and saw her off from the yard. She guessed that the Xiao family wouldn't let her go easily. She didn't expect them to be so ruthless, going to find those troublemakers and involving Xiao gang. She roughly understood what they might be planning. Then she thought again and felt more at ease. Knowing what they wanted to do was better than not knowing at all. It made it easier for her to act accordingly. The dough for the buns was already prepared. Suning stored it in her space and started making the filling. She prepared 3 types. One with bean sprouts, another with chives, vermicelli and eggs, and a third with cabbage and pork fat scraps. Aunt Sue brought several vegetables, which, combined with what was in her space, was enough. First, she blanched the bean sprouts, chopped them, and squeezed out the water. If not done properly, the bean sprouts would taste raw and not be tasty. Then she added a small amount of ground meat, 5 spice powder, salt, sugar, soy sauce, and mixed everything well. Finally, she added hot pork fat, mixed thoroughly, and it was ready. The chive, vermicelli, and egg filling was easier. She washed and chopped the chives, soaked and chopped the vermicelli, scrambled and cooked the eggs, then mixed everything together. She added salt, cooked oil, scallions, ginger, garlic, and mixed well. The cabbage and pork fat scrap filling was also simple. She chopped the cabbage, salted it, and let it sit for 10 minutes, then squeezed out the water. She chopped the pork fat scraps and mixed them in with chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and cooked oil, then stirred everything evenly. Next, she took out the dough, wrapped the fillings, let the buns rest for 15 minutes, then steamed them for 15 minutes. After a few minutes, she turned off the heat. Since steamed buns don't emit a strong aroma, she wasn't worried about others noticing. Once done, Suning sent 2 buns to Aunt Sue as a thank you for her advice and the vegetables she provided. She didn't like to take advantage of others. The white flour buns, even with plain fillings, were a rare treat. It was best to give only 2 to taste. That evening, the mother and daughter ate buns with milk. Freshly steamed buns were incredibly delicious. Suning ate 3 herself. If her stomach hadn't been upset, she would have eaten more. She told the little one to wash up and go to bed. Suning steamed all the remaining buns, over 30 of each kind, took 12 rounds of steaming to finish. Most of the leftover vegetables were stored in her space, leaving only a small handful outside to prevent anyone from entering the kitchen and noticing. By nearly 10 o'clock, she finished and went to bed. It was almost 11 when she washed up. Suning decided not to sleep and enter her space, waiting for the monthly flash sale. She guessed that the usual flash sale mainly included basic food items and daily necessities like paper and cloth. The weekly flash sale, on the other hand, featured more luxurious daily products, mixed with rare items from this era, such as sewing machines and radios. Based on this reasoning, the monthly flash sales are likely to feature valuable items. There might be gold antiques or other expensive imported goods, such as electronics or cosmetics. Thinking of this, Suning felt excited. Who wouldn't want more money? Since she couldn't sleep now, Suning decided to continue working in the field. The seeds she planted hadn't sprouted yet, so the land didn't seem to speed up growth. But any progress is better than none. As a minor character, she shouldn't compare herself to the main female lead. The space upgrade itself was already a good achievement. After planting 1 plot of land, Suning stopped, feeling tired and sore. She got up, took the clay pot and dishes that Brother Liu had brought her last night, and washed them in the space kitchen. She couldn't help but laugh when she thought of the 3rd brother, Liu, who blushed every time he spoke. It was the first time she saw a boy so shy. The original owner looked pretty, and since she rarely went outside, her skin was fairer than most girls. After marrying in, she became darker and thinner, but thanks to Suning's cooking and homemade face masks, her skin improved a lot. People say white covers 3 flaws, and with her original good looks, she might not be as stunning as the main female lead, but anyone who saw her would say she was beautiful. From her memories, Lu Ming seemed to have some interest in the original owner. She probably didn't dislike him either. With their parents' approval, there was some mutual affection. Unfortunately, due to the Xiao family's interference, her good relationship was ruined, and she even lost her life. It was truly a pity. But Suning just thought about these things out of boredom. She reminded herself she wasn't the original owner. After washing all the dishes and bowls, she placed them on the black soil. She tested placing them on cement, which kept them wet, but on black soil, they dried slowly, just like outside. She had figured this out herself and even brought in an oilcloth, cleaned it, and laid it on the ground for drying things later. It was more convenient because it was inside, safe from theft or rain. By the time she finished, it was almost 1 a.m. Suning went to the flash sale machine, completed her daily purchases, and got a ton of red beans, black rice, and seasonings. She also received 2 baskets of beans, but she couldn't get rid of them. The items were standard, but Suning was still very happy because there were many kinds of seasonings, not just one. There was chili powder, cumin, fennel, star anise, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, and more. If she added oyster sauce and cooking wine, her ingredients could rival modern kitchen supplies. At first, she used less seasoning when cooking because it was hard to get other ingredients. Now, she didn't have to worry about that anymore. Everything was perfect. When she saw something she liked in the flash sale, Suning's expectations for the monthly flash sale grew higher. As the 3 items from Hongdo were revealed, the flash sale machine suddenly became clear and shiny, with a white glow flashing. She could faintly hear the sound of a guzheng from inside. Ugh, the officials actually like this kind of flashy stuff. Suning wasn't interested in these fancy things. Seeing the machine shake non-stop, she decided to sit on a stool far away and watch it go crazy. Maybe it was her imagination, but the light kept flashing and the screen was bright. Yet, Suning felt a hint of sadness from the machine. When it finally calmed down, Suning walked over to the machine. She saw a line of golden words on the screen. Congratulations on winning the flash sale for 30 days in a row. You have earned the title of Flash Sale Expert. You are also rewarded with 1 monthly flash sale. Would you like to participate? Yes. No. Suning clicked yes. Suddenly, the machine's screen went black, as if it had no response. Then, it displayed 10.9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1. After the number 1 disappeared, 10 boxes appeared on the screen, each labeled Opportunity 1, Opportunity 2, Opportunity 3, and so on up to Opportunity 10. These boxes spun quickly on the screen. At the bottom of the display, a small line of text appeared. Choose your flash sale amount: 1 cent, 10 cents, 1 yuan, 10 yuan, or 100 yuan. Note: in the same conditions, the larger the amount, the greater the opportunity. Next, the flash sale amounts turned into a row of buttons, each corresponding to a different amount. Suning tried to click on Opportunity 1, but it couldn't be selected. That meant this month's flash sale was all about blind guessing. No one knew how big the opportunity really was. As for the note on the screen, she thought it was nonsense. The size of the opportunity didn't matter. What mattered was how well it suited her. So, how much should I choose for the quick kill? Please select the quick kill amount. The screen immediately displayed a line of text, and several quick kill buttons lit up. The larger the amount, the brighter the button, while the 1 cent quick kill button was almost dim. Seeing this, Suning raised an eyebrow. Is this thing trying to get her to choose a large amount? She could afford it, but since this was given by her dog, she didn't trust it much. Moreover, this message seemed like a trick to fool people. She decided not to follow it. Perhaps sensing Suning's thoughts, the 100 yuan quick kill button shone brightly. Under its glow, Suning slowly pressed the 1 cent quick kill button. The machine was silent for a moment. Just as Suning thought it might start scolding her, the display screen slowly stopped, pausing at option 2. After about 10 more seconds, the screen slowly retracted, revealing a black hole. The black hole was deep and mysterious, and she couldn't see what was inside. Suning slowly stepped back, looking at the machine with curiosity. What is this chance thing? Is it supplies or something else? It didn't take long. The black hole spat out a piece of paper, then disappeared, turning back into the display screen. It showed, Daily Quick Kill Cooldown, 72 hours. Please wait. Seeing this, Suning wasn't disappointed. She already knew that after 30 days of quick kills, it would be once every 3 days. But the monthly quick kills seemed strange. Such a big fuss, and it only spat out a piece of paper. She picked up the paper and saw a picture on it. The picture showed an old, dilapidated house with a tree behind it. Next to the tree was a red. The environment looked like a big mountain and it seemed familiar. The paper only had these details, nothing else. Is this a treasure map? Suning looked at the paper repeatedly, unsure what was going on. She pointed her finger at the red, pondering where this might be. Suddenly, a strange message appeared in her mind. Shao Family Village Hunter Shao Daching's Chicken Feeding Bowl, Ming Dynasty Blue Glazed Porcelain Basin with a left ear.
Suning frowned.
Is this telling her to find a hidden treasure? She didn't know the value of antiques, but she had a vague impression. She remembered watching a treasure hunting show before, where a similar item was sold for only 5,000 yuan. If this is a chance, then it could be considered a real opportunity. Next, Suning's mind replayed several scenes. After watching them, she began to understand what the real opportunity was. They are located in Yongning Town, Heshan County, Ping City, Xizang Province. The father of the police chief in Heshan County might be an antique lover. This old man served in the army in his early years, then retired due to injury, and married his current wife. Perhaps because of the injury, they didn't have children for many years. It wasn't until the old man obtained a blue-glazed ceramic basin for his right ear that they finally had their first child. Since acquiring that ceramic piece, the old man seemed to be blessed. He had children one after another, and as they grew up, grandchildren appeared too. Overall, the family was thriving and prosperous. Because of this, The old man believed even more that the blue glazed ceramic for his right ear was a lucky charm. As long as he had it, his family would be safe and happy. 6 months ago, his youngest grandson, being mischievous, accidentally broke a piece of the ceramic's ear. Although they later found someone to repair the antique, the old man still felt uneasy inside. Recently, his wife's health has been unpredictable, sometimes better, sometimes worse. Even doctors couldn't help. The old man thought all of this might be related to the ceramic, so he wanted to find the matching piece for the left ear. A complete pair would symbolize harmony. He believed that once he got the matching piece, his wife might get better. So he had been secretly searching for it. However, in today's times, information exchange is difficult. Plus, antiques like this can't be displayed openly. That's why he hasn't found it after so long. He gave the left earpiece to the old man, thinking it might bring some wealth or other benefits. He called it a chance, and he believed it was perfectly fine, especially since the family of the police station's member needed it very much. As for how to give the item away, that was Su Ning's concern. She could only give a few hints. To seize an opportunity, some effort is necessary. Su Ning originally wanted to ask what would happen if she didn't get this chance. In the end, she faintly sensed a feeling of disdain, probably telling her that without it, the opportunity would be lost. Thinking about it, a ceramic piece used as a chicken feeder isn't something to be cherished much. The Xiao Daqing family lives at the foot of the mountain, far from most villagers, but relatively close to the old Xiao family house. In the past, when the original owner was collecting firewood, he passed by their house several times. Knowing that his chicken coop is between their house and the foot of the mountain, and combining that with the map in my mind, I was able to confirm the location. The Xiao Daqing family is made up of strong workers. When his sons are not working, they go hunting in the mountains or fishing in the water. Xiao Daqing's wife is also from Sun Village, the same village as Sun and I, Xiao Hai's wife. However, their relationship is just average, so they're not very close. But because she is friendly with Aunt Su, she also treats the original owner well. Nowadays, there are no hunters officially allowed. Everyone has to work in the fields. But Xiao Daqing and his sons are skilled at hunting. Although they can't openly hunt for wild animals now, since those are considered community property, catching a wild chicken or fishing is still okay and no one complains. Not everyone in the village hunts, and meat tickets are hard to get, so eating meat is very difficult. People who want to eat meat sometimes go to Xiao Daqing's house to trade for some. His wild chicken or rabbit meat is much cheaper than market prices, almost given away, so villagers are happy to go occasionally for a treat. If someone dares to report them, it would cause a lot of anger. But his family rarely catches anything, so chances to trade are limited. Catching wild animals isn't easy, and no one really knows the truth. Even if someone suspects, as long as they don't catch them in the act, there's nothing they can do. Su Ning went to knock on the door. The people inside didn't find it strange. Recently, during the farming break, many people knew they worked hard in the mountains. Those who wanted meat would come to order some, and if available, they could trade. So many people came. Auntie, hello. Seeing Xiao Daqing's wife, Sun Auntie, Su Ning politely greeted her. Ah, it's Su's girl. Why are you here? Are you feeling better now? Sun Auntie recognized her and looked her over carefully. Seeing her healthy appearance, she smiled and said, I heard from Aunt Su yesterday that you can walk now and are recovering well. I didn't believe it. But now, it looks like you're much better. Yes, much better now, Su Ning smiled shyly. Her injury had been healing for a month. If she wasn't getting better, someone might start to suspect. Are you here to order some meat? I still have half a rabbit left, originally meant for my family. If you want it, you can take it home first. Aunt Sun took out half a wild rabbit from the kitchen. It looked quite fat, weighing about 2 or 3 jin. If she added some chili and stir-fried it, the taste would be very good. Thank you so much, Auntie. Su Ning couldn't find the words to refuse. She hadn't tried wild meat before coming here, and just seeing it made her hungry. She thought about braised rabbit, stir-fried rabbit pieces, and spicy rabbit. Just imagining it made her mouth water. She had thought about going up the mountain, but she didn't have the hero's luck. First, she might not catch anything, and second, if she got bitten by a snake or insect again, it wouldn't be worth it. However, she remembered that in the story, the main characters went up the mountain a few times and got some wild food. She had read too quickly and missed some details, so she needed to think carefully and try to remember everything. Maybe she could find some clues. Also, I want to trade a few chicks with you, Auntie. Is that okay? Aunt's son also raised chicks to sell, and many people came to trade. It wasn't expensive, usually 3 eggs or 10 cents for 1 chick.
Sure.
Your family has 3 people, so you can only keep 3 chicks. I'll give you 5. If nothing is damaged, when they grow up, you can slaughter them for food. Aunt's son was straightforward and took Suning to the chicken coop. The coop was behind the house on the left. When they entered, Suning immediately saw a bowl at the door filled with chicken feed. The bowl was covered with a mixture of rice bran and dirt, so it was hard to see what it originally looked like. But on the left side, there was a clear decoration that looked like an ear. Which chickens do you want to catch? Auntie will help you. Seeing that Suning wasn't moving, Aunt's son thought she didn't know how to choose. The chicks this time are all healthy. Look at those pure yellow ones. Aren't they nice? Your eyes are the best, Auntie. Please help me pick some. Suning nodded repeatedly, flattering her a little. Okay. Aunt's son happily placed the chicks into her small basket. After catching the chicks, Suning took out a big ceramic bowl from her arm basket and looked at Aunt's son shyly. Auntie, I need to ask you for a favor. When I was at home, my mother and sister-in-law fed the chicks. Since I got married, I haven't raised any. I heard that chicks like to have their own feeding bowl, which makes it easier to raise them. So, I want to exchange this ceramic bowl for the feeding bowl you use. Please, Auntie. Seeing her like this, Aunt's son chuckled happily. It's just a basin, and your uncle found it on the mountain. If you like it, take it without needing to exchange anything. This is the girl's first time raising a pet, so it's normal to be a bit scared. She had heard similar sayings before, but she wasn't sure if they were true. She just took it as a way to feel more at ease. That won't do. I don't want to trouble Auntie. Suning put down the ceramic bowl, then took out a pound of rock sugar and 15 eggs, handing them to Auntie Sunday. She grabbed the rabbit meat and ran off. Hey, you don't need to give so much. Annie's son wanted to refuse, but she quickly disappeared, making her laugh. She hadn't interacted much with Suning before, but she found the girl surprisingly adorable. When Suning got home, she threw the blue brocade cloth into her space to soak. She sold over 2 jin of rabbit meat in the village, which probably earned her about 8 mao. A pound of rock sugar had a receipt worth about 8 mao, but without a receipt, it might be around 1 or 2 yuan. She gave a little extra, so others would think she was honest and not suspect anything. If she gave even more, it might raise suspicion at this sensitive time. There will be plenty of chances later. There's no need to rush now. She didn't plan to worry too much about the little chick. She also threw a half bag of cornmeal to the little ones. Since she was already raising child labor, she might as well make good use of it. Having everything ready, Suning left early the next morning. She had a few things to do. One was to find a way to quickly turn her assets into cash, especially since this involved the police chief's family, which she needed. The second was to look for a job and, if possible, sell some goods. If her guess was right and her household registration had been transferred out, she needed to be careful to avoid alerting others. It wasn't because she was overly cautious. Though cameras weren't common in this era, it also made it easier for dark deeds to happen. In this era, quietly killing someone was too easy. She couldn't trust people's nature, so she had to be careful. Those who boasted about being the best in the world rarely lived long. Before her crossing, she was just an ordinary person, maybe a little clever, but she couldn't compete with some cunning people. She dared to scheme against the heroine and the supporting characters because of that novel. Plus, they were still young, and compared to her past experiences, they were a bit naive. But she didn't think she was invincible. There are always people better than you, and things beyond your imagination, so she always kept a respectful attitude. To go to the county town, she first needed to go to the town. There are 2 ways to go to the town. One is by ox cart and the other is by walking yourself. If you take the ox cart, you need to leave early and it takes about an hour or more, but you have more freedom with your time. She chose to walk so she could avoid others' eyes. First, she went to the town supply and marketing cooperative, checked the prices, looked around to get familiar with the place, and then found a chance to change into new clothes. After that, she took the bus to the county seat. The bus to the county runs every day, leaving at 9 in the morning and returning at 3 in the afternoon. Otherwise, she would have to ride her bike or walk. At this time, the bus smelled very strong, and there were many passengers. Fortunately, Suning arrived early and was quick to find a seat by the window alone. She covered her face with a cloth, leaving only her eyes visible. Many people on the bus dressed like this, partly because there was no air conditioning and it was a bit cold, and partly to block out the dust with a cloth. Most used an old towel, but Suning used a large piece of good fabric, which was less common. Most people going to the city were from the town, with some family background, proud of their status, and only glared at her out of jealousy. But this didn't bother Suning at all. After more than an hour, the bus finally reached the city. Suning looked at her watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. Her main task was urgent, so she decided not to go to the state-run restaurant first, but to eat what she brought. She wanted to visit places like the scrap collection station, but she knew it wasn't the right time. The heroine hadn't come yet, so any treasures would have been picked clean. Only when she arrived would there be a chance to find something overlooked. So, even if she went, she would wait until the heroine came. As a minor character, she knew her limits. Compared to the town, the city was much more lively. There were a few larger factories like steel mills, food factories, textile factories, chemical plants, and farm tool factories. Besides these, there were smaller ones like clothing factories, sugar factories, and furniture factories, which weren't very big due to raw materials or other reasons, but many people desperately wanted to work there. There were also places like the post office, credit union, department store, and state-run restaurant, things that made people envious, but getting in was even harder. Suning looked around, thinking that the best way to find a job was in those big factories, because they had many workers and more chances to get hired. While inquiring, she also looked around to see if anyone was buying things and casually asked about the location of the police station, hoping to find a lucky opportunity. Thinking this, Suning covered her face, carried a basket, and started wandering around. Compared to 1964 and 1965, the crackdown on speculation was not as strict anymore. Usually, it wasn't a big deal, and authorities didn't pay much attention. However, at the beginning of 1976, there would be another strict period, like darkness before dawn, and by the end of the year, things would settle down again. So, at that time, she could only hide and stay safe, avoiding getting caught. She had also considered staying in the village, since farmers were generally safer in that environment. But if she stayed out of the fields all the time, she might be reported by someone. However, she really disliked working in the fields, especially thinking about bugs and leeches, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. Since she couldn't be a farmer, she decided to become a worker. Compared to more risky jobs like teachers or doctors, being a worker was relatively safer, even though layoffs might happen later. But before that, factory work was very desirable. If she wanted to work in a factory, the best benefits were at the steel plant. Even during layoffs, that factory was least affected. So she planned to go to the steel plant's staff housing. Because the steel plant offered good benefits, and the houses were larger than those at other factories, the residential area was quite big. However, now, entering such a residential area wasn't easy. There were guards at the gate, and without someone she knew to vouch for her, she couldn't get in. Suning looked around at the gate, then approached the guard and said, "Sir, I am the niece of Ji Chin from Building 4, Unit 1, Apartment 101. My father asked me to deliver something to her." According to the story, Ji Chin was a minor noblewoman related to the main female character, and because of her, the heroine met a key figure in the black market, which allowed her to sell grain in large quantities. Thanks to that second-in-command helping cover her tracks, the heroine was able to rise in the following 2 years without being caught. Suning didn't plan to contact that second-in-command. She wasn't interested in the black market. Just connecting with Ji Chin was enough. The story mentioned that Ji-chin worked in the steel plant's finance department. Her family had a good income, and her two sons also worked at the steel plant, so they didn't lack money. Therefore, the female protagonist chose Ji-chin when she first started selling things. However, in the novel, Ji-chin is only there to support the female protagonist. Through her, the protagonist met her neighbor's cousin, who is the second in command of the black market. After that, Ji-chin was never mentioned again. It was only said that the protagonist stopped retailing and started selling in large quantities. Later, there was a brief mention that the Ji family had problems. The protagonist sighed softly, and that was all. Most likely, this Mrs. Ji is just a minor character, like the protagonist, filler characters helping other filler characters, which is perfectly fine. At this moment, Su-ning wasn't thinking about the butterfly effect. Any change can affect the future. For example, if Ji-chin had bought something from her, she wouldn't have run out of stock. Without shortages, if she met the protagonist again, she wouldn't have stopped to buy more. Not buying anything means they wouldn't have become friends, and naturally, she wouldn't have introduced the second-in-command of the black market to the protagonist. Without anyone to protect her, the protagonist had to go into the black market alone. Even with her special aura, it would be hard to sell large quantities. Plus, Su-ning had taken away the protagonist's opportunity early on, preventing her from upgrading her selling skills quickly. This time, she cut off a very important source of income for her. But even knowing this, Su-ning probably wouldn't care. After all, she didn't want to ruin the protagonist's role as a minor character. "Are you really a relative of Director Ji? I haven't seen you before." The security guard was suspicious. The niece of Director Ji didn't look like this. But since she knew Ji-chin's name and where she lived, she probably wasn't mistaken. Could Director Ji have other nieces? Su-ning smiled and stepped aside to wait. She only remembered Ji-chin by chance. She usually only paid attention to the plot and main characters when reading, not details, so she wouldn't notice minor characters. She remembered her because she liked an actor with that name when she was young. And the address's apartment number was the same as her parents' home, so she remembered that too. If she had known she would travel through time, she would have read the book carefully. She definitely wouldn't have finished it so quickly. After waiting for a while, a chubby middle-aged woman arrived at the door. A visitor was dressed in a light gray cotton jacket, wearing plain cloth pants and a pair of leather shoes. Her hair was neatly combed, and her black-rimmed glasses revealed curious and puzzled eyes as she looked at Su-ning. "You, Auntie, I'm Lingling. My dad asked me to bring you some white flour and eggs, and he also packed some other things you need." There are quite a few. Su-ning pretended to be obedient and cute, about to put down the basket and show her. "Hey, don't take it. You little girl, why are you so lively?" When she heard about the flour and eggs, Ji-chin immediately reacted. She had asked around quite a bit. Yes, I forgot. We're not home yet." Su-ning, having achieved her goal, turned back into a well-behaved wooden doll and stood quietly aside. Seeing her like this, Ji-chin couldn't help but laugh. Then she said to the gatekeeper, "This is my niece, named Ji Lingling. She rarely comes to town and is a bit simple-minded. Next time you see her, just let her in." She then pulled the girl along and headed back. The family compound was quite large. Ji-chin greeted familiar people and introduced her, "Niece," as she led her home. Only after closing the door did she finally relax. "Comrade Ji, I heard you needed these items near the supply and marketing cooperative last time, so I came to see if you want to exchange anything." As soon as Su-ning entered the house, she admitted it before anyone asked. This wasn't unusual in this era. Although the countryside also lacked grain, vegetables and mountain produce were still plentiful. Some clever people would find opportunities to go to town to exchange for money or tickets. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, the patrols usually turned a blind eye. Ji-chin had some guesses, but she really needed flour and eggs, so she didn't care how the girl knew about it. She simply brought her inside. Hearing this, she immediately relaxed. "Yes, I want as much as you have." Ji-chin glanced at the basket Su-ning was carrying. It was covered with a cloth, so she couldn't tell how much was inside. But since it looked light on her back, It probably wasn't heavy or much. When Su Ning lifted the cloth, Ji Qin's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this girl was so strong. An entire basket. There are 10 jin of white flour, 50 eggs, 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of noodles, 2 jin of brown sugar, 2 jin of white sugar, 5 jin of pork, 2 sets of 4-piece bedding, and 2 watches. What do you need? Once you decide, we can talk about the price. Su Ning had prepared these items carefully. When Ji Qin's 2 sons came to see her, the watches and bedding sets would be just right. Unfortunately, she didn't have a semiconductor radio, otherwise she would have brought 2. As for the flour and eggs, the old lady of the Ji family was not in good health, so Su Ning wanted to get some good things to help her recover. I want everything. Ji Qin examined everything carefully, loving each item. When she finally received the 2 watches, her eyes turned red. Now, watches are hard to get. Her family could exchange for them, but buying one wasn't always possible, and they weren't as nice as the ones Su Ning had. The tickets for flour and rice cost 20 cents each, without tickets 40 cents. Eggs with tickets cost 30 cents each, without tickets 50 cents. Noodles with tickets cost 50 cents, without tickets $1. Pork with tickets costs 80 cents, without tickets $1.20. Brown sugar with tickets costs $1, without tickets $2. White sugar with tickets costs 80 cents, without tickets $1.50. The 4-piece bedding set has 21 tickets, without tickets 31. The watches are domestically made, relatively cheaper, with tickets costing 100, without tickets 120. You only need food tickets, meat tickets, supplementary food tickets, industrial tickets, and daily necessities tickets. Ji Qin quickly calculated and said, most of my tickets are used up. I only have 2 soap tickets and 5 industrial tickets left. I'll give these to you, plus 320 yuan. Is that okay? Su Ning thought for a moment. The 7 tickets covered 6.50 yuan, so she wasn't getting a bad deal. Industrial tickets were rare after all. She nodded in agreement. Ji Qin didn't hesitate and counted out 32 large Unity tickets and a few others to give to Su Ning. Although she felt a bit sad, it was only their family's income for 2 months. When you think about it, it wasn't too bad. After the deal, Ji Qin quickly hid the items and then pulled Su Ning to sit down, smiling as she asked about her situation. Su Ning didn't hide anything. She wanted to make friends with her and see if there were any job opportunities. As for the source of the supplies, Su Ning only hinted that she was helping others. She earned a few cents for each trip. Ji Qin didn't doubt her. After all, Su Ning looked young, and such good things weren't easy to get. Little Su, I won't beat around the bush with you. My family has many members and lacks supplies. If you have anything in the future, just send it over. Even if I can't eat it all, my brother and younger brothers will.
Su Ning nodded repeatedly.
She had read about this in a book. The Ji family has 5 siblings, all from good families. Ji Qin's in-laws also have many brothers, all from dual-income households. Selling things twice a month is enough for her to spend. She doesn't expect to get a lot each time, just a few dozen yuan is fine. She doesn't mind having less. Accumulating little by little will add up over time. Plus, this way is safer. Alright, Ji Tong, sure, you count what you need. I'll come to pick it up next time. Once I get it, I'll send it over. That's great. Ji Qin's face lit up with happiness. She turned and went inside to bring out a plate of rice flour strips, placing it on the table and calling Su Ning over. Little Su, come eat. Don't be shy. From now on, we'll treat each other like relatives. You can call me Auntie, and I'll call you Ling Ling, so no one suspects anything. Honestly, after I had 2 sons, I always wanted a daughter, but I never got pregnant again. Seeing you, I feel like I see my own daughter. I think Annie feels the same way about seeing a family member, Su Ning replied affectionately. But inside, she knew that what the other person really wanted was for her to prepare more good things. Since she was trying to make friends, and the other person was not rejecting her, she naturally wouldn't refuse. They chatted for a while. Ji Qin was still eager to invite her to stay for a meal, but Su Ning declined. At this time, no family's grain supply was abundant. If she stayed now, the other person might start to doubt her intentions. After getting the money, Suning was thinking about whether to continue buying and selling goods somewhere or to visit the police station to ask about household registration matters. Suddenly, she saw a shadow sneaking away. If she wasn't mistaken, it was her good cousin Su Xiangjie. What was she secretly doing? Suning was curious. Before she could react, Su Xiangjie came back, seeming to change her route. When she turned around, she ran into Suning. Seeing her, Su Xiangjie looked a bit panicked but quickly calmed down, forcing a smile. Ning, what are you doing here? My mom asked me to buy some kerosene. This is my first time here, so I didn't find the right place. Suning crossed her arms and looked at her. That's strange. You can buy kerosene in town, but you spend extra money to go into the city to buy it. Your older cousin really has a lot of money. Su Xiangjie's face showed a hint of embarrassment. She said firmly, Then why did you come into the city? You snuck out too. We're both guilty, so don't point fingers at each other. Suning tilted her chin. I'm different from you. I came to buy cotton and cloth. The town doesn't have enough cotton, so I had to come here. Cotton has always been rare and in high demand. The supply station in town often sells out quickly, so buying cotton depends on luck. Otherwise, you have to go into the city. Suning planned to make 2 new cotton jackets and quilts. Today, she just came to look around. Su Xiangjie walked over and lifted her basket. Sure enough, she saw cotton inside. Her face changed again, and she looked more embarrassed. Are you done talking? I knew it, you definitely snuck out, right? Suning chuckled. If you want me to keep your secret, treat me to a meal. Otherwise, I'll tell Annie. She was a bit interested in this female character. Su Xiangjie's face darkened. She remembered her 20 yuan and felt a bit stingy, but she was also worried Suning might really tell on her. She clenched her teeth and said, Fine, I'll treat you to a bowl of shredded pork noodles. But don't say anything in front of my mother. Suning nodded repeatedly. Someone invited her to eat at the state-run restaurant. What was there to argue about? But she was a little confused. Eating shredded pork noodles requires both grain tickets and meat tickets. In the village, getting meat tickets wasn't easy. Even if Andy loved her very much, she couldn't just give her everything. It seemed her older cousin had other secrets. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, it was almost mealtime. There weren't many people. Su Xiangjie paid for 2 bowls of noodles and then thought for a moment before ordering a portion of braised pork, which she carried over together. Did you get lucky, older cousin? Suning licked her lips. The 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles cost over a yuan, and the braised pork was more than 2 yuan. It required grain and meat tickets. She felt like she was rich. Su Xiangjie waved her hand, as if she didn't want to talk about it. She was busy serving Suning and quietly said, I just heard a story in town. Do you want to hear it? Yes, I do, Suning thought. Since she was already eating braised pork, she might as well listen to a story. The pork was delicious, tender and flavorful, even with little seasoning. It was soft and tasty. And also, the shredded meat noodles tasted very fresh and delicious. Indeed, only someone skilled could be a chef at a state-run restaurant. Su Xiangjie was picking at her noodles and said, People here say that a young person from the countryside found an old man who had fainted in an alley nearby. He took the old man to the hospital. It turned out that the old man was quite important. To thank the young man, he gave him many good things. Imagine if I were that young person. I heard the old man had a big dark mole on his forehead. If you saw it, you'd be lucky. Suning paused while eating her noodles, then continued casually, but her mouth twitched involuntarily. Her story was not as good as her little kid's. Hearing this, Su Xiangjie vaguely remembered a scene from a book. The story was about a man who went to the city to save an old man, and later the old man came to thank him in the village. But the book didn't give many details. It mainly focused on the female lead, so there wasn't much about the male lead's actions. It only described the old man's visit to thank the villagers, without mentioning when or where the male lead met him. Tell me more about it. Su Xiangjie was silent for a moment, then said, I heard that the old man had low blood sugar and could easily faint. Once, he fainted near a big rock. The rock blocked most people's view, so no one noticed. but the young person somehow found him, fed him a white rabbit candy, and took him to the hospital. When his family found out, they were very grateful. They gave him a bicycle and arranged a temporary job. But that young person was from a big courtyard in Beijing and was originally sent to the countryside to escape family problems. He didn't want the job and gave it to his girlfriend instead. Su Xiangjie curled her lips. His girlfriend used that job to get a big benefit. Later, Su Ning knew that Dong Jiao gave the job to the county mayor's daughter, made friends with the mayor, and when the mayor went to the city, he eventually returned to Beijing, helping the main characters' careers grow. Her older cousin even directly mentioned Hu Jingting's name. But she was sure that these details weren't in the book. It seemed that she and Su Xiangjie might not have been reading the same book. However, the female supporting character is no longer flattering the male lead. Instead, she is trying to cause trouble for him. She even used braised pork to bribe her, just to get her to help interfere. I heard that the old man lives in a certain alley nearby, sister. Do you want to try your luck too? Usually, Su Xiangjie wouldn't want to involve another person, but she doesn't know exactly where the old man fainted. Having one more person to look around means fewer chances for the male lead. Even if she ends up with Su Ning, it's better than the male lead getting her. Because of the plot, she has to follow the male lead. If both the male and female leads have bad luck, maybe she can escape the story. Su Ning isn't completely sure, but she has a rough idea of Su Xiangjie's goal. She doesn't mind grabbing the chance to compete for the male lead. The female supporting character loves the male lead very deeply and remembers his affairs clearly. She thinks this, but pretends to look confused. Sis, you've heard about this kind of thing, but you don't really believe it, right? Even if it's true, we're not from the city and can't stay here all the time. Besides, the old man might faint every day, just waiting for you to save him. What are you thinking, sis? When did you become so naive? Just eat quickly, then wait for the bus. Seeing that she clearly doesn't believe her, Su Xiangjie's face changes slightly. Then she remembers something and lowers her voice. Ah Ning, do you believe in prophetic dreams? Su Ning's eyes widen slightly. Here it comes. The female supporting character story begins. The prophetic dreams are out. Next, maybe she'll say it's a divine message. It's obvious that the original owner gave her this cousin some kind of illusion. She looks so easy to deceive. Fine, since she's trying so hard to make up stories as a listener, shouldn't she react? Sis, could this be a dream you had? Is it really true? Su Xiangjie looks serious. I didn't want to tell anyone, but you're my sister, so I won't hide it from you. Honestly, I dreamed that today, Hu Jiqing would meet that old man and save him, and he would get many good things. The events in the dream happened today. Time, people, even the clothes he wore are exactly the same as in my dream. Oh, and the police station too. The male lead was near the police station when he saved someone. So I'm sure this dream is real. Do you really want to watch helplessly as Hu Jiqing gets everything? That's wealth you could never earn in a lifetime. Are you truly willing to accept that? Seeing Su Ning seem tempted, Su Xiangjie pressed on. By the way, I wasn't sure about that dream at first, but just now, seeing you, I became certain. In my dream, I met you right here. You were wearing the same army green top and brown pants. It was exactly the same. Su Ning really wanted to roll her eyes. How could she be so good at making things up? Suddenly, she found herself part of this story. But she couldn't say anything now. She had to agree, or the other person would just make up another story. This story made no sense at all, and she felt tired listening to it. The book said the female supporting character just graduated high school before entering the story, so she's young. That seems to match. Then it must be real. Sister, which alley did you dream about? Were there any clear features? Tell me carefully, and I'll help you look. She had to check out that bowl of braised pork after all. I only remember it was near the police station. When Hu Jingting was carrying that old man, it was the police helping out. It was after lunch.
Su Xiangjie Said.
She had searched near the police station, but found nothing. Could it be that only the male lead can save that person? Too bad. She couldn't keep asking around. Not everyone was as easy to fool as her younger sister. Oh well, just hope for luck. Suning thought about Ji-chin saying she had a brother working at the West City Police Station. Since this place was in the East City, there should be other police stations in the county besides this one. But because this police station was close to the department store, Su Xiangjie assumed it was this one, which led her into a dead end. All right, sister. I'll help you look around other alleys. Stay here and keep searching. Since the male lead was rescued after lunch, the time was probably running out, so she couldn't wait any longer. Su Xiangjie didn't want to delay either. Seeing her sensible attitude, and after a few more instructions, she let her go. As they parted, Suning quickly ran toward the West City. She dashed like lightning, and just as she neared the police station, she saw an old man lying beside a large rock. His face was pale, lips bluish, eyes tightly shut. He was clearly unconscious. When she saw the bright black mole on his forehead, she knew this old man was the key. She found the person and quickly went over. She pulled and dragged, supporting the person as she ran toward the police station. She had already seen the male lead coming this way. Even if she didn't want this chance, she couldn't let the male lead get it. Everyone said the male lead belonged to the female lead, and the female lead was her enemy. Roughly speaking, the male lead was also her enemy. Giving benefits to an enemy, she wasn't crazy. The police officer at the station saw a thin girl from afar, half-dragging an older man who was a bit bigger than her. The officer hurried over to help carry the person into the station. Before entering, Suning took a quick look at the male lead. Good. He didn't notice her. She perfectly avoided him. After their figures disappeared inside the station, Hu Jingting passed by that big stone. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like there should be something there, or something might happen there. But there was nothing at all, which confused him. Maybe he was influenced by Dong Jiao Jiao and was overthinking things. Thinking this, Hu Jingting chuckled to himself, suppressing his nervousness. He still needed to buy a bicycle, so he didn't delay and headed toward the east of the city. Through the police station window, Su Ning saw the male lead's figure disappear completely. She let out a sigh of relief and turned to the police officer, holding a bowl of sweet water. The sugar was provided by her. Before entering the station, she had transferred half a small bag of sugar into a basket. It looked like she was low on blood sugar, and drinking some sweet water would help quickly. The police officer helped feed her the sweet water. Seeing the old man slowly wake up and his face gradually improve, everyone silently breathed a sigh of relief. Old sir, how do you feel? Su Ning saw that although his face was still a bit pale, she asked with concern, Do you need to go to the hospital? The old man waved his hand. No need. I just need to rest for a while. My old illness has been bothering me for so long. My family must be worried. His voice was strong, though a little weak, but he looked fine overall. Su Ning squinted slightly, feeling puzzled. The old man looked like he just had low blood sugar. In the story, after eating sugar, the old man should be fine. Why did the male lead insist on taking him to the hospital? Is he worried his family might get anxious if they can't find him? And is the male lead really that kind-hearted? Last time, Dong Jiao Jiao and the other two people disturbed us suddenly. Most normal people, like Chen Chongqiao, would feel a bit awkward and sorry. Even if she was not welcome and maybe a little annoyed, she should understand what is right and wrong. Most people wouldn't do something like that in such a situation, and still blame her unfairly. Later, she carefully thought about the part in the book about the male lead, and guessed that his background was probably related to his family. The male lead's family is from a military compound in Beijing. His grandfather is powerful and influential. Although retired, he still has people taking care of him. His eldest uncle is in the army, the second uncle is in politics, and his father is the youngest child of old Master Hua. His father studied abroad early in life and later worked at a university. This kind of family in Beijing is not the top, but it's definitely well known. Although studying abroad later became difficult and was suppressed because his father was sent abroad officially, it didn't affect him. With such a family and background, the male lead should be considered very lucky. But all the trouble started when his father went abroad. His father looks gentle and charming. Before marriage, he was very popular in the compound. He liked romance, love, and freedom, and didn't care for the wealthy young ladies who only cared about clothes and appearances. His grandfather wanted him to settle down, so he arranged for him to marry before going abroad. Of course, she was also from a good family, to help him when he returned to China. But after going abroad, his father met the male lead's mother. They fell in love at first sight, and soon moved in together. When he returned from studying abroad, the male lead was already born. What happened afterward is easy to imagine. His father and his first wife's family had a big fight, and the families almost hated each other. In the end, his father divorced and married the male lead's mother. But this didn't help his family. Instead, it made them enemies with strong political power. Because of this, both his grandfather and his uncles were very unhappy. By the 1960s, the environment around them became more intense. His mother was reported for studying abroad at her own expense, and she had to divorce his father. Not long after, she passed away sadly. Although his mother was gone, the issue of studying abroad at her own expense still became a point of attack for the family. The main character's father quickly sent him to the countryside to protect him, which is how he became the current Huijiqing. The grandfather, who holds high power and status, has many children and even more grandchildren. He is probably disappointed with this particular son's family. The main character's eldest and second uncles have been somewhat affected by recent events, making the relationship with his family complicated. As a descendant of the Hu family, compared to his cousins and brothers, his family is less powerful and less wealthy. Plus, after his mother passed away and his father drank to forget his troubles, the main character became naturally sensitive. In this sensitive state, he also feels inferior. If someone shows dislike toward him, it might trigger a strong reaction. Being sensitive and feeling inferior, yet wanting respect and admiration from others, he would do anything to achieve his goals. Therefore, the main character is likely a self-interested person. Such a person usually doesn't do trivial things, they only do what benefits themselves. If he knew the old man, he would realize that giving a piece of candy alone wouldn't earn much gratitude. It's entirely possible that he would take the initiative to send the old man to the hospital or use some small tricks to achieve this. After all, he is a kind-hearted person who cares about the patient's health, which is understandable. She doesn't know exactly what happened in between, but from the book, she saw the old man's family bringing lots of gifts, then nothing more was mentioned. She guesses the old man's family isn't easy to fool. From these guesses, she knows how to get along with the old man. "Old sir, you must be Mr. Hu, the father of factory director Hu, right?" A police officer nearby recognized Mr. Hu and smiled. "I'm Xiao Zhao from the county police station. I'm here on official duty today. Do you remember me? I once visited the director's house and saw you there." "Oh, the director's house is right next to yours."
His surname is Ma.
"Do you know him?" "You mean old Ma's family." Mr. Hu nodded with a smile. "I know his son works at the police station, but I didn't know he's your director." "So you all know each other. Well, please help send the old man back. I'll be leaving now." Since the old man is now fine, Suning doesn't plan to stay longer to avoid giving the impression she has other motives. If she can't make a good deal now, there will be more opportunities in the future. She's always patient. "Little girl, won't you send this old man back?" Old Mr. Hu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he looked at Suning with interest.
"I'm the one you saved."
"If I send the Buddha to the west, I should also send the old man back." The police officers still have work to do. As ordinary people, we shouldn't use public resources. Knowing his identity and remaining so calm, this little girl is quite interesting. "All right, since you say so, I definitely can't refuse. It's reached the point of using public resources, so she must give some face to the public." "Hey, you little girl, you're reluctant, so I have to make you send me." Old Mr. Hu's stubbornness flared up, and he decided to cling to her. Suning asked the time, estimated there was enough, and nodded. "Okay, old sir, tell me where your home is, and I'll take you back." Old Mr. Hu's house wasn't far. The two strolled leisurely and arrived in about 10 minutes. Suning stayed calm and polite throughout. Surprisingly, they had a pretty good chat. The Hu family lived in a small courtyard. The alley was filled with similar houses. When they pushed open the big gate, they saw 5 plain houses straight ahead. They looked a bit worn outside, but were very clean inside. To the left were 2 annex rooms, which seemed recently renovated and looked quite new. Before Su Ning could look more closely, the front door of the main hall suddenly opened from inside, and a group of people rushed out. "Old man, where have you been wandering? Don't you see how old you are? Running around everywhere. You made the kids miss their meals just to find you. Who? I think your skin is itchy or something." An elderly woman in a thin brown jacket came out from the back, her face full of anger. Behind her, an old man with white hair appeared. When he saw old Mr. Hu, he smiled and scolded. "I knew this old guy was fine. Wasting my time. I should have stayed home polishing my right ear treasure. Ma, stop fueling the fire. It's just a broken cloisonne, and you're polishing it every day? Aren't you ashamed?" Old Mr. Hu was annoyed by the scolding and responded to Old Man Ma. "You're scolding Old Ma, but think about it, people haven't even eaten yet. What's the point? Have some shame." The old woman was furious. "I was just joking with Old Ma. I didn't mean to scold him." Old Mr. Hu looked awkwardly at the elderly lady and said politely, "I'm fine really. Look, you're talking in front of a young girl. What are you saying?" He then signaled to Su Ning, indicating she should say a few kind words. The elderly lady finally noticed Su Ning. Her expression softened a little. She looked her over and smiled. "What a delicate girl. Sorry if I scared you. I don't usually act like this, but I was really angry today." After saying that, she tidied her clothes and suddenly appeared as a kind, gentle, and elegant old lady. She was just here to watch the show and didn't want to get involved. Still, these 2 old folks were quite amusing. And that earring, a cloisonne, seemed like an unexpected lucky find. Maybe someone even helped with her household registration. TSK, today is really a good day. Thanks to the female supporting character. This is young Miss Ning. Today, I fainted in front of the alley, and this young girl saved me. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have seen you again. Old Mr. Hu was worried about being scolded by his wife, but he had to mention the lifesaver. He also played the victim a little, making his wife feel tender toward him. When Su Ning helped him up, he already knew what had happened. His mind was fuzzy, and he was too weak to open his eyes. The young girl struggled to help him to the police station. He definitely wanted to thank her properly, especially since she was such a fun girl. The smile on Grandma, whose face suddenly froze, like a face-changing scene from a Sichuan opera. Her anger flared again. She turned around, grabbed a stick leaning against the wall, and was about to chase after old Mr. Hu to hit him. While hitting and scolding, she said, "You didn't eat breakfast this morning. Don't you know how your body is? You old fool, just die outside. Why come back? Are you trying to make me angry? Fine, I'll marry someone else. I'll make you faint, and then I'll beat you to death." Old Mr. Hu dodged and apologized, pushing Su Ning in front of Grandma Hu. Grandma Hu, more worried than angry, didn't really want to scold him. She casually dropped the stick, took Su Ning's hand, and said gratefully, "Girl, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, this old fool might not have come back." "I don't know how to thank you. Come inside. I'll make you something delicious." Su Ning waved her hands quickly. She really didn't need anything. She had already eaten enough for the day. "Grandma Hu, you're too kind. Anyone would help out in this kind of situation. I haven't done much. Now that the old man has arrived home, I will go back first." Madame Hu quickly pulled her back. At her age, she still has good judgment. The girl looks clear-minded and is a good girl. They are not afraid of others having schemes. They just spend some money and build some relationships, and it will be repaid eventually. But the girl has no demands, and they don't know what to do either. However, a life-saving grace must be repaid, so they definitely can't let her leave like that. "Girl, we're at the door. Stay for a meal before you go." Saying that, Madame Hu pulled Su Ning into the living room, and she also asked Old Master Hu to bring Old Master Ma along. Old Master Ma had been looking for Old Master Hu with them for over an hour, missing lunch as well. Su Ning explained she had already eaten, but the Hu family thought she was just making an excuse. They insisted on bringing her in, and Suning felt helpless. She thought, might as well eat, and after that, I've repaid the kindness. She doesn't consider herself a good person, but she can't help feeling a bit warm towards such a friendly family. There was plenty of food on the table. A plate of shredded potatoes, a dish of braised fish, a bowl of salted vegetables, a plate of spicy pumpkin strips, a bowl of loofah and egg soup, along with sweet potato rice and multigrain buns. Such a meal would be considered quite good in the city. Once everyone was seated, Old Master who started eating, and the others followed. The family was very polite, not fighting over food. Even the children focused on their own bowls, which Suning liked. When she saw the multi-grain bun being forcefully handed to her, she felt a bit helpless. She chose not to eat it to avoid waste, and instead, she calmly sipped her loofah and egg soup. Seeing she wasn't very eager to eat, the Hu family realized she might have already eaten and stopped persuading her. Old Master Ma was clearly a regular guest of the Hu family. He didn't need to be invited. He simply helped himself to the sweet potato rice, though he hardly touched the fish, mainly eating shredded potatoes and salted vegetables. They didn't have the habit of eating in silence, so they asked about Suning's situation. Through their questions, they learned she was nearly beaten to death by her in-laws. With Suning's guidance, they also found out about her being replaced in her identity and that she had never received her official household registration. Old Master Hu and Old Master Ma both looked serious after hearing this. They had both been in high positions before and had seen many shady dealings, so they immediately sensed something was wrong. "Girl, you call me Grandpa Ma. I will help you look into this. You should be careful and not trust everything easily." Old Master Ma knew that relying on kindness alone wasn't enough. Instead of asking Old Master Hu to worry about it, he decided to take responsibility himself. Besides, if what they said was true, it was also a failure of the police. His son should handle it, which was reasonable. This world isn't always friendly. Some clever people try to hide their real identity and live under different names. They all knew this, and usually they turned a blind eye. There was no need to make a big deal out of it, since it didn't really hurt anyone. Most of the time, these people used identities of those who had already passed away or bought identities from others. It's rare for someone to impersonate a living person. Whether it was a deliberate plan or something else, they needed to investigate to find out. Since there was no computer, household registration records had to be sent to the city every month. The county collected and updated the information regularly, so checking this wasn't difficult for the old men. "Thank you, Grandpa Ma. If you need money or things, just tell me." Suning expressed her gratitude sincerely, not mentioning the life-saving favor. Both sides understood each other's intentions clearly. Seeing her like this, the Hu family and Old Master Ma looked at her with more affection. Who doesn't like someone who is smart and considerate? As a result, their conversation became more friendly and harmonious. After seeing how the Hu family behaved, Suning guessed her earlier suspicion was correct. The Hu family probably wanted to buy the hero's gratitude with many gifts. It seemed that even in the story, the hero wasn't always well-liked. That's good. His reputation isn't invincible. However, the Hu family's actions were understandable. Instead of letting someone cling like glue, they chose to spend more money once and cut ties. Moreover, the hero's original goal wasn't pure. "I'll ask the kids to look for some blue enamel earrings with a turquoise pattern. When I find them, I'll let you know." Old Master Hu knew that Old Master Ma was helping him out, so he offered to assist as well. "Grandpa Ma, can I see your blue enamel on your right ear?" Since such a good opportunity came up, Suning definitely wanted to seize it. Old Master Hu truly won her heart. Seeing everyone at the table look at her, Suning shyly whispered, "I have a similar blue enamel on my left ear. I don't know if it's what you're looking for. If I had paper and a pen, I could draw it for you." Although the item was inside her space, she couldn't just take it out. Who carries porcelain on a shopping trip, especially in this era? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But explaining this wouldn't make others believe her, so drawing a picture was the best solution. Old Master Ma saw her words and signaled the Hu family members to bring a pen. He wasn't very hopeful, but what if? Even if it wasn't, it would just be a waste of a sheet of paper. Their family wasn't short of that. Suning learned to draw when she was young. Growing up in the competitive, overachiever era, she had learned a bit of calligraphy, chess, music, and painting. As an adult, she also studied design sketches for a while. So whether it was traditional Chinese painting or sketching, she knew a little. But she didn't dare to show her skills, because in this era, unless you studied art specifically, you wouldn't have much chance to learn or practice. So she could only draw like a beginner, wobbly and uneven. However, the key parts like the left ear, the patterns on the porcelain, and the shape of the vessel were all drawn very clearly. Watching her gradually complete the drawing, old Master Ma's eyes lit up more and more. Besides a few familiar people, most others probably hadn't seen his right ear or the patterns on his porcelain. At this time, antiques couldn't be openly displayed. The item, he had looked like it wasn't worth much, or else the patrols wouldn't have spared him. Now that Su Ning could replicate the patterns, it proved she had actually seen it before. Unexpectedly, the treasure he had been searching for was right here. It felt almost surreal. "Girl, where did you find this?" Old Master Ma looked at Su Ning as if she were his own granddaughter, his tone gentle and kind. "I traded with my neighbor for a little chicken. I also swapped her chicken feed bowl. It was dark and dirty, so I washed it. After washing, I found it looked quite nice. I kept it. When you mentioned it today, I thought it looked a bit like yours. Are you always looking for something like this?" The old man's face kept changing color, showing signs of embarrassment. To others, his treasured item looked like just a chicken feeder. Everyone else seemed to realize this too, and couldn't help but laugh quietly. Seeing their reactions, Old Man Ma's face turned even redder, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Su Ning with satisfaction. "This is exactly what I was looking for, my girl. Do you think it looks good too? Great minds think alike. You have good taste, this is it." After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. Not only did he praise Su Ning, but he also praised himself a little. "Come on, Ning. You're too shy to embarrass me. You really think that thing looks nice?" Old man who didn't hold back and started teasing. "That size, you call it a basin? Too small. If it were a bowl, it would be a bit bigger. If both sides had handles, it would look better symmetry-wise, but it only has one. And the pattern is too plain. Looks like a beginner's work. Only you would treasure something like that. And looking for matching pieces? That's just a waste of time. My right ear looks so good. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Old Man Ma puffed his cheeks and glared. The two old men immediately started arguing over this. The people around watched calmly, seeming used to it. "Girl, have you ever learned to draw?" Old lady who looked at the painting and felt it was a bit off. Although the drawing wasn't very good, the lines were smooth and the brushwork delicate. It didn't look like a beginner's work. Su Ning paused slightly and smiled. "I was interested for a while and just doodled around." Old lady who had studied art in a girls' school and was quite fond of it. But now, painting was somewhat discouraged, so she didn't say much. She just pointed out where her drawing could improve and gave her some brushes and paints. Hey, let's not talk about painting. Let's talk about this cloisonne." Old Man Ma quickly changed the subject. "Girl, when would be a good time for you to come by? Let me take a look. Shall I bring it tomorrow?" "Sure. My house is right next door. I'll take you to see the place, and you can come directly when you arrive tomorrow." "Okay," Su Ning nodded happily. "Old Ma, your eldest still hasn't gone to work yet, right? Tell him about the girl, so he can be a bit more attentive." Old Mister who tapped the table. His life-saving kindness, plus the porcelain, made it hard for him not to pay more attention. "All right, I'll go talk now. Soon, I'll have him check." His eldest son worked the night shift yesterday, rested during the day, and was going back to work tonight. But he planned to go back and urge him to go immediately. Sons are just for being used. Su Ning gratefully thanked him and was about to leave. This time, the Hu family didn't stop her. They were in a hurry and had no time to prepare things. Old Mrs. Hu simply handed all the household notes to Su Ning. Tickets from the countryside are rare and more precious than money. Several members of the Hu family had jobs, earning quite a bit each month. Old Mrs. Hu was good at managing money, so she had saved many tickets. There were grain tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets, brown sugar tickets, supplementary food tickets, daily necessities tickets, and even a bicycle ticket, many types, totaling dozens. Selling these tickets could bring in about 1 or 200 yuan. Su Ning couldn't refuse, so she accepted them. There's always a chance to return them later. Besides, if she didn't take them, they might think she was trying to threaten or extort kindness. Accepting them made everyone feel at ease. Girl, you're part of our family now. Come often. Old Mister, who held back his wife, who was still looking for something. He saw that Su Ning truly had no bad intentions toward their family. If they kept pushing, they might make enemies. Plus, this girl was also pitiful. If she could help, they should help her. Seeing this, Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and headed outside. After she left, old Mister, who looked at the old servant and said seriously, "Make sure your eldest son pays more attention to her household registration." Old Mister. Ma's expression changed slightly. "Are you worried?" Old Mister, who nodded. "This era has caused many tragedies, but cats have their own ways, and dogs have theirs. Changing identities isn't a big deal. But using a living person's identity is strange and unreasonable. It needs to be checked carefully. Even if these people have retired, they shouldn't do nothing." Su Ning didn't know about this. When she got on the bus back to town, she suddenly remembered the female supporting character situation. She looked around but didn't see her older cousin. Su Ning guessed she probably had other connections and didn't think much about it. Since no one was more convenient, she could pretend to carry more things and find a way through. The car was at 3 o'clock, and by the time we reached the town, it was already 4:30. It took us until 6 o'clock to get back home. Luckily, it wasn't winter yet, or it would have been dark. "Girl, why are you so brave? How dare you go to the city alone?" As soon as I opened the door, my mother was chasing me with a broom, hitting me. I was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that Su Xiangjia had betrayed me. That girl is so unkind. Luckily, I took the opportunity she wanted. Well, I think about the many tickets in my space. Not bad, I didn't lose out. "Mom, I have something to tell you." I glanced at my father, who was following behind, and cheerfully led him into the house. From the basket behind me, I took out many steamed buns, some pork, some beef, a chicken, and 50 eggs. I also brought several pounds of cotton, almost filling the basket. "You, girl, are getting more and more wasteful. Why buy so much meat? We won't be able to finish it in the future," my mother said with concern, looking at the meat and sighing. She didn't say more. "Let's eat first. It's so late. The child must be hungry." My father saw how tired I looked and thought I hadn't eaten yet. He quickly pulled my mother.
Eat, eat.
"All you do is eat." My mother snorted but didn't say anything else. She brought out the cooked dishes. I left plenty of buns for the little one. If he's hungry, he can just heat them up and eat. After my mother arrived, seeing the buns, she cooked some sweet potato porridge, stir-fried a big cabbage, and sliced some salted radish, adding 2 drops of sesame oil. The filling I left for the buns was vegetarian, but the bun skin was made of fine flour. My parents looked at it with concern, especially when they saw the meat buns I just brought out. They felt even more distressed, but they didn't say anything. There's no use arguing, better to think about how to support each other in the future. The elderly couple came over in the afternoon. They hadn't seen anyone return and felt anxious, like chickens scratching at their hearts. They didn't feel hungry either. When they saw their daughter safe and sound, they finally relaxed and realized they were hungry. I guessed their situation. I thought for a moment and took out a few steamed buns, not daring to take anything else, to avoid making them worry. After all, not everyone is as easy to deceive as a 3-year-old child. Xiao, 3-year-old child, North. After we finished eating, the old couple looked at me, signaling me to tell them what I did in the city. Even if I bought things, I didn't have to go alone. They worried I might get robbed or scammed. You all know how hard it is to buy cotton.
I just went to town to buy some cotton.
Su Ning used the same excuse again. Your quilt is new, and although the cotton coat is 2 years old, it still can be worn. You don't need to go to town. Su's mother clearly didn't believe her. Your younger brother went back a few days ago, and the next day, he sneaked back. If there's nothing wrong, I don't believe it. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll get angry.
Soning said softly.
She didn't expect her younger brother's matter to be discovered so quickly. Since that's the case, she decided not to hide it anymore, since it would be exposed soon anyway. She went to lock the yard gate and told the little one to go play in the house. Then she sat at the dining table and whispered, "Actually, there's something I didn't tell you last time when something happened. I was afraid you'd worry too much." Seeing her serious face, her parents looked worried. Their faces turned pale when they heard her words. "What did you hide? Did you and old third Xiao get divorced? Or did someone from the Xiao family bully you? What's going on, girl? There's nothing your father and mother can't handle. Big things happen, and we're here." Sue's mother became anxious and wanted to look her over carefully. Sue's father held her mother's arm and told her to listen to their daughter first. His face was tense, and he softly said, "Girl, your father is here." Su Ning's heart softened. Her mother rarely said caring words. She usually complained or scolded. But deep down, every word was full of concern. Sue's father was quiet and only showed his love through actions. When he spoke, his words carried deep fatherly love. These two were the first to show her kindness in this world. Thinking of that always made her heart feel warm. But today she was worried that. "All right, just tell me quickly. I'm so anxious I can't stand it." Sue's mother steadied herself and sat to watch her. "When I was knocked out after being hurt by Sun and I, the little one ran to call Grandma Xiao. But by the time she arrived, it was 2 hours later. I asked the little one, and he said he found Grandma Xiao outside and pulled her to leave. But that old woman kept dragging her feet, not coming over herself, and wouldn't let him call others. Later, she finally came over but wanted to take me back to my room. If I hadn't taken the chance to run out and paid someone to call you, I might have died from blood loss." Su Ning told the whole story honestly, without exaggeration. At first, she thought she was overthinking. Who would want to harm someone just like that? It wasn't until the graduation certificate incident that she started to understand what was really going on. Sue's mother immediately welled up with tears. That day, she had someone bandage her daughter, and the old doctor said that if it weren't for her good luck, her daughter might have died. Thinking about how Mother Xiao deliberately delayed and even wanted to keep her daughter locked up, she felt intense hatred. They were trying to take her daughter's life. "Daughter, do you remember anything else?"
"Say it all."
Sue's father trembled as he took out a cigarette, wanting to smoke but hesitating because his daughter didn't like it. His face showed a pale, worried expression. Later, my younger brother came to tell me that the old midwife had asked him to take my high school diploma, but she never gave it to me. I suspected she might be doing something with my diploma, so I asked my brother to report it and cancel it. However, a few days ago, I was exchanging things in the village and chatting with someone. I inquired about the Xiao family's recent grain and work points. When I calculated, I found something strange. The grain and work points before I married into the Xiao family almost didn't change. "What do you mean?" Sue's mother looked confused at both of them. Sue's father stiffened slightly, already understanding what was happening. The village's work point system is pretty much the same everywhere. It's divided into 7 parts for each person and 3 parts for labor. In recent years, since my daughter hasn't been working in the fields, she has no labor points, but her head count is still counted. This means that, excluding our daughter's part, the Xiao family's work points and grain should have stayed the same. But when you add our daughter's head count and grain, the grain should be divided more, and the work points should offset some of that. It's impossible for them to stay unchanged unless our daughter's household registration isn't in this village. Not here? Where else could it be? Sue's mother always thought that Zhao's family refused to give her daughter grain because they wanted to cause trouble for her. But she never expected that they simply hadn't received her daughter's grain at all. What are they after? Our daughter's household registration is here, so they could get a little more grain too. Sue's mother truly couldn't understand. More people, more grain. What's wrong with that? Do you remember what Wang Kai's wife told you? Sue's father suddenly took a deep puff on his cigarette. Although he didn't light it, The smell of tobacco helped him stay alert. You're talking about Wang Kai's wife now? Are you talking about your daughter's matter? Sue's mother was so anxious, she wanted to hit someone. She couldn't understand why the old man was so unreliable. Sue's father, clearly used to his wife's worries, sighed. Did you forget what Wang Kai's wife's brother-in-law does for a living? Isn't he at the local police station? Sue's father nodded. That day, Wang Kai's wife congratulated you, saying our daughter was going to join the army. Do you remember? Think about how she knew our daughter was going to join the army. Sue's mother was momentarily stunned, but then understood. Yes, I thought she was joking at first and didn't take it seriously. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. Wang Kai's wife had just visited her sister in town that day. Our daughter had only been married for a little over a month then, so our daughter's household registration and identity might have been transferred shortly after the wedding. Sue's mother was again surprised and angry. What does the Xiao family mean? They transfer my daughter's household registration but won't let anyone go there. What are they planning? Do they want to keep a little one outside? Darn, they are too mean. Sue's father's breathing grew heavier. He looked at Su Ning and asked, What do you think, dear? Dad, Mom, I don't know the real reason they took my household registration and graduation certificate, but it's definitely not right. Suppose there are now two Su Nings sharing one identity. Maybe someone is trying to investigate them, or they've encountered other problems. They want to get rid of one of me quickly so that the identity issue doesn't get exposed. I might be the one they want to eliminate. Sue's mother's eyes turned red with anger. She wanted to say more, but Sue's father held her tightly, his throat dry. Listen to your daughter. Today, I went to the city to find someone to help me confirm this. If it's true, I plan to report it. Su Ning sighed softly. She hadn't wanted to say anything at first, worried her parents might get too upset. As the person involved, she felt uncomfortable but was more focused on how to fight back. Whether it was asking the villagers or seeking help from Old Ma, her plan was to report everything so that those who harmed her wouldn't get away with it. But parents see their children being treated like this. Their first reaction is heartbreak, and then they think about how to handle it. That heartbreak can sometimes cause problems, especially if they get too emotional or lose control, which might alert others. She had already decided to take action, which would likely cause some trouble. As parents, they probably wouldn't be unaware. If they didn't agree with her and didn't coordinate their words, it could become a problem. Moreover, she knew her parents loved their daughter very much. If she didn't let them get involved, they might not say anything openly, but they could still feel uncomfortable inside. Finally, she couldn't deny that this sweet burden, even if it might cause some issues, made her heart flutter because she was rational but still tempted. Who wouldn't want to be cared for? So, when she saw her parents, she thought carefully and decided to tell them. How do I report it? Father Su was more rational and quickly calmed down. Under what name should I report? Will it affect you? After reporting, if the other side doesn't handle it, what should we do? Report it as suspicion of espionage. Su Ning's expression was cold as she looked at her father. I don't know what the other person wants to do with my identity. If they do something bad, it might involve the entire Su family and could ruin us all. So, since we're reporting, we must be serious and go all out to catch the person. Father Su was stunned, not expecting her to say that. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. All right, I support you. Mom also supports you. Sue's mother was a bit out of sorts or found it hard to believe, but no matter what, she supported her daughter. Yes, Su Ning nodded with a smile and asked her father, Is there someone in our village who served in the army with Xiao Yan? Yes. He's your cousin, called Su Fa. His brother is Wang Kai. They went there through the connection of Wang Kai's wife and brother. I heard he's now a platoon leader, but he's not in the same battalion as Xiao Yan. I need to find out who doesn't get along with Xiao Yan. Su Ning only said this, and her father understood immediately. Okay, I heard from Fa Kai's dad a few days ago that Fa Kai is coming back to visit family. I don't know if he's already arrived. I'll ask. Good, Dad. Don't let anyone know what's going on, she said. It's best not to alert the enemy. Father Su agreed. Seeing that it was getting late, he planned to go back with his wife. When they arrived, they brought a flashlight in case they needed to look for someone outside. Su Ning couldn't stay longer. Just as she was about to see them off, Her older brother came over with a flashlight, and she felt reassured enough to let them go. In the darkness, Su's father's face was not hidden. Tears rolled down his cheeks. His daughter had such serious injuries, and they dragged her for 2 hours, so there was little hope she could be saved. His daughter was naturally like her mother, not fond of thinking deeply, so she didn't see things clearly. She lacked opinions and was unsure about making decisions. She was lazy and didn't like tidying up the house. She couldn't cook well, and she wasn't good at woodworking either. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the person in front of him was probably not his real daughter. He knew his child well, and deep down, he just didn't want to accept the truth. But even though he was sure in his heart, he couldn't say it aloud. He had already lost one daughter and couldn't lose another. His wife was easygoing but not very strong emotionally. If she found out, she might not be able to handle it. Moreover, that was his daughter's body, but not his daughter. So who is she? Why did he feel so sad inside? Su's father remained silent on the way home. Su's mother and Su's brother didn't find it strange, as Su's father was always quiet. When they got home, Su's father had already wiped his face clean. Aside from his eyes being a little red, he showed no other signs of emotion. Still thinking, Su's mother said, patting the person beside her. Then she proudly added, "My daughter is doing well now. Tomorrow, we'll go to Wang Sai's house and help her with the work." Su's mother patted her side and said proudly, "My daughter is promising now. Look, she's much more efficient than before." Su's father lowered his brows and gave a simple smile. He pulled the quilt over Su's mother's shoulders and said softly, "That's right.
Every setback teaches us something.
Our little girl is growing up. Yes, she's becoming more like her father." Su's mother said, a little jealous, but she quickly mumbled and soon fell into a deep sleep. "Yes, my daughter resembles her father. It's not very normal," Su's father whispered softly, whether to himself or to someone else no one knew. That night, some families were happy, others worried. Meanwhile, Su Ning lay in bed, replaying the day's events in her mind.
There were 2 things she paid attention to.
One was about the Shao family. Before tonight, she had also hesitated about whether to say something or show her differences from the original owner. In the end, she decided not to hide anything. Even if she kept it secret now, once something happened to the Shao family, Su's father and others would find out. There was little point in hiding it. Regarding the difference from the original owner, honestly, the original owner was not someone who could stand up for herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been controlled by the Shao family for 2 years. So, once she learned about her plans, she couldn't really hide it anymore. When she mentioned reporting Xiao Yan and ending the Shao family's influence, her father's expression briefly showed some unnaturalness. Clearly, he had noticed. After all, she is not the original person and has a completely different style. It's hard to pretend to be the original owner for a lifetime. There will always be signs. This was also a test for her. If they truly treated her as their daughter, she would return the same kindness. Otherwise, she would find a way to cut ties. But it seems that her father's attitude hasn't changed, which is good. That secret happiness she felt, which she couldn't express openly, made her feel strangely excited. As for her mother, she wasn't worried. Her mother is very similar to her biological mother in her past life. Big-hearted, not fond of paying attention to details, always thinking positively. So even if she noticed something, she would just think she had grown up and matured. As for the other members of the Shao family, except for Xiao Jin and the original owner who interacted more, they might notice some differences, but most likely, others won't. So, she can probably guess what the Shao family's final attitude will be. Fate is always mysterious, but for now, everything looks good. Another matter concerns Su Xiangjia. Originally, Su Ning thought she had a minor role, relying on the plot of the novel and her experience from living a few more years than them to gain some benefits. But today's events reminded her that she doesn't see the whole picture of this world. The book Su Xiangjia read is clearly not the one she saw. If that's the case, does her expected ending still hold? What about the ending for the main characters? Will the Shao family be affected by other things? All of this is uncertain and can only be guessed later based on Su Xiangjia's actions. Also, Su Xiangjia's money and tickets, seeing her so generous in giving them away, indicate she still has plenty left. This doesn't match her family background, so where did the money come from? Besides being a supporting character in the story, does Su Xiangjia have other identities? She thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she decided to put it aside and go to sleep. The next morning, Su Ning woke up early. She left some food for the little one, and then left directly. Last night, they had already agreed that her mother would come to take care of the little one. Bringing Su's mother over was mainly to guard against the Xiao family. With Su's mother present, the Xiao family wouldn't dare to come to the door. As for Su's father, he went to talk with Wang Sai's father. I heard that Su's wealth has returned, so he went to check on the situation with the army. Yesterday was a long day, and Su Ning was quite tired. But she had to go to help bring down the Xiao family. It was the first time she felt such urgency since she was a child. At the same time, she made up her mind that if she had a chance, she would give the Xiao family a memorable experience. When she arrived in town, Su Ning first changed into a new outfit in her space. The clothes she wore yesterday were seen by Su Xiangjia, so she couldn't wear them again today. Luckily, she had fabric and a sewing machine, so she kept busy. She made 3 sets of clothes for each season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The styles were simple, so they were quick to make. She made a few small adjustments, but the changes were minor. If you looked closely, you'd notice her new clothes fit her a bit better. After putting on her new clothes, Su Ning wrapped a headscarf around her head, leaving only her eyes visible. Once her task was done, she planned to buy 2 hats, especially wide-brimmed ones, to cover most of her face and match her new outfit. By the time she reached the county town, it was already past 10. Su Ning didn't delay and headed straight to Old Ma's house. Near the alley entrance, she paused and stepped aside into the alley. If she wasn't mistaken, the person at Old whose door earlier was her good cousin, Su Xiangjia. The Hu and Ma families lived close, one at the alley entrance, the other in the middle. However, there was a large archway at the alley entrance that blocked her view of the outside, so she couldn't see what was happening outside, but her line of sight wasn't blocked. Su Xiangjia seemed to want to enter the Hu family home. She wandered around the door, but didn't go in and finally left, stomping her foot in frustration. Su Ning frowned, unsure of what she was here for. She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Once she was sure Su Xiangjia had left, she carried her small basket and entered the Ma family. Inside, she found Old, who was also there. The 2 elders sat drinking tea and watching. When they saw her, they immediately smiled happily. "Ning girl, have you eaten yet?" Old Ma started waiting before dawn. "I told him your family was far away, so you couldn't come so early. He didn't believe it and said I was fooling him. Such an unkind old man. I don't bother arguing with him." Old Mister Who took a clay pot from the basket beside him and said, "Grandma who just finished making chicken soup with wontons. It's a bit cold in the morning, so a bowl will be just right." He then got up to serve a bowl to Su Ning. "Grandpa Hu, I've already had breakfast. You don't need to bother." Su Ning quickly reached out to stop him, looking at Grandpa Ma eagerly. She smiled and said, "Besides, right now, do you think Grandpa Ma can eat anything?" "Yes, exactly. Girl, just show me what you have. It won't take long." Grandpa Ma's eyes were fixed on the basket. Su Ning smiled, put down the small basket, and took out a floral cloth bundle. When she opened it, a porcelain item was revealed. Actually, this cloisonné basin isn't very pretty. Even as an antique, it's not very eye-catching. But maybe that's why Grandpa Ma has been able to keep it safe until now. Old Mister Who glanced at it briefly, then looked away and went into the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. "Let's eat first, just the 2 of us. No need to worry about him. With that cloisonné, he's already satisfied," he said. After arriving in town, Su Ning ate a pancake to fill her stomach and drank a glass of milk. Since she was young, after sitting for over an hour in the car and walking a bit, she was starting to feel hungry, so she didn't hold back. She helped serve 2 bowls, handed one to Old Mister Who, and took one for herself. She tasted the soup first, and instantly felt her soul lift. Oh my, Grandma Hu's cooking skills are amazing. The shrimp wontons were made with a broth from big bones and roasted shrimp heads, then topped with sesame seeds, shredded kelp, and dried shrimp. So fresh. This wasn't the flavor created by modern seasonings, but the natural freshness of the ingredients. She considered herself someone who had eaten good food, but this bowl of wontons was definitely in her top 3. Grandma Hu's ancestors were imperial chefs. If we were back in the old days, you wouldn't be able to eat this, she said proudly. Old Mr. Hu raised his chin proudly, even his beard showing a bit of pride. Suning gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. Truly a master. With skills like this, once you open a shop in a few years, you'll be rolling in money. While the 2 old men enjoyed their meal happily, Grandpa Ma was also very excited. He had truly found it. The pattern, shape, and size were exactly the same. It's really hard to find something, but once you get it, it doesn't take much effort. This thing should be called a guan, an ancient utensil used for washing hands before meals. Most are made of bronze, some of porcelain. This set is said to come from the tomb of a general's wife from the Ming dynasty. It's not very valuable, just a keepsake that your Grandpa Ma sealed away as a treasure, seeing Suning looking at the cloisonne. Old Hu explained. Your Grandpa Ma and Grandma Ma had a tough childhood. As they grew older, their health was weaker than others, making it hard to have children. Later, they saw an old Chinese doctor, and gradually they got better. No one knows if this thing really works, but as people get older, they need something to hold on to. Having this gives them a reason to keep living well. This item is more of a symbol of hope. Su Ning understood that Old Hu was hinting at her, meaning this item wasn't very valuable. Its significance was more sentimental than practical. She didn't think much about it. When she first learned about this opportunity, she even considered trading it for something else. But once she saw the item, she lost that idea. Her perspective was limited, but she knew the value of this item was average. If she could use it to make friends with the director, she would have gained. Seeing that Su Ning's expression didn't change, Old Hu smiled and said, "No matter if this thing is worth much, your Grandpa Ma needs it. Whatever you want, just ask that old guy. I'll tell you secretly, he's got money. Old man, are you here just to undermine me?" Grandpa Ma put down the item, washed his hands, and took the wonton from Su Ning. "Girl, old Ma isn't wrong. I do need this. If you want to exchange something, just say so." Su Ning shook her head. Grandpa Ma asked someone to check my household registration. That's enough. She wasn't greedy. As long as the 2 old men were willing to put some effort into this, she would be happy. That's 2 different things. Grandpa Ma waved his hand. I will do what I promised. But the cloisonne needs to be discussed separately. If you don't know what you want, think about it. I won't let you be taken advantage of. Exactly. Just ask. Your Grandpa Ma is the boss. After hearing about you yesterday, I even worked an extra night shift to find your household registration details and confirm your situation. Old Hu didn't mention their suspicions about spies, only sharing the results with Su Ning. Your household registration was officially transferred in November 1972 because you found a job due to a work transfer. The job was at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative of the Southwest Military District. Su Ning understood that everything was as he had guessed. Xiao Yan's status was not enough to accompany the army, and to move away, it could only be through a job transfer. What do you want to do? Do you want to retrieve your household registration or find out what happened and expose those who harmed you? Getting your household registration back is easy, but uncovering the entire situation is more difficult, though not impossible. Old Mr. Ma looked at Su Ning casually and said, "Is that really possible? This would likely involve high-level military officials." Seeing Su Ning's hesitation, Old Hu smiled and said, "Before retiring, Grandpa Ma held a high position, and now the commander of the Southwest Military District is one of his former subordinates." Su Ning was surprised. He hadn't expected the person in front of him, who kept examining with a basin in hand, to be such an important figure. "Don't just talk about me. Old Hu here is the same. He came from Beijing. If he didn't want to fight those stubborn people, he would still be living in the big courtyard." Old Mr. Ma quickly revealed more about his old friend, treating Su Ning like a nephew. Su-ning stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, grandfathers. Your great kindness is beyond words. From now on, you are my elders. If you need anything, just tell me. Yesterday, she was just thinking about learning more about the Southwest Military District, and today she had already connected with one of its top officials. Indeed, the opportunity to strike is tempting. When she returns, she plans to clean her weapon thoroughly. She knew how difficult this task was. Relying on herself, even if she could do it, would take a lot of time and effort. There was also a risk of being watched, making her life difficult forever. Write a few letters with what you know. I will have someone deliver them, and I will make a call to that side. Just wait for the follow-up. Without hesitation, Su-ning took a pen and carefully wrote a letter, then handed it to Old Ma for review. Once confirmed, she wrote a second one. Su-ning used regular script, mainly to avoid differences from the original handwriting and raising suspicion. Fortunately, after years of practicing penmanship, writing came easily to her. The two elders read the letters, exchanged glances, and their eyes showed a hint of admiration for Su-ning. First, I won't mention how elegantly the words are written or how well the letter is composed. The letter doesn't mention anyone's problems at all. Throughout, it only expresses her worries, worried that this matter might cause trouble for the military district, harm the country, or burden the leaders. She doesn't mention any of her own frustrations. But anyone who reads such a letter will first think, we can't let someone who cares so much be disappointed. The letter also includes key evidence. Once checked, it will be clear and accurate. If those rough men had any conscience, they would not only investigate but also think about how to compensate the young girl, since the mistake was on their part. All right, leave it to me. Expect good news. Old Mr. Ma thought for a moment and then added, be careful not to alert anyone, especially the military district. As for here, it's not a problem. Even if he didn't say anything, Su-ning would be careful. After chatting with the old man for a while and realizing it was almost noon, she stood up to leave. Su-ning used her promise to her brother as an excuse to refuse the two old men's invitation to stay for lunch. But as she was leaving, her basket was filled with more things like rice snacks and big dried fruits, mostly edible, and quite a lot. Su-ning wanted to refuse, but the others didn't give her a chance. They said if she didn't eat, they would give the food to her brother. She said she was going to see Su-jin, which wasn't just an excuse. Su-ning really planned to visit her younger brother and also get back the proof of her missing belongings. At the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, Su-ning gave the security guard a small apple and asked him to help call Su-jin from Class 2, Grade 2. Then she waited at the gate. The guard happily took the apple, told her to wait, and went inside to call. But after waiting a long time, no one came out.
Su-ning suttenni feltunäsi.
About 10 minutes later, the guard came out and said Su-jin wasn't in the classroom. He heard she had been in a fight and was called away by the teacher. Hearing this, Su-ning became even more anxious. She could only wait, but after nearly half an hour, she still hadn't seen her. With no other choice, Su-ning asked the guard to help call Teacher Su. Teacher Su was originally Su-jin's homeroom teacher, but when he heard she was unwell, he was replaced by a younger teacher. Su-ning didn't plan to visit Teacher Su this time, but since she couldn't find him anywhere, she decided to look around and check the space for any gifts she could make. Teacher Su was kind to the original owner, so since she was visiting, she didn't come empty-handed. The security guard was also very helpful. Seeing her worried, he went to call out for help. When he returned, he told Su-ning to go directly to the teacher's office, where her brother was also waiting. Su-ning's expression changed slightly. Although her younger brother, Su-shao, was lively in front of her, he was actually a careful and steady person. He wouldn't cause trouble on purpose. At school, he was one of the teacher's favorite students. Why was he called to the teacher's office? Was it because of his own matter or hers? Although she had many guesses, Su-ning didn't show it. She quietly thanked him. She then found the office based on her memory. As soon as she reached the door, she saw her brother, Su-jin, with a pale face. Su-jin was wearing the same clothes as last time, but unlike before, they were now dirty and torn in some places. His hair was messy, his face was red and swollen, his lips were blue, and some areas showed faint traces of blood. Obviously, he had just been in a fight. Besides him, there was another boy standing next to him, looking somewhat familiar. Like Soo-jin, he also seemed to be involved in the fight. There was also an older woman with gray hair. She was the original owner's former teacher, Teacher Soo Ilian. Soo-ning entered, greeted Teacher Soo, then gently poked Soo-jin. "What's going on? Why did you fight?" Soo-jin looked at her silently, shook his head slightly, as if he didn't want to talk. These two kids usually get along well, but today they suddenly fought and they won't say why. Teacher Soo looked at everyone with a helpless expression. "Teacher Hong isn't here today. I'll help handle this." "Thank you, teacher. I'll talk to him properly when I get home," Soo-ning said, unsure of what had happened but promising repeatedly. "Don't worry, Teacher Soo. It won't happen again. All right, Soo-ning. Take your brother and go. Give him half a day off this afternoon. It lines up with tomorrow, so he can have a good weekend." Teacher Soo also didn't want to make things difficult. Nowadays, few children are willing to study, so someone like Soo-ning and Soo-jin is very rare. Therefore, she was willing to show some kindness. Soo-ning nodded repeatedly and placed 2 apples on the table. She smiled and said, "These were picked from the back mountain. They taste pretty good. Teacher Soo, try one. There are indeed wild apples on the back mountain, but their taste and size can't compare. Even the smallest apples in the space are better than those wild ones." Soo-ning originally wanted to take out some glutinous rice strips, but after thinking, she gave up. If it was something valuable, Teacher Soo wouldn't accept it. 2 apples are just enough, something modest but presentable. Since she said they were picked, Teacher Soo didn't refuse. She thanked her and then shot a glance at another boy. "Soo Kwon, you can go back now. If you dare to do this again, I'll call your parents. No matter how close you are, you can't go through others' things without permission. If you're caught and end up fighting, do you want to get into trouble?" "Teacher, I won't do it again." Soo Kwon secretly glanced at Soo-jin and then lowered his head silently. Soo-ning was confused. She thought this person looked familiar. It turned out he was a distant cousin of the original owner. This boy seemed to have a good relationship with Soo-jin. Before the original owner got married, she occasionally saw Soo Kwon come to visit Soo-jin. After she married and returned home, they were often together. She didn't expect these two to actually fight. When Soo-jin looked at Soo-ning, he had a dark face and said nothing. He bowed slightly to Teacher Soo and then pulled Soo-ning to leave. Soo Kwon silently followed behind, looking a bit ashamed, sad, and confused. Soo-ning didn't say anything, thinking it was just a small quarrel between 2 boys. After all, they were only high school students, and occasional roughhousing was normal. "How will you go later?" "I can lend you my bike." At the school gate, Soo Kwon quickly caught up, greeted Soo-ning, and was about to give the bike key to Soo-jin, but Soo-jin refused. "No need, I don't need it," Soo-jin said coldly, with a complex and obscure look in his eyes. Soo Kwon also looked a bit uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. He hesitated, seeming to want to speak, but in the end, he said nothing. His face was also complicated. "Kwon, I'll take him back later. We'll go by car. You can leave now." Seeing the 2 of them standing stiffly, Soo-ning quickly stepped in to break the awkward silence. It was already noon, and if they waited any longer, the state-run restaurant would run out of food. Soo Kwon nodded and said goodbye to Soo-ning, then reluctantly left. After he left, Soo-ning crossed her arms and looked at Soo-jin. "What's wrong? Are you having a fight?" "Soo-jin, you've gotten so bold. You even learned to fight." The expressions of these 2 kids looked like a couple having a tantrum, almost like their eyes were pulling apart. It made her feel creeped out. "Don't interfere in my affairs. I can handle it myself," Soo-jin said awkwardly, still feeling upset. "How are you going to handle it? Fight? Little kid, how do you talk to your sister? If you don't speak properly, I'll give you a good lesson. You choose, either speak nicely or I'll teach you a lesson," Soo-ning snorted. If she didn't hit him for 3 days, he'd start causing trouble. This brat deserved a scolding. "Soo-ning, when did you become so violent?" Seeing her raise her fist, Soo-jin quickly took 2 steps back and said angrily, "This is my matter with him. You don't interfere. What's the matter? Is it unrequited love or someone else?" "I'm your sister. I have the right to know." Soo-ning chuckled and said, "You two wouldn't be hiding something, would you?" Her younger brother was delicate and handsome, while Soo-da-kwon was tall and strong, looking quite balanced. No, that was her cousin. Soo-ning quickly pushed the inappropriate thoughts out of her mind and said seriously, "If there's a problem, just say it. Only by talking can it be solved." "Solving what? You don't know anything. He's a traitor. Soo-jin pushed away Soo-ning's hand, furious. He wanted to get angry but was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so he could only hold back. Still, he looked like a pufferfish ready to blow up. Fortunately, he was still naive and didn't understand what Soo-ning was implying. If he had, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back. Soo-ning's smile gradually faded as she spoke slowly. "Is it because of me? Because of my high school diploma?" Although it was a question, her tone was very certain. The reason Soo Xiaojin was so angry and unwilling to talk about it was probably because of her. She had also thought about whether she was being watched. The Xiao family dared to scheme against her so openly, and their plan wasn't very clever. Were they not afraid of being caught? If she were to do this, the best way to avoid killing anyone would be to keep someone watching the original owner so that the owner remains under the control of the Xiao family. As for how to watch, it's very simple. Money is valuable right now, and just a little bit offered can attract many willing people. The original owner is just a naive young girl, and the Soo family are simple farmers. If they don't look for work, they wouldn't think about household registration matters. It's not hard to fool them. Even if the Xiao family is willing to spend some money, the Soo family and the original owner might even agree voluntarily. Unfortunately, the Xiao family is too greedy. They don't want to show any money, and they worry about the original owner and the Soo family taking advantage. This makes a simple matter complicated. Plus, because of some current issue, the Xiao family has to suppress the household registration matter, and they're ultimately planning to do something harmful for profit. If she hadn't come, they would have already done it. Although Sun and I broke the original owner's head, there's no real evidence or surveillance. The Xiao family can deny everything. As for the little kid who saw the truth, they can ignore him. The original owner just died, everything was over, and no one would ask about the household registration anymore. The Xiao family could continue to benefit from the original owner's blood. But all of this changed because she arrived. Before her arrival, even if the Xiao family trusted the original owner and the Soo family, they wouldn't do nothing to prepare. They probably found some helpers. In the village, the Xiao family could watch their own people. If they went to the town, they would need to find others to watch. The easiest person to watch in the town would be the person driving the ox cart. Most villagers prefer to take the ox cart to the city because it's fixed in time, cheap, and even those without money can pay with work points. As long as they control the ox cart driver, they would know almost everything about the original owner. If the Xiao family had more skill, they might even have people in the county or city. But she's not sure how true that is. With this in mind, she decided to avoid the ox cart on the first day, go to the town herself, and change into different clothes to go to the city. She wasn't sure if this would work, but her instincts told her it would be safer. However, she always thought that only the original owner was being watched, but she didn't expect that even near Soo-jin, there were people watching. Upon reflection, it makes sense that as the only person from the Soo family who often goes out, it is normal for him to be targeted. Go call Da-kwon. Let's sit at the nearby park for a while. Soo-ning hides her smile and looks calmly at Soo-jin. Her steady gaze shows that knowing who is behind the surveillance is not scary, but what's frightening is not knowing who is watching from the shadows. Big sister, what are you going to do? Soo-jin is angry but doesn't want Soo-kwon to be caught. If he tries to stop her, will she get upset? What can I do? Invite him to eat, Soo-ning says sharply, kicking Soo-jin's leg. Stop talking nonsense and go call him. Soo-jin is suspicious. He thinks his sister might be deliberately trying to kick him, but he doesn't dare say anything. He turns and heads into the school, chasing after Soo-kwon. The People's Park in the county town used to be a wild forest. When the steel plant was built, they needed a lot of soil and trees, so they cut down trees and dug soil from here. After the plant was finished, the large excavation site filled with underground water and rain turned into a lake. After the new government was established, they built the People's Park around the lake. It was meant for local people to walk and relax. Over time, it became a landmark in the town. People around here like to come for a walk in the morning and evening. But now it's noon, and apart from a few visitors from the town, not many people are here. Since it's late October, almost November, the leaves have turned yellow, and the lotus flowers have withered. There's not much to see. Su Ning leads the two to a relatively open spot by the lake. They sit on a tree root, and she looks at them, saying, "Just tell me what's going on." Su Jin looks at Su Quan and then at the expressionless Su Ning. He's unsure whether to tell the truth or to sugarcoat it. "Ning Jia, I was wrong this time." Before Su Jin can speak, Su Quan plops down on the ground and admits, 2 years ago, I did take money from the Xiao family to watch over you and Ah Jin. But that was 2 years ago. Ah Jin and I were in the same class in high school. We used to live in the same village, but we didn't hang out much. I only visited him occasionally. You know that, Ning Jia, so even if I wanted to keep an eye on you, it wasn't easy, Su Quan explains. Su Ning nods, signaling him to continue. Later, I got into high school, but my family had no money. My father wanted to marry off my sister to a simple-minded man, so he could get a little more bride price. You know about this, right? I didn't want that, so I argued with my family. But in the end, because of the money, I couldn't stop my father. That was when the Xiao family approached me. Who from the Xiao family came to see you?
Xiao Hai.
He's the second son of the Xiao family. Since Su Quan spoke, he didn't plan to hide anything anymore. Xiao Hai gave me 10 yuan and told me to watch you and Su Jin. If I saw anything strange, I should tell him. So, during the summer vacation after middle school graduation, you kept coming to my house? Just for 10 yuan, you betrayed me and my sister? Su Jin looked at Su Quan with a hurt expression. He considered him a brother, but Su Quan saw him as just a task to make money. Thinking about these 2 years of being together, Su Jin felt strangely sad. It felt like all his sincerity was wasted. Yes. Jin, I'm sorry. Back then, we didn't know each other well. I really needed the money. Su Quan explained a few more words and then fell silent, looking pale at Su Ning. Ning Jia, I was thinking simply back then. I thought even if he found out what you were doing at home, he couldn't do anything about it. Every family has chores, chatting, and small tasks. Even if not watching, they all know what's going on. Also, I took the money and stayed with you for a long time. Later, I just repeated the same story to him. I knew spying was wrong, so I decided in my heart that if you really had something unusual, I would hide it for you. Anyway, Xiao Hai wouldn't know. Stop lying. You still watched and reported everything. Don't pretend to be innocent. You're a traitor. Humph. Su Jin shouted, his eyes turning red instantly. De Quan, keep talking. Su Ning kicked Su Jin to make him stop talking.
Suan looked at Su Hin.
Seeing him turn his face away, he felt uncomfortable. He lowered his head and sighed. Later, Ning Jia, you married Xiao Lao San. Jin and I got into high school and moved to the city. We only went home rarely. I didn't see Xiao Hai much after that. About 2 months into the new semester, around November or December, he came to the city to find me again. He gave me 5 yuan and told me to keep watching Jin. At that time, I was already very familiar with Jin, so I couldn't really help. But I thought I could trick him a little, so I took 5 yuan. I didn't refuse because 5 yuan was quite a lot. Su Quan felt a bit shy and said, when I got the money, I used it to buy food. I even gave Jin a little extra. Later, I went home, and he asked me several times if Jin had any unusual behavior or if anyone from our family had come to see him. Every time, I answered the same. After asking 2 or 3 times, he stopped. I didn't really pay attention. I just wanted to get some money to spend.
So, what happened this time?
Why did you two fight? Su Ning looked at the two of them. Did Xiao Hai come again? Su Quan quickly shook his head, feeling a little wronged. This time was just a coincidence. Ajin helped you get the principal's signature and hid the note. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a love letter he wrote. When he wasn't around, I took it out to look at it secretly. Ajin saw me and scolded me. I got angry and said if I didn't see him as a brother, I would have told Xiaohai about it. Because of that, I almost got beaten to death. After saying this, he looked a bit embarrassed and said to Su Ning, Ningjie, I swear I didn't say anything bad about you or your family. I was just helping Xiaohai watch you, because I thought he was silly and had a lot of money. I didn't mean anything else. I haven't contacted Xiaohai for almost 2 years. How could I tell him these things? It was really a misunderstanding, seeing Su Quan's confident tone and his worried look about making Su Jin angry. Su Ning started to believe him. Oh, and how did it turn into you stealing something? Su Ning remembered teacher Su's words about taking something without asking. Was that about the note? It was Ajin. He beat me up and then went to complain to the teacher. Ningjie, I know I was wrong. I hurt all over now. Please talk to Ajin and forgive me. Su Quan looked sad and wanted to cry, but he couldn't say much because this wasn't a very honorable thing from the start. So, you and Xiaohai are no longer working together. Su Ning took 2 buns from the basket behind her. She gave the meat bun to Su Jin and held the vegetable one, looking at Su Quan. Do you want to work with me instead? She originally thought that Xiaohai only made plans after marrying the original owner, just to take advantage of her household registration and graduation certificate. But now, it seems that wasn't the case. The Xiao family seemed to have had their eyes on the original owner for a long time. Falling into the water might have been an accident, but getting married probably wasn't. No, even falling into the water might not have been an accident. The original owner had been studying in the city before, and after graduation, she returned home. She took on chores like cooking and washing dishes, not because she didn't want to do them, but because her mother, Su, disapproved. Su believed her daughter shouldn't have to do these chores at home for long, since she would have to do them after marriage. So, she thought it was better to do less now. Of course, the original owner wasn't very hardworking. When her mother said this, she agreed easily. Why would someone who isn't diligent suddenly become hardworking that day? Of course, there was a reason. That day, she went to wash clothes in the river, but she was actually persuaded by someone. There was a young wife in the village who, since getting married, often came to the Su family's house, especially looking for trouble and picking fights, especially with the original owner. That day, the young wife said the original owner was lazy and greedy, and she would never get married. Then she encouraged the original owner to prove herself by washing everyone's clothes. The original owner had just graduated from school and was naive. When she heard this, she simply picked up her clothes and went to wash them. She knew how to wash clothes. Even if she was lazy, she wouldn't want her sisters-in-law to wash her small clothes. Usually, she washed her clothes at home because there weren't many. She was so angry that day, and since she thought washing clothes wasn't hard, she went. Unfortunately, she fell into the water before she even started. Her memory of falling into the water was very blurry, but Su Ning carefully recalled and quickly found a clue. The stones where she sat by the river were definitely coated with oil. In her memory, when she squatted down, she could faintly smell some vegetable oil. But she didn't think much of it at the time. Vegetable oil was expensive. Who would deliberately smear it on stones? But now, thinking back, it was obviously suspicious. That young wife might also have ties to the Xiao family. Whether that was true or not, she needed to find out. If the Xiao family had been watching the original owner from the start, then everything that happened afterward would make sense. She still didn't know why they targeted her, but she thought she might be onto something. Senior Sister Ning, just tell me what you need me to do. Su Quan was very happy when Su Ning said this. As long as he helped sincerely, his sister-in-law would forgive him. As soon as she spoke, Ajin wouldn't be angry anymore. Your school should have some students who like to cause trouble, right? Are you talking about the red little soldiers? Su Quan looked uncertainly at Su Ning. These people are not easy to deal with.
Su Ning nodded.
Are any of them close to you? She vaguely remembered Su Jin mentioning that Su Quan and the leader of the Red Little Soldiers had a good relationship. Big sister, what do you want to do? Su Jin looked up at Su Ning. Seeing she didn't want to say more, she handed her bun to Su Quan and pulled Su Ning a few steps toward the bushes. Are you planning to use the red little soldiers to deal with the Xiao family? Are you crazy? Su Jin lowered her voice. Are those people easy to use? Even if they are willing to help, are you sure the Xiao family has no backing? If we're not careful, we might be attacked by both sides. The consequences would be more than we can handle. Su Jin thought her sister was really crazy. Everyone avoids the red little soldiers and groups like the Revolutionary Committee, but her sister still wants to get involved. Isn't that madness? At first, I wasn't sure, but now I am certain. Seeing Su Jin's expression as if she thought she was crazy, Su Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. What look is that? Listen to me. What I'm doing isn't a rash decision. I've thought carefully about whether it's feasible. Seeing Su Jin's skeptical expression, Su Ning felt her hand itch again. Think carefully. Have you heard of the Xiao family having any backing over the years? Has anyone ever told you they encountered a big shot with the Xiao family? Or that a powerful person came to the village to see them? No, right? Think again. The Xiao family took months to plan to harm someone like me, a village girl. Do you think this is something someone with strong backing would do? I know you want to say they're cautious. I used to think that too. Maybe the Xiao family is low-key and doesn't want to attract attention. But look at their recent actions. Isn't it obvious they're getting desperate? If they really had strong backing, would they need to go to such lengths to kill us, as if crushing an ant? The Xiao family has 1,000 ways to harm her. It's not that she's underestimating herself. Even if she has some means of protection now, it wouldn't be hard for them. For example, they could directly use state institutions like the Revolutionary Committee or the police. If she were caught, faking her death would be a perfect excuse, unless she wanted to stay in the space forever. If not, we could also gather a group of people to block her. Even if she can fight, 2 fists can't match 4 hands. As long as someone is willing to cover for the Xiao family, even if it costs a life, it's not a big deal. Since there are so many simple ways, why doesn't the Xiao family use them? In the end, there's only one possible reason. The Xiao family doesn't dare to or can't use these methods because no one is willing to back them up. In other words, the Xiao family doesn't have a strong backing behind them, someone who is always ready to support them. This is just your guess. What if you're wrong? Su Jin thought it made some sense, but still felt it was too reckless. Don't worry. Even if there's a chance, I can handle it. Do you think I've been coming to the city these past few days for nothing? People tend to plan carefully and detail everything. The only possibility is that if something happens, they can't bear the consequences. But what if they can? After understanding Old Man Hu and Old Man Ma's characters, Su Ning was confident that if she used her life-saving favor to pressure them with that blue enamel, both old men would help. But once that favor is used up, they would become strangers again. That's not what she wants to see. After all, these 2 big advantages are too precious to waste on just a few small problems. So she kept thinking over and over, not daring to ask the 2 elders to intervene, but this thought gave her confidence. Since crossing over, Su Ning felt a knot in her chest. Now that she finally had a chance to vent, she was eager to do so. What if? Sister, you reconsider. Su Jin still felt uneasy, but knew her sister had probably made up her mind. Reconsider? Do you think the Xiao family will give us time to think? Just the old lady from the Xiao family coming over 3 times a day shows they can't wait any longer. Besides, don't you want to know what their real cards are? The biggest difficulty in changing the household registration is actually with the military. There's likely a big figure involved there. As long as we are careful and don't involve them, it should be fine. They have always been the ones to act first. We can only wait passively. Don't you want to take the initiative once? Don't you want to see how panicked and helpless they look? Su Jin pursed his lips, a faint change flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "All right. Tell me how to do it, and we can discuss further. Don't act blindly. Do you think I, your sister, am reckless?" Su Ning kicked out her foot and saw Su Jin apologize and beg for forgiveness. Only then did she lift her chin and reluctantly speak to him. As the last person from the Su family to leave, Su Jin was quite clever. The 2 of them talked for a while before parting ways. Although Su Jin could go home for the weekend, he decided not to. He thought that his family would worry if he went back, especially since he had just returned. Staying here, he could use his free time to deliver newspapers and look for a job. Su Ning didn't say much. She took half of the snacks from the basket and gave them to him. She also kept some meat buns and vegetable buns for him, along with 20 yuan for event expenses. After making sure she hadn't forgotten anything, she left. After they left, a young man stepped out from the bushes behind them. He was tall and strong, with a determined face, but his gentle eyes made his appearance softer. Watching Su Ning's back as she left, the man's eyes showed curiosity. Then he muttered to himself, the Shao family, the Su family, seems like I really know the Shao family. What a coincidence. Maybe I should add some more fire? It sounds interesting. Then, as if he remembered something, a smile appeared on his face. He grinned, showing his big white teeth, looking a bit silly. Unaware of this, the Su family siblings didn't know what was happening. Su Ning returned to the village. It was getting late, and the sky was dimming. Her mother was still there. When Su Ning arrived, the hot soup was already ready and served on the table. Su Ning loved her mother's cooking, especially when she added extra ingredients like peanuts, soybeans, greens, and fried dough sticks. The chewy noodles made the meal warm and comforting. Your dad came by this afternoon and gave me a piece of paper. You should look at it after you finish eating. Su Ning's father didn't want to always eat at his daughter's house. He was worried that bringing food over might make his daughter feel uncomfortable, so he came after work for a little while and then left. Okay. Su Ning understood what was written and wasn't in a rush to read it. She served her mother another bowl and gave her a bun, then started eating slowly. Mom, where is Li Xiao's family from? I heard they're from the town before. Usually people from the town look down on the countryside, right? How come she married into our place? Li Tsuehua was the young wife who had previously angered the original owner. Her family lived next door to Aunt Wang's house. When the original owner got married, Li Tsuehua had only been married for a little over 2 months. Although they didn't spend much time together, they immediately clashed when they met, and they couldn't get along. As a result, Su's mother and others had a neutral attitude toward Li Tsuehua's in-laws. She's from Jin Town. She's from Sun Weizi's family. Oh, and she's your sister-in-law, Sun Ni's younger sister. Seeing Su Ning look confused, Su's mother explained. Sun and I has many daughters, plus the one who just learned to walk. There are 7 daughters in total. Sun and I is the third, Li Tsuehua is the fourth, and there are 3 more below her. At that time, the family couldn't support everyone, so a family from the town took her in. It's not exactly adoption, more like being a foster child. A foster child is a child from a large family who is taken in by another family after marriage, hoping that this adopted child will lead to the arrival of their own biological children. This practice is common in the countryside. However, once the child's biological family has children, the foster child often feels awkward. Kind families might continue to support the foster child, but less kind families might ignore the child, simply leaving them behind and not caring for them anymore. Many families do this. Usually, they give a generous gift, including the child, and send them back to their original family, treating them as relatives. The family Li Tsuehua was with was quite kind. They didn't treat her badly, but didn't chase her away either. They kept her in the Li family. Sun Ni's family only wanted someone to raise her until she was old enough to marry and pay a bride price. Then they planned to take her back. I heard that the Li family initially disagreed, and after some negotiations, Li Tsuehua returned to Sun Ni's family. Not long after, she got married. Su's mother snorted. Li Tsuehua isn't very smart. Staying in the Li family to get married is better than being with Sun Ni's family. She could have found someone from the city or at least from the town.
Sigh.
Anyway, she's not very bright. Oh, I also heard that Sun and I once wanted to marry this sister to old third Shao. Your mother-in-law initially agreed, but then she changed her mind for some reason. Su Ning clicked her tongue. Even Li Tsuehua, who isn't very clever, managed to deceive the original owner. That means the original owner's intelligence is quite impressive. But now I understand why Li Tsuehua has been unfriendly to the original owner since she married in. The reason is probably because of Xiao Yan, old third Xiao. Why are you asking about her? Did she cause you trouble again? Sue's mother looked at Su Ning curiously. You two aren't even in the same village. How could you be fighting? Mom, I went to wash clothes the other day because of Li Suehua. At first, Sue's mother didn't react. When she finally understood, her expression changed suddenly.
What?
Are you saying that on the day you fell into the water? I wondered why you suddenly went to do laundry. It turns out it was that shameless girl. When I get back, I will definitely give her a hard time. Sue's mother was instantly furious. If it hadn't been for that incident, she would have made sure her daughter had a good life. Why did she have to suffer so much? Darn Li Suehua, she was so angry she could explode. Daughter, I know. Are you trying to say that if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have married Xiao Yan? Sue's mother's eyes welled up with tears. My poor girl. No, mother. I mean that the Xiao family might have been watching me for a long time, and Li Suehua was probably bought by them. Su Ning couldn't help but rub her forehead. Even without Li Suehua, as long as the Xiao family decided, there would be others like Zhang Suehua or Wang Suehua. At this point, it wasn't worth getting angry anymore.
What?
What exactly does the Xiao family want? We're not enemies with the Xiao family, so why are they doing this? Sue's mother's breathing grew faster. Their family was just farmers, nothing special. Why does the Xiao family act like dogs, biting and not letting go? Mother, don't worry. They won't last long. I just want you to be careful and not fall into Li Suehua's trap. Really, don't worry. Mother isn't worried, not worried, she said, but her panic was obvious. Sue's mother wanted to say more, but she heard Sue's older brother's voice from the door. He was here to take her back. Mother, go home first. We can talk more tomorrow. Don't worry, with me and Dad here, everything will be fine. Seeing her like this, Su Ning felt a bit regretful for speaking out. Sue's mother was carefree, but not very good at handling serious matters. But Li Suehua might also be a spy for the Xiao family. If the Su family wasn't careful and said or did something wrong, they could be in big trouble. All right, daughter. I'll go back now. I'll come to see you tomorrow, Sue's mother said, still anxious and angry, but she agreed. Su Ning handed her the basket she had prepared earlier. Since she had gone to the city, it was normal to buy some things to bring back. In the basket, there was a pound of brown sugar, 10 meat buns, 2 jin of meat, and a fish. She had plenty of these, about 5 tons or 10,000 jin, so she was generous. Sue's mother's hurried return was so frantic that she didn't pay attention to what was in the basket. If she had known, she would have definitely refused it. After the person left, Su Ning opened the paper given by her father. As she expected, it detailed the military unit where Xiao Yan was stationed. The Southwest Military District has 3 regiments, with the district commander in charge. Xiao Yan is in the 1st Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Company. Rumor has it that he will be promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander by the end of the year. It is said that he has a good relationship with the political commissar of their regiment. Someone saw him visiting the commissar's house for a long time. As for conflicts, the 2 company commanders of the 2nd Battalion probably don't get along. The 3 company commanders of the 2nd Battalion. The 1st company commander has been in his position for many years. Usually, he would have been promoted this time, but Xiao Yan was suddenly nominated, taking away his chance. Naturally, the 1st company commander has opinions about this. The 2nd company commander is about Xiao Yan's age and has a strong background. Even if he doesn't get promoted this time, he will soon. He doesn't dislike Xiao Yan because of this. However, he looks down on Xiao Yan, thinking his abilities are average. Plus, he has a good relationship with the 1st company commander, so he naturally doesn't like Xiao Yan. Su's father's idea is that if she wants to find someone to help against Xiao Yan, these 2 people are suitable. He also included the address, but he suggested writing a letter directly for Su Fa Kai to deliver, to avoid interference from others. However, Su Fa Kai just returned and might need half a month before going back to the military district. Su Ning calculated that the timing was just right, giving Old Master Ma enough time to investigate. As for the letter, she plans to write 2 and have someone deliver them, plus send 2 herself. Double insurance. Although she asked old Master Ma for help, she couldn't just wait for him. Knowing the commander was good, but as the saying goes, Yama is easy to meet, but little ghosts are hard to deal with. The commander holds high power and may not have much time for small matters. As long as he gives a sign during the process, that's enough. Of course, if luck is on her side, and the commander personally handles it because of old Master Ma and others, that would be best. Even if not, she is prepared to have a chance to bring him down. Today was another tiring day. After Su Mu left, Su Ning quickly washed up and went to bed. If she had her phone, she would definitely be first in WeChat Sports today. So exhausting. The next morning, before she fully woke up, she heard a loud knocking at the door. Third brother's family, why aren't you up yet? Could it be that you've hidden a wild man? A slightly arrogant and unfriendly voice came from the doorway, along with the faint sound of quiet conversations. Su Ning looked up at the wall on the east side, where 2 bricks were placed crosswise, as if a child had deliberately stacked them. She looked away and calmly washed her face and brushed her teeth. With her little one, she cooked millet pumpkin porridge and heated a few buns on top. Mom, it sounds like Grandma's voice. Xiao Bei sat below, watching the fire, his eyes occasionally looking outside with a hint of fear. He didn't like Grandma very much, but now she was at the door. Could they really not go out? Watch your fire. Su Ning grabbed a handful of dried radish from the jar, chopped it into small pieces, sprinkled some green onion and garlic, and added half a spoon of sesame oil. It looked very appetizing. The fresh aroma of millet and pumpkin quickly spread out, making anyone's mouth water.
Xiao Bai swallowed hard.
The curses outside no longer attracted him. Now he just wanted to eat. Go set the stool, wash your hands, and come get the chopsticks and pickles. Su Ning carried 2 bowls of porridge at her hands, fixing a small basket with her wrist. Inside the basket were freshly heated buns, some with meat, some with vegetables, and 2 eggs. Okay. Xiao Bei moved quickly. After Su Ning set the porridge down, he also brought back the things, looking eagerly at her.
Eat.
Su Ning handed him a meat bun, then peeled a boiled egg and put it into his porridge. The egg was cooked yesterday. Warming it in the porridge made it ready to eat. Su Ning, what are you doing inside? Open the door quickly, or I'll just break it down. Darn it, you're dead if you're inside. Xiao Mother's voice gradually turned into curses. Su Ning didn't care. She guessed it had been about half an hour. She then slowly walked to the door with her full little one, opened it, and looked outside with a calm expression.
Oh.
You all came so early. Have you eaten? We just finished ours. Are you here to invite us to dinner? No problem. My daughter and I have eaten, but we can still have more.
Come on, whose house should we go to?
Yours? Or yours? The people outside looked unhappy. They had been sniffing the smell for a while but couldn't get in. They were annoyed. But now, facing Su Ning, they couldn't help but step back. Their grain supplies weren't much, and even if it was just these 2 women, they didn't want to risk it.
What?
You're not here to invite me to eat? Why block the door? Are you here to watch the show? Su Ning crossed her arms and smiled. That's fine, but there will be a ticket fee. 1 penny per person, and you'll need to line up to get in. Su Ning closed the door behind her and gestured to Xiao Bei at the entrance. The little kid happily took off his hat and said to everyone, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, if you want to watch the show, please pay first. Those with money can support us, and those without, please turn around. A few days ago, he heard his mother talk about street performers, and he had been eager to try. Now, the chance was here. The crowd's faces changed again, and they instinctively stepped back. They didn't want to pay, but they also didn't want to stay. So they moved away. Once everyone had stepped back, Su Ning raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Mother. She felt, maybe just her imagination, that Xiao Mother's face looked a bit strange, as if it was twisted. Third family, I think you're feeling guilty. Otherwise, why wouldn't you let people in? Seeing the crowd disperse and only she remained, Xiao Mother felt a bit unsure of herself. She took a deep breath, puffed up her chest, and looked at Su Ning with a proud look. Mother, you're wrong. I welcome anyone to come in. The more, the better. Su Ning pointed at the little kid's hat. It's only a penny. Come on, mother, show us how it's done. This is our Xiao family's place. You actually want me to pay? Are you crazy about money? Xiao mother pointed at herself, looking at Su Ning with disbelief. But this has already been given to me, written clearly in black and white. Su Ning blinked. Mother, you're trying to deny it? Then I'll have to talk to the police about this. When she mentioned the police, Xiao mother flinched. She was about to say something, but then the crowd outside was pushed aside. What's going on? Blocking my daughter's door? Trying to bully her because there are more of you? Well, it depends on whether our Su family agrees. Su Ning's mother's voice came from behind the crowd. She stepped out, looked at Su Ning, and then, with a group of women from Su village, stood behind her. Su family, what do you mean? We're not afraid of anyone. If you do something wrong, don't expect us to stay quiet. No matter what you say today, we won't give up on this daughter-in-law. When Su's mother arrived, Zhao's mother looked nervous again, her eyes darting around. Only when she looked at Zhao's father outside the crowd did she calm down a little, seeming more confident. What did I do? I don't know.
Hey.
This is the first time I see someone rushing to put a green hat on their own son? Trying to blame our family? Could it be that Xiao Yan isn't your child? You're talking nonsense, Zhao's mother said angrily, but with a trembling voice. A strange look flashed in Su Ning's eyes. If she hadn't been mistaken earlier, Zhao's mother looked guilty. This made things more interesting. It's you who are unfaithful and shameless. Don't blame my son. My son is out defending the country, and you're here doing such things. Many people saw it, so nothing you say will matter. Now everyone in the village is talking about you and that village troublemaker. Many saw you together. If this were ancient times, you'd be thrown into a pig cage. Even in modern society, you'd be paraded through the streets. Oh, and then Su Ning crossed her arms, looking at her with a smile. She seemed to be accusing her of having an affair, but it was clear she was planning the same thing. Of course, I want my money back and a divorce. Zhao's mother thought Su Ning was giving up and said proudly, You're like this, and you still want to drag my son down? If I were you, I'd pack up and leave immediately. If you had any shame, you'd just hang yourself from a tree. You're not dead yet, so why should I die? I'm young, and I plan to die after you do. Su Ning glanced at Sun and I hiding behind her. Seeing her eyes full of panic, she had a faint suspicion. Don't say our Xiao family is unkind. You like Dagon, so just divorce and marry him. Our Xiao family won't say a word. What are you sneaking around for? Trying to do something even more secretive. In Zhao's village, Dagon Xiao was the fool who played with Debao Xiao. Last night, he was caught with a girl. It was said that the girl looked a lot like Su Ning. Not only that, she was called Xiao Hai's second sister. Everyone thought Su Ning was that girl, so they came early in the morning to see her embarrassed. The Xiao family was happy about this. Dagon Xiao was their chosen one, and now this was perfect. Su Ning guessed what was happening. Probably no one saw the girl's face, and the Xiao family was eager to accuse her, deliberately twisting the facts. That's how this scene came about. As for others, they were mostly just following the crowd. But this suited her well. Without evidence, it all depended on who could outsmart whom. You're sure it's me? You saw my face. Blocked the person? Just moving your lips, and you want to say I'm lying? Who gave you such courage? You're just a shameless troublemaker in disguise. Su Ning snorted softly, mocking Zhao's mother. Although no one saw my face, they saw my back. With your look, it's obvious who you are. You can't hide it from anyone. Su Ning was not short. Among most girls, she was quite tall. Second sister-in-law is about my height. Maybe it's her. Sun and I was a little shorter than Su Ning, but if you looked at them together, the difference wasn't much. Zhao's mother looked in the direction Su Ning indicated and frowned slightly. Sun Ni's face suddenly changed, then quickly lowered her head and tugged Zhao's mother, saying, My sister-in-law is trying to twist the story. Everyone is saying this for a reason. Surely everyone isn't mistaken. Exactly, the third family. Don't twist the story. It's you. Many people saw it. Hearing Sun and I say this, Zhao's mother's thoughts were pulled back.
Who saw it?
Say it. Second sister-in-law. Who do you mean by everyone? Su Ning glanced at Sun and I from the corner of her eye, guessing that this matter might be related to her. From Sun Ni's attitude, she seemed to know something but didn't want to say why. But the more the other person tried to hide it, the more it worked in her favor. She hoped her good second sister-in-law wouldn't let her down.
I saw it.
My home isn't far from Xiao De Gang's. Last night, I got up to go to the bathroom and happened to hear Xiao De Gang, that big fool, talking with a woman. I was curious, so I secretly looked. The person was as tall as you, wearing the same gray coat you wore a few days ago, and her voice sounded the same. She even called Xiao's second brother. If it's not you, who could it be? Lupa from the village was very talkative. She immediately spoke out, and then looked at Su Ning with ill intent. Well, that situation was quite intense, and it kept going until morning. I went to call your mother-in-law, and just then, I saw that person run away with their face covered, but we all saw their back. It seems like there was some noise a few days ago too, but that woman never made a sound. Only Xiao De Gang was shouting. This time we finally caught someone. If you think we could be mistaken, can your mother-in-law not recognize you? Xiao Lao San's wife. Xiao De Gang is doing well, so what are you after? Even if Xiao Lao San doesn't come back, he still sends you money every month. You can't just get involved with someone over such a small matter. Before she finished, she was slapped across the face.
Who are you talking about?
Did you see their face? You're just bad-mouthing my daughter. You shameless old hag, who gave you the right? If you want to see if someone is good in bed, go try for yourself. And if you dare to insult my daughter again, I won't hold back. Mother Su was as fierce as ever, unable to tolerate anyone speaking badly about Su Ning. She immediately slapped her and then started scratching. Aunt Lu tried to fight back, but Sister Su and second sister Su weren't easy opponents. They each grabbed an arm and held her tightly. Aunt Lu struggled for a long time and could only beg for mercy in a sorry state. Most people around didn't seem willing to help. Aunt Lu's mouth was always full of gossip, not just about Su Ning. Many families in the village had been criticized before. Now that she was being beaten, everyone was more than happy to watch. Mrs. Lu, don't let others use you as a tool. My mother-in-law said that I am who I am. I even said I was you, so is that really you? Catching a cheating couple, catching thieves, and recovering stolen goods. Do you have any proof? Besides, you don't know how close my relationship with my mother-in-law is. My wounds aren't fully healed yet. Su Ning's eyes flickered, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Exactly, this old hag could smear my name when my daughter was seriously hurt. Now, accusing my daughter is just normal. Everyone had seen Su Ning look calm before, so they hesitated. But now, hearing Mother Su speak like that, they suspected it wasn't Su Ning at all. It was probably Mother Xiao trying to smear her again, especially since she had a record of doing so. Mother Xiao didn't expect that just 2 sentences would make others doubt her. Her face changed, and her gaze shifted again to Father Xiao. Su Ning crossed her arms and said mysteriously, "You say it's me? How can you prove it? There are so many people in gray coats. Look at you and your dad. Aren't you both wearing gray coats too?" Su Ning looked down at her clothes and smiled softly, saying, "Are you sure this is the right outfit?" Everyone finally noticed that Su Ning was wearing a large gray coat, which looked like a dress on her, but it was clearly a man's garment. Maybe the old lady was mistaken, but as for the third daughter-in-law, can anyone prove she was at home at that time? Father Xiao couldn't wait any longer. He glared coldly at Mother Xiao and slowly stepped forward, with a gentle look on his face. He said, "As parents, we don't want to accuse our own family, but since things have gotten so serious, we need to clear this up. We want to prevent anyone from using this against you in the future. Please understand our good intentions." Su Ning almost laughed out of anger. After all this time, was it really for her benefit? If she didn't prove her innocence, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. "Xiao, what are you talking about? Who is using this as an excuse? In the end, it's just your family." Mother Xiao was also angry. She stepped in front of Su Ning and said loudly, "It's late at night. Everyone is at home getting ready to sleep. Who do you want to prove this to? I even said that person might be you. Who can prove you weren't at Xiao Dagon's house at that time?" Mother-in-law, what are you talking about? The person with dog on was a woman. I'm an old man and I don't even talk to that person. Pfft. If you say she's a woman, then she's a woman. If I say she's a man, then she's a man. Xiao Dagon has seen both men and women. I say that's you, and you better prove it to us. Mother Xiao was straightforward and didn't hold back. Sister-in-law makes a good point. Who says this has to be a man and a woman? A young woman behind the crowd looked at Su Ning and then smiled. My home is not far from Xiao Dagon's. From the back, she really looks like a man. And to be honest, she kind of looks like Brother Jiangwo too. Xiao Jiangwo isn't very tall, and if you look at him alone, he doesn't seem much taller than Su Ning. Both are slim, and if they wear similar coats, they really do look alike from a distance. Widow Zhao, now you're here too. Father Zhao's face turned red from being called out. The surrounding laughter made him even angrier, and his eyes looked fierce, making everyone feel a chill. How can you talk about others? Look at yourself. My daughter is raising a child alone at home. Who do you want her to prove herself to? You're clearly trying to frame my daughter, and you don't want anyone to say anything about it. Mother Su flinched inside, but still stood in front of Su Ning, stubbornly staring at Father Xiao. Behind her, Widow Zhao remained calm and smiled gently at Xiao Jiangwo. But if you looked closely, you could see the disgust and hatred in her eyes. Widow Zhao was originally from Zhao village. Later, she married Xiao Yuliang's younger brother, Xiao Yuqian. They had a good relationship and soon had a son. Unfortunately, bad luck struck. When Widow Zhao's daughter was about to be born, Xiao Yuqian was sent to repair a dam. Unexpectedly, the upstream flood broke the bank. Without warning, he was swept away. Many villagers went to look for him, but Xiao Yuqian was at the front. When they saw the flood, it was already too late to react. Only 3 days later, the villagers found his floating body downstream. Afterward, Widow Zhao caused a scene in the village, accusing someone of causing her husband's death. Later, for some reason, she became more low-key. Because Xiao Yuliang was the village chief and her eldest son went to the city to work, while her daughter married a man from the town. Life gradually improved, and her reputation grew. At first, people doubted Lu Posi's words, but now, hearing Widow Zhao speak, most of them believed her. Men doing such things wasn't very rare. Though uncommon, it did happen. But now, people preferred to keep such matters quiet or deal with them secretly. This explains why Xiao Dagon's incident was discovered in the middle of the night, probably because he didn't want others to find out. As for why they accused Su Ning, most people guessed it was because of the 1,000 yuan they received last time. The Xiao family was unhappy with their daughter-in-law and wanted an excuse to ask for money. It seemed like just a casual remark at first, but now, looking at everything, it all fits. If you want to know what really happened, it's easy. Just ask Xiao Dagon. He'll tell you. Su Ning looked at everyone slowly, her gaze passing over Sun and I. Seeing her face suddenly change and a mischievous smile on her lips, Su Ning felt curious. She was now wondering who that person was last night. It seemed Sun and I knew, but she was afraid because of her connection to that person. Well, if it weren't for Brother Jiangwo, I would apologize to him. Widow Zhao said with a smile. I'm not good with words and straightforward. I was just being honest earlier. If I made a mistake, I will definitely say sorry. Seeing her say this, everyone felt more confident and looked at Xiao Jiangwo with even more strange expressions. It was strange enough, Xiao Jiangwo, who was already half buried in the ground, still chasing frogs, looking funny and silly. It made people really curious. Even more curious was who was really underneath. Did Xiao Jiangwo still have that ability? Where is Brother Dehan? Call him out quickly. Someone in the crowd kept teasing, clearly enjoying the show. They kept saying, did he use a lot of strength last night? Maybe he can't get up now. Maybe we should go to Xiao Dehan's house and see. We might find some good stuff there. Some eager people already planned to go call others. Sun Ni's face was pale. She didn't dare look at the crowd, and her expression showed she felt guilty. But right now, everyone's attention was on Zhao's father and the still absent Xiao Dehan. No one noticed her. Everyone wait, I'll go call him. Another troublemaker from the village, called Mouse, responded eagerly. But when he saw Su Ning's half-smile and teasing look, he shrank back instinctively. Darn it, he felt pain again. It was all because of those shameless people from the Xiao family who had beaten him for 3 days. Even now, moving still hurt his bones. This girl was a troublemaker, but only the Xiao family still treated her like soft mud. He thought the Xiao family was blind, completely blind. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes full of hidden meaning. When Zhao's father looked at Su Ning, he suddenly felt nervous. He felt that today's plan was wrong. They should have prepared better and not rushed. But he couldn't blame himself. Originally, they wanted to find a troublemaker to set up Su Ning. But when the time came, all those troublemakers backed out. Even Dahan, the fool, refused. They didn't dare to make a big fuss, afraid someone would find out. It was too complicated to explain. Just when he was out of ideas, Grandma Lu saw that Dahan had some contact with someone, and that person looked a bit like Su Ning, even wearing similar clothes. It was such a good chance that he didn't want to miss it. If they planned it well, this marriage would be settled. His family is now free of a burden, and Gang has happily married a wife. Everyone is happy. The most important thing is that if everything is confirmed, he will report it. Now, messing around with relationships is not a small matter. Being publicly humiliated is a light punishment, especially for young women like Su Ning. Once involved, they rarely come out whole. Even if they survive, they often suffer greatly. At that point, no one will care about household registration issues anymore. Of course, even if he doesn't die or go crazy, there is still Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang is a tough person. The villagers all know that he once married a wife, but he almost killed her within a few days. That young wife secretly ran away, preferring to be an unregistered person rather than stay. Because they married secretly, it was basically bought with money, but they couldn't tell anyone. Later, since she ran away, few people knew the truth. When it fell into Xiao Gang's hands, it was unlikely that the Su Ning family or Su Ning himself would care about anything else. He thought about this for a while and believed it wouldn't be too difficult, but suddenly he felt uncertain. At first, everything went smoothly, but then things started to get strange. Where did the mistake happen? The person who called Xiao Gang quickly returned, followed by a silly-looking man who kept saying, "Wife, wife, I have a wife now." Everyone listened, and their expressions became complicated. Some looked at Su Ning, others at Zhao's father. Their faces showed different emotions, but all wanted to know who Xiao Gang's wife really was. "Xiao Gang, who is your wife?" Followed by a man named Laozi, who couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Even a fool has a woman, but he, a normal person, has never even held a woman's hand. It's such a loss. He also wanted a wife. But when he looked into Su Ning's eyes, he felt a sudden shock and couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. If he married someone like her, he thought being single was actually pretty good. "Look, this is my wife. My wife gave this to me." Xiao Gang happily held up a piece of clothing, looking very sweet. The clothing was a long gray coat, somewhat similar to what Su Ning was wearing. The only difference was that Xiao Gang's coat was a bit newer. Su Ning slightly squinted her eyes. Seeing everyone's gaze turn toward her, she also showed a surprised expression. "This clothing stitching style looks just like mine." "Yes, isn't this the outfit old Zhao's family had someone make for old Xiao-san?" They said there were only these 2 pieces, with a subtle pattern, made of fine fabric. Aunt Su suddenly remembered and looked at Su Ning's clothes. "I just remembered, this is one of the 2 outfits that Xiao families made for Xiao-san when he got married. It was a tight schedule, so they didn't have time to make a new one for Ning, so they gave her this one." Yes. Ning wore it like a dress back then. Even though it looked strange, it was quite nice. Back then, fine fabric was hard to get, and since the clothes were well made, many people remembered them. "My daughter's piece is on me now, and the other one should be Xiao-san's." "Why is it in Gang Zhao's hands?" After the wedding, Xiao-san's belongings were all kept by the Xiao family. Su's mother also recognized the outfit and pointed at the clothes in Gang Zhao's hand. "Look at that collar. On the wedding day, it accidentally got stained with red dye. Do you remember?" Now, whether it was people from Su village or Xiao village, everyone was shocked. because this fine fabric outfit was quite expensive, and when it got stained, many thought it was a pity. Hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered. Wow, could it really be Xiao Zhengwo? Haozi muttered softly, lowering his voice, but everyone still heard him. Now, everyone's eyes turned again to Xiao Zhengwo. De Gang Xiao, who is your wife? Is she here? Suning raised an eyebrow at Xiao De Gang, slowly forming a fist with one hand, while gently tracing her other hand, her eyes deep and intense. My wife. Hee, she's here. Xiao De Gang chuckled foolishly, looking at Su Ning as if he wanted to call out to her. Could it be that the star of misfortune is here? Did he offend her? He felt scared, wanted to cry, wanted to leave. What should he do? Maybe he was mistaken, and if he looked again, she might not be here at all.
Oh,
Could she really be Xiao San's wife? Otherwise, why does he keep looking at Xiao San's wife? TSK. I really can't tell. A few women close to Zhao's mother immediately exclaimed. Exactly, they didn't let anyone talk earlier. Aunt Lu chimed in, afraid Zhao's mother might hit her, and she stepped back into the crowd. The people around looked confused. Xiao Dagong kept glancing back and forth. What does this mean? If it really was Su Ning, shouldn't he just go over directly? But he clearly seemed to be retreating, which was very strange. That fool might be dazed. Xiao Dagong, why are you staring at your wife? Ask yourself, what are you looking at Ning for? Aunt Su felt a jolt in her heart. What's going on? Could it really be Ning? Impossible. It doesn't seem right. Someone willing to exchange so many red dates and brown sugar for her girl must have a kind heart. Why are you looking? Do I need to ask? Daji is a bit slow, but he can recognize his wife, right? Sun and I saw Xiao Dagong staring at Su Ning and felt a little relieved. She let out a breath. Sister-in-law, just admit it. Our third brother hasn't come back, but he sent plenty of money. 20 yuan this month, enough to match city workers. You're being unfair. Exactly. You say you want a divorce, but our Xiao family wouldn't object. You could do it openly, but instead, you're sneaking around. Isn't sneaking more fun? Mother Xiao also started to speak sarcastically. If you keep doing this, we can't keep you in the family. Third sister-in-law, what you're doing is a bit too much, Xiao Zhengwo sighed. He looked reluctant but had to speak, which made Su Ning feel like vomiting. Yes, it's too much. Su Ning sneered softly, her eyes full of mockery. Xiao Dagong, tell me, who is your wife? Su's mother was furious. If Su Ning hadn't pulled her back, she might have hit her. The Su family is really shameless. Taking Xiao Daji's money, but sneaking around with other men? I spit on that. Lao Pozi thought Su Ning had admitted it and shouted, I told the truth before and the Su family didn't admit it.
now what?
Keep shouting. The Su family looked unhappy. Some relatives, even those a bit more distant, looked at Su Ning with suspicion. Su Ning took a few steps forward and looked calmly at Xiao Dagong. Look clearly. Am I your wife? Her face was calm, but her eyes carried a hint of malice. Seeing this, not only Xiao Dagong, who was directly facing Su Ning, but even the rat standing behind suddenly felt a strange pain all over, and a cold feeling crept from their feet. No, you're not my wife. I don't want you to be my wife. Xiao Dagong took a few steps back, looking at Su Ning with fear. Who would dare marry a troublemaker like that? They'd be risking their life. Then tell me, who is your wife, and where is she? Go find her, Su Ning asked softly. Xiao Dagong looked around, and his eyes lit up when he saw Sun and I. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed her. Wife. Find my wife. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. What's going on? The Xiao family was trying to catch the third daughter-in-law's troublemaker, but it turned out the problem was with the second daughter-in-law. What a shocking twist. No, I'm not. Sun Ni's face turned pale. She pointed at Su Ning and said, She's the real wife. You've got the wrong person. No, that's not it. Xiao Dagong hurriedly denied, as if afraid of being hit if he spoke too slowly. He was foolish, but he still had a sense of pain. I'm not your wife either. You've got the wrong person. I'm Xiao Hai's wife. Don't you remember? Sun and I instinctively stepped back, her eyes avoiding everyone's gaze. Her look made the crowd curious. "And Iz, what's going on?" Xiao Hai looked at Sun and I with a dark face. If his wife hadn't been home last night, he might have believed her. But since she's not an Iz, why is this fool chasing after his wife? What did his wife do? Wife. Find my wife. My wife. Xiao Dagong still refused to give up and tried to grab Sun and I again. His behavior made the people around even more suspicious. Could it really be Xiao Hai's second wife? Su Ning stroked her chin, watching Xiao Hai's attitude. The person Xiao Dagong was with last night was probably not Sun and I, but this person must have some connection to her. Otherwise, Xiao Dagong wouldn't be so fixated on Sun and I. What role does Sun and I really play in all this? Why does Xiao Dagong want to find Sun Ni's wife? Yes, he wants a wife. Although Xiao Dagong kept calling her his wife, from his gaze at Sun and I, it seemed more like he was asking for a wife. But everyone was curious now and didn't have time to think about that. Is she your wife? Or did she lose her? Maybe you should just let her compensate you for herself. Housie called out from behind, making everyone burst into laughter. Whether or not Sun and I was involved didn't matter. What mattered was that they had something funny to watch. Su Ning raised an eyebrow at Housie, signaling him that he did well, which made Housie grin happily. Sun and I has refused to say who exactly the person is. If this person is not someone Sun and I can't afford to offend, then there's someone close to her. Either way, once the truth is out, Sun and I will be in big trouble. Since that's the case, stirring things up is a good idea. There might be a surprise. Yes, give me your wife quickly, or else you will be my wife. Xiao suddenly seemed to realize something. He grabbed Sun and I and held her like a small chicken, controlling her. Dahai, help me. Sun Ni's face turned pale instantly. She trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Hai wanted to pull her away, but he was no match for Xiao Da. As soon as he stepped forward, he was kicked away. Earlier, Zhao's family planned to target Su Ning. Their first choice was Xiao Da, and there was a reason for that. Although Xiao Da is a bit simple-minded, he's tall, strong, and powerful. Ordinary people can't fight him. If he gets hold of someone, it's not easy to take them back. The Su family has several brothers, but if they really fought, they might not be able to beat Xiao Da. Even if someone helped, they couldn't keep helping forever. Over time, Su Ning would have to go along with Xiao Da plus. This fool isn't a kind person. He either locks people up or keeps them restrained. Even if Su Ning isn't dead, she wouldn't be a threat anymore. But now, this situation makes them feel very satisfying. Only they know how good it feels. Dahai, seeing her man beaten like this, Sun Ni's face turned even paler. Everyone please help. Call a doctor. Please, everyone. Stop. Go home. Don't make a scene outside. Zhao's father was angry. If things kept going, their family would become a joke. Come on, let Sun and I explain. It's just one sentence. Housie kept stirring trouble. He thought he found a way to calm that troublemaker. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, he received a look of approval from Su Ning. Xiao Da was provoked by Xiao Hai and became more aggressive. Plus, he had been looking for his wife for a long time. His mind was tense, and he was getting more irritated. His eyes showed a faint red glow. Help! Help! Uncles and brothers, help! Help! Sun and I, who was closest to Xiao Da, immediately felt her fear. It almost made her unable to stand. Let the uncles and brothers go up. If they get hurt, who will be responsible? Even if they don't get hurt, what if Xiao Da seeks revenge later? What should we do then? After all, Xiao Da gang is just one person and the uncles and brothers all have families. Su Ning looked at the hesitant people wanting to help and softly said a word, causing them to stop immediately. If the harm doesn't fall on oneself, no one cares. But if it involves oneself, that's different. Seeing the crowd gradually retreating, Su Ning looked at Sun and I with a bit of dark humor. That panicked look was so amusing to watch. Second sister-in-law, hurry up and tell us who it is. Or, do you want to be with Xiao Da gang? How can you do this? Old Xiao's family has been good to you. How can you betray the Xiao family over such a small matter? It's too much. These words were from Sun and I, and Su Ning returned them exactly as they were. Sun and I, timid and retreating, was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. Even if she wanted to step back, she couldn't. Perhaps pushed to the limit, Sun and I seemed to lose control of her emotions. She opened her mouth, ready to say something. What's going on? Everyone, disperse. Are you not working? Do you not want your work points anymore? At this moment, Xiao Yuliang, the village chief, spoke up. A trace of mockery flashed in Su Ning's eyes. He came at this time. Was it a coincidence or deliberate? Liang, you're finally here. Xiao Fu, with red eyes, looked like he was seeing a relative. He grabbed Xiao Yuliang's arm. Xiao Degang is too mean. Look, he's always grabbing the second daughter-in-law. What's that about? He's deliberately making things difficult for our family. My second son wanted to pull him away, but he kicked him. That's too much. Exactly. Uncle Liang, he's so unreasonable. You have to stand up for me. Xiao Hai rubbed his stomach, his face full of anger, mainly at Xiao Degang, but some of it was also directed at Sun and I. If Sun and I had clearly explained things, Xiao Degang wouldn't have grabbed her, and he wouldn't have been beaten. What exactly happened? Xiao Yuliang, seeming to know nothing, looked at Su Ning with dissatisfaction. Xiao Yan's wife. What happened this time? Can't you just behave? Xiao Yuliang, you old fool. What are you saying? Hearing this, Su Ning hadn't reacted yet when her mother burst out. Does my daughter want to be beaten to death? Does she want to be falsely accused? Does she want to be blocked at the door? Liang, do you even hear yourself talking? Chief Xiao, isn't it because you see I am an outsider's daughter that you treat me this way? But, Chief, don't forget that half the people in this village are also outsiders' daughters. Are you not afraid of losing people's trust? Besides, doesn't your family have a daughter? Think about it. If your daughter were being bullied, wouldn't you be upset too? Su Ning smiled coolly and looked at the people watching the scene. Many of the women here are also outsiders' daughters. Hearing her words, the people present looked different, but most women didn't look happy. Some women who care about their daughters also felt upset. They thought this wasn't really the Su family's fault. It was the village chief's words that were too harsh. Xiao Yuliang's face darkened as he was scolded. He was about to say something when a group of young men with red armbands surrounded them. Who is Xiao Zhengwo? The leader asked. Zhao's father frowned, feeling a bit surprised and unsure, but he still forced himself to walk out, feeling a little scared. Young comrades, I am Xiao Zhengwo. Do you want to see me about something? That's you. The man looked him up and down with a sneer. You're so old, and you still can't see it? Come on, take him away. After saying that, he spat at Zhao's father. So old and still messing around with men and women. Shameless. Everyone was shocked at these words. Had something just happened? How did these people find out so quickly? Was the news that fast? Xiao Yuliang quickly stepped forward and stopped them. Young comrades, I think there's a mistake. Comrade Xiao Zhengwo has always been honest and never did anything like that. Are you sure you've got the wrong person? Are you kidding? We don't need to report to you. Who do you think you are? The man was angry when he was stopped. You're the village chief of Zhao's village, right? I heard you have a good relationship with this person. Want to cover for him? Then come back with us and we'll have a good talk. Xiao Yuliang's heart sank. He would rather deal with the reform committee than these young red guards. These people are too young, some are only 13 or 14, and the oldest are just in their early 20s. Adults can weigh the pros and cons, but children only stick to their beliefs. It's almost impossible to negotiate with them. No, young comrades, I didn't mean that. Xiao Yuliang tried to stay calm and said, I'm the village head here. If you want to take one of my villagers away, you should at least explain what's going on. Otherwise, how can I report this to the commune? Although the Red Guards were not directly under the commune's control, the commune still held great power. Even the Red Guards had to show some respect. The man looked Xiao Yuliang up and down, his face turning cold. He clearly didn't like being pressured with the commune's authority. But things in the village were different from the city. The village head had a higher status here, and if he really refused to let them take someone, it could cause trouble. We received a letter of complaint saying that Xiao Zhengwo was involved in improper relationships, so we came to take him back for investigation. Hearing that, Xiao Yuliang couldn't stop them any longer. Comrade, I also want to report something. I'm reporting that Xiao Zhengwo's family has been mistreating my daughter. She's married to Zhao's third son. Ever since she joined their family, they've separated her from the household and given her no food. She almost starved. This is supposed to be a new society, but they still act like old landlords. Seeing that Xiao Zhengwo was about to be taken away, Sue's mother suddenly found her courage and stepped forward, her face full of concern for her daughter. If that's the case, you should report it to the Revolutionary Committee, the leader said impatiently. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "What's your daughter's name?" "Comrade, I'm his daughter-in-law. My name is Su Ning, the third daughter-in-law of the Xiao family." The man looked Su Ning up and down and muttered, "So you're Su Ning. I see. Well, since we're already here, we might as well hear the whole story. What exactly happened?" "Comrade, you're really kind to listen. When my daughter got married, her household registration was moved to the Xiao family's village. But since then, no one has ever told her to collect her food rations. When she asked, they said there were none. Isn't that proof that the Xiao family kept them for themselves? Mother, after I got married, I had to help take care of the older children, so I didn't work in the fields and didn't earn any work points. That's why I didn't get any food." "Mother, you must be mistaken." Su Ning spoke softly, confused about why her mother was saying such things. "Silly girl, everyone gets a basic food share, whether they work or not. Since you're part of the Xiao family, the missing work points could be paid for with money, which is cheaper than buying food. Has anyone ever told you to collect your share? Did you ever get food at a lower price? Food rationing is based on the number of people, enough only for basic needs. It is mainly to ensure survival, so even if someone doesn't work, they can still receive some food as long as they pay a small amount of money. Of course, if they want better food, they need to spend more money to buy extra. This price is definitely higher than the basic ration, but still much cheaper than outside prices. Therefore, the original owner usually bought food directly from the village because a few yuan wouldn't be enough otherwise. The village's grain supply was just enough after the harvest and was relatively well off. Later, it became harder to buy grain. Xiao Yuliang's expression darkened. His gaze fell on Su Ning and her mother, with a hint of suspicion, as if trying to figure out whether they asked on purpose or if Xiao Zhengwo was just speaking casually. "Yes, Comrade Su Ning, your mother is right. Your grain probably got eaten by someone," the leader said politely, then added thoughtfully, "You need to check if your household registration is in this village. Otherwise, it's normal not to get grain. I've been living here since I got married and haven't transferred my household registration. Could it be that my registration is still in Sujia village and hasn't been moved?" Su Ning didn't expect this young soldier to be so straightforward, directly bringing up the household registration as if it was prearranged. "Village Chief Xiao, bring over your village's grain distribution records and work points. I want to see what's going on." After saying this, Su Ning became more certain that this young soldier was suspicious. Su Jing and Su Quan were so capable. Could they have already handled this young soldier?
Impossible.
Su Ning asked Su Jing to find the young soldier, mainly to take advantage of their eagerness to make achievements, hoping to teach the Xiao family a lesson. As for how to teach them, she hesitated whether to bring up the household registration issue. After some thought, she decided not to. She didn't want Xiao Yan to find out that she already knew. If Xiao Yan found out, the military would also know. Those who could help Xiao Yan in the army were likely powerful and influential. If the other side became suspicious, it would make future plans difficult. Although old manhwa promised to help, she couldn't rely solely on that hope. People in high positions think differently from someone like her. They have many things to consider, and she might end up being abandoned if she's not careful. But she couldn't bring it up actively. Being passive was fine. It was now 1974, no longer the crazy years. The young soldiers were still causing trouble, but most of the time they just shouted a few words and didn't dare do much. To influence these people, there must be enough benefits, either fame or profit. So, Su Ning left money for her younger brother to befriend them, then used the excuse of messy romantic relationships to lure people into the village. This is something the red little soldiers now enjoy managing. The reason for this report is because a few days ago, someone came to her, wanting to team up with her. Whether what they said was true or not didn't matter. She just wanted to give the Xiao family a lesson. If one plan doesn't work, she will use the abuse accusation to report to the Red Little Soldiers, then find a way to involve the household registration, making the Xiao family think she just stumbled upon something, so they won't be afraid. Today's events, although they follow her plan, feel strange. There are 3 things that seem off. First, the timing of the Red Little Soldier's appearance. From when Zhao's mother came to the door to the commotion now, it's only been a little over an hour. Even if someone notified the soldiers immediately, they wouldn't arrive so quickly by bike. Second, the attitude of the Red Little Soldiers. The leader initially didn't want to get involved, but after hearing her name, his attitude changed. She doesn't think she has that much influence. Someone must be pushing him.
Who could that be?
The 2 old men? Third, it seems the other side is clearly targeting the household registration. When she and Zhao's mother mentioned it, the other person immediately responded, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Who arranged all this? Are these people enemies or friends? The ledger for grain distribution has always been checked by the commune. If there's a problem, the commune will find us. There's no need to trouble you all. Although the commune can't control the Red Little Soldiers directly, it represents the government. No one would recklessly confront them. Xiao Yuliang knows that the household registration issue can't be checked, so even if it risks offending the Red Little Soldiers, he doesn't care now. He thought that bringing in the commune would make these people hold back, but they didn't change their expressions at all. It seems that village chief Xiao hasn't been to the commune recently.
Let's not talk about that now.
Since someone has reported us, it's reasonable for us to investigate. Even if there was no such report, we would still request an investigation, and the commune must cooperate, as well as the village. To tell the truth, the new county mayor's secretary has already delivered official documents to each commune and given us, the Red Little Soldiers, the authority to check accounts. After all, we are middle and high school students, so maybe we can find something and expose some social troublemakers. Don't you think? The leader of the Red Little Soldiers sneered and looked at Xiao Yuliang with a mocking expression. This person is named Tizi, whose full name is Yang Tai. He is a student at County No. 1 high school and is not in the same class as Su Jin. The reason Yang Tai can be a leader is not only because of his skills but also because his uncle is a deputy head of the Revolutionary Committee.
Most people have to show him respect.
But he himself is clever. Otherwise, even with connections, it wouldn't be easy for him to make a name for himself in the county. When Su Jin and Su Quan found him, he didn't have much interest. He could go or not go. He wasn't short of money, and catching a few people involved in romantic affairs wouldn't matter much, so he wasn't interested. However, that day, his uncle came to see him and told him that higher-ups had arranged for the Red Little Soldiers to check accounts, hinting that he should pay more attention to Xiao Family Village and Su Family Village. That was strange. A few years ago, these people were quite successful, but now, as his uncle said, the good times are over. They have to start acting humble because they will have to pay back what they enjoyed before. At this moment, the county committee suddenly offered them a big opportunity, which was like building a golden body for them. As long as they did this well, even if they try to correct past mistakes later, no one could do anything to them. He wasn't stupid. He would definitely seize this chance.
So he started checking accounts that very day.
Checking such accounts is very easy. Just look at the household registration, and you'll know if there's a problem. Count how many people are in the family, how much work points they earned in a year, and how much grain they received. It's simple to find out. But when he checked Su Ning's account, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Su Ning's household registration wasn't in Xiao Family Village, and she didn't have grain there. That's not a problem. But Su Jin had told him that her sister had always been in Xiao Family Village, which was suspicious. If someone's household registration has been transferred to the military, but they are not in the military and are just living as a wanderer, isn't that foolish? He could have reported this to the police for investigation, but after thinking for a moment, he decided against it. The reason is simple. He felt someone was deliberately guiding him to check this. He thought carefully. It seemed that right after Su Jin left, his uncle arrived. This could be seen as a coincidence. But just as he failed to notice any issues with Su Ning's household registration, someone suddenly mentioned Su Jin and Su Ning beside him. That was suspicious. He never believed in coincidences. He believed that nothing in this world was accidental, and all coincidences were caused by people. So, he pretended not to care and asked the person who mentioned Su Jin. That person told him that just now, while smoking at the door, they overheard someone mention Su Jin's name and also talked about Su Jin's sister, so they casually brought her up. Is it just a coincidence? Of course not. It's just a chain of events. But the more he thought about it, the more frightening it became. Regardless of why the other side planned this, just the idea that they might have the ability to interfere near him made Yang Tai feel nervous. Since he was young, Yang Tai learned a rule from his uncle. When dealing with someone more powerful, you must show respect. Unless you can kill them in one shot, you should always act humble. Besides, if someone like the county committee got involved, they couldn't be a small figure. They must be someone he couldn't afford to offend. Didn't his uncle come immediately after receiving the news? On the other hand, from another perspective, if there's such a good chance to latch onto a powerful supporter, only a fool would refuse. Yang Tai was definitely not a fool. Moreover, he would handle this matter fairly. Even if it was exposed later, no one could find fault with him. So, the Shao family village had to come. When a military truck stopped at his house early in the morning, he knew it was his turn to act. The truck took them to the village entrance and left them with money for the return train ticket, then quickly disappeared. This showed him two things. First, the other side's capability. Second, that the big shot might not want others to know about it. But no matter what, Su Jin's sister, Su Ning, was the main focus of his trip and someone he absolutely couldn't offend. These thoughts flashed in his mind in an instant. Yang Tai's gaze at Su Ning softened a little. Although he was only a second-year student, he had started late and had repeated several grades due to poor grades, so his actual age was a bit older than Su Ning's. He didn't know why this girl could make others willing to help her, but forming a good relationship with her was something he had to do. And he wanted to do it well. Thinking this way, Yang Tai's look at Xiao Yuliang showed some impatience. He is someone who always has to flatter others. A small village head, and I really don't want to live anymore. Such poor judgment, he's probably finished. Don't delay. Hurry up and bring it over, or we'll have to ask you to go back and have tea. Xiao Yuliang felt a cold chill in his heart and instinctively looked at Zhao's father. If they really checked the account book, how could they explain the third daughter-in-law situation? It would be impossible to hide. He had previously said that he would ask the Xiao family to pay a little money, and he would balance the accounts. But Xiao Zhengwo was reluctant. Now, let's see how this ends. Zhao's father was also anxious, but quickly calmed down. His gaze fell on Zhao's mother, with a hint of harshness in his eyes. No, only one person can be sacrificed now. Xiao Yuliang quickly understood Zhao's father's hint. He just let out a breath of relief, then suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Doing business with the Xiao family is like playing with fire. Someone who can easily discard their close family members might do the same to him next time. All right, I'll have the village accountant send over the account book. Wiping his face, Xiao Yuliang suppressed his fear and had someone bring the account book. The Su family members entered the yard, brought out tables and stools, and also brought some sweet drinks for Yang Tixi and others. Even a fool could see that these young soldiers seemed to be helping them. The Xiao village has just over 100 households. The investigation was quick, especially since Yang Tixi knew where the problem was. Now, it was just a formality, a show for others. Comrade Su, please take a look. There are no Xiao family members listed under your name. So, you must have made a mistake. Yang Tixi pretended not to know and looked through the household registration. He then asked Su Ning, "It shows that your household registration was transferred out. Are you here visiting family?" "No, I've been here all along. I haven't gone anywhere." "Comrade, I think you're mistaken." Su Ning also looked confused. "I haven't transferred my household registration, and no one has mentioned anything to me. I haven't traveled far. Everyone in the village knows that." Yang Tixi signaled to his men. Such matters can be easily checked by asking nearby residents. "Village Chief Xiao, how did you handle the household transfer?" Who processed it? Where did you transfer Su Comrade's household registration? It seemed he just figured out what was going on and looked at Xiao Yuliang with anger. Only the registered household member can transfer their household registration. Currently, Comrade Su is not clear about how you managed to do it. Who gave you the courage to interfere with a household registration? Someone, please send village chief Xiao to the commune for tea. No, this matter has a reason. Xiao Yuliang's scalp suddenly went numb, and he looked anxiously at Zhao's father, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Hold on, Comrade Hung Xiaobing, this isn't the village chief's business. Xiao Zhengwo naturally wouldn't let Xiao Yuliang go in. Without Xiao Yuliang's support, their family would find it very hard to live comfortably in the village. So, Xiao Yuliang must not be caught. Moreover, he might have to be detained for a few days until it's clear he didn't have any inappropriate relationships. During this time, Xiao Yuliang's help is needed, so he can only sacrifice his family. If anyone is to be blamed, it's me. I couldn't control my family, Zhao's father sighed, looking helpless. After my third son got married, I wanted his wife to bring the child along. Since they just married, if they stay apart, their feelings might fade. So, after the wedding, I humbly asked the village chief. The village chief said it wasn't proper, but I asked my daughter-in-law, and she agreed to move with the family. That's how the household transfer was done. It's also my fault. I asked my family to handle it, thinking that as long as my daughter-in-law agreed, it would be fine. I didn't realize the person himself needed to be present. The village chief was pressured by me and finally agreed. It was supposed to be simple, just show the household registration proof, and that was enough. But after everything was settled, my wife was reluctant and refused to let my daughter-in-law go. She kept delaying, and that's how this whole mess started. This explanation sounds reasonable. It's normal for a soldier's wife to want to move with her husband. Although household registration says the person must be present, family members often help with the process. As for reluctance to let someone go, it's common in rural areas, especially between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, where some conflicts happen. Not even 2 years' worth of food? The Xiao family is so generous. 2 years ago, Xiao III was just a platoon leader. How could I let my daughter go? She doesn't have the military transfer qualification. You're treating people like fools. Su's mother rolled her eyes and shot back immediately. Xiao Zhengwo, do I look like a fool to you? Yang Tai snorted coldly. Being treated like a fool. Who would be happy about that? Hey, no, comrade, this is a family matter. I didn't want to say anything. Xiao Zhengwo's eyes darkened, and his gaze towards Su's mother grew colder, but he still spoke politely. Third son married a wife, and he wanted to bring her along. He asked someone to find a job, just waiting for the household registration to be transferred so the whole family could live together. But my wife got confused and didn't let her go. It wasn't intentional. Third son's wife, this is all our fault. You can punish us however you want. Your mother also couldn't bear to part with you, even sacrificing some grain. Xiao Zhengwo's eyes reddened, looking sincere. He usually just talked about family conflicts, thinking it was a small disagreement that could be resolved with a few days of education, and then they could be released. The old fox was indeed clever. He turned the situation around with just a few words. This person definitely can't stay. No matter what your reasons are, now you're ignoring others' wishes, transferring the household registration, and refusing to let people go. That's illegal. If everyone did this, chaos would follow. Yes. We know we were wrong. Don't worry, I will educate my wife properly. Xiao Zhengwo looked remorseful, appearing honest and sincere. You don't need to educate him. Someone else will do that, Yang Taisher signaled, and the person behind him took Su's mother away. Su's mother looked pale. She wanted to say something, but was glared at by Xiao Zhengwo and could only lower her head. All right, take both of them away. We are going back now. As soon as he said this, Xiao Zhengwo's face changed. He shouted, I am innocent. Comrade, I am truly innocent. I didn't have any inappropriate relationships. That's slander. Is that false? It seemed like everyone was saying the same earlier. The rat muttered behind, loud enough for the surrounding red soldiers to hear clearly. Tell us what happened. Yang Tiesher's mind moved. This was actually true. Honestly, after receiving the report letter and considering the series of events from yesterday to today, Yang Taisher suspected that the other side was just using the report to justify going to Shao village legally. Although they planned to take the person back and hold him for a few days, he didn't really believe it deep down. He didn't expect it to be true. Such an old man, involved in inappropriate relationships, could he really be involved in such things? Earlier, everyone was talking about how Xiao Zhengwo and Xiao Dagong were caught doing inappropriate things last night. Oh, by the way, the witness is his second daughter-in-law. Who is Xiao Dagong? And who is Xiao Zhengwo's second daughter-in-law? After Yang Taigang finished speaking, he felt a bit curious and serious again. Our county is a civilized place, and we can't allow such corrupt behavior. Then he pointed at Haizi and said, "You point out the person. Let's see who dares to be so bold." Haizi didn't expect to be called out, feeling a bit nervous. He pointed to someone and whispered, "Before you came, we were talking about this. We haven't sorted it out yet, but it's almost there." Yang Taigang widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Haizi, then at Su Ning. His gaze swept over everyone, noticing they all looked away nervously. The shock grew even more. Could it be true? What's really going on? I just entered a village and happened to meet a couple of men who like each other. Wow, this is so exciting. I've heard about men liking men, but I've never seen it in real life. I'm curious and want to see. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Zhengwo was so angry that he almost choked on his own blood. This was all just Su Mu's random story. How could they use it as evidence? And besides, that person is clearly a woman. Just because of a piece of clothing, they're blaming him? Right now, he hadn't thought about the fact that earlier, they only saw a silhouette and assumed it was Su Ning. Now, someone was just taking advantage of the situation. You can ask Sun and I about this. She's Xiao Zhengwo's second daughter-in-law. She saw who it really was. Xiao Dagong has been asking Sun and I for a wife, but she's been silent. Maybe she's hiding something for someone. Zhao's widow hinted at something. Who else could she be hiding for? It must be her father-in-law. Everyone subconsciously thought so. So, the father-in-law is still a father-in-law. The young soldier's eyes changed when they looked at Xiao Zhengwo. Xiao Dagong was okay, single, in his 20s, no woman, just looking for a man to play with. Although it was against social norms, it was somewhat understandable. But Xiao Zhengwo is in his 50s or 60s. His grandson is about to get married, and he still has this hobby? That's unbelievable. They were also curious about who the person below was. Judging by the build, it should be Xiao Dagong. No, this is a misunderstanding. Sun and I, tell us what really happened? Xiao Yuliang was stunned by this series of events. He heard about it last night but didn't pay much attention. Xiao Dagong, a young man full of fiery energy, thought some things were normal. As long as no one caused trouble in front of him, he chose to ignore it. In the morning, Zhao's family blocked Su Ning's way. He knew about it, but since he was closely tied to Zhao's family, even if he knew it was wrong, he could only stay silent. It wasn't until Xiao Zhengwo's family clearly suffered a loss that he had to step in. Even though he didn't like Zhao's family, he cared about his son and had to help. While he was thinking about how to smooth things over, unexpectedly, Hong Xiaobing arrived. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The scandal about inappropriate relationships was confirmed, but it wasn't Su Ning involved. Instead, it was Xiao Zhengwo. He was almost frustrated enough to want to open everyone's heads and see what they were thinking. How did it come to this? But now that things had escalated so much, what could he do? He had to face it and handle the situation. If Sun and I revealed who the other person was, and if that person wasn't married, he would make Xiao Dagong admit it on the spot. Both parties involved would admit to being a couple, and even Hong Xiaobing wouldn't have a way to intervene. He had hoped for an easy solution, but things wouldn't go smoothly because someone didn't want it to. Yes, second sister-in-law, just tell us who it is. If you refuse, could it be yourself? For your own sake, framing your father-in-law, do you know what might happen next? What might happen? A beating, definitely, and she might even be sent back to her family home. With her father-in-law's vengeful personality, losing face like this today, she wouldn't have a good time. It's not me, I don't know. Seeing Hong Xiaobing approaching, Sun and I was panicked. Her eyes kept darting around, as if she was struggling fiercely. Could it really be Xiao Zhengwo? Otherwise, why are you hiding it? People around started whispering. Sun Ni's behavior made everyone suspicious. It would be simple to just say the name, but she refused. That made things interesting. Could it really be Xiao Zhengwo? That's why she was afraid to speak. Hurry up and tell us. Who is it? Xiao Zhengwo's face darkened as he looked at Sun and I, his gaze filled with a hint of anger. Brother Zhengwo, don't rush Sun and I. She's just afraid of hurting you. Widow Zhao seemed to be comforting, but her words made even the doubtful start to believe it was Xiao Zhengwo. He looked angry and threatening after all. Hurry up and speak. What are you waiting for? Xiao Hai glared at Sun and I. If he didn't clarify soon, his father would hit him. This look only confirmed the threat from the Xiao family. Aren't you afraid that second brother Xiao will divorce you? Don't worry, I've watched him grow up. He doesn't have the guts, as long as no one tells him what to do. Only your mother-in-law is pitiful, ending up like this at her age. Widow Zhao spoke again, her smile turning cold. Shut up, Xiao Yiliang saw everything clearly. Today's situation was because of his sister-in-law. He couldn't avoid responsibility. Sun and I looked at Xiao Hai, knowing Zhao widow was right. The head of the Xiao family was Xiao Zhengwo. If Xiao Zhengwo really forced Xiao Hai to divorce, Xiao Hai would probably agree. But if Xiao Zhengwo went to jail, the family would be led by Xiao Hai, and no one would dare hurt Sun and I. Moreover, if she didn't speak now, knowing Xiao Zhengwo's temper, he might push her out just like Zhao's mother. As a family member, she knew those things were done by her father-in-law. Could such a poisonous person really let her go? Was that the ending she wanted for Zhao's mother? On one hand, she wanted to reveal the secret or be used as a scapegoat. On the other, she was in charge of the Xiao family. Even a fool would know what to choose. Second brother, you can't keep this wife anymore. Xiao Zhengwo was used to being the head of the family and didn't consider Sun Ni's feelings. Instead, he showed his disgust. Usually, whenever he was angry, the family would become quiet. Now, he thought that just by speaking, Sun and I would have to submit. But he was wrong this time. Sun and I looked at Xiao Zhengwo with fear, already making up her mind. She said nothing, just stood behind Hong Xiaobing, fearfully glancing at Xiao Zhengwo. She didn't speak, but everything was clear in her expression. Wow, I didn't know you, old man, are so good at playing tricks. Yang Tiejie clicked his tongue. People say city folks are good at playing, but he thought they couldn't compare to the people here. Go ask him for wife. He can let Sun and I be your wife. While everyone was looking at Xiao Zhengwo, Suning took a few steps toward Xiao Dagong and lowered her voice to speak. Xiao Dagong was initially confused. He thought he could understand the words spoken separately, but when they were combined, he couldn't understand anything. Clearly, his wife was a woman, so what did she have to do with old Xiao Zhengwo? But after hearing Su Ning, he suddenly understood. Sun and I knew where his wife was, and since Xiao Zhengwo was Sun Ni's father-in-law, he must also know. If Sun and I didn't say anything, Xiao Zhengwo could just tell him. Besides, this was what this fierce woman was saying. Whether it was right or not, he had to do as told, or he would get beaten again. It hurt so much, and he didn't want to be hit. Wife. I want my wife. Xiao Dagong let go of Sun and I, pushed forward, grabbed Xiao Zhengwo, and kept muttering. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Oh, it's really Xiao Zhengwo. No wonder Zhao's mother accused Su Ning falsely. If others found out, the Xiao family wouldn't be able to stay well. Many people there thought so, and some even imagined a story of love and hatred. It's not like that, you all misunderstood. Xiao Zhengwo was really about to faint. He never expected that after spending so much time chasing geese, he would be pecked in the eye, and now 2 of his disapproved daughters-in-law and an unnoticed widow had buried him in a pit.
No.
You have to explain clearly. Xiao Hai's face changed drastically. But seeing Sun Ni's scared and guilty expression, he started to doubt. Could it be true that the person with Xiao Dagong was really his father? That's why his mother was causing such a fuss. Maybe she was trying to distract his father. No way. He just found out. If that's the case, He couldn't accept his father. He didn't want to be laughed at every day for having a father who liked men. The selfishness deep in the Xiao family was passed down through generations. Not only Xiao heir was thinking this way, but even Zhao's mother was starting to doubt. Especially in recent years, Xiao Zhengwo didn't want to touch her at all. She hadn't suspected before, but now she suddenly understood. It was because he liked men. So, even though Su Ning's actions were all his plan, he pushed her out to harm her, just to make room for his man. She was still foolish enough to want to take the blame for him. She was truly too naive. I report that the transfer of Su Ning's household registration was ordered by Xiao Zhengwo. He sold Su Ning's registration to the blacklist of 5 categories, and fearing discovery, he planned to kill Su Ning to silence her. When Zhao's mother said this, Xiao Zhengwo knew things were getting bad. He always knew his wife was not very smart, but he didn't expect her to be so reckless. What was supposed to be just a few days of education has now turned into a murder case. That is a serious crime. Sure enough, the red little soldier's face changed. Nowadays, having inappropriate relationships is very serious, but at most, it results in public shaming or being sent away for reform. But if it involves murder and blacklisting, it's a different matter. Murder to silence the victim? At this moment, 2 police officers in uniform approached and asked the crowd, "Who wants to commit murder to silence the victim?" That man, hearing Zhao's mother's words, Su's mother was furious. This shameless family actually wants to harm her daughter. No, she must stand up to them. Thinking this, Su's mother slapped Xiao Zhengwo and scolded him while hitting. "I knew you were a heartless scoundrel who does bad things. Last time, you almost killed my daughter. Now you even want to take her life. You rotten-hearted, pus-filled scoundrel, I will fight you." People around tried to hold Su's mother back. The police and the red little soldiers were present. "Comrade police officer, I want to report a crime. This person is trying to harm my daughter and even sold her household registration. Please help us." Su's mother sat on the ground, crying. She thought about all the suffering her daughter had endured recently and hated Xiao Zhengwo with all her heart. "Director Ma, why are you here?" Yang Tai recognized the leader and looked at him in surprise, then at Su Ning. He became more confident. Su Ning must have a powerful background. After all, even Director Ma from the county police was here. It was just a curiosity visit, but now someone has filed a report. "Of course, we have to handle it." Ma Qianji nodded slightly at Su Ning. Although he didn't know her well, his father had described her to him. In just one glance, he recognized her as the granddaughter his father recently acknowledged, though it was a one-sided acknowledgement, and the girl didn't even know. "Director Ma, this person is Xiao Zhengwo. He was reported for having inappropriate relationships in the village. Now, his wife has reported that he sold Su Ning's household registration and even tried to kill her to silence her. This is a very serious crime and must be punished severely." Yang Ti quickly described the situation and promised, "If Director Ma needs us to testify, we red little soldiers will do our duty." Yang Ti suddenly felt that today was worth the trip. Not only did he meet the county mayor's secretary, but he also got to know the police chief. As long as he stays within the rules, he can walk freely in the county town. "All right, since it involves a person's life, we'll take the person back first. After we handle things here, we'll hand the person over to you," said Director Ma, nodding at Yang Ti. He and Yang Ti's uncle, Wu Jun, who is also the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, had interacted before, so he had met Yang Ti. Compared to Wu Jun, his impression of Yang Ti was quite good. Although Yang Ti is a bit opportunistic, he still has some principles. It's quite suitable to have him as backup. It seems the old man in his family has some good judgment about his granddaughter. Su Ning didn't know any of this. She had just stumbled into the situation. Over the past few days, she had spent some time learning about the city, but there wasn't much she could find out. She chose to find the red little soldiers because they are relatively young and simple. For someone like her, who has nothing, it's better to find people like them. However, today Yang Ti's attitude toward her was quite strange. It was as if he knew her, or as if he was looking through her to see someone else. She initially thought that maybe Old Man Ma and Old Man who were behind this, but based on Director Ma's attitude, They didn't seem to know each other. So, who could it be? I'm innocent, comrade police officer. I really didn't do anything wrong. I don't know anything about the household registration issue. You can ask Director Su Lin at the town police station, Su Ning said nervously. She realized that Su Lin was probably a protector of the Xiao family, and she needed to find out more about him.
Don't worry.
If you didn't do it, we won't accuse an innocent person, said Ma Qianjin, frowning. We will contact Comrade Su Lin. I also want to ask how someone's household registration was transferred without their knowledge. Xiao Zhengwo was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this police chief to completely ignore Su Lin. It shouldn't be like this. He had heard that Su Lin's family lives in the provincial capital, and everyone is officials. If it weren't for his sister marrying into this place, he wouldn't have come here. Now, although Su Lin is just the head of the town police, he is only here to gain experience. Soon, he will return to the provincial capital. Even if this police officer is the director of the county police station, he is not comparable to someone from the provincial capital. He shouldn't be so polite now. Shouldn't he ask about his relationship with Su Lin? Ma Qianjin didn't realize he was thinking this way. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Everyone has a good father or someone backing them. Su Lin has one. So why can't he? Having strong support isn't unusual. All right, take them away. Xiao Zhengwo and his wife are coming with us. Ma Qianjin understood the situation and ordered someone to handcuff Xiao Zhengwo. As for Zhao's mother, she didn't need to be detained, but since she was the informant and a witness, she also had to go to the police station. Xiao Dagon was taken away by Yang Tai's men. Even if he was involved in inappropriate relationships, they couldn't just arrest one person. Now Xiao Zhengwo has been taken by the police. They are also questioning Xiao Dagon first. Once these people leave, the crowd gradually disperses. They haven't even had time to work today or eat breakfast, but they aren't hungry. They've had enough gossip and are now very excited. Who would have thought they'd catch such a big scandal? This scoop is enough to last them half a month. Some say Xiao Dagon pretends to be strong but is actually weak inside, so he can't find a wife. Others say Xiao Zhengwo is tired of trying and is just lying flat, waiting for someone to take care of him. The building has already become a mess, and no one cares whether the rumors are true or not. What matters is whether the gossip is juicy enough. Su Ning listened around and felt quite happy, especially because she had used a little of her own tricks to stir things up. But she also had many doubts. Someone else was controlling everything behind the scenes, but she didn't say anything. She just turned around and led the Su family members back to her own yard. He's been taken away? Girl, am I dreaming? Su's mother felt dizzy. Today had been full of surprises, and she was a bit confused. She needed to calm down. Pinch yourself. You'll know if you're dreaming. Su Ning saw her mother like that and couldn't help but smile. Su's mother paused, nodded, and pinched Su Urge. Suddenly, he jumped up as if he had been stepped on his tail. Looks like it's not a dream, Su's mother muttered, making everyone smile. Of course not. Su Ning was amused by her mother's actions. She looked sympathetically at Su Urge and said, Xiao Zhengwo was caught, and the old lady of the Xiao family was taken away too. The Xiao family won't be able to get back on their feet anytime soon. So today, let's eat something nice and celebrate properly. Once the military district has news, Xiao Zhengwo probably won't come back. My daughter is right. Father Su chuckled happily, clearly pleased about Xiao Zhengwo being taken away. That's definitely worth celebrating. Hearing this, Mother Su instantly became happy. She said to sister-in-law Su, Old sister, go back and bring the things your sister gave yesterday. Let's make some good food. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something and glared at Su Ning. You silly girl, did you hide all the good stuff for yourself? Are you planning not to share anymore? When she got home yesterday, she only just noticed what was in the basket. Seeing it now, she was furious. This girl is really careless with money now. It made her want to scold her. I still have plenty, no need to go back and get more. Su Ning quickly tried to stop sister-in-law Su. Once things are given out, you can't take them back. Didn't both sisters-in-law look upset? She didn't need that much. Why ruin a happy day? More what? Where did you get so many tickets? Mother Sue didn't believe her and pushed sister-in-law Sue to go back and get them. All right, this was given by my daughter.
Just take it.
It's her way of showing respect. We're all family. No need to keep taking things back and forth. When my daughter comes back, I'll cook for her. Father Sue squatted nearby, fixing the wobbly table leg. After finishing, he looked at Su Ning and said happily, "Just listen to our girl." Mother Sue, hearing this, stopped urging sister-in-law Sue. But when Su Ning brought back 2 pounds of meat and a fish, she couldn't help but keep nagging. Su Ning pretended not to hear, her eyes either looking at the sky or the ground, avoiding everyone. Seeing her like this, Mother Sue sighed helplessly. Although her daughter had become more lively recently, she also became more stubborn. Forget it, since she already took the things out, she wouldn't be mean anymore. The whole family was quick and efficient, some chopping vegetables, others washing rice. Soon, they were busy, and only the sounds of pots, bowls, and utensils clashing remained. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "I'll go open it." Hearing the knock, Su Ning guessed who it might be. When she opened the door, it was indeed Ma Qianjin, the county police chief, who had come back. "Uncle Ma, please come in." She welcomed him inside. Su Ning asked Mother Sue to help brew a bowl of brown sugar water and invited him to sit down. She had heard from Old Master who that Lord Ma's eldest son was a soldier before, then transferred to work here as the county police chief. He is in his early 40s, 20 years older than the original owner, so calling him Uncle feels natural and appropriate.
Ah.
Uncle, I won't be too polite. I'm thirsty. Ma Qianjin was also unreserved, drinking a bowl of sweet water loudly, then handed it to Su Ning and said, "Pour another bowl for Uncle, no sugar added. Sugar doesn't quench thirst." Su Ning nodded and poured another bowl, adding just a little, enough to taste a bit sweet. Although sweet water doesn't really quench thirst, people in this era generally like sweet things. When Ma Qianjin said that, he probably also wanted to save her some trouble. If he truly disliked it, he wouldn't finish drinking and then smack his lips. Ma Qianjin took the bowl back, took a couple of sips, then paused slightly before smiling and saying, "Your Grandpa Ma and Grandpa who said they've adopted a clever and obedient granddaughter. They told me to visit when I have time. I happen to be here in Yongning Town on official business, so I came by." "Thank you, Uncle Ma." Su Ning introduced Ma Qianjin's identity to the Su family. When they heard he was the police chief, their faces showed a hint of nervousness. In their minds, being a policeman at the town police station was already a high position, and the police chief of the county was even more important. So, they naturally became more gentle and cautious. Su's father silently looked at Su Ning, feeling complicated, part proud, and part with a subtle hint of sadness. "Aining, Uncle is straightforward and honest. I won't hide this from you. I came here to tell you 2 things. First, regarding the Shao family matter, besides us, there's another group involved. I haven't figured out their identity yet, whether they are friends or enemies. Be careful." Su Ning was momentarily stunned, then understood. She had sensed something strange about Yang Tai's attitude today. Now she understood what was going on. It seems there is a master behind the scenes working together to deal with the Shao family. From what she could see, the other side is at least not aligned with the Shao family. Knowing this was enough. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly remembered Yang Tai's words and looked up at Ma Qianjin. "By the way, Uncle, today I heard Yang Tai say that the county mayor's secretary arranged for them to check the accounts of various communes. Could this be related?" Ma Qianjin scratched his head, thought for a moment, then shook his head. This county mayor's secretary came with the mayor. 3 months ago, the new county mayor suddenly arrived in our Manhwa County. Since then, he's been very low-key. His sudden arrangement of this matter is a bit strange, but both of those people are from Beijing and have no connection with you. It's unlikely to be related to the Shao family. Most likely, they think the red little soldiers are always free, so they gave them something to do. By mistake, it turned into this. Su Ning was silent for a moment. Although she also thought that the county mayor's secretary didn't know her and probably couldn't help, she wondered if there was some unknown involvement. "Uncle, what's the background of that county mayor?" Ma Qianjin thought she was just curious and didn't hide anything. When he thought of that person, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Talking about that county mayor, he's not an ordinary person. He took the college entrance exam at 15, graduated from university at 17, and after graduation, he didn't work but went straight to the military. By 21, he became the youngest soldier king. If he hadn't been injured on a mission, he would definitely have become the youngest leader.
But he's doing well now.
At 23, he became deputy director of the Beijing Railway Bureau. Now, at 25, he's the county mayor of Hehua County. Our Hehua County is famous for its grain production and has a steel plant ranked among the top 3 in the country. Many people are eager to get in. Spending a couple of years here to gain experience, then returning to Beijing, he's very likely to join the municipal committee. In a few years, he'll either be a major official or rise through the ranks in ministries. He's definitely a big shot. So even now, he's young, but no one in the county, city, or province dares to look down on him. That's him. Ma Qianjin raised his thumb, thinking he was already 40 and only a police chief. Others at his age might already be among the top in the country. Suddenly, he felt like water wasn't sweet anymore. Truly, comparing people makes you feel terrible. Wow. So impressive. Su Ning didn't know what to say. With such credentials, he's a favored one, someone to look up to. She, a small person, couldn't compare at all. It seemed to be just a coincidence. Uncle, I understand. What about the second matter? Ma Qianjin's expression changed. He scratched his head and sighed a little embarrassed. Yesterday, the old man called and asked. The military district replied that it's a bit tricky and will take some time to handle. The family who bought your household registration has some trouble, so it's not easy to deal with for now. Su Ning was surprised inside. According to Mother Xiao, the person with her household registration was considered a Black 5 type. With such an identity, plus the matter of buying and selling household registrations, the military district should handle it easily. So, why is the situation like this? Although she didn't understand, she didn't say anything. After all, she was asking for help, and the person had given her an answer. Whether she was satisfied or not, she couldn't complain. Brother Ma, may I ask if it will be handled finally? Su's father could inquire, since he was older, and it wouldn't offend anyone to ask. Big brother, don't worry. This matter has been raised, and the military district will give us an explanation. Ma Qianjin comforted him. You don't need to worry. It's just a matter of time. If you do something wrong, you have to face the consequences. It's the same for everyone. Su's father relaxed and said happily, All right, no problem. It's been 2 years, and we don't mind waiting a little longer. But what about my daughter's household registration? She can't go without food forever. Don't worry about that. Her household registration will be transferred back soon. Ma Qianjin looked at Su Ning and smiled. Not only that, but over these 2 years, the money and tickets she earned from working using your household registration, as well as that job, will all belong to you. The military district has already promised this. Thank you, Uncle. I really appreciate it. She heard that the supply and marketing cooperative paid well, 35 yuan plus tickets in the first year, 42 in the second, and with that job being popular, earning around 1,000 yuan or more was possible, plus about 2,000 in total income. That was quite good. Su Ning knew that her 2 elders had helped negotiate this. She accepted this kindness. Thank you, Uncle, for your trouble, Su's mother said happily, bringing out some dishes. You must stay and eat with us today. Simple food, but please don't mind. Next time you come, I'll buy more dishes. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ma Qianjin was really hungry, especially after smelling the delicious food. You're too polite, sister-in-law. We're family. By the way, Uncle, I also want to ask you for a favor. Su Ning looked a bit shy at Ma Qianjin. But since she had already asked for so much, she didn't mind adding one more. Just say it. No need to be polite with Uncle. I want to know why the Xiao family chose me. If it was just for a household registration, there are many options. Why me? And why did they choose now, 2 years later, to act? This is the part she doesn't understand. Before, there was almost no contact between the Su family and the Xiao family. The original owner had no connection with the Xiao family either. Why did they choose the original owner? Was there something special about her? 2 years have passed, and both sides have been peaceful. Now, for some reason, that balance is about to be broken. All right, go back. I will personally investigate. Once I find out, I will tell you. Ma Qianjin didn't refuse. It was a small matter. He also wanted to ask about it, mainly just to inform her privately. The young girl is a victim and has the right to know. Thank you, uncle, Suning said gratefully. She quickly helped her mother serve the food so they wouldn't delay Ma Qianjin's afternoon shift. Because of the fish and meat Suning brought out, lunch was quite rich. Garlic eggplant, pickled fish, braised pork, scallion scrambled eggs, and spicy sour potato strips, all with plenty of food. Su Mother's cooking skills are good, and with Suning seasoning, the dishes smelled very delicious. Everyone ate without lifting their heads. Big brother, sister-in-law, next time you come to the city, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. Seeing their bowls clean completely, Ma Qianjin felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He accidentally ate too much and felt a little shy. Okay, when we come to the city, we'll find you, replied Su Father's cheerful voice, giving face to the others. Seeing him agree, Ma Qianjin's expression softened a little, and his gaze on the Su family became gentler. Then I'll go now. I still have to question someone when I get back. After greeting the Su family, Ma Qianjin left. Before leaving, he told Su Ning, I will notify the Xiao family to hold off on informing Xiao San. We'll wait for news from the military district. Also, keep an eye on things here. He didn't want this to affect the military district. Su Ning nodded in agreement. Even if Ma Qianjin didn't say it, she planned to do the same. But with the Xiao family's recent trouble, they probably can't focus on anything else for now. After he left, Su Father's family also departed, inviting Su Ning to dinner that evening.
Suning did not refuse.
Family is about give and take, which makes their bond stronger. She had been busy since morning, and after seeing everyone off and locking the door, she went inside and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was almost dark outside. Girl, Uncle has been waiting for a while. The little kid saw Suning move and quickly ran over, whispering, I just saw Grandma Zhao. She said she will come to see you tonight. Suning nodded, turned over, and saw Brother Su outside helping to pile firewood. Her heart softened again. Whenever the Su family came over, they always tried to help her. This habit made her a little jealous of the original owner. Brother, let's go. Did Mom make anything delicious? Suning braided her hair into pigtails and pulled the little kid toward the Su house. She made your favorite dumplings. Brother Su held Xiao Bei on his head, patted his bottom, and smiled. This little guy is well taken care of. He's gotten heavier. Uncle, Xiao Bei eats a lot, every day. The little kid grinned, his eyes squinting happily. He loved sitting high up because he could see far. It was a rare opportunity. Only when he met a few uncles could he do this. Mom, I think I saw Aunt Li. Suning looked around but didn't see anyone. Which Aunt Li? You must be mistaken. No one's here. Xiao Bei didn't see wrong. It's the Aunt Li next door to Grandma Wang's house, the one who always argues with Mom. Xiao Bei saw her wearing a gray cloth dress and braiding a braid just like Mom's. After saying this, Xiao Bei whispered, Mom. She secretly hid behind the stone. Suning blinked and then guessed something. Couldn't help but laugh. How interesting. So funny. Gray clothes, similar build to her, and the name that Sun and I didn't want to say out loud.
Hey.
It seemed she now knew who Xiao Gang was with, but she didn't know what this person was secretly up to, whether they were looking for Sun and I, or had other plans. At this age, Suning just thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on it. She could almost guess what this sister pair would do in the future. When they arrived at the Su house, the dumplings were already prepared and just waiting to be cooked. The flour used for the dumpling wrappers wasn't pure white. Some cornmeal was added. The filling was pork and cabbage, shaped into round, plump dumplings that looked like little gold ingots. Seeing Suning, Mother Su urged her 2 daughters-in-law to cook the dumplings and pulled Suning into the house, sizing her up from top to bottom. Why are you only coming now? Did the Xiao family come to trouble you? Or did you sleep until now? Not sleeping tonight. No, the Xiao family is busy. Let's talk about tonight later. It's finally quiet, so I want to get a good sleep. Suning thought about the person she saw earlier and smiled slightly. Sue's mother didn't catch her meaning. She thought that something had happened during the day at the Xiao family's place, so she was busy. She just nodded and handed Suning a handful of roasted pumpkin seeds. Suning sat at the table, cracking pumpkin seeds while watching Sue's father peel garlic. She liked to crush garlic with a knife instead of peeling each clove separately. Sue's mother did the same, so whenever there was garlic to peel, Sue's father would do it. Girl, tomorrow Wang Sai's wife is going to visit her sister. Do you want to go and find out about Su Lin? Sue's father placed a peeled garlic clove into a bowl, looked at Sue's mother and continued. Your mother and Wang Sai's wife are good friends. They plan to go to town together tomorrow, and Wang Sai's wife will go too. Okay, I'll go with Mom, Suning nodded. If Su Lin really is connected to the Xiao family and now the old couple is away, the other side will act soon. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. I need to prepare. Then you can stay here tonight. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Suning was about to agree when she suddenly thought of Widow Zhao and shook her head. I don't have money or tickets with me. I'll go back to stay tonight. Tomorrow, after I get them, I'll wait for you by the ox cart. The two villages belonged to the same team, sharing one ox cart. The villagers were mostly self-sufficient and rarely went to town, so having only one cart was not a problem. Sue's mother thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The distance wasn't far, and it wouldn't take long to go back. After dinner, the family finished eating. Sue's father offered to see Suning off, but she refused. It was dark and late, and Sue's father was old. If he bumped into something, it would be bad. Dad, I'll see her off. I'm sure I can safely take my little sister home, Sue's second brother volunteered. Seeing Sue's father nod, he grabbed a flashlight and headed out, carrying the little one on his back. On a late autumn night, the weather was a bit cold. Most people went to bed as soon as it got dark. So, on the way, the siblings didn't meet anyone. Little sister, what's going on with you and Heizi? I heard Heizi say you hit him. And the village dogs and the gang, did you really hit them? When Suning lit the kerosene lamp, Sue's second brother lowered his voice, clearly not believing it. Does second brother know Heizi? Suning didn't really want to hide it, but she thought her second brother probably wouldn't believe her. After all, the original owner was always a good girl who never did anything out of line. As for hitting those people, the Xiao family wanted to use them against her, so she had to fight back. And how did she fight? Of course, she beat them until they submitted. She thought carefully before doing this. There are two types of troublemakers in the village. One type is lazy and careless. These people often feel unrecognized or are hurt by their family's favoritism. They become discouraged, stop working, and just wander around the village like mouse. This kind of person is a little clever, so they know to act wisely. As long as you show you're stronger, they'll submit. The other type is spoiled by their families or naturally slow-minded. They think they're the best, like Dog Egg and a gang. These people are either cowardly or stubborn. The easiest way to control them is to beat them until they are afraid of you. So, Suning beat these people for 3 days in a row. She beat them until they doubted their lives and cried whenever they saw her. Of course, she held back a little with Mouse. But with the gang, she used all her strength, enough to leave a deep impression. In short, if they didn't listen, she beat them until they did. She wasn't worried about their families finding out. First, she was careful and discreet. Second, these people are not good at expressing themselves in front of their families and wouldn't admit they were beaten by a woman. That's why no one came to find her afterward. However, she didn't expect that during those days when she beat the gang, Lu Granny overheard her. Luckily, she was cautious and hid in her space for a while, so she didn't have to explain herself right away. She didn't tell her second brother about this in detail, just nodded and said, "The Xiao family wanted to use them against me, so I just argued with them a bit. I didn't really fight. She only beat them enough to make their butts sore and keep them down for a few days."
What?
You really went? Why didn't you call second brother to come with you? Why are you so reckless? Second brother didn't doubt her. Sometimes his sister was impulsive when she got angry. Regarding hitting people, he only thought that during the conversation, He might have slapped a few times out of frustration. His younger sister is just a girl, and she can be quite fierce, but it's nothing to make a big fuss about. He also said that his sister hits harder than men do, but that's probably an exaggeration. He tends to overstate things. Yes, that must be it. Hauzi cried loudly. If she hit him, she just did it. Hauzi has tough skin and can't be hurt easily. Hauzi and I have some private contact. After the Xiao family found him, he told me, but I know he wouldn't hurt you, so I didn't tell you, to keep you from worrying. Su Ning frowned. She heard Hauzi often went to the black market. Did her second brother go there now? Did he have a conflict with the female lead? Did the female lead try to set him up? Seeing Su Ning's face getting more serious, her second brother hurried to explain. Hauzi just doesn't like farm work. He has other ways to make money. He's not like that. He thought his sister probably didn't want him to have any contact with a troublemaker, so he explained for Hauzi. But seeing her expression worsen, he felt a bit awkward. Just as he hesitated whether to cut ties with Hauzi, he suddenly heard, "Do you have any impression of Dong Jiao Jiao?" His sister's sudden question made her second brother pause. Then he shook his head and said, "Not really. I saw her from afar once."
Why?
Did she upset you? Hearing this, Su Ning's expression relaxed a little. Not really. Su Xiangjie said that person is a bit strange. Don't get close to her if you can. Her second brother didn't understand why she said that, but since her sister asked, it wasn't a big deal, so he nodded in agreement. Then he sighed and said, Hepatica, or the person you call Su Xiangjie, is becoming more and more unreasonable. Don't have much contact with her. Seeing Su Ning looking curious, her second brother added, she keeps chasing after Hua Jiqing all day. The older woman and others don't support her. When the older brother scolded her, she said she didn't want this and couldn't control herself. Nobody forced her to do it. She just wanted to. Su Ning didn't know what to say. She thought Su Xiangjie might be telling the truth. She was only acting under the influence of the story and had no choice but to go. But even if she said this, no one would believe her. Still, she wouldn't say anything about it, since they are just pretend sisters. After brothers Su Er left, Su Ning urged the little one to go to bed. She herself lay on the new recliner her father made, closing her eyes to rest. Today was the third day of the month, and she could draw supplies again. She was very happy about this and wouldn't forget it. On the golden screen, the supplies kept scrolling. Su Ning gently tapped it, and the scrolling slowed down until 5 pictures appeared. A ton of fragrant melons, a ton of eggplants, a ton of oranges, a ton of grapefruits, and a ton of dragon fruits. All 5 images were different, meaning they wouldn't cancel each other out. Today was a very happy day. After the 5 big baskets of supplies appeared, a small box also came out. Su Ning knew this was the reward for drawing 5 types. She picked up the box and looked inside. She immediately smiled because what she wanted, semiconductors, had arrived. Just as Su Ning was about to study the items, there was a gentle knock on the door. The sound was soft, but in the quiet night, it was still noticeable. Su Ning got up, opened the door, and welcomed the visitor inside. She casually poured a glass of sweet water and handed it over. Usually, she only brewed red sugar water when she had her period, but she was gradually used to the taste and sometimes poured herself a glass. But tonight was too late, so she only poured hot water. Awning, thank you, Auntie. Once inside, Zhao's widow's expression couldn't hide her emotions. Tears suddenly fell, and she sniffled, unable to hold back her sobs. It seemed she had been crying for a while since Xiao Jiangwo was taken. Su Ning was a bit surprised and paused for a moment. She then handed her some tissues and let her cry freely. She softly advised, Auntie, don't be sad. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Today, we should be happy. Zhao's widow was the woman who came to find Su Ning a few days ago. Honestly, Su Ning had gone through the memories of the original owner but had no impression of her. Even when she said she wanted to team up, Su Ning's first thought was that this person might be trying to trick her. Since she had never met her before, and she was Xiao Yuliang's sister-in-law, Su Ning couldn't believe her easily. Fearing she wouldn't believe her, Zhao's widow directly talked about her conflicts with Xiao Jiangwo. Apparently, Xiao Jiangwo and Xiao Yuliang had caused her husband's death. She had endured in silence and now wanted to find someone to help her take revenge. This was exactly what Su Ning had been thinking about. Su Ning had always wanted to plan against the Xiao family, but hadn't figured out how to do it without involving herself. That was why she hadn't taken action. At this time, Widow Zhao came to her and said she was willing to take the initiative to provoke Xiao Zhengwo and asked Su Ning to report it. Although she didn't know if it was true, it didn't involve her. If Widow Zhao was telling the truth and the person was innocent, she would naturally find a way to help her. Otherwise, she would go along with it and make the matter seem real. It now seems that the other side genuinely wants revenge. Moreover, Widow Zhao is also quite pitiful. Her real name is Zhao Xilan, but after her husband died, everyone called her Widow Zhao, and she had been called that for decades. Many people forgot her real name. Before she married, Zhao Xilan was very favored at home. Back then, only wealthy families could afford to send children to private schools. Zhao Xilan had attended one, though only for a few years, but that was enough to make her somewhat educated. So many families wanted to marry her. The Xiao family was one of them. However, by then, Xiao Yuliang was already engaged, so she married Xiao Yuliang's brother, Xiao Yuqian. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuqian died a few years after she married, leaving her to raise 2 children alone. Life was very hard. Her parents could still support her a little at first, but when they saw how miserable her life was, they felt guilty and became upset. Within a few years, they passed away. With her parents gone, the Zhao family was run by her sister-in-law. She didn't like Zhao Xilan, who is now a widow, and over the next few years, the two families hardly interacted. Her eldest brother was a bit timid. Although he wanted to help his sister, he couldn't go against his wife. Over time, their relationship drifted apart. Without a man or support from her family, Zhao Xilan's life was very difficult. If it weren't for her strong will to support her mother, she might have given up long ago. Later, by chance, she discovered that her husband's death was not an accident, but was planned by someone. It was hard not to go crazy after that. The people who caused her husband's death were one a hypocrite skilled in scheming, and the other the village chief. Unless she could kill them all at once, she risked being falsely accused herself. So, she had been waiting for the right moment all these years. According to Zhao Xilan, she chose to cooperate with her for 2 reasons. First, because the Xiao family had been defeated by Su Ning several times. Second, because the old Su family would support her no matter what. The Su village was very united, so even if something went wrong, she didn't have to fear Xiao Yuliang and his family. Zhao Xilan's plan was very simple and direct. She would lure Xiao Zhengwo into the house, then Su Ning would bring people to catch him in the act, reporting their relationship to the authorities. After Xiao Zhengwo was caught, she would go to the police to investigate her husband's affairs. Su Ning was not sure about this plan, and before she could carry it out, an incident involving Xiao Dagong happened. Zhao Xilan took advantage of the situation and left a message for Su Ning. The brick in the corner was left by Zhao Xilan, telling Su Ning that the plan had already started and to watch the situation and cooperate. Most of what happened afterward went according to their plan, helped by the arrangements of a mysterious person. Everything went very smoothly. Zhao Xilan thought it was all Su Ning's idea, especially since Yang Tai and Ma Qianjin clearly knew Su Ning, so she went to thank her personally. Others might not have noticed, but Zhao Xilan paid close attention. She saw that their looks at Su Ning were different from how they looked at others. Ning, I won't hide it from you. Since your uncle you lost his position, I haven't had a good day. If it weren't for revenge or the kids, I would have given up long ago, Zhao Xilan said, wiping her tears without Su Ning asking. Back then I married your uncle you. Life wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. Honestly, not many people in the village went to school back then, unlike now. I was lucky because my family knew some people at the private school. I studied there for a few years. I couldn't write well, but I could read and do math, so I was somewhat known around here. Otherwise, your uncle you wouldn't have married me. Zhao Xilan, though now looking old, still had beautiful features and a good bone structure. When she was young, she must have been a pretty and gentle woman. Even now, she still exuded a kind and soft aura. With such looks and the ability to read and write, she was naturally popular. "Aunt, I heard that Uncle Yu and Xiao Yuliang don't get along well. Is that true?" Su Ning didn't hide her dislike for Xiao Yuliang. The village head was too selfish and not a person who cared for the people. Zhao Shilon nodded and sneered. "Everyone in the village knows about this. Only Xiao Yuliang wants to pretend everything's fine, thinking everyone is fools, because your Uncle Yu's father, my father-in-law, favored Uncle Yu. When he married, he chose someone with better family ties. The bride price was higher than usual. Later, when the family split, most of the property went to Uncle Yu. Xiao Yuliang was jealous. He has a reason for doing this. Most of the elders in the village are gone now, so no one remembers that Xiao Yuliang is actually the youngest son of a wealthy uncle. His uncle's family couldn't manage their life, so they gave Xiao Yuliang to my father-in-law to raise. My father-in-law is a bit biased, but he doesn't treat Xiao Yuliang much worse. Still, being rich makes him the real son, and it's normal to give the real son more. But Xiao Yuliang doesn't think so. Since he became village chief, he has been openly and secretly pushing out Yuliang. Although we don't like it, he is the eldest uncle, and we grew up together, so we didn't want to cause trouble or make others laugh at us. But we didn't expect that our patience would only make him worse. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would rather be a loud woman than let him treat Yuliang like that." The widow Zhao's eyes turned red again, as if she remembered something bad, and her feelings seemed hard to hold back. "I remember the day Yuliang had an accident. The weather was bad. I was pregnant with my little girl and felt my belly drop and tighten like I was about to give birth. So I told Yuliang to take a day off and take me to see a doctor. But instead of helping, something terrible happened. Yuliang went to find Xiao Yuliang, but Xiao Yuliang not only refused to help but also told him to replace Xiao Zhengwo to repair the dam. After that, Yuliang never came back home." She had just heard her parents talk about this during dinner. Because the dam was shared by many villages, each village sent 10 strong men to work on it, and all the work points counted. The work was tiring but paid well, so many people signed up to go. Her father also signed up because he had a good relationship with the village chief and was assigned to go. At that time, Xiao Zhengwo was also there, but her father said he wasn't good at working and was often scolded by others. Maybe he didn't want to go later. But even though the work was tiring, it paid a lot. If someone didn't want to do it, others were willing, so there was no need to force anyone. Later, she asked Xiao Yuliang, and he said Yuliang went to earn work points because Yuliang wanted to. But she was about to give birth and had a child at home. How could Yuliang want to go repair the dam? She thought it was Yuliang's idea, and although she felt sad, she couldn't do anything. Rich people left in a hurry and didn't have time to find me. They only told Zhao Auntie from the Liu family to help take care of things. Then they left. When I rushed over, I could only see their backs. I never expected that would be the last scene I saw of him. The widow Zhao wiped her face, and her voice grew colder. After Qian's accident, I was very sad and upset, but the baby was about to be born. Even though I was sad, I had to hold it in. Although Xiao Yuliang told Qian to go, it was an accident. I was angry, but I knew I couldn't blame Xiao Yuliang completely. Later, I gradually calmed down. For the sake of the 2 children, I had to keep going. Until one day, I heard Xiao Yuliang and Xiao Zhengwo talking. I found out they deliberately planned for Qian to repair the dam. They even opened the upstream sluice to release water, and Xiao Yuliang knew about it. He just didn't say anything and waited until the flood was near. In the end, my Qian lost her life inside. Su Ning's eyes widened. "Auntie, are you saying they deliberately killed someone?" The widow Zhao shook her head. According to them, they just wanted to teach Qian a lesson. They knew Qian could handle water, but they didn't expect the upstream water to be so strong that it washed her away. Afterward, the 2 of them kept quiet, afraid others would find out. If those 2 hadn't argued that day, this would have been buried with her. Then why did Annie choose this moment to act? Su Ning could understand why they didn't reveal it at the time. There was no evidence, and Xiao Yuliang could easily deny it. She also understood Zhao Auntie's desire for revenge. Her beloved husband was murdered, How could she not want justice? But that was over 20 years ago. Why come out now? Because I knew you'd ask. I came to explain. Knowing what Suning cared about, Zhao Auntie's expression relaxed a little, and she smiled faintly. You're just like me when I was young. Curious, wanting to understand everything clearly. Then her smile faded. And I like that you don't hold back when you act. I feel the same way. Suning's eyes paused, becoming more guarded as she looked at her. My son, you might not know him. He works at the post office. When you asked about the stamp sent to the military district, he heard you. Zhao Xilan didn't hide it either. Don't worry, besides me, no one else knows. The Xiao family's treatment of you is normal, so it's natural for you to take action against Xiao San. Suning's expression changed briefly, then she calmed down. She did send a letter. She remembered from the book that Xiao Yan stole someone's military achievement. He was promoted to deputy battalion commander, but this was erased by others. The heroine only heard about it and mentioned it to Hu Jingting. If there was a powerful person backing the Xiao family, it wouldn't be hard for them to do this. So, what the heroine heard might be true. Even if not, when it comes to changing the household registration, Xiao Yan isn't innocent. Reporting him is just to help the people. She was very careful, but didn't expect to be seen. But right now, both sides are on the same line, so it's okay. I won't hide it from you. Over the years, I've wanted revenge. They died so miserably with money. I can't just let them go. But I don't want just to see them caught or dead. That's too easy. If I want revenge, I want them to suffer deeply, to hurt so much they want to die. Only then can I truly get rid of my hatred. Besides, these two aren't simple. Why would Xiao Yuliang team up with Xiao Zhengwo? You might think it's Xiao Yan, but what about 20 years ago? Xiao Yuliang wouldn't act without a reason. If Xiao Zhengwo didn't offer enough benefits, even if he disliked money, he wouldn't join him. Are you saying Xiao Zhengwo has someone backing him? Widow Zhao sneered. Exactly. You married into the family recently, so you might not know. The Xiao family didn't come from the northeast fleeing famine like others. They came from Beijing. That's Beijing. Rumor has it some Xiao family members still live there. If that's true, it matches what's in the book. It's impossible for the Xiao family to move their entire household to Beijing without backing. But she wondered if that backing knew about her. If they interfered, things could get complicated. Talking about the book, she suddenly remembered some strange details. According to the story, Hu Jingting saved old Ma and got a job. Dong Jiao used Hu Jingting's job to get favor from the county chief's daughter. But according to Uncle Ma, the county chief was only 25. Where did the daughter come from? Was there some incident 3 months ago that caused her to be transferred? Or was she a foster daughter? If it was due to some unexpected event, what could be the reason that caused differences from the story in the book? Could this person also know something? These thoughts flashed through my mind quickly, and before I could think more, Zhao Xilan continued. Xiao Zhengwo promised that if he had the chance, he would help Xiao Yuliang's son become a city person. But I wonder if Xiao Yuliang has done too many bad things. He kept having daughters in a row. It wasn't until my little girl was about to pick her future profession that his eldest son was born. I hate Xiao Zhengwo, but I hate Xiao Yuliang even more. If it weren't for my parents-in-law, Xiao Yuliang would have been harmed long ago. He not only shows no gratitude but also wants to hurt my parents-in-law's only son. Such a heartless person deserves to go to the deepest hell. Unfortunately, heaven is not kind. Over the years, Xiao Yuliang's village chief has been doing well, and life is getting better and better. Thinking about this makes me so angry. The only thing that might upset Xiao Yuliang is his 2 sons. Both of them are just like him, bad at studying, lazy at work, just wasting time and eating. Xiao Yuliang's schemes are all for his 2 sons. If you cut off their future, wouldn't that hurt him even more than killing him? Widow Zhao sneered coldly. Xiao Yuliang relies on the Xiao family and Xiao Yan, thinking his sons will succeed. But what if the Xiao family disappears? What if they can't take care of themselves? Who can he rely on then? Suning nodded slightly. Cutting off the root is a good idea. Anning, I came today for another reason. I want to work with you. Widow Zhao took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. She had been holding on to her hatred for so many years. She didn't mind waiting a little longer. Are you planning to get rid of Xiao Yuliang and make him suffer forever? Or just want to replace the village head? Su Ning looked up at her. Xiao Yuliang is her eldest uncle. If she can't bring herself to do it, it might be possible. First, take him down. You can't eat a big meal all at once. Gentle tactics are more effective. Widow Zhao said coldly. Xiao Yuliang cares most about two things, his son and his position as village head. Over the years, he has considered himself the ruler of the village. If one day he loses both, what do you think will happen? Sometimes losing your life is easy. The real challenge is the desperate struggle after falling from heaven into hell. Being in hell, yet feeling as high as heaven, at that time, simply living would be the greatest punishment for him.
Suning Genti Tappet Herchin.
She was tired of Xiao Yuliang for a long time. If she could replace the village head, that would be perfect. But, as Widow Zhao said, Xiao Yuliang had been the village head for many years and was deeply rooted in his position. It wouldn't be easy to remove him. However, there is a way. She remembered that the female lead stayed in Xiao village for over 10 days because of the commune's arrangements. During those days, she was busy fighting with the educated youth and the bad guys, causing quite a few stories. Xiao Yuliang was very unhappy about this. He scolded the female lead and even said many unpleasant words. Using her past life memories, the female lead planned against Xiao Yuliang and brought him down. How did that story go? It seemed that Xiao Yuliang was caught cheating with a woman outside, and the female lead, along with others, blocked the door. That woman was also an educated youth. By the way, Annie, have you heard about the return to city quotas for the educated youth? That educated youth only got involved with Xiao Yuliang to get a city return quota. According to the book, this wasn't the first time. Every year, there were such educated youth. Many risked everything to return to the city. This year? I don't know for sure, but it's usually in November. It should be coming soon. Aunt Zhao didn't understand why Su Ning asked this, but she answered honestly. To return to the city, the educated youth need a recommendation from the village, then the commune will evaluate and select them. After that, they can apply for the return procedures. Every year around this time, the educated youth's courtyard gets very lively. I haven't heard much this year, but it should be soon. Are you planning to go? Once the date is confirmed, let me know, Annie. If it's confirmed, the next step is to bring the female lead into the plan. She could sit back and watch the fight, so why should she step in herself? Meanwhile, elsewhere. Inside the county committee compound, a young man dressed in a linen suit carried 2 paper bags and strolled in casually. An old man at the door looked at him and smiled warmly, greeting. Comrade Xiao, are you here to see your uncle? County head Xiao hasn't come out yet. He's probably busy and forgot the time. Yes, Grandpa. I brought roast chicken and buns, guessing he hasn't had time to eat, the young man said with a smile, his eyes full of amusement. Sir, if it weren't for me, my nephew, my little uncle might have starved to death. That's right. The county chief is lucky to have your care. The gatekeeper took the cigarette handed to him, sniffed it, and his smile deepened. Exactly. He should thank me properly. I even used my salary to buy food for him. The young man chuckled, then looked up and saw someone standing at the window of the county committee building. Even in the dark, the sharp gaze was still felt. Sir, my little uncle probably can't wait anymore. I won't chat with you. I'm going up first. The visitor hesitated briefly, then without waiting for the gatekeeper's reply, hurriedly ran upstairs. Inside a simple office at the back of the second floor, a tall man stood by the window. He wore only a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, revealing slender but strong-looking arms. He wore dark green trousers and black military boots. Hearing a voice behind him, the man turned around. His sharp, chiseled face carried a sense of authority. His high nose bridge was behind a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and beneath the glasses, cold eyes slightly lifted, like icy waters beginning to melt, shining brightly. You're here again? Isn't the steel factory busy? His deep voice carried a hint of helplessness and fatigue. Little uncle, I was just worried you'd starve, so I hurried to bring some food for you. Xiaoqin raised the paper bag in his hand, placed it on the desk, and smiled apologetically. Then he pulled out a stool from the side, casually leaning on it, clearly familiar with the room. Xiao Yan frowned, seeming somewhat displeased with his behavior, but said nothing. His handsome features slightly drooped, long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Chen sat up straight unconsciously, then quickly laughed awkwardly. Xiao Yan, used to his antics, just glanced at him briefly before returning to his seat and organizing the documents nearby. "Little uncle, there's news from Hong Xiaobing. The two old guys from the Xiao family have been caught." Xiao Chen handed over the paper bag, looked at the man opposite him, and seemed to want to say something but held back. "Then, little uncle, aren't you curious why I want to deal with that family?" Xiao Chen looked at the person across the table. The person was full of dignity, calm, like a huge stone standing there. Just looking at him made you trust him. Xiao Yan looked up, his expression calm, his eyes cold, as if he was looking at a stranger. "Just know what you're doing. As long as you don't break your principles, I can help you." Xiao Yan's voice was flat. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses stayed the same, but the person opposite couldn't help but tremble at his tone. "Thank you, little uncle. You're so kind," Xiao Chen sniffed, hiding his emotions. He admired this younger uncle, who was only a year older than him. "Little uncle, how did you arrange things? I heard from your secretary, Xiao Qianzi, that you sent him to the Revolutionary Committee. Why not just find Hong Xiaobing directly?" The elegant man with his head lowered looked up at him. His eyes behind the gold glasses showed no change, but Xiao Chen could still sense his disdain. "Oh, I see. You probably think finding Hong Xiaobing doesn't match your status, right?" Xiao Chen muttered. "I think the wife from the Xiao family makes a good point. Hong Xiaobing isn't like the people in the Revolutionary Committee. He doesn't act unless he sees the benefit."
See?
"It worked out. You better think carefully," came the deep voice again, with a tone that felt like scolding a mischievous child. "Isn't that obvious? The Revolutionary Committee is an official organization. Hong Xiaobing isn't," he explained. His position allowed him to work with the committee, but not to have direct contact with people like Hong Xiaobing. The arrangement for Hong Xiaobing to check accounts was made by the committee, not him. It has nothing to do with him. Some positions require careful handling before acting. No need to explain further. Also, according to the family hierarchy, you should call Su Ning sister-in-law. "What? Then do I have to call Xiao Yan big brother?" Xiao Chen raised his voice, as if he had been stepped on. His usually smiling eyes suddenly filled with anger. "If you keep this attitude, your dream ending will just repeat itself." Xiao Yan looked at him calmly. His long fingers gently pushed his glasses up his nose. His deep eyes showed hidden currents. Xiao Chen froze, then quickly tried to smooth things over. "Little uncle, I understand. I will be careful from now on and won't let anyone see my emotions. This time, it will definitely be different. After all, you are here too." To help him, his younger uncle came all the way from Beijing, so everything will be different. "You should leave now. Don't come here to find me again in the future." Feeling annoyed, Xiao Yan waved his hand to signal him to go away, then lowered his head to look at the documents on the table. At that moment, with his brows lowered, his side profile was stunningly beautiful. Even Xiao Chen, who often sees him, can't help but be distracted by his appearance. His younger uncle's looks are so striking that it's probably his cold attitude that keeps people from rushing to him. Thinking this in his mind, he dared not show it on his face. Seeing the person opposite busy with official work, Xiao Chen didn't dare to speak anymore. Before leaving, he casually took the key to the apartment behind the county committee from the table. Xiao Yan didn't stop him. He put another key into his pocket, and a hint of helplessness flickered behind his glasses. Then he lowered his head again, and continued working. If Su Ning were nearby, she would notice that this was definitely the person she saw at the Liu family's gate. But Su Ning didn't know any of this. After a good night's sleep, Su Ning stretched lazily, and was about to go out when she noticed it was raining heavily outside. It looked like it wouldn't stop anytime soon. "Mom, Grandma sent a message saying she won't go out today. We'll wait until the rain stops before leaving." Xiao Bei had already gotten up, eaten a bun, drunk some milk, and even left a bun for Su Ning. "All right, then I'll go back to sleep for a while." Since there's no need to get up early, Su Ning stretched and planned to sleep a little longer. Back in modern times, as long as she didn't have to work, sleeping until after 9 was common. Waking up at 5 or 6 was rare. Mom, take me to see the fun.
I'll be together. Su Ning clutches softly.
Mom, I heard from Grandma Su next door that uncle and second uncle are fighting over the family estate. The two aunts have also come back and are dividing things, just like in a play.